Within the realm of the spirit clan, in a remote city housing numerous spirit summoning pools, a young man lay unconscious in the depths of one such pool, its water a dark, serene hue. The man was unclothed, his long black hair cascading through the water, creating an ethereal aura around him. His physique was tall and well-proportioned, exuding a quiet strength, yet his expression was marred by a deep frown, his lips trembling as if he were ensnared in a nightmarish dream. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, his eyes blazing with fury. "Chu Yunza, if you fail to kill me today, I shall certainly take your life," Feng Yuan bellowed defiantly. Chu Yunza had been his most trusted companion. Together, they embarked on the arduous path of cultivation, both emerging from humble beginnings. While Chu Yunza struggled with his lack of talent, Feng Yuan progressed rapidly, soon rising through the ranks. Despite his own ascendance, Feng Yuan generously shared the resources he acquired with the equally unremarkable Chu Yunza. Thus, when Feng Yuan became a revered figure, honored as the god of war, Chu Yunza stood by his side, enjoying both stature and prowess. Yet, Feng Yuan could never have anticipated that during a fierce battle against foreign foes, as he was on the brink of delivering a fatal blow to their king, the brother he had come to trust implicitly, Chu Yunza, would betray him with a dagger thrust from behind. In an instant, Feng Yuan was gravely injured, the tide of battle irrevocably altered. That single strike wounded not only his body, but also his very soul. He could not rest until this enmity was avenged. However, Feng Yuan soon sensed that the environment around him was decidedly peculiar. This is not the battleground where he confronts the foreign king, is it? There is neither the pungent stench of blood nor the repugnant aura of those foreign enemies in the air. Feng Yuan calmed himself, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was submerged in an unknown, ethereal green liquid. A surge of alarm coursed through Feng Yuan. What is this liquid? How did I end up here? He recalled that he had been engaged in battle with Chu Yunza and the foreign king, on the verge of defeat, facing imminent death at the hands of Chu Yunza. Most importantly, why am I not wearing any clothes? Feng Yuan had always upheld his integrity, dedicating his life to cultivation, and had little interaction with others. Chu Yunza was his sole friend, though ultimately does Chu Yunza not only wish to kill him, but also to imprison him, strip him of his clothes, and humiliate him. Feng Yuan's heart swelled with fury and dread, prompting him to rise abruptly. Yet before he could fully stand upright, he gasped in shock, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout his body that rendered him powerless. He attempted to harness his internal energy, but to no avail. This only solidified his suspicions. Indeed, that treacherous Chu Yunza had already administered poison. However, given his formidable physique, what kind of poison could possibly have such an effect? One that he could not withstand. Terrified by Chu Yunza's cruelty, Feng Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The verdant liquid formed a vast pool, at the center of which stood a circular stone platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a deeper and more viscous green liquid, resembling a gel. Vertically embedded within this gel was a dagger. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened as he suppressed the aches coursing through his body, gritting his teeth as he approached the stone platform to withdraw the blade. This knife was entirely white, not the metallic silver one might expect, but rather a bone white, devoid of any sinister aura. Though short in length, the blade was substantial, tapering elegantly from the hilt to the tip, giving it a streamlined appearance rather than a cumbersome one. It was the very same blade that had accompanied Feng Yuan throughout his journey, one that had caused countless formidable adversaries to bleed, soaking it in the blood of the vanquished, and had nearly slain the king from beyond the borders. Feng Yuan's fingers caressed the surface of the blade gently, an unprecedented tenderness illuminating his gaze. Even you have changed. What began as a mere piece of common iron had, through Feng Yuan's relentless forging and the infusion of fragment of his own bone, transformed into a weapon of extraordinary caliber, capable of shattering the heavens with a single strike. Yet now, it was marred with countless fissures, as if a mere touch would cause it to disintegrate, its luster significantly dulled. Alas, Feng Yuan sighed, succumbing to a wave of sentimentality. He turned to sit against the stone platform, tenderly stroking the blade. "Oh, knife, in the end, you are the only companion I have left. I once believed that despite dedicating my life solely to cultivation, I was not alone, for I had a friend, albeit only one." At this point, a self-deprecating smile escaped him, his expression tinged with irony. But it seems he did not share the same sentiment. "Oh, Blade, you alone are the only one I can trust." The mocking expression faded as Feng Yuan fell into a long silence, his heart heavy, quietly grasping his blade. "By the way, I have yet to bestow upon you a name. Within you resides a fragment of my bone thus. You may be regarded as my flesh and blood." Feng Yuan chuckled softly. Even at such a moment, uncertain of when Chu Yunzi might arrive to end his life, he still found the audacity to jest. Raising the blade high above his head, he gazed intently at it, his eyes alight with fervor. "Since we are one, I shall be known as Feng Yuan, and you shall be called Feng Yuan as well." Now endowed with a name, the Feng Yuan blade remained unchanged, offering no reaction in his grasp. Indeed, it was merely a blade. What response could one expect? Feng Yuan lowered the weapon. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that there seemed to be other items on the stone platform. He had been so preoccupied with admiring his own blade that he had overlooked them. Turning around, Feng Yuan discovered that there were indeed two other objects on the stone pedestal. One was a gray, diamond-shaped crystalline object with a bright white hue near its base. The other was a transparent crystal orb. After a brief moment of hesitation, Feng Yuan reached out to touch the diamond-shaped crystal, but remained still, yielding no discernible response. He then extended his hand toward the crystal orb. As soon as his fingers brushed against the surface of the orb, he was jolted as if struck by electricity, and he stumbled backward, landing with a splash into the pool. A surge of information flowed from the crystal orb into Feng Yuan's mind. A vast influx of information surged into Feng Yuan's mind, necessitating a moment of contemplation. This process caused a slight throbbing in his head, yet his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. This was not the desolate prison of Chu Yunzi, rather, it was the territory of the Ling clan, one of the three great races of the Xianyuan world. The pool before him was the spirit summoning pool, and the ethereal, azure liquid contained within was not a poison, but rather the spirit summoning liquid, a tool employed by the Ling clan to augment their population. He had been reborn as a member of the Ling clan. Within the circular stone platform at the heart of the pool lay an object that, according to the information he received, represented his true form. In other words, he had transformed into a blade-wielding entity? Feng Yuan mused with intrigue, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, the weapon he had previously chosen was not a sword. Otherwise, he would have become a sword-wielding being. The information also indicated that, due to the inherent differences in the true forms of each Ling clan member, their respective aptitudes varied accordingly. The gray diamond-shaped crystal resting upon the stone platform could roughly reflect the potential of the newly born members of the Ling clan. If the gray crystal displayed approximately 1/4 of its surface in white, it indicated a grade aptitude, deemed poor. If about half of it was white, the aptitude would be classified as grade, which was acceptable. A 3/4 white surface would signify a commendable grade aptitude. Should the entire gray crystal turn white, it would be extraordinary, representing the highest a grade aptitude. Feng Yuan cast a glance at his crystal, which barely exhibited 1/10 of its surface in white. He chuckled softly, not even reaching grade? Chapter 2. A world of doubt. Feng Yuan's lips curled in an attempt at a smile, yet it remained elusive. Truly, it was absurd. In his previous life, he was exceptionally gifted, and anyone who encountered him would invariably exclaim that he was the chosen one. His path of cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, achieving a revered status in merely a millennium, standing proudly among the world. Yet now, this wretched crystal dares to claim his talents are lacking? Nevertheless, Feng Yuan shook his head and found solace in letting it go. He had never placed much importance on innate talent. Otherwise, he would not have befriended Chu Yunzi. In truth, Chu Yunzi ultimately attained the same esteemed rank, far surpassing many of those so-called prodigies. Feng Yuan had encountered numerous exceptional individuals in the past, heirs to secret techniques, those born with innate spiritual bodies and descendants of ancient bloodlines. The elders held them in much higher regard than they did him, yet he had still managed to best them. No longer preoccupied with his own qualifications, he continued to process the information swirling in his mind, only to be struck by a sense of confusion. According to the knowledge he had received, this world is known as the Xian Yuan world. In this realm, myriad races coexist, each varying in strength. Among them, 3 races stand out as the most powerful. Compared to others, these 3 dominate vast territories, possess abundant resources, and boast a greater number of formidable beings. They are the human race, the demon race, and the spirit race, where Feng Yuan has been reborn. The information also detailed the evolution of these 3 races. First, there is the spirit race. Legends tell that the spirit race was a perfect creation of the creator deity, endowed with high intelligence and exceptional talents, far superior to those races that gradually evolved from the world. Tens of thousands of years ago, the mighty spirit race had already established itself as the leader among the myriad races in the Xian Yuan world. The myriad races revere the spirit clan as supreme, relying on their breath for existence. Throughout the prolonged passage of time that followed, the spirit clan handpicked and elevated the human and demon races, bestowing upon them cultivation methods and abundant resources, thus establishing the current tripartite balance of power. According to the information, the spirit clan imparted the techniques of qi cultivation to the humans, while the methods of physical training were conferred upon the demons. Consequently, the predominant cultivation path for humans is the mastery of the Tao through qi, whereas the demons focus on breaking through the heavens with sheer strength. As the transmitters of these techniques, the spirit clan embodies both disciplines. The demons and humans have grown formidable. Grateful for the spirit clan's generous gifts, they, despite their mutual enmity, hold the spirit clan in high esteem. This information serves to familiarize the newly awakened members of the spirit clan with the general distribution of power in the world, fostering a sense of belonging to their clan. Being one of the 3 great races is indeed a testament to their strength, the object of veneration for countless beings. Moreover, it is the spirit clan that has elevated the other 2 races. Is that not impressive? To be part of such a race surely evokes a sense of pride. However, this knowledge is solely disseminated by the spirit clan, presenting only one perspective. The actual state of affairs remains unknown to these nascent beings. Yet, at the very least, this narrative diverges from what Feng Yuan is aware of. He recalls that in his era, the world was referred to as the source mystical realm, not the mystical source. The human and demon races were the sovereigns of the source mystical realm. In those days, the demons were not called so, they were known as spirit beasts. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts was amicable, coexisting harmoniously. Feng Yuan himself hailed from the spirit beast lineage, yet he was raised among humans. In the face of external threats, humanity and spirit beasts stand united on the same battlefield, fighting side by side. Yet, Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, unaware of the existence of a race known as the spirit clan, which looms above him. However, according to the information he has been provided, the spirit clan has existed for tens of thousands of years, if not longer. If this holds truth, from where does he originate? There must be fabricated elements within this information. Feng Yuan is certain of this and begins to speculate. Such information cannot be taken at face value. He remains oblivious to the events that unfolded after the battle with the foreign king, which have led to the present state of affairs. He is also ignorant of the lineage of this spirit clan, which stands alongside humanity and demonkind. Feng Yuan furrows his brow, only to relax it again. The time elapsed since that battle must surely exceed the duration of the spirit clan's existence. And since the world persists, it indicates that the external enemies have been repelled. Although he is unaware of the details, this outcome is undoubtedly favorable. Temporarily casting aside the tangled thoughts of the past, Feng Yuan begins to contemplate his current situation. He is perplexed by his rebirth as a member of the spirit clan, and the fact that his former battle blade has now become his very essence. This raises a philosophical conundrum. Is it Feng Yuan, who has become a spirit clan member, or the corporeal self that constitutes Feng Yuan? After pondering this curious thought for a moment, he soon relinquishes it. For the information previously acquired mentions a fundamental truth about the spirit clan. If a spirit being's physical form is destroyed, as long as their essence remains, their soul shall not perish. However, if the essence of a spirit being were to be destroyed, it would truly cease to exist. Let us proceed cautiously and see what unfolds, thought Feng Yuan. The current realm of Xian Yuan presented too many enigmas for him. Without sufficient strength, he dared not act recklessly. According to the information conveyed by the crystal ball, awakened spirit newborns could leave the spirit summoning pool upon their awakening. They would then await in the outer hall until all had emerged, at which point a designated guide would lead them to the overseer of this region for further instructions. Feng Yuan glanced around and spotted a stone door, presumably the exit. The soreness in his body had considerably diminished. A thought crossed his mind, and the knife he held vanished without a trace. Closing his eyes, he turned his awareness inward, revealing a dark expanse wherein his knife stood upright at the center. Subsequently, Feng Yuan approached the stone door. At the base of the door lay a towel and several sets of identical garments, accommodating individuals of varying sizes. Feng Yuan wiped away the moisture from his body and casually selected a set of gray clothing, which appeared to fit him adequately. After donning the attire, he pressed the switch located slightly above the center of the stone door. With a series of clicks, the door slowly opened. As he stepped outside, before he had the chance to survey his surroundings, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Finally, you're out. We certainly had quite the wait." This was followed by a cacophony of laughter, interspersed with affirmations and exclamations. Turning his gaze, Feng Yuan observed that dozens of individuals had gathered in the hall to his right, likely fellow newborn spirit beings who had emerged alongside him. They were laughing heartily, their gazes frequently converging with Feng Yuan's. Clearly, he was the object of their amusement. A man with short red hair and narrow eyes stood at the forefront. He approached Feng Yuan, his gaze menacing. "After making us wait for so long, don't you think it's time for you to say something?" "Indeed, it is time to speak," Feng Yuan replied, lowering his eyes to regard the man before him, clad in identical gray attire. Suddenly, as though startled, he took a step back, one hand covering his mouth while the other pointed at the red-haired man, his expression filled with trepidation. "What an imposing presence. Are you, perchance, our esteemed envoy?" The red-haired man's countenance momentarily stiffened. "Of course not. But I." His words were cut short by Feng Yuan's dismissive eye roll. "Then why pretend?" Chapter 3. A leisurely discourse within a magnificent mansion. A young man and woman sat opposite each other in the grand hall, both elegantly attired. The woman maintained a poised posture, while the man slouched in his seat. "Miss Qin, since you've made the effort to visit, why not linger a while longer?" he said with a playful grin. "There's no need," she replied curtly. "I am here solely to inform you, by shouting, of the upcoming competition among the districts in the city, set to take place in 6 months, so you, the newly appointed steward, can prepare accordingly. Furthermore, shouldn't you be attending to matters at the spirit summoning pool? Have you managed to recruit any subordinates?" Qin Ruyun stated her refusal plainly and coldly. Bai Xiaodang continued, "Although I came promptly upon receiving your message, I had already cast spirit objects into all 100 spirit summoning pools prior to this. Though at the final spirit summoning pool, Bai Xiaodang was at a loss as to what to throw in. While he pondered whether the girl transformed from the Luoxing flower was more enchanting than the one from the Hongyu flower, a message from Qin Ruyun arrived. Without having made a decision, Bai Xiaodang suddenly spotted a knife in the corner. Although it was tattered and clearly of poor quality, he hastily tossed it into the spirit summoning pool, fulfilling his task. Upon hearing Bai Xiaodang's words, Qin Ruyun frowned slightly. Given this, a considerable amount of time has passed. Our newcomers should have awakened by now. Are you not going to assist them? "Ah, I almost forgot. It's my first time handling such matters, and I'm still unfamiliar with the process. Please forgive me." Bai Xiaodang smacked his forehead and quickly apologized to Qin Ruyun. "That is something you should convey to our new compatriots, not to me," Qin Ruyun reprimanded. She rose to her feet and insisted, "Where is the spirit summoning pool? Take me there at once." "You." Feng Yuan rolled his eyes and retorted, leaving the red-haired man speechless with fury as he glared at Feng Yuan. However, another stepped forward from the group behind him. A tall, lean man with a dark horse-like face approached, his expression clearly hostile. "Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? Xiao Jinji possesses first-rate qualifications, the best among us, and is our leader. How dare you oppose Xiao Jinji? Do you wish to jeopardize your standing?" The words of the horse-faced man came forth like a barrage of beads, forceful and intimidating. Feng Yuan let out a soft exclamation, coming to an understanding. It seemed that he and these individuals belonged to the same batch of newly awakened beings from the spirit tribe. They had emerged earlier, while Feng Yuan had come forth later. Prior to his emergence, these individuals had engaged in communication, sharing their respective qualifications. The red-haired man, previously instigating trouble and referred to as Xiao Genji by the horse-faced man, had discovered his superior qualifications and aspired to assume the role of a leader. As the last to emerge, Feng Yuan found himself in the unfortunate position of being at the forefront, facilitating Xiao Genji's establishment of authority. Having grasped this notion, Feng Yuan turned his gaze towards the horse-faced man who had stepped forward after Xiao Genji, scrutinizing him closely. Such a demeanor. Surely, you must be the legendary sycophant? What did you say? The horse-faced man erupted in anger, charging towards Feng Yuan with the intent to strike, only to be halted by Zhao's outstretched hand. What is there to be angry about? It is unnecessary, Xiao Genji stated coldly. Isn't he merely speaking the truth? The horse-faced man fell silent, his heart brimming with indignation, but he dared not voice it. Feng Yuan gazed at Xiao Genji with astonishment, taken aback by his candidness. Even if you flatter me now, it serves no purpose. I have already taken note of you. Xiao Genji scoffed. No, I am not flattering you. I am merely speaking the truth, Feng Yuan mused inwardly. After a brief silence, he spoke up. Let me offer you a piece of advice. You should not attempt to be the leader. It is not fitting. The horse-faced man interjected once more. You insolent brat. Cease your nonsense. How can it be inappropriate for Xiao Genji, who possesses top-tier qualifications, yet somehow suitable for you? However, at that time, he merely commanded troops in battle, possessing scant experience in other domains. What if he utilized these individuals to hone his skills? In an instant, a glimmer of insight flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He solemnly declared, Indeed, you are unaware that I possess first-class qualifications. What? This is impossible. Xiao Genji exclaimed in astonishment. No, everything is indeed possible. Feng Yuan maintained his serious demeanor. Possible, my foot. The man with the horse-like face pointed in a certain direction and berated Feng Yuan. Right there lies your qualification crystal. The white portion at the bottom is barely a fraction, indicating your qualifications are evidently inferior even to the lowest rank. Feng Yuan followed the direction of his finger and observed a wall embedded with numerous qualification crystals, each labeled accordingly. Most of these crystals displayed white sections around the halfway mark, while 3 or 5 boasted white portions nearing 3/4. One crystal, entirely white and particularly conspicuous, was unmistakably Xiao Genji's. Another qualification crystal drew considerable attention, for its white portion was less than 1/10. That one belonged to Feng Yuan. Alas, his ruse had been unveiled, and he felt a tinge of regret. Yet, he was reluctant to concede easily concerning matters that could enhance his capabilities. Perhaps there was a flaw with that qualification crystal? The esteemed spiritual race could never commit such an error. You are clearly mocking me, Xiao Genji retorted angrily. At this moment, from the group of several dozen individuals at the rear, a frail young boy stepped forward, proclaiming, Please, let us not quarrel. We are all members of the spirit clan and ought to coexist harmoniously. Do I need your instruction? Silence yourself. Xiao Genji retorted sharply, instilling fear in the boy, who promptly withdrew his head, refraining from further comment. In a fit of anger, Xiao Genji aimed a kick at Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan remained immobile. With a swift movement of his right leg, Xiao Genji found himself tripped and sent crashing to the ground, his face meeting the earth in an intimate encounter. The man with a horse-like face approached, initially intending to kick Feng Yuan as well, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he hesitated and opted to strike with his fists instead. Yet, Feng Yuan executed a precise knife-hand strike to the inside of the man's arm, swiftly maneuvering in close and executing a shoulder throw. The man with the horse-like face fell heavily to the ground, feeling as though his entire body were on the verge of disintegration, racked with pain. Tears of regret filled his eyes. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to kick instead. Feng Yuan surveyed the two defeated opponents on the ground, contemplating how many Xiao Genji or horse-faced men he could dispatch with his bare hands. Although he had lost his cultivation and power, his combat instincts and techniques remained intact, ingrained in his very being as if by instinct. This alone set him apart from the newly awakened members of the spirit clan, such as Xiao Genji and the horse-faced man. After a brief moment of reflection, Feng Yuan concluded, taking down 70 or 80 of them would be a trivial matter. Chapter 4. 3 months later, Xiao Jinji and the horse-faced man stood up, uniting in their glare directed at Feng Yuan. They projected an intimidating demeanor. Though their appearances betrayed them, one was bleeding from the nose while the other rubbed his sore back. A multitude stood in silence, unable to fathom how Feng Yuan had effortlessly brought both Xiao Jinji and another to their knees in an instant. Observing the stunned expressions on the faces of those present, Feng Yuan calmly inquired, "Now, do you find me suitable?" "Suitable for what?" A cool, feminine voice emerged from the crowd. "To be your leader," Feng Yuan replied, arching an eyebrow at the apparent lack of understanding among them. As he glanced around, he noticed the crowd parting to create a pathway. From this opening emerged a man and a woman, both elegantly attired, the man handsome and the woman strikingly beautiful. The individual who had posed the question recognized the person before him as the emissary, his heart racing with excitement as he stammered, "Master, they." "Never mind, I'll ask someone else," Bai Xiaotang proclaimed. No one responded to him. Suddenly, a man with a horse-like face darted forward, kneeling before Qin Ruyun and Bai Xiaotang. "Esteemed lords, you must intercede on my behalf. Unbeknownst to you, noble lords," he continued, "we awakened from the spirit pool, elated to discover our noble heritage as spirit beings. We gathered here in the hall, patiently awaiting the arrival of the emissary. Yet, there are always those who cannot remain at ease, harboring ulterior motives." That individual, he said, pointing sorrowfully at Feng Yuan, was the last to arrive in the hall. Feng Yuan scoffed, bemused by the man's lament. How could someone like him possibly be considered noble? Yet, Qin Ruyun and Bai Xiaotang seemed taken in by this tale, nodding in agreement. The man with a horse-like face continued, stating that upon his arrival, he not only disregarded Brother Xiao Jinji's greetings, but boldly declared his intention to become our leader. Brother Xiao, exhibiting kindness, attempted to explain that we are all comrades and should not distinguish who is superior. Moreover, Brother Xiao holds a first-class qualification and did not seek such a position. What right did he have to claim it? At this point, the man with the horse-like face was already in tears, yet he could not tolerate Brother Xiao's words, mistakenly believing that he intended to usurp the position for himself, and he immediately resorted to violence, striking Brother Xiao. "I went to assist, only to be assaulted as well. Even now, my entire body aches. Esteemed sirs, you must advocate for us and punish that scoundrel." Upon hearing the words of the man with the horse-like face, Bai Xiaotang cast a surprised glance at Feng Yuan, exclaiming, "To be able to take on 2 opponents right after awakening, impressive." "Silence," Qin Ruyun retorted with mild anger. "Is this the time for flattery?" Bai Xiaotang covered his mouth, indicating he would refrain from further comments. However, Feng Yuan responded, "Flattery is unwarranted. They are merely 2 insignificant adversaries, not deserving of commendation." Qin Ruyun glared at Feng Yuan with fury. "Are you admitting to having struck someone?" "Indeed," he replied, but what? Striking someone is striking someone. There is no point in defending oneself." Feng Yuan intended to clarify his stance, but before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by the wrathful Qin Ruyun. He raised an eyebrow and chose to remain silent. As a party involved, articulating the truth to an uninformed outsider holds little persuasive power, especially considering that the woman before him has already formed a preconceived notion that Feng Yuan is the instigator. Qin Ruyun gazed at Feng Yuan, a wave of disdain swelling uncontrollably within her. This individual was not only narrow-minded but also exuded a haughty arrogance, lacking any semblance of understanding. Truly the dregs among the spirit clan. In the crowd, a youth who had previously defended Feng Yuan could no longer bear the sight and contemplated speaking out, only to suddenly sense a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Xiao Jinji was staring intently at him. With a tightening in his chest, the young man hesitated once more. Qin Ruyun inhaled deeply, regardless of her feelings. Feng Yuan was still a fellow newcomer, and according to the rules, she could not take any drastic actions against him. "I can unequivocally inform you that there is indeed a position for a leader. A selection process will be conducted to identify a suitable candidate. Who that individual may be, I do not know, but it will most certainly not be you." Yet, Qin Ruyun was seething with anger, her chest rising and falling tumultuously. What was this? After she had expended considerable effort articulating her thoughts to Feng Yuan, he had merely responded with a dismissive "Oh, Bai Xiaotang, this is your responsibility. You should speak." Qin Ruyun exclaimed in exasperation. Calm down, Bai Xiaotang said, attempting to placate her with a smile. He then cleared his throat and proclaimed, "First and foremost, to all the esteemed members of the spirit clan present, I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations on becoming part of the illustrious spirit clan." However, at this juncture, Bai Xiaotang abruptly halted, muttering to himself about what came next. After furrowing his brow for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, he ultimately decided to abandon the thought, exclaiming, "Forget it. In any case, what you ought to know, you have already gleaned from that crystal ball, so I shall not elaborate further." By the way, Bai Xiaotang appeared to have recalled something, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with a hint of anticipation as he inquired, "Is there anyone among you whose true form is that of a Tianlan flower?" The man with the horse-like face, still prostrated on the ground, widened his eyes in astonishment. Was he not referring to himself? He hastily rose, disregarding the tears and mucus on his face, and proclaimed, "My lord, that would be me." The man with the horse-like face was overwhelmed with excitement, never expecting Bai Xiaotang to take interest in his true form, clearly demonstrating concern. He could undoubtedly become a favored individual by this esteemed figure. At that point, would he still need to curry favor with Xiao Genji? It would be more likely for Xiao Genji to seek his favor instead. "Oh, I see." Bai Xiaotang's expression suddenly turned serious as he cast a glance at Xiao Genji. "You possess first-rate qualifications, correct? Quite impressive. What is your name?" "I am Xiao Genji." Xiao Genji replied with fervor. I have high hopes for you." The man with the horse-like face? This was not what had been promised. Regardless of his thoughts, Bai Xiaotang continued, "There are certain matters you are already aware of. Now, I shall reveal some things you do not know. You are the newborns of our spirit clan, and I am your awakener as well as the steward of this district, Bai Xiaotang. You may address me as Lord Bai. The region larger than a district is a city, which typically oversees several districts. Beside me, you see the daughter of the city lord, Qin Riyun." As Bai Xiaotang spoke, the astonished gasps of those present accompanied Qin Riyun as she gracefully lifted her delicate head. She cast a glance at Feng Yuan, seeking to discern his reaction, only to find him with his eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Qin Riyun could not help but let out a cold snort. Bai Xiaotang continued, stating that as their awakener, he would grant them a training period of 3 months. During this time, he would provide them with cultivation resources and accommodation. Their sole responsibility would be to commence their training and diligently enhance their cultivation levels. For, after 3 months, he would assess their progress. Only those who could attain the 3rd level of qi refinement would be permitted to continue their training under his guidance. Those who failed to meet this requirement would be summarily dismissed. Their subsequent fate, whether life or death, would no longer concern him. Do you understand my words? Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared tense. Bai Xiaotang stoked the flames further, remarking that reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement within 3 months would pose no challenge for individuals of A-grade aptitude. B-grade individuals would likely achieve it as well. However, for those of C-grade aptitude, it would prove difficult, albeit not impossible with effort. Yet, for those of D-grade aptitude, hope would be virtually non-existent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Genji instinctively lifted his head, resembling a triumphant rooster. A few others sighed in relief, but the majority bore expressions of deep concern. Bai Xiaotang turned his gaze towards the wall adorned with crystals representing their respective aptitudes, his eyes scanning each one. Notably, among 100 individuals, 72 had awakened, including 1 of A-grade aptitude and 4 of B-grade. Suddenly, Bai Xiaotang exclaimed, pointing at a piece of aptitude crystal in astonishment, "Whose is this?" Xiao Genji followed his gaze and saw a crystal with only a small white tip at the bottom. He could hardly contain his laughter, gesturing towards Feng Yuan. "It belongs to him. Such poor aptitude, yet he managed to awaken successfully. Truly a rarity," Bai Xiaotang marveled. However, Qin Riyun frowned. "It's him again?" Although aptitude is innate and neither Feng Yuan nor anyone else can choose it, she felt a twinge of disdain and an insidious pleasure. Such a person deserved their low aptitude. Nevertheless, Qin Riyun understood that aptitude had no bearing on character. She pushed aside her fleeting sense of wicked satisfaction and looked again at Feng Yuan, who remained with his eyes closed. A surge of frustration welled within her, and she swiftly approached him, demanding sharply, "Why are you keeping your eyes closed?" Feng Yuan's lashes fluttered, slowly revealing his eyes as he met Qin Riyun's gaze. What kind of eyes were these? A tremor ran through her. In that moment, his eyes were like an abyss, filled with boundless indifference and coldness. Akin to a deity gazing down upon mere ants, or perhaps a chilling flame, smoky, luminous, yet devoid of warmth. Fortunately, this expression faded within moments. Feng Yuan blinked, his gaze tranquil, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Qin Ruyun, still unsettled, spoke with a hint of urgency. "Why have you kept your eyes closed all this time?" Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. Previously, Bai Xiaoteng had been rambling incessantly, which bored him to the point of disinterest. Instead of enduring such trivialities, he would rather devote his attention to his own Feng Yuan blade. Resolute in his intent, Feng Yuan closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to immerse itself within the blade. This was not the first instance of his spirit intertwining with the weapon. However, in his previous life, Feng Yuan was not of the spirit clan, and his focus merely perceived the tangible aspects of the blade, the tip, the body, the hilt. Yet this time, he felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Regrettably, this world was rather desolate. Surveying his surroundings, he found an expanse of barrenness. The ground beneath his feet was cracked and parched, devoid of any signs of vitality. Above him, the sky appeared dim and yellow, cloudless yet intermittently struck by lightning. Gazing towards the horizon, he noticed a terrifying, immense fissure that rent the heavens asunder, from which a void-like wind howled. It was these winds that had ravaged both the earth and sky. As for the origin of this crack, Feng Yuan's gaze darkened. The fissure emanated a potent sword intent, one he recognized as belonging to a familiar source. So it is, Feng Yuan mused to himself. He recalled being struck by a sword from Chu Yunzi, which had grievously wounded both his physical form and primordial spirit. Now, as Feng Yuan and the Feng Yuan blade were one, the injuries to his spirit manifested within the world contained inside the blade. Chu Yunzi, I hope you are still alive. A frigid glint appeared in Feng Yuan's eyes. If I cannot personally bring about your demise, I would indeed consider it a lamentable loss. This was the endeavor Feng Yuan had been engaged in with his closed eyes. Now, confronted by Qin Ruyun's inquiries, particularly with her accusatory demeanor, he felt little inclination to respond amiably. Is there a rule that forbids one from closing their eyes while two adults are conversing? There is none. Yet, with your meager qualifications, how dare you show such disrespect? Qin Ruyun exclaimed in anger. This individual is truly incomprehensible. Initially, Qin Ruyun thought that Feng Yuan, being a new compatriot, should be afforded some leniency despite his faults, especially after having issued a warning. However, at this moment, all such thoughts were cast aside. Feng Yuan remained expressionless, calmly responding, "What of your meager qualifications? Do you not realize that a single grain of sand can fill the ocean, and one hand can obscure the heavens?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ruyun felt a stirring in her heart. Such words were indeed powerful. The imagery conjured in her mind filled her with longing, causing her spirit to sway, unable to find tranquility for quite some time. Yet, she quickly recalled that these words had come from Feng Yuan, and she immediately regained her composure, feeling a sense of disgust. Bai Xiaoteng glanced over, impressed, and remarked, "That was well said." Feng Yuan responded with a smile, "You flatter me. It is merely a modest reflection." "Reflection? I would call it mere nonsense," Qin Ruyun scoffed, belittling him. She then turned to Bai Xiaoteng and said, "I have matters to attend to, so you must manage them well." Understood. After Qin Ruyun departed, Bai Xiaoteng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Once all eyes were upon him, he produced paper and pen, stating, "I have previously informed you of our objectives. Now, I wish to record your names, qualifications, and the nature of your beings, so that resources can be allocated appropriately over the next 3 months. Form a line, one at a time, starting with you, Xiao Genji, correct?" "Indeed," responded Xiao Genji, striding confidently to the forefront. "I am Xiao Genji, possessing first-class qualifications. My essence being Phoenix Bloodstone. Very well, here are your 10 inferior spirit stones." The assembly formed a straight line, with Feng Yuan positioned at the rear. During the registration process, Feng Yuan observed an intriguing phenomenon. The individuals were queuing according to their respective qualifications. Aside from Xiao Genji, the few ahead in line were of second-class qualifications. Following them, beginning with a charming woman, a considerable number of individuals possessed third-class qualifications. The last few, including Feng Yuan himself, comprised the lowest tier, fourth class. The distribution of spirit stones was based on qualifications. Xiao Genji, with first-class qualifications, received 10 spirit stones. Those of second class received 7, third class 4, and the fourth class received the least, merely 2. How fascinating, Feng Yuan mused. Regardless of the race, From the moment of birth, hierarchical divisions were already established. Next, announced by Xiaodang, waving his hand to distribute 2 spirit stones without lifting his gaze. Feng Yuan, 4th class qualifications. Essence is a blade. Recognizing the voice, Bai Xiaodang raised his head, presenting 4 inferior spirit stones to Feng Yuan with a smile. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you, no matter what. Chapter 6. The Yin Tianju. There were still a few matters to attend to. Bai Xiaodang stowed away his paper and pen, then with a swift motion, summoned dozens of shadows from his storage ring. These were tokens. Each person stood before a token, and Feng Yuan reached out to grasp his. The tokens were shrouded in darkness, rendering it difficult to discern their front from their back. However, one side bore the inscription 15. Once everyone had grasped the token, Bai Xiaodang elucidated, this token serves as your identification. The number inscribed denotes your dormitory number. By allowing a drop of blood to touch the token, the path to your destination will be revealed. Following his instructions, Feng Yuan bit his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the token. In an instant, the blood was absorbed, and the previously blank side appeared to melt and shift. Moments later, the characters for Feng Yuan emerged and solidified, granting him the information necessary to navigate to dormitory number 15. Exiting the grand hall and proceeding to the right. It would not be long before they reached their dormitory area. Bai Xiaodang continued, each dormitory accommodates 2 individuals. Within your dormitory, you will find a manual for new students of the spirit race, along with basic cultivation techniques. Follow the guidelines provided for your training, and low-grade spirit stones will serve as your cultivation resources, distributed bi-monthly. It is imperative that you keep the token on your person, as I will use it to locate you. After delivering this extensive information, Bai Xiaodang exhaled in relief. Ah, finally done. He added, should there be any matters to discuss, I will reach out to you. For now, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed, humming a cheerful tune, indifferent to the gazes of others. Feng Yuan smiled slightly. Indeed, this Bai Xiaodang was a person of carefree disposition. Moreover, while others of lesser qualifications received only 2 low-grade spirit stones, he had bestowed 4 upon Feng Yuan, equating to the standard of those of average aptitude. The black token also possessed a storage function. With an internal capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter, Feng Yuan placed 4 spirit stones within and proceeded to walk outside. Upon exiting, he noticed a magnificent mansion not far to his left, whereby Xiaodang ambled leisurely in that direction. As he made his way towards the dormitory area, Feng Yuan was accompanied by others from the hall earlier. Some among them had already become friends, engaging in light-hearted banter. Yet, none of them initiated a conversation with Feng Yuan. Occasionally, someone would pass near him, hastening their pace or deliberately slowing down, clearly unwilling to associate with him. Feng Yuan remained unfazed, continuing on his way. He even found it somewhat amusing, pondering who among them was more fragrant in this place filled with abalone. It was rather absurd that they would disdain his presence. Before long, Feng Yuan arrived at the dormitory area. Observing the simplicity of the low, humble brick and tile houses before him, he was somewhat speechless. Was this truly to be their residence? The disparity with the grand mansion Bai Xiaodang was heading towards was striking. He couldn't help but speculate if the funds meant for constructing the dormitory had been embezzled. Feng Yuan located the door marked with his room number and initially intended to enter without hesitation, only to discover a layer of prohibition on the door. He was taken aback, but soon realized the necessity of such a measure. If someone harbored ill intentions and sought to commit wrongful acts within another's dwelling, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Feng Yuan silently nodded in approval of this protective measure. Holding his token in hand, he successfully entered the room. Fortunately, though small, it was well equipped. 2 beds stood against the wall, with a table in between and a bathing area at the back. After surveying the interior, Feng Yuan did not engage in any further activity. Instead, he delivered a punch to the wall. Sigh. Everything must begin anew, yet Feng Yuan remains unperturbed. Even though he currently possesses only the aptitude of a novice, the essence of a true strong individual lies not in the quality of their innate talent, but rather in the presence of a resolute heart. Feng Yuan settled onto the bed and noticed 2 tomes resting upon the table. One was titled Guide for Newborn Siblings, while the other bore the name Essence of Life Techniques. The latter is presumably the foundational cultivation method mentioned by Bai Xiaodang. As Feng Yuan perused the Essence of Life Techniques, his discerning eye swiftly grasped its intricacies. He regarded this technique as commendable. Albeit its limitation to the accumulation of Cloud Realm, it nonetheless lays a solid groundwork for practitioners, whether they choose to pursue physical refinement or chi cultivation. Yet, it is merely that, a foundational method distinguished primarily by its versatility. To others, this technique may appear quite admirable, but to Feng Yuan, it falls short of his expectations. In his previous life, Feng Yuan, much like now, commenced from humble beginnings, devoid of superior cultivation methods, and practiced whatever was available. However, upon attaining a revered status, he devised his own physical refinement technique, known as Heavenly Transformation Method. This technique comprises 10 tiers, encompassing training methodologies from the rudimentary Qi realm to the exalted supreme realm that Feng Yuan once achieved. Yet, even he has only mastered the 9th tier. The 10th tier remains a conjecture. Feng Yuan harbors a vague intuition that beyond the revered realm, there exists yet another level of cultivation. However, Feng Yuan found himself unable to comprehend the intricacies of the path before him. At that moment, he stood atop the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Yet no one could provide him with the answers he sought. All that lay before him was a thick shroud of mist. Nevertheless, compared to the pedestrian technique of Sheng Yuan Ju, which only allowed practitioners to reach the realm of accumulated clouds, his own creation, Yin Tian Ju, was far more suitable for Feng Yuan. He settled into a lotus position, grasping a low-grade spirit stone in his palm, ready to commence his cultivation. Just then, the door creaked open, and a figure entered. Feng Yuan turned towards the entrance to see a slender youth standing there. "Ah, it's you," the boy exclaimed, recognizing Feng Yuan. After a moment of shyness, he introduced himself. "My name is Lu Yu. What is yours?" "Feng Yuan," he replied. Feng Yuan felt a certain affinity towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu continued, "Actually, when you were misunderstood by the daughter of the city lord, I wanted to reveal the truth. However, at that moment, Xiao Jinji was watching me, and I did not dare to speak." Lu Yu responded cheerfully. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Noticing Lu Yu's reticence, Feng Yuan resumed his meditation. With his eyes closed, he focused intently on absorbing the spiritual energy from the low-grade spirit stone, attempting to circulate the first layer of Yin Tian Ju. If he could master this initial stage, he would be well on his way to reaching the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement realm, or even the 3rd layer of the accumulated clouds realm. After half an hour, the spirit stone in Feng Yuan's hand had lost all its luster. He opened his eyes only to find that Lu Yu had departed. With a flick of his hand, the low-grade spirit stone crumbled into dust. "How careless of me," Feng Yuan thought, a look of resignation crossing his face. He created the Yintian Ju while already at the esteemed realm, possessing countless resources, solely focused on maximizing his advancement, without a thought for the consumption involved. Consequently, the breakthrough conditions of the Yintian Ju frequently entailed numerous rare materials. Naturally, spirit stones were indispensable as well. For merely the first layer, it would require no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones for Feng Yuan to progress. Yet, where could Feng Yuan procure such an abundance of spirit stones? Bai Xiaotang dispensed spirit stones every half-month, but Feng Yuan, with his inferior aptitude, would still find even a generous allocation from Bai Xiaotang to be scant. However, despite his inability to master the first layer, Feng Yuan's physical strength had indeed seen some improvement. With this thought in mind, he eagerly leaped from his bed, turned to face the wall, twisted his waist, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Suddenly, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss beyond the wall. Leaning in closer, he beheld a young woman in the midst of disrobing, her upper body exposed to the air, her slender waist barely graspable, above which rested 2 ample bosoms. Feng Yuan even noticed a small black mole on the left one. As he glanced higher, he encountered a captivating yet astonished face. "Ah!" Feng Yuan hastily apologized. "I beg your pardon, miss. I did not intend to intrude. Then you ought to close your eyes." P.S. IGMB Chapter 7, Spirit Stone Quest, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. In dormitory number 15, Feng Yuan was reclining on his bed. He refrained from cultivating. For without an ample supply of spirit stones, it was impossible to master the first layer of the Yintian Ju. But where could he procure such a multitude of spirit stones? Feng Yuan sighed. It was not merely the spirit stones. Numerous rare materials were also essential for his future practice of the Yintian Ju. Little did Feng Yuan realize that the constraint on his growth was not a lack of techniques or inferior aptitude, but rather a deficiency of funds. Feng Yuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, How do you possess 2 tokens? This one is a task token, Lu Yu replied, brandishing the yellow token. What does that mean? Did you not peruse the manual? No, I only examined the techniques. Feng Yuan shook his head. That must be quite challenging. Lu Yu hesitated, then asked. He had also read the Xinyuan Ju and attempted to practice it, yet he found it utterly beyond his grasp. Although he possessed C-grade aptitude, which was not particularly exceptional, it surpassed Feng Yuan's D-grade. Lu Yu believed that if he found it difficult to cultivate, it would be even more so for Feng Yuan. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan pondered how he could acquire sufficient spirit stones to support his training in the Yintian Ju. Indeed, it is truly arduous, Feng Yuan lamented. Spirit stones are exceedingly hard to obtain. Do not worry, you can certainly achieve it, Lu Yu reassured him. Lu Yu contemplated that once he attained insights through his cultivation, he would share them with Feng Yuan. Yes, I will definitely succeed, Feng Yuan declared with resolve. He contemplated that once he amassed enough spirit stones, he would share some with Lu Yu. Though their thoughts were entirely divergent, their conversation unfolded with an uncanny sense of harmony. I haven't mentioned the task tokens yet, Lu Yu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. In fact, it is addressed in that manual. Since you haven't perused it, allow me to enlighten you. Feng Yuan nodded, and Lu Yu continued. We receive our spirit stones bi-weekly, but there are alternative means to acquire them, namely through completing tasks. Each task, depending on its difficulty, rewards 1 to 5 spirit stones. Upon hearing Lu Yu's explanation, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Feng Yuan's eyes. He had been pondering how to obtain spirit stones, and now a path had revealed itself. Where can I accept these tasks? Feng Yuan inquired. Although he maintained a demeanor of indifference, a hint of urgency tinged his tone. Proceed left upon exiting, and after traversing this dormitory area, continue straight, and you shall find the task acceptance location. Thank you very much. Before Lu Yu could finish his sentence, Feng Yuan had already exited the room. Lu Yu settled onto his bed and suddenly noticed that Feng Yuan's bedsheet was hanging on the wall, leaving him momentarily perplexed. What is this peculiar occurrence? After leaving, Feng Yuan hastened along the route Lu Yu had described. Before long, he arrived at the destination. The task distribution was housed within a small flat-roofed building, with only a single window opened. However, there was no one present behind the window. Just as Feng Yuan was pondering this mystery, he spotted a note beneath the window. Secured by a task token, Feng Yuan focused his gaze and noticed the hastily scrawled words above. Due to the current shortage of manpower under my command, you are permitted to undertake tasks at your own discretion. A drop of blood will suffice. Upon completion, you may come to the main hall of my residence to claim your rewards. However, I may not necessarily be present. Signed by Xiaotang. Feng Yuan was at a loss for words. This was rather casual, indeed. Yet, it truly bore the hallmark of Bai Xiaotang's character. Scattered about were nearly 30 task tokens, densely packed. Feng Yuan examined each one, familiarizing himself with the task requirements and their corresponding rewards. Gather 5 kiss mushrooms. Reward, 2 spirit stones. Eliminate the wild boar. Reward, 3 spirit stones. Defeat the fire fox, a beginner-level demon beast. Reward, 5 spirit stones. Collect 3 silver star grasses. Reward, 1 spirit stone. Clean by Doren's chamber. Reward, 5 spirit stones. After thoroughly inspecting all the tokens, Feng Yuan had a clear understanding. Generally, the reward for gathering spirit herbs was 1 to 2 spirit stones, while slaying fierce beasts yielded 3 to 4. The tasks involving demon beasts offered the highest rewards of 5 spirit stones. But only those who had entered the qi refining stage could attempt them, which Feng Yuan deemed unfeasible for the time being. However, what was the significance of the task to clean Bai Xiaotang's room, which also offered 5 spirit stones? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yuan chose the token that required him to slay the wild boar. After dripping a drop of blood onto it, he noted that the task's deadline was 7 days. As he prepared to leave, an idea suddenly struck him. The task token, nowhere does it state that only one may be obtained. Zhao Yue was fuming in her room, troubled by the events that had transpired earlier. Bai Xiaotang had proclaimed in the hall that those with A and B grade talents could cultivate to the 3rd level of qi refining within 3 months, while those of C grade might have a chance if they exerted themselves sufficiently. However, did that not imply a lack of possibility? Unfortunately for Zhao Yue, she fell into the C grade category. Anxiety gripped her. Should her cultivation fail to reach the 3rd level of qi refining in 3 months, she would be unable to continue her training here. It wasn't that she couldn't cultivate elsewhere, But what other place could offer resources comparable to this? Yet, Zhao Yue possessed her own means. She had, or rather, had awakened to an exquisite appearance, with alluring features and a captivating figure. These were her advantages. As for Xiao Genji, the A-grade talent, he appeared rather foolish. Surely, she could easily entice that simpleton, and he would gladly shower her with spirit stones. Zhao Yue envisioned the scene of Xiao Genji circling around her, and a triumphant chuckle escaped her lips. However, before that, she decided to take a bath. Although she had already wiped herself down after emerging from the spirit summoning pool, she still felt a lingering stickiness. With her roommate out on a task and no one to witness, Zhao Yue slipped off her garments right there in her room. Yet, fate is unpredictable. Just as she had removed half of her clothing, a resounding crash echoed as someone punched a hole through the wall before her. Although the individual subsequently concealed the hole, Zhao Yue still felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, instantly losing her desire for a bath. Sitting on the bed, despite being clothed, she tightly wrapped herself in the quilt. That shameless scoundrel. The mere thought of it filled Zhao Yue with resentment. When he gazed at her, he didn't even blink. She felt as though she had been completely exposed. Yet who could she possibly confront about this? Zhao Yue had no choice but to endure this silent grievance. It's nothing, she muttered gloomily. Soon, her roommate noticed the hole in the wall and expressed curiosity. How did this hole come to be here? It had always been there. Without waiting for further inquiries, Zhao Yue stood up and headed outside, declaring, I am off to receive my task. However, upon arriving at the task distribution area, Zhao Yue was taken aback. Where were the task tokens? I have them. Feng Yuan calmly nodded. Which task did you choose? With a wave of his identity token, a pile of task tokens tumbled onto the table. All of them. Chapter 8. The True Spirit Clan and the Wild Spirit Clan. Staring in astonishment at the heap of task tokens Feng Yuan had thrown, Lu Yu exclaimed, Why are there so many? Is there something wrong with having so many? Feng Yuan inquired, perplexed. Naturally, the guidebook states that one can only take one task token at a time. Lu Yu replied. However, as he spoke, his voice trailed off. He remembered that Feng Yuan had never even glanced at the guidebook. To trust the book too much is to be as ignorant as one who has never read it, for what is written is not always correct. Feng Yuan imparted wisdom, stating that even if the manual stipulated that only one task could be accepted at a time, what of it? He had taken on numerous assignments simultaneously without encountering any issues. There is some merit to that, Lu Yu conceded, nodding in acknowledgement. The evidence lay starkly before him, compelling Lu Yu to accept this reality. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. But with so many tasks, and if I recall correctly, some of them require the hunting of ferocious beasts, do you truly believe you can accomplish them all? Lu Yu inquired. Absolutely, Feng Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow with confidence. Although he had yet to reach the first level of qi refinement, he reasoned that by completing the simpler tasks first, he could acquire spirit stones. He intended to use these stones to cultivate the Yintian Ju. Even if the spirit stones garnered from the easier tasks fell short of enabling him to master the first layer, they would nonetheless provide a significant enhancement to his physical training. With the fortitude of his body combined with formidable combat skills, he would find it effortless to dispatch a beast at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm, equivalent to the early phase of qi refinement. As long as you have confidence, Lu Yu remarked helplessly, unaware of the full context. He then proceeded towards the door. Wait, I'm going to buy some food. Aren't you coming? Lu Yu inquired, shaking his head in exasperation. With this, Feng Yuan realized the implication. Bai Xiaodang had mentioned that his subordinates were absent, suggesting that even if there were places to dine, no one would be available to prepare their meals. The matter of sustenance would have to be resolved by themselves. Although they were of the spirit clan, having taken on physical forms, they naturally required energy to sustain themselves. At present, neither Lu Yu nor Feng Yuan possesses any cultivation prowess, rendering them incapable of drawing upon the spiritual essence of the world. They must subsist on mundane sustenance like ordinary mortals. Let us proceed together, suggested Lu Yu. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement. The two companions made their way toward the civilian district. The previous locations, such as the spirit summoning pool, Bai Xiaodang's residence, and their dormitory, had been specifically designated for their use, devoid of any other inhabitants save for Bai Xiaodang and Feng Yuan. This area, governed by Bai Xiaodang, was known as the Yinsong district. Upon entering the domain of the common folk, as they traversed the bustling streets, Feng Yuan observed the myriad figures around him, men and women, young and old, some in pairs while others walked alone. Some hurried past Feng Yuan and Lu Yu, their faces etched with urgency, while others meandered into various shops, indulging in the delights of selection. It was a scene brimming with the essence of humanity. A sense of nostalgia washed over Feng Yuan. He had not witnessed such a tableau in a considerable time. Now, encountering it felt as though he had stepped into another era. Subsequently, he chuckled to himself, realizing that the phrase "as if" was entirely superfluous in this context. Before long, a stall selling sesame cakes came into view. The two approached it. The vendor was a scruffy, middle-aged man. "2 sesame cakes, please," requested Lu Yu. "Coming right up." The vendor replied with enthusiasm, deftly preparing the cakes. During the process, he glanced at Feng Yuan and Lu Yu, initiating conversation. "You two must have just awakened, am I correct?" Indeed," Lu Yu responded. "I could tell by the training uniforms you're wearing," the vendor chuckled. The garments they donned were the gray attire they had received upon emerging from the spirit summoning pool. So you are seniors," Feng Yuan remarked, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect. "I am not worthy of being called a senior. I am merely a failure. Despite possessing second-rate aptitude, I squandered 3 months, failing to reach even the 3rd level of Qi training." The elder waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback. He had not achieved the requirements for second-rate aptitude in 3 months. Lu Yu inquired, "May I ask what realm you currently occupy?" 6th level of Qi training, the elder replied calmly. Feng Yuan furrowed his brow. Was it truly so low? Sensing the confusion of the two, the elder elaborated. "Without the resources provided by the district lord, one cannot find ample cultivation resources outside. Training is indeed arduous." Lu Yu fell silent. He was merely of 3rd-rate aptitude. And if this elder with 2nd-rate aptitude struggled so, how could his own prospects be any brighter? Feng Yuan, however, felt little concern, not from confidence that he would not find himself in a similar predicament, but rather from having witnessed such circumstances many times before. "The pancakes are ready," the elder announced, placing the pancakes into a bag and handing it to the two. "How much do I owe you?" Lu Yu asked. "Just 2 pancakes. I shall not charge you," the elder chuckled, waving his hand. "Hey, I would like a pancake as well." A coarse voice resounded from behind Feng Yuan and Lu Yu. The two stepped aside to see a robust man clad in blue, adorned with an embroidered sun on his left chest, approach the pancake stall. As Feng Yuan and Lu Yu turned to leave, their movements caught the attention of the burly man. He let out a derisive laugh and, without lowering his voice, declared, "A couple of bastards. Why do you say such things?" Feng Yuan halted in his tracks. "What? Am I mistaken?" The man's gaze was filled with contempt, and his tone dripped with disdain. Just as he was about to continue, the indifferent voice of the pancake seller interrupted. "The cake is ready. No need to search any further." With a chuckle, the burly man accepted the cake handed over by the uncle, tossed down a few coins, and departed. The uncle sighed and remarked to Feng Yuan, "Fortunately, you did not confront him earlier." "Why do you say that?" Feng Yuan inquired. "Because he hails from the inner city." "Inner city?" Feng Yuan furrowed his brows, perplexed by the term. "Indeed," the uncle affirmed, nodding gravely. "Our city, Qingyang, is divided into 4 districts: Qingyang District, Jinhong District, Lingmu District, and the one we are currently in, Yinsong District. Among these 4, the last 3 districts are equipped with spirit summoning pools, which serve as the primary source for the new offspring of the spirit clans. Only Qingyang District is distinct. It lacks a spirit summoning pool. Why is that? Does that mean this district has no new population?" Lu Yu was taken aback. "Not at all. They not only have a population, but it is quite substantial. The newborns in Qingyang District differ from ours. They are produced through normal reproduction." Feng Yuan was somewhat astonished at this revelation. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Spirit beings require sustenance, and, naturally, partake in intimate relations as well. But what of it? What does that imply? "We can do that too," Lu Yu, his face slightly flushed, voiced Feng Yuan's confusion. Yet, the uncle shook his head solemnly and replied, "No, we cannot. We lack that privilege." Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the uncle was doubting his capabilities. Even if the uncle's vitality had waned, Feng Yuan was still a robust young man. How could he possibly be incapable? Fortunately, the elder continued to elucidate, stating that among our spirit clan, those who have not attained the rain transformation realm lack the essence of life and are incapable of procreation. Almost all spirit clan members who have reached the rain transformation realm reside in the Qingyang district, which is thus referred to as the inner city, while the other 3 districts are regarded as the outer city. The inhabitants of the inner city proudly identify themselves as the true spirit clan, while they label us from the outer city as the wild spirit clan. This distinction arises from their ability to establish families and bear children, whereas we. At this point, the elder fell silent, yet Feng Yuan could easily surmise the unspoken continuation, likely a fate of solitary old age, living in isolation. Was that individual previously at the rain transformation realm? Lu Yu inquired. Certainly not. Otherwise, he would not still be clad in training attire, the elder replied, shaking his head. He has not reached that level, but his parents have, Feng Yuan interjected, picking up the conversation. Indeed, if we were to confront him and his parents came seeking us, what would we do? What recourse would we have? They are all formidable cultivators, at least at the rain transformation realm, while most of us in the outer city are merely at the chi refinement stage, with hardly any reaching the accumulated cloud stage. The elder remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Understood, the elder acknowledged, moving toward a nearby stall. Elder, do you still make keys? Feng Yuan inquired. Not quite. I am actually a fortune teller. Would you like me to read your fortune? The elder offered. Feng Yuan replied calmly. A robust man paused for a moment, and then said, Is that so? Very well, then, come and read my fortune. What do you know? Chapter 9. Sensation of Qi upon uttering these words. Feng Yuan immediately turned and departed. Observing this, Lu Yu hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, the man present remained momentarily bewildered, pondering deeply with his head bowed. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found that Feng Yuan had vanished from sight. Confused, the man inquired of the elder beside him, Where has the fortune teller gone? To which the elder replied, I do not know, and you have yet to inform me. How many do you possess? Upon returning to their dormitory, both Feng Yuan and Lu Yu commenced their respective practices. Lu Yu engaged in the cultivation of the Shenyuan Ju, while Feng Yuan devoted himself to the Yintian Ju. Although the latter demanded a substantial expenditure of spiritual stones, Feng Yuan was assured that he would acquire more after completing the task the following day. Thus, he was indifferent to the mere 3 spiritual stones he currently possessed. After a little over an hour, the last of the spiritual stones had been depleted of its energy. Feng Yuan opened his eyes to find the room enveloped in darkness, devoid of light. He noticed Lu Yu's figure still seated cross-legged on the opposite bed. A faint sensation of energy began to rise within Feng Yuan, coursing through his meridians. Yet, before it could travel far, the sensation dissipated. After regaining his composure, Feng Yuan made several attempts, but the outcome remained unchanged. Moreover, the recovery of that energy sensation was rather sluggish. He estimated it would take approximately 15 minutes for it to re-emerge. This was attributable to his current status of merely having D-grade aptitude. Nevertheless, after several cycles of practice, the energy sensation that eventually manifested was noticeably stronger than the initial one, akin to a single strand of hair transforming into a slightly thicker one. Feng Yuan chuckled softly. Although progress was slow, it was certainly better than stagnation. As the night wore on, Feng Yuan remained restless, diligently practicing the Yintian Ju to amplify the subtle sensation within him. It was not until the dawn of the following day that he finally ceased his efforts. At that moment, the sensation within him, well, truth be told, it had not changed significantly. It was still akin to a mere strand of hair, though it had indeed grown a tad stronger compared to before. Just then, Lu Yu also opened his eyes, having devoted the entire night to his own cultivation. Feng Yuan inquired, How do you feel? With a weary expression, Lu Yu replied, I feel nothing. After an entire night, I couldn't even locate my own sensation. Keep at it, persist, and you will certainly succeed, Feng Yuan encouraged. The essence of cultivation lies in perseverance. However, Lu Yu's expression grew even more despondent. Must I endure such a regimen every night? He thought, overwhelmed. The only reason he had managed to hold on last night was the sight of Feng Yuan still immersed in his practice each time he opened his eyes. He was reluctant to lag behind, thus he persevered. As the night passed, Lu Yu felt only a profound weariness. In contrast, Feng Yuan, having cultivated his sensation, felt invigorated. Feng Yuan rose and declared, I shall undertake a task now. What about you? I shall join you, Lu Yu replied. The two companions made their way back to the pancake stall they had visited the previous day. Uncle, we would like 4 pancakes, Lu Yu called out. What? Yesterday? I didn't charge you, and now you expect to dine for free? The uncle retorted with a glare. Feng Yuan remained unfazed, while Lu Yu, somewhat intimidated, stammered, Ah? No. I intend to pay with spirit stones. I was merely jesting, the uncle chuckled. Since when do you use spirit stones to buy pancakes? Here, take them. I won't charge you. Haha, thank you, uncle, Lu Yu said, accepting the pancakes with an awkward smile. Thank you, Feng Yuan remarked. The two continued their journey beyond the city gates. After approximately half an hour, they reached the outskirts. Beyond the city lay a vast forest, with robust trees and dense foliage. Lu Yu retrieved his mission token and stated, My task is to collect 5 southern orchids. What about you? Which one do you refer to? Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow in response. Lu Yu suddenly remembered that Feng Yuan had whimsically taken all the mission tokens. I plan to complete the gathering tasks first. Let us do it together, he suggested. Feng Yuan chuckled. His tasks were numerous. Although they included hunting wild beasts and even demonic creatures, the majority were indeed gathering tasks. It seemed that due to their lack of cultivation, the tasks had been deliberately designed this way. Feng Yuan and Lu Yu searched the periphery of the forest. Before long, Feng Yuan discovered a silver star grass and a blue needle grass. Lu Yu had also successfully gathered a southern orchid. Fortunately, the task targets were not difficult to locate. Lu Yu remarked, However, I am somewhat perplexed. The pancake vendor mentioned a scarcity of cultivation resources, yet aren't these spiritual herbs considered resources? Do you truly believe these flowers and plants hold value in spiritual stones? Feng Yuan shook his head. Lu Yu was taken aback, not quite understanding the implication. These herbs do not possess significant spiritual energy. They hardly qualify as true spiritual herbs. The reason we are tasked with gathering them is merely a different method for us to acquire spiritual stones. With Feng Yuan's keen insight, it was evident that both Lu Yu's target, the South Orchid, and his own requirement, the Silver Star Grass, contained only a negligible amount of spiritual energy. The prospect of exchanging them for spirit stones was utterly impossible. So it was, Lu Yu replied, his tone tinged with despondency. As they continued on their journey, the two remained focused on gathering the items demanded by their respective tasks. Although the flora they sought was rather rare, Feng Yuan's numerous assignments made it manageable. Lu Yu would have to traverse quite a distance to find a single South Orchid, whereas Feng Yuan frequently knelt to pluck this and gather that. Kiss mushroom, silver star grass, green needle grass. Nearly everything fell under Feng Yuan's task objectives. Lu Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It was remarkable that Feng Yuan could remember so much. He believed that even if he were to undertake as many tasks, he could not match Feng Yuan's meticulousness in not overlooking a single target. How many tasks have you completed? Lu Yu, unable to contain his curiosity upon witnessing Feng Yuan toss yet another item into his task token, inquired. 7. Feng Yuan replied candidly, observing as another question mark on his task token transformed into an exclamation point, oblivious to the considerable distress he was causing Lu Yu. That's wonderful. Lu Yu forced a smile onto his face. Just then, a commotion arose from their right. Feng Yuan turned toward the sound and spotted a wild boar in the distance. Its back adorned with numerous long black spines, its massive frame resembling that of a bull. It was currently lowering its head, grunting, and lumbering along with its thick, elephantine legs. Lu Yu gasped, It's a spiked boar. Feng Yuan exclaimed with delight, a sharp boar. However, it was already too late. The sharp boar had taken notice of him. The creature snorted hurriedly and abruptly altered its course, charging fiercely towards Feng Yuan. As the boar closed in, Feng Yuan deftly pivoted to the left, evading its advance with swift footwork. The boar, unable to change direction or halt its momentum, collided violently with a tree. With a resounding crash, a tree as thick as a man's waist toppled over. Lu Yu looked on in terror. Yet Feng Yuan remained unfazed. Seizing the opportunity while the boar was disoriented, he swiftly maneuvered to its side. With a blade in hand, he delivered a precise slash, inflicting a deep gash along the boar's flank, from which blood flowed profusely. With a painful grunt, the boar turned to charge at Feng Yuan once more. But Feng Yuan, quick on his feet, dodged effortlessly and seized the moment to strike again. This exchange continued, and the boar accumulated numerous wounds, while its lifeblood diminished. Before long, the creature could no longer stand. With a few feeble grunts, its massive body swayed and collapsed. The ground surrounding the boar's carcass was stained crimson with its blood. Yet not a single drop marred Feng Yuan's garments. He approached the fallen beast and severed its tail, depositing it into a task token. The question mark inscribed on the token transformed into an exclamation mark. Ah, now there are 8, Feng Yuan mused aloud. He then turned to Lu Yu, who stood nearby, and inquired with a raised voice, "What were you saying earlier?" "And nothing." Lu Yu stammered, his gaze vacant. Chapter 10. The modest second-order formation. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Previously, during the encounter with the fierce boar, he had spotted an orchid of the southern variety. He plucked it and approached Lu Yu, inquiring, "How many more orchids do you require?" Lu Yu accepted the orchid and placed it into his task token, watching as an exclamation mark appeared above it. "At last, I have completed it," he exclaimed. "Why? Aren't you going to continue with your tasks?" Lu Yu asked, puzzled. "It's not too late to resume them next time," Feng Yuan replied. Having already completed 8 tasks, he anticipated a reward of over 10 spirit stones upon submission, sufficient for his evening cultivation. Moreover, acquiring spirit stones for cultivation first would ease the burden of future tasks. While en route to the Bai Xiaotang residence, Lu Yu remarked, "I was terrified when you charged at the fierce boar earlier. I initially thought you wouldn't be able to defeat it, yet you dispatched it with such ease. That blade, does it represent your true form?" Feng Yuan nodded. Lu Yu continued, "Is it because your true form is a weapon that you possess such formidable combat prowess? Some members of the spirit race awaken with extraordinary talents in specific areas," which led Lu Yu to consider Feng Yuan among them. However, Feng Yuan was aware that the reality was different. His effortless victory over the fierce boar stemmed from the extensive combat skills and experience he had amassed through relentless training. "You can achieve it too," Feng Yuan said calmly. However, Lu Yu believed that Feng Yuan had acquiesced. With a sigh, he remarked, "I suppose it is impossible. My true form is but a fragment of a spiritual willow branch, utterly unrelated to combat." Feng Yuan offered no explanation, for they had already arrived at the gates of Bai Xiaotang's residence. Aware that the premises were likely unguarded, Feng Yuan prepared to push the door open. Just as he stepped forward, the door swung open from within. A red-haired man emerged, followed by a tall, thin fellow with a dark, horse-like visage. It was none other than Xiao Jinji and his loyal sycophant. Upon seeing Feng Yuan outside, Xiao Jinji paused for a moment, then sneered, "Isn't this our first-rate prodigy, Feng Yuan?" Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "And who might you be? Has even our elder brother forgotten me?" The horse-faced man stepped forward, glaring. "How could you not recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan pondered for a moment before a look of realization crossed his face. "Ah, you must be Jinji." Lu Yu behind him chuckled softly. Xiao Jinji, incensed, retorted, "Damn it, I am Xiao Jinji. I am well aware of that. Who doesn't know you are Xiao Jinji?" "There is no need to shout so loudly," Feng Yuan replied, arching an eyebrow. He then turned to the horse-faced man and asked, "So, he is indeed Xiao Jinji, correct?" The horse-faced man was rendered speechless, glancing nervously at Xiao Jinji. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Jinji barked in fury. "What the hell are you staring at?" The horse-faced man was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "This is a misunderstanding." As Xiao Jinji berated his companion, Feng Yuan and Lu Yu seized the opportunity to enter the residence. Upon arriving at the grand hall, Feng Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Bai Xiaotang was seated upon the throne, one hand resting on the armrest supporting his chin, while the other hand repeatedly tossed grapes into his mouth. Noticing a visitor, he continued his actions and inquired, "Here to submit a task?" "Indeed, my lord," Lu Yu responded. "Present your task token." Lu Yu complied, and as Bai Xiaotang grasped the token, it flew from Lu Yu's hand into his own. 5 clusters of South Orchid, no problem. Here is your reward for the task." After verifying the completion, Bai Xiaotang casually tossed the task token aside and waved his hand, causing 2 spirit stones to soar before Lu Yu. "Thank you, my lord," Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully. Bai Xiaotang waved his hand dismissively, displaying little concern. He tossed another grape into his mouth and turned his gaze to Feng Yuan. "What about your task token? Bring it forth." Without hesitation, Feng Yuan produced the 8 tokens corresponding to completed tasks, holding them aloft. "PFF." Bai Xiaotang spat out the grape from his mouth, disregarding his demeanor as he wiped the corner of his lips, his eyes wide with astonishment. "How on earth did you accept so many tasks?" "Why not accept them if I can?" Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. "In fact, I accepted every task I encountered." "Haha, I knew you were exceptional, distinctly different from others. Your adaptability surpasses that of most." Previously, 2 individuals submitted tasks here, having completed merely the simplest gathering task, and upon realizing they were the first to submit, they felt as if they had ascended to the heavens. Yet here you are, impressive indeed, haha. On the chair, Bai Xiaotang laughed heartily, his mirth continuing for quite some time before he finally composed himself. He summoned the 8 task tokens from Feng Yuan and began to verify them one by one. 5 kiss mushrooms, no problem. 3 silver star grasses, no problem. 5 zhuqing needles, no problem. Oh, you killed a spiny boar? After examining the first 7 tokens without issue, Bai Xiaodang was surprised by the last one. He looked at Feng Yuan and inquired, "You took down a spiny boar? How did you accomplish that?" With merely mediocre qualifications, Feng Yuan was likely still struggling to sense his own energy. Although the spiny boar was just a beast, it possessed immense strength. How had Feng Yuan managed to overcome it? Bai Xiaodang was filled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaodang suddenly understood, which provided a reasonable explanation for Feng Yuan's extraordinary combat ability. Very impressive. Individuals with innate talent for battle are quite rare, he remarked with admiration. This is your task reward. With a wave of his hand, a small pile of spirit stones flew before Feng Yuan. He counted them. There were 20 in total. Feng Yuan's 8 task rewards summed up to 15. Oh, good. Liu nodded and then exited the grand hall. What task? Bai Xiaodang pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he could not recall having issued any task that needed to be completed here. Wait a moment. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped Bai Xiaodang. As he recalled Feng Yuan's earlier words, he had accepted all the tasks. Bai Xiaodang gazed at Feng Yuan with an impassive expression. Feng Yuan, raising an eyebrow, remarked, "I implore you, esteemed Bai, to lead the way. The tasks you mentioned, could they possibly pertain to?" Bai Xiaodang's countenance turned ashen. Indeed, it was to clean the esteemed Bai's quarters. Feng Yuan produced a task token. I distinctly remember placing a restriction upon that token, permitting only females to undertake this task. At that time, I discovered a particular taboo. It pertains to his second-tier formation. However, it is merely a second-tier formation. He. Just a second-tier formation. Bai Xiaodang's eyes were devoid of life, his smile a mere facade of mockery. You are truly a genius, aren't you? Too kind, Feng Yuan replied. Chapter 11. A price to pay. Formations differ fundamentally from cultivation. While cultivation does emphasize innate talent, even those of the lowest caliber can, through diligence, gain entry into the realm of qi practice. However, formations are an entirely different matter. Innate talent in this field is essential. Those devoid of such talent might as well be perusing an ancient script. Bai Xiaodang considered himself quite gifted in the realm of formations. His prowess in formations progressed alongside his cultivation, with his array techniques and mastery advancing in tandem. In Qingyang City, the elderly men with white beards were merely second-tier formation masters, yet Bai Xiaodang, despite his youth, had already attained the same level of expertise. Bai Xiaodang once believed himself to be quite formidable until he encountered Feng Yuan. What was this individual just saying to him? A mere second-tier formation? Whose formation could be described as merely that? Moreover, it pertains to a second-tier formation? Bai Xiaodang stared blankly, convinced he must have misheard. Yet reality left no room for his delusions. May I commence my task? Feng Yuan inquired with calm composure. Never mind, you may go. I shall consider this task completed on your behalf, Bai Xiaodang replied with a weary tone, subsequently gesturing to offer 5 spirit stones. When he initially posted this task, his thoughts were on the lovely maidens, particularly one named Zhao Yur, who was quite delightful. The essence lay in frolicking with beautiful women in a room, not in the mundane chore of cleaning. Regardless, after tidying up, it would only turn chaotic. Then I shall take my leave, Feng Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Unhesitatingly accepting the spirit stones. Off you go, Bai Xiaodang replied impatiently. However, once Feng Yuan departed, the impatience faded from Bai Xiaodang's countenance, and he fell into contemplation. Feng Yuan, possessing remarkable combat talent and extraordinary aptitude for formations, this individual. At that moment, when Feng Yuan encountered the formation, he observed numerous flaws and weaknesses, leading him to assume it was merely an inferior formation. Thus, he effortlessly navigated around it. Yet, Feng Yuan overlooked the fact that his perception of this formation's mediocrity stemmed from having previously encountered an abundance of 7th, 8th, and even 9th-tier formations. Thus, although Feng Yuan did not possess the extraordinary eyes of discernment like those adept in the art of formations, enabling them to effortlessly identify the flaws within intricate arrays, he was nonetheless not to be underestimated when confronted with such rudimentary formations. However, his current status was merely that of a fledgling, recently awakened, lacking even the cultivation of the qi refinement stage. The formation in question was not some trivial setup, despite its somewhat unorthodox nature. It had been crafted by Xiaodong. For Feng Yuan to unravel this formation was indeed rather extravagant. Shaking his head, Feng Yuan decided to dismiss the matter for the time being. When Bai Xiaodong inquired later, he would simply attribute it to his so-called innate combat talent, much like his awakening abilities. As dusk approached, Feng Yuan arrived at the entrance of his dormitory, producing his identity token to gain entry. Upon entering, he noticed Lu Yu appeared somewhat off. Lu Yu sat motionless at the edge of his bed, neither engaged in cultivation nor any other activity, merely seated there, his right profile visible to Feng Yuan. "What troubles you?" Feng Yuan inquired. "Nothing at all," Lu Yu replied. Yet his gaze remained fixed ahead, refusing to turn his head. Sensing something amiss, Feng Yuan approached his own bed, positioning himself opposite Lu Yu. At last, Lu Yu's head shifted, but instead of facing Feng Yuan, it turned away, deliberately concealing his left profile. Feng Yuan settled directly across from him, locking eyes with Lu Yu, who, with the corner of his right eye, met Feng Yuan's gaze in a rather comical manner. "Turn your face toward me," Feng Yuan commanded. "Why should I? I find this position quite satisfactory. Do it swiftly. No longer, I now." Without allowing Lu Yu to finish his words, Feng Yuan abruptly stood up and stepped forward, firmly grasping Lu Yu's head to position it correctly. Feng Yuan comprehended why Lu Yu had been so reluctant to let him see his left cheek. A vivid crimson handprint marred Lu Yu's left face, the 5 fingers distinctly outlined. Lu Yu's lips were tightly pressed, his eyes slightly reddened. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. "It was Xiao Genji." Continuing, he added, "No, it wasn't a mere encounter. They were deliberately waiting for me. After I left Master Bai's residence, I hadn't walked far when I spotted Xiao Genji and his companions leaning against the wall ahead. I refrained from advancing, yet upon noticing my presence, they approached me." Lu Yu paused, a flicker of hatred crossing his gaze. When Xiao Genji came over, without uttering a word, he slapped me across the face, and I was knocked to the ground. I inquired why he struck me, and he mockingly retorted that it was because I was nothing but a worthless individual of third-rate talent. He continued to kick me. Feng Yuan scanned Lu Yu's figure. Initially, he had overlooked the gray attire of their assailants, but upon closer inspection, he noted the considerable dust that had accumulated. Feng Yuan's eyes glimmered. Lu Yu continued. Eventually, he ceased his assault, and I rose to my feet. I refrained from arguing with them, for as Xiao Genji had asserted, he was a genius of first-rate talent, while I was merely a third-rate waste. Yet, he still would not relent. Xiao Genji was aware that our previous visit to Lord Bai's estate was to complete a mission and collect the spirit stones. Lu Yu clenched his fists. He demanded I hand over the spirit stones to him. When I refused, he continued to strike me, preventing my escape. Why? He clearly understood that I possessed only average aptitude, and that the spirit stones were of paramount importance to me. Why did he still choose to seize them? "Did you give them to him?" Feng Yuan inquired solemnly. Lu Yu lowered his gaze, unable to meet Feng Yuan's eyes. "I gave them. I couldn't." Observing Lu Yu's demeanor, Feng Yuan fell into silence. Often, cowardice is not necessarily a flaw. To be fearful is merely to act with self-preservation. Feng Yuan found Lu Yu's decision to be entirely justifiable. Was it truly worth clinging to those few spirit stones, only to end up battered and broken? This world is one governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. The strong alone possess the privilege of choice, while the weak are left with no option but to yield. With a sigh, Feng Yuan turned to leave. Lu Yu lifted his head, his eyes still slightly reddened, gazing at Feng Yuan with confusion. "Go find Xiao Genji and seek your revenge. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Genji is of superior aptitude and has already attained a sense of energy. How could you possibly contend with him?" Lu Yu's expression changed dramatically. Feng Yuan remained unfazed, replying, "And so what? He has harmed my friend, and for that, he shall pay the price." Chapter 12, Understanding. He has harmed my friend, and for that, he shall pay the price. Feng Yuan spoke these words with an unassuming tone, yet there was an unmistakable resoluteness and profound confidence that resonated within. Lu Yu felt a tremor in his heart. "Where is Xiao Genji's dormitory?" Feng Yuan inquired, still maintaining his calm demeanor. "It's in room 07. Lu Yu responded hastily. Inside room 07, Xiao Genji and the man with the horse-like face were engaged in light-hearted banter. "I can't believe that such mediocre talent managed to complete the task," Xiao Genji remarked, tossing a spirit stone in his hand. "Indeed. However, did we not seize his spirit stones?" The horse-faced man chuckled obsequiously. "What do you mean by seize? Can the pursuit of cultivation be labeled as theft?" Xiao Genji feigned indignation. "Yes, Yes, you are correct. I misspoke, the horse-faced man replied, playfully slapping his own mouth in agreement. In any case, these spirit stones serve him no purpose. They would be better off in my possession, aiding me in reaching the first level of chi cultivation sooner. Haha, Xiao Jinji laughed. Absolutely, absolutely. However, might I inquire? The horse-faced man hesitated, seemingly wanting to express something more. Xiao Jinji discerned the man's intentions, sneering coldly as he tossed him a spirit stone. The horse-faced man was instantly elated. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Jinji felt a sense of satisfaction. He had claimed all of Lu Yu's spirit stones and saw no harm in sharing one with the horse-faced man. After all, even those who raise dogs must offer bones. Just as Xiao Jinji was about to say more, a voice echoed from outside. Xiao Jinji, come out. It was Feng Yuan's voice. What does he want? The horse-faced man asked. Xiao Jinji rose, sneering. What else could it be? Certainly here to provide assistance to Lu Yu. Upon exiting the room, Xiao Jinji encountered Feng Yuan standing before him, with Lu Yu behind him. Others from the dormitory, having heard Feng Yuan's earlier voice, emerged to witness the spectacle, engaging in hushed whispers. Who is this person? Xiao Jinji approached Feng Yuan, feigning surprise. I heard you seized Lu Yu's spirit stone? Feng Yuan replied calmly. Seized? One may indulge in a meal haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. Can matters of cultivation truly be deemed as seizing? The man with a horse-like face interjected, his words flowing eagerly as he relished the benefits of having acquired a spirit stone. Now that he has obtained a spirit stone, he is even more diligent. After all, Lu Yu possesses merely third-rate aptitude. Even if the spirit stone were in his possession, he could never ascend to the third level of chi refining, thus wasting the stone. However, if the spirit stone is given to Brother Xiao, who possesses first-rate aptitude, it is an entirely different matter. He has already discovered his chi sensation and is on the verge of officially becoming a chi refining practitioner. It is indeed an honor for Lu Yu's spirit stone to be valued by Brother Xiao for cultivation. Xiao Jinji nodded in agreement, thoroughly pleased with the horse-faced man's remarks. The surrounding onlookers were equally astonished, whispering amongst themselves, Xiao Jinji has actually found his chi sensation. I have yet to grasp even a hint of it. Me too. Who can blame us for our inferior aptitude? Who is that person facing Xiao Jinji? What is his aptitude? Don't you remember? He is the one who, shortly after emerging from the spirit summoning pool, bested Xiao Jinji in a confrontation. Feng Yuan. But isn't he of third-rate aptitude? At present, Xiao Jinji has discovered his sense of qi, but he likely remains oblivious to the cultivation of the Xingyuan technique. Indeed, it appears he is on the verge of calamity. These words, to varying extents, have reached both Xiao Jinji and Feng Yuan, the two individuals involved. While Feng Yuan maintained an unperturbed demeanor, Xiao Jinji radiated delight, sneering. Back when we first emerged from the spirit summoning pool, none of us had cultivated. You had your moment of glory then. This time, however, you shall falter. With that, Xiao Jinji forcefully stomped his foot upon the ground, creating a foot-shaped indentation nearly half an inch deep, a testament to his strength. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, with the exception of Feng Yuan, who remained composed and unfazed. My capabilities are not for you to determine. I am here solely to seek an explanation for Lu Yu, Feng Yuan replied coolly. Then, the man with the horse-like face sprang forth, jabbing a finger at Feng Yuan's nose, exclaiming, stubborn as a dead duck. You possess merely a D-tier aptitude, inferior even to Lu Yu. Just because you managed to win once does not make you formidable. Brother Xiao has cultivated the Xingyuan technique and can easily subdue you. However, your arrival is fortuitous. Your spirit stones will likely go to waste, so hand them over. As the man continued his tirade, Feng Yuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his left cheek. The man let out a cry of agony, staggering back while clutching his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mahuaduo, Xiao Jinji exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. He then turned to Feng Yuan, his gaze darkening. Very well. There is a saying, even when striking a dog, one must consider its master. Do you dare to move in front of me? You are doomed. Not necessarily, Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly. The saying one must consider the master even when beating a dog held true. However, those who threatened Feng Yuan with death had never truly succeeded. Disinterested in further conversation with someone like Xiao Jinji, Feng Yuan unleashed another punch. Xiao Jinji sneered, extending his palm to intercept the blow, overestimating his own abilities. After cultivating the Shenyuan Ju, my physical strength has significantly increased. You cannot possibly, he thought, envisioning a scenario where he effortlessly caught Feng Yuan's fist and subsequently humiliated him. Yet, a sharp crack interrupted Xiao Jinji's fantasies. Crack. His mouth trembled, unable to articulate his disbelief as pain rendered him speechless. Feng Yuan followed up with another punch, striking Xiao Jinji squarely in the chest. This punch produced 3 distinct sounds. Bang. Feng Yuan's fist connected with Xiao Jinji's chest. Bang. Xiao Jinji was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Bang. He tumbled to the ground, sprawled out. All 6 of them. Feng Yuan nodded, bending down to retrieve Xiao Jinji's identity token from his waist, unceremoniously extracting all the spirit stones contained within, 17 in total, taking them all for himself. Seeing this unfold from the corner of his eye, Xiao Jinji exclaimed in desperation, "I only took 6. Indeed, Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow in response. "But those 6 are all Lu Yu's. Hence, I will also take everything from you." "What? Do you have any objections?" "And no." Xiao Jinji gritted his teeth. Disregarding the insincerity of Xiao Jinji's words, Feng Yuan casually discarded his identity token and turned to the man with the horse-like face. "And you?" The man's expression shifted dramatically, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees, surrendering his identity token. "All my spirit stones are within." "How considerate," Feng Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow as he accepted the man's token and extracted all 5 spirit stones contained within. "Ma Huaduo, is it?" "Quite fitting, as one silver boss." Ma Huaduo trembled, drenched in sweat, disregarding the blood that lingered at the corner of his mouth. He forced a stiff smile, attempting to convey his gratitude for Feng Yuan's commendation. Yet he dared not utter another word. Chapter 13. Guidance kneeling, Ma Huaduo felt unable to rise, and Xiao Jinji mirrored his posture, lying on the ground as if lifeless. However, upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, both felt a tightening in their chests. They were acutely aware of their previous treatment of Lu Yu. Now, with Feng Yuan summoning Lu Yu to deal with them, did that not equate to their doom? Yet, Lu Yu merely cast a glance at them before addressing Feng Yuan. "Ah, let it be. They have suffered enough." At that moment, someone finally spoke up, their tone laced with apprehension yet tinged with skepticism. "Are you jesting? Was it not said that Feng Yuan possessed merely D-rank aptitude? Who could have foreseen that he truly bested Xiao Jinji? Feng Yuan must have discovered his own sense of qi." "Not necessarily." Might it be the case that Xiao Jinji has yet to discover the essence of qi? Yet, it certainly appears plausible, for he has previously been bested by Feng Yuan. After all, the perception of qi is not easily attained. Silence. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Jinji felt a surge of anger within. He rose abruptly and shouted aloud, then retreated indoors, slamming the door shut. However, he soon reopened the door, directing his ire at the still kneeling Ma Huaduo, exclaiming, "Why do you not come in at once?" Ma Huaduo, with a woeful expression, found himself unable to rise, his legs having turned to jelly from fear. With a resounding bang, the door was once again closed. "Thank you." Within the confines of dormitory number 15, Lu Yu bowed deeply to Feng Yuan, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "It is nothing. There is no need for such formality," Feng Yuan replied, assisting Lu Yu to his feet with a gentle smile. "I helped you merely within my capabilities. Had Xiao Jinji truly been superior to me, I would not have intervened on your behalf." He then presented Lu Yu with the 22 spirit stones he had previously acquired. "Indeed, you have found your sense of qi, have you not?" Lu Yu inquired. "Indeed," Feng Yuan affirmed calmly, displaying no sense of pride in his achievement. "Ah, how extraordinary. I wonder when I shall ever discover my own sense of qi," Lu Yu lamented, reclining upon the bed with a touch of melancholy. In truth, the ability to perceive qi is not dictated by talent alone, but rather by one's comprehension and the methods one can ascertain. As long as the right method is found, one can swiftly attain a sense of energy. Feng Yuan Dao. Lu Yu abruptly sat up, his gaze piercing as he looked at Feng Yuan. "Could it be?" Feng Yuan smiled faintly, suggesting, "When you practice the Sheng Yuan Ju, try to repeat the second and fourth phrases a few more times and observe the results." Although Feng Yuan had never practiced the Sheng Yuan Ju, he had perused its essence once before, and thus guiding Lu Yu was effortlessly within his grasp. "I will give it a try right now," Lu Yu exclaimed eagerly, taking out a spirit stone, settling down cross-legged, and commencing his practice of the Sheng Yuan Ju as instructed by Feng Yuan. Observing this, a hint of amusement sparkled in Feng Yuan's eyes, and he too began his cultivation of the Yen Tian Ju. Previously, having received a reward of 25 spirit stones from Bai Xiaotang for completing a task, Coupled with the 16 spirit stones seized from Xiao Jinji and Ma Hua, Feng Yuan now possessed a total of 41 spirit stones, an ample amount. Tonight, I can indulge in my cultivation, Feng Yuan mused, feeling exceptionally content. For Feng Yuan, cultivation was a delightful endeavor. When he had only 3 spirit stones, he had quickly exhausted them. However, he continued to cultivate through the night. Now, with a bountiful 41 spirit stones, one can only imagine the elation in his heart. The night passed as Feng Yuan and Lu Yu immersed themselves in their practice. As dawn broke, Feng Yuan opened his eyes and counted the spirit stones he had consumed last night, an impressive 11. He sighed contentedly, rose to his feet, and stretched his body. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds echoed, reminiscent of popping beans. It was the sound of Feng Yuan's bones. He comfortably squinted his eyes. Before long, Lu Yu also concluded his training and opened his eyes. How did it feel this time? Feng Yuan inquired. Lu Yu exclaimed with excitement. I found my sense of qi. Your method is truly effective. Congratulations, Feng Yuan replied with a smile. What is there to congratulate? My sense of qi is so faint. It's thinner than a hair strand. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, though he expressed dissatisfaction with the feebleness of his qi perception. The smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Every journey begins with difficulty. As long as you have a good start, persistence will yield rewards. Just gradually strengthen that faint sense of qi, Feng Yuan encouraged with a smile. He then proceeded towards the door, stating, I am off to complete my tasks. Lu Yu nodded, feeling somewhat regretful as he remarked, It's a pity I only took on one task at that time. Feng Yuan chuckled and stepped outside. Once again outside the city, he altered his direction but continued in a manner similar to yesterday, walking intermittently to gather the flowers and herbs required for his tasks. Occasionally, he would encounter wild beasts. If they were targets of his assignments, Feng Yuan would engage them in combat. Otherwise, he would simply ignore them and focus on the predominantly gathering tasks. Nearly a day passed, and due to a portion of accumulation from the previous day, Feng Yuan successfully completed 11 tasks today. At this rate, he would finish all his assignments by tomorrow. However, one task might pose an exception, the hunt for the Qingji wolf. This is a low-level beast of the Yellow Realm. It is not that Feng Yuan is incapable of defeating it, but rather that its traces are elusive. The Azure Pestilence wolf survives on the outskirts of this forest, yet its numbers are scarce. Feng Yuan has been stationed by a small lake, perched on a sturdy branch of a tall tree, for over an hour, patiently awaiting the arrival of an Azure Pestilence wolf to quench its thirst, intending to seize the opportunity to strike it down. However, as time passed, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. Fortunately, Feng Yuan has not returned empty-handed. He has encountered 2 tasks requiring the hunting of beasts, which he has now accomplished here. As dusk approached and the sun began its descent, Feng Yuan sighed, leaping down from the branch, preparing to depart and return on the morrow. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly rolled to the ground, evading to the side. A heavy thud resonated where he had been standing moments before. Rising to his feet, he gazed in that direction, blade now in hand. An Azure Pestilence wolf, its entire body cloaked in blue fur, bared its teeth, its gaze fixed intently upon him. A smile crept across Feng Yuan's face. It seemed that while he had been waiting for the Azure Pestilence wolf, the wolf had also been watching him. Chapter 14. The concealed array. Feng Yuan stood in confrontation with the Azure Pestilence wolf. The wolf, robust in stature, had its azure fur slightly bristled. Its eyes glinted with malice, its body coiling low in preparation, adopting a stance of imminent attack. The sharp teeth, glimmering like daggers, threatened with lethal intent. In contrast, Feng Yuan remained composed, firmly grasping his knife, his gaze tranquil. The Azure Pestilence wolf emitted a low growl, circling Feng Yuan slowly, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Yet, as it circled, Feng Yuan mirrored its movements, deftly shifting his feet to maintain a direct stance against the wolf. Impatience seemed to have taken hold, and at last, the Azure Gale wolf sprang into action. Beneath its limbs, miniature whirlwinds swirled. With a thunderous roar, the Azure Gale wolf leapt forward, launching a sudden assault on Feng Yuan. Its movements were as swift as the wind, leaving behind a series of indistinct azure afterimages. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had maintained his vigilance as the wolf gathered its momentum. He was already poised for the encounter. He sidestepped just in time to evade the wolf's claw strike, yet his blade swung through empty air. The Azure Gale wolf was too quick for him to land a hit. By the time Feng Yuan turned around, the wolf had already landed and resumed its menacing stance. What followed was yet another offensive from the Azure Gale Wolf and a deft evasion from Feng Yuan. However, the moment the wolf touched the ground, it prepared for yet another attack. The creature's defining trait was its remarkable speed, although its physical strength was not markedly superior to that of an ordinary beast. Its rapidity translated into a greater frequency of assaults. If one claw missed, it would strike again and again until it succeeded. If several attempts failed to claim a life, it would persist until its prey was vanquished. This was the hunting style of the Azure Gale Wolf. It harbored no fear of its quarry escaping, for no prey could outrun it. This wolf had always employed such tactics, achieving unfailing success, though today it faced a quarry that had eluded its attacks twice. The Azure Gale Wolf remained convinced that this prey's fate would be no different from those that had previously met their end within its jaws. Feng Yuan gazed at the Azure Gale Wolf, his brow furrowed in contemplation, although the Azure Wolf still bore a fierce glint in its eyes. Feng Yuan sensed a hint of mockery within its gaze. Was he truly being scorned by such a lowly beast? A curious thought crossed his mind. With that, Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This Azure Wolf was indeed audacious. With a sudden rush, the Azure Wolf lunged once more. Yet Feng Yuan did not evade as he had before. Instead, he stood still, seemingly unresponsive. The Azure Wolf, elated, believed its prey was about to succumb, saliva nearly dripping from its maw. However, this moment of joy was swiftly shattered by excruciating pain radiating from its midsection. With a pained howl, the Azure Wolf collapsed to the ground, its anticipated drool replaced by a torrent of blood. On the brink of death, the creature fixed its gaze upon Feng Yuan, weakly letting out two whimpers, as if to question, "Didn't you wield a blade? Why strike me with your fists?" Feng Yuan merely raised an eyebrow, oblivious to the Azure Wolf's lament. Nonetheless, those two cries served as a reminder not to forget the finishing blow. With a clean and decisive swipe, he severed the Azure Wolf's throat, then removed its tail to place within the task token, marking the completion of yet another mission, this time, a task that rewarded him with 5 spirit stones. Feng Yuan felt quite pleased. Today, he had accomplished 12 tasks in total, amassing a remarkable 23 spirit stones, a significant bounty indeed. Here, an array of mystical formations lay hidden. Previously, while guarding the Azure Wolf in this small grove, he had been unaware of their presence. However, after evading the attacks of the Qingji Wolf multiple times, Feng Yuan discerned that the positioning of the trees was rather peculiar. These dozen or so trees began to tremble, their branches and leaves rustling, and even the trunks swayed. The startled birds took flight, filling the sky like dark clouds, while the nearby beasts, drinking at the lake, became agitated and scattered. Yet, Feng Yuan remained unfazed. He was in a state of anticipation. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual light ignited. The trajectory of the previous spiritual light clearly formed the pattern of a magical array. A luminous circle materialized beneath Feng Yuan's feet. A faint smile graced his lips. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. In an instant, his figure vanished from beneath the trees. The ethereal glow faded, and the trees fell silent, their leaves ceasing to tremble. Feng Yuan had already perceived that a magical array was concealed here, one that was slightly more advanced than the second-tier array laid out by Xiaodang. Although Feng Yuan regarded it as somewhat trivial, he acknowledged the skill of the array's creator. Utilizing the advantages of the terrain to arrange the array was a clever strategy. Unlike ordinary array masters who merely worked on the array plate, those capable of flexible arrangement were the true experts. Thus, Feng Yuan felt a spark of curiosity regarding the purpose of this array. He climbed into the trees to ascertain this. Before long, Feng Yuan reached a conclusion. This was a teleportation array. Upon realizing this, he eagerly commenced the process of deciphering the array. Although he was uncertain of where this teleportation array would lead him or whether it posed any danger, Feng Yuan was undeterred. The Feng Yuan blade, after all, once belonged to the esteemed echelon of divine weapons and should not shatter merely under casual touch. Thus, Feng Yuan calmly accepted the teleportation, even harboring a hint of anticipation for the surprises that awaited him. In an instant, the scene transformed. He found himself no longer amidst the trees, but on rocky terrain. As he took a step forward, he felt his foot collide with something. Lowering his gaze, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. A human-like skeleton lay sprawled on the ground, its form grotesquely contorted. The object he had just kicked was none other than its skull. This was a matter of shock, devoid of any joy. Chapter 15. Huangzhong Daoist. The place to which Feng Yuan had been transported was a small cavern. The space was limited, illuminated solely by a luminous pearl nestled in a corner, casting a faint glow that allowed Feng Yuan to discern his surroundings. The first thing he noticed was the skeleton. which only partially fulfilled his expectation of surprise. However, rather than being frightened, Feng Yuan began to observe intently. The skeleton lay in an unusual posture, not in supplication, as its bony hands were clenched tightly, suggesting that in life, this individual had been hammering the ground. Feng Yuan noted several fissures nearby, several inches deep, surrounding those hands. Its feet were similarly entrenched in the earth. Upon examining the skull, he observed that the jaw was agape, as if mid-screen. Feng Yuan surmised that this person had endured immense suffering in life, unable to contain their anguish, thus resorting to such an expression of despair. Certainly, such natural behavior proves futile, as it neither alleviates suffering nor conserves strength, rendering the scene before Feng Yuan an utterly dismal tableau. The source of this individual's torment has already begun to crystallize in Feng Yuan's mind. Surely, it must be the result of a potent poison he mused. Casting his gaze downward, the skeletal remains were not entirely the expected pale gray. Rather, they bore speckles of dark discoloration throughout, particularly around the throat, where the bones appeared entirely black. Moreover, it was evident that the venom had entered through the mouth and nose. Feng Yuan was certain. Yet, this newfound knowledge held little value, for the individual was already deceased. With a decisive kick, he sent the skull tumbling, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Unperturbed, Feng Yuan shifted his focus to the surrounding environment. Within the modest cave, apart from the skeletal remains, there was little else to behold. Not far from the bones lay a shattered, antiquated bell, split in two, alongside a token. Beyond these, nothing else remained. Feng Yuan's interest peaked. He stepped over the skeleton to examine the objects. The teleportation array that had brought him here must have been set up by the skeleton's former owner. Yet, with their demise, it bore no value. Nevertheless, the two items that remained captured his curiosity. He first picked up the token for inspection. A layer of dust coated its surface, which he gently blew away, revealing a vivid blue background etched with a prominent yellow character, both sides adorned with the same inscription. Subsequently, Feng Yuan turned his gaze to the cracked bell, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. This is within the realm of the spirit clan. If the human clan indeed holds the spirit clan in high regard as previously indicated by the information he acquired, then the possibility of this individual being a spy for the human clan can be dismissed. Consequently, this broken bell is the very essence of that corpse. Judging by the state of the bell, so severely damaged, it is evident that it can no longer harbor a spirit. The person has perished completely. Feng Yuan extended his hand to touch the fragments of the bell, and the moment he made contact, a voice resonated within his mind. I am Huang Zhongdaoren. The voice repeated, I am Huang Zhongdaoren. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, understanding at once. This was merely a remnant of the voice left by the skeleton in its former life, devoid of consciousness. This time, Feng Yuan kept his hand resting upon the shards, attentively listening to the narrative of that voice. I resided outside Qingyang City in Lanhu County, living a life of seclusion, free from worldly disputes, immersed in tranquility, devoting myself solely to cultivation and the study of formations. I had a disciple named Qin Liangzheng. Feng Yuan furrowed his brow. Qin Liangzheng, that name was familiar, as he was indeed the father of Qin Ruyun, the lord of Qingyang City. How could he be entangled with him? For decades. Although my disciple showed no interest in the formations I researched, he was diligent in his cultivation, practicing diligently day after day. Moreover, true to his name, he exhibited great respect towards me as his master, even though I had reached the Daodan realm and had long since ceased consuming grain. He specially cultivated an acre of land to grow spiritual rice for my sustenance. I was exceedingly pleased with him, imparting all my lifelong knowledge of cultivation techniques and skills, regarding him as my true successor. Little did I anticipate that Qin Liangzheng was, in fact, a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan sensed that a significant turn of events was imminent. The demise of the venerable Huang Zhong Daoist was likely connected to his disciple, the current lord of Qingyang City, Qin Liangzheng. Indeed, the aged and hoarse voice of the elder soon echoed, laced with indignation. The deference he had previously exhibited in my presence was merely a fade. After acquiring my complete techniques, or rather, having obtained my fragmented earth tier technique, the swallowing spirit technique, he harbored murderous intentions towards me. Yet, at that time, I remained oblivious, diligently teaching him while continuing to partake in the spiritual rice he cultivated. Although this rice had become largely ineffective for one of my cultivation level, it was a gesture of his heartfelt intention, and I had grown accustomed to it over several decades. Until one fateful day, the nefarious character of Qin Liangzheng finally unveiled itself. He had laced the spiritual rice I consumed with a poison known as the reversal powder. This reversal powder, it seemed, was the very toxin that had befallen Huangzhong Taoist. Feng Yuan mused. As Qin Liangjing's sword pierced my chest, disbelief overwhelmed me. I could hardly fathom that I had been betrayed by my most trusted disciple. I inquired of Qin Liangjing, after so many years of our master-disciple bond, why he would resort to such treachery. He replied that he had never truly respected me. His cultivation of spiritual rice was merely a ruse to mask his intention of cultivating poisonous herbs. His sole objective has always been to acquire the remnants of my soul-swallowing technique. How laughable it is. I have genuinely devoted myself to him for so many years, yet he harbors not a shred of affection. At this moment, the voice of the Taoist Huangzhong is laced with self-mockery and sorrow. Feng Yuan remains silent, empathizing with the sentiment. Has he not experienced something akin to this? I dismissed the notion, waving away the medicine pouch, yet a cloud of dark smoke billows forth from it. Inadvertently, I inhale some, and am instantly enveloped in dizziness. What treachery has this wolf sown in the form of toxic herbs? Struggling to maintain my composure, I retrieve my shattered essence bell and the token that once hung at my waist, and I flee in a frenzied dash. My true form has already been destroyed. I am beyond salvation. Yet, I am still a practitioner of the Dao Dan realm, and I possess a lingering breath of life. I employ a teleportation talisman and arrive at a small grove, where I had once established a teleportation array, a product of my practice with formations, leading merely to a small burrow. I never anticipated that this would become my final resting place. The voice of Taoist Huangzhong is hoarse, brimming with animosity. I am filled with hatred. As a dignified practitioner of Dao Dan, a mid-tier formation master, a distinguished guest of the Blue Lake County Lord, how could I meet such a fate? I see with rage. To any who follow, regardless of your identity, you must take vengeance upon that ingrate Qin Liangjing. Avenge me. Although the hatred in Huangzhong's voice is palpable, Feng Yuan remains unmoved. Your hatred is your own. It bears no relevance to him. Why should Feng Yuan be compelled to exact vengeance? Moreover, Feng Yuan is not even at the Qi refinement stage yet. To expect him to slay a practitioner of the Dan formation realm is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, it is unknown how long the Taoist of the Yellow Bell has been deceased. At that time, Qin Liangjing had already reached the Golden Core stage, and his cultivation must have risen even further since then. Although Feng Yuan harbors a sense of sympathy for the unfortunate fate of the Taoist and desires to eliminate a scoundrel like Qin Liangjing, it is wiser to relinquish such thoughts. Feng Yuan's hand suddenly tightened around the shard of the bell, his eyes gleaming with determination. This endeavor, he vowed, would not go unassisted. Qin Liangjing, the disgraceful traitor of the teacher-student relationship, is destined to meet his end. Chapter 16. I shall offer myself in devotion. Upon hearing the term treasure vault, Feng Yuan's interest was piqued. Upon learning that if he agreed to the Taoist's request to eliminate Qin Liangjing, all the treasures within the vault would belong to him, Feng Yuan's fighting spirit ignited. Currently, as he cultivates the Yin-Tian technique, his demand for resources is substantial. Unlike others practicing the Xingyuan technique, who merely expend a few spirit stones, Feng Yuan requires a significant amount of spirit stones and, in the later stages, a plethora of rare materials to achieve breakthroughs. The Taoist of the Yellow Bell, possessing a cultivation level of Dao Dan, undoubtedly had a wealth of treasures within his secret vault. Feng Yuan was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. As for the condition of slaying Qin Liangjing, given that the Taoist is already passed, how could one ascertain whether the deed was done or not? Nevertheless, Feng Yuan held his own principles. Since he desired the treasures in the vault, he would honor the request of the elder Taoist. A promise made is a promise kept. Even though the Taoist has departed from this world, Feng Yuan had no intention of being unfaithful. He would indeed slay Qin Liangjing. But that would not be undertaken at this moment. Years shall pass, approximately a decade, until Feng Yuan matures to the stage of forming a golden core, or even reaching the Dao Dan realm. It will mark the demise of Qin Liangjing. Feng Yuan's hand remained in contact with the fragmented essence of the Huangzhong Taoist, listening to his voice. However, the Taoist spoke no further enlightening words, only idle chatter, which became increasingly indistinct as time progressed. It was likely that the poison from the medicinal package previously cast by Qin Liangjing had begun to take effect, leading to the anguished cries of the Huangzhong Taoist, his voice laden with torment, until silence ensued. At that moment, the Taoist's mind was probably clouded, causing him to vent his frustrations upon the ground. A fierce pounding of his heart ensued, accompanied by a suffocating sensation, as though ensnared by an invisible shackle. The voice of the Huangzhong Taoist echoed once more. Infused with malice, ha ha ha, I shall not allow you to reap my benefits without consequence. Within 10 years, should you fail to eliminate Qin Liangzheng, your soul shall perish. Accompanying me in death. Cursed fate. Feng Yuan's expression darkened. It was indeed a soul curse. Once afflicted by such a curse, unless one's soul surpasses that of the caster, evasion is impossible. At present, Feng Yuan's soul was feeble, even with the destruction of the Huangzhong Taoist's corporeal form and his weakened essence. Feng Yuan could not contend with him. Within a decade, should he fail to vanquish Qin Liangzheng, Feng Yuan would inevitably face the extinction of his soul. His countenance grew grim, not out of concern for his capability, but rather due to the treachery he had suffered. Such an experience was profoundly displeasing. Feng Yuan's consciousness delved into the Feng Yuan blade, which still bore the visage of desolation and ruin. He sought to uncover the root of the soul curse but found nothing. Alas, he resolved to consider this a motivation for his cultivation, accepting the harsh reality. Once again grasping the token, Feng Yuan, having previously fallen victim to the soul curse within the depths of the abyss, simultaneously discerned the location of the secret treasury belonging to the Taoist Huangzhong. In this regard, he had not resorted to deceit. However, the treasure was not situated near Qingyang City. Rather, it lay in a distant city adjacent to Lingzhi City in Lanhu County. Yet, as Feng Yuan currently required only spirit stones for his cultivation, there was no pressing need to rush there. Feng Yuan also discovered that this token contained a storage space, which was significantly larger than that of his identity token. Alas, despite its ample capacity, the space was rather sparse, containing merely a handful of low-grade spirit stones, several cultivation manuals, and a few talismans. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Was this truly the key to a treasury rumored to be brimming with treasures? Surely, as a Dao Dan realm practitioner, Huangzhong could not be so impoverished. Feng Yuan felt as though he had been duped yet again. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself, reminding himself that even the legs of a mosquito contain meat, and that the true treasures must reside within that treasury. Extracting the items from the token, he began to peruse the cultivation manuals. All of them were of the mysterious tier, such as cloud-piercing palm and profound water sword technique. Yet he found no remnants of the earth-tier soul-devouring technique. As for the talismans, they were either teleportation talismans or swift movement talismans. Feng Yuan was somewhat perplexed, pondering the purpose of such an array of escape talismans. Was it due to a constant threat of pursuit, necessitating perpetual readiness for flight? Nevertheless, this did prove advantageous for Feng Yuan, as there were no teleportation arrays within this cavern to facilitate his departure. He stored the items within his identity token and subsequently utilized the teleportation talisman. As the scene shifted before him, Feng Yuan once again found himself in the familiar grove. The night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. Feng Yuan activated a teleportation talisman, feeling a refreshing breeze at his feet as he walked with great speed. Outside the 15th dormitory, just as he was about to enter, the door of the adjacent room creaked open, revealing a captivating woman. She noticed Feng Yuan, her eyebrows rising in recognition. "It's you." Feng Yuan furrowed his brow. "Do we know each other?" The woman, indignant, retorted, "You take advantage and then play innocent, pretending you don't recognize me." Feng Yuan continued to frown, pondering for a moment before finally recollecting. "You're the big white rabbit." "No, the little black mole." "Shut up," Zhao Yue exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Feng Yuan, sensing the unspoken tension, promptly silenced himself. He had inadvertently revealed his true thoughts earlier, a grave misstep. "So, how do you plan to compensate me?" Zhao Yue demanded, her tone brimming with indignation. Feng Yuan blinked in confusion. He distinctly remembered having offered a sincere apology. At that moment, he had exaggeratedly widened his eyes, hoping Zhao Yue would perceive the authenticity of his regret. He believed he had conveyed his feelings adequately, yet she still appeared quite upset. Although perplexed, he acknowledged that he was indeed at fault, and Zhao Yue's request for compensation was not unreasonable. But how could he make amends? Reflecting on past encounters, he recalled how female cultivators often inadvertently stumbled into his bathing moments, their eyes wide open as they expressed their genuine contrition. Moreover, they had also proposed their methods of compensation. At that moment, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up. Wasn't the situation he was currently facing strikingly similar to that of the past? Suddenly, Feng Yuan conceived a plan regarding the compensation method. With unwavering focus and a serious demeanor, he addressed Zhao Yue, suggesting, "How about I offer myself in exchange?" "Get lost," Zhao Yue retorted. slamming the door behind her as she hurried inside. Feng Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Her reaction was not quite what he had anticipated. Chapter 17. You have been struck by Feng Yuan. Noticing that Zhao Yue appeared dissatisfied with his proposed compensation, Feng Yuan found himself at a loss. He remembered the times he had turned down those female cultivators who had offered similar compensations, leaving them visibly disappointed. Thus, although Feng Yuan was not particularly fond of such arrangements, he believed that this compensation should have been quite satisfactory for the aggrieved party. Why would Zhao Yue reject his offer? He pondered this conundrum, suspecting perhaps she was expecting a more favorable solution. However, Zhao Yue remained silent on the matter, and Feng Yuan had no intention of pressing her for answers. With that, he decided to set aside the issue and wait for Zhao Yue to enlighten him. Upon entering his dormitory room number 15, he spotted Liu sitting on the edge of his bed, wearing a forlorn expression. What troubles you? Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Feng Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow. He had previously instructed Liu to focus more intently on the second and fourth verses of the Xing Yuanju. Surely, there should have been no issues? Nodding, he recalled the earlier predicament he had faced with Huang Zhongdao Ren and remarked, well, it's not exactly a good thing. Upon hearing these words, Liu's expression darkened further, and he collapsed onto the bed. This was hardly a favorable situation. Was it not all a matter of concern? Liu painfully closed his eyes. Previously, he had vaguely overheard the conversation between Feng Yuan and Zhao Yue from outside the door. Phrases such as taking advantage and acting coy, a big white rabbit, and offering oneself echoed in his mind. Could it be that the disparity between himself and Feng Yuan was so vast? He could scarcely dare to gaze openly at a beautiful girl, yet Feng Yuan had already. Liu's heart bled with anguish. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan felt perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Could being subjected to a soul curse truly be considered a blessing? Noticing that Liu remained sprawled on the bed, muttering words of envy and notions of good fortune, Feng Yuan deemed it necessary to take some time to enlighten Liu. Thus, he began his cultivation. The path of cultivation offers no shortcuts. Only through unwavering perseverance can one achieve true results. As the night passed, morning arrived. Feng Yuan opened his eyes to see Liu also engaged in cultivation. It seemed that despite the brief spell of despondency he had experienced the previous night, Liu had managed to recover. Feng Yuan felt the subtle flow of energy within him. Though still modest, it had begun to traverse a significant portion of his meridians, thanks to the operation of the Yin Tianju technique. At that moment, a message arrived through Feng Yuan's identity token. Come to my location. There are matters to discuss. It was the voice of Bai Xiaodang. Liu also received this message and opened his eyes. The two then set off together towards Bai Xiaodang's residence. Although there were others on the road, the situation remained akin to when Feng Yuan first arrived at the dormitory area. No one dared to approach Feng Yuan closely, except for Liu. However, there was a slight distinction from the previous encounter. Previously, those individuals had looked down upon Feng Yuan, but this time, their demeanor was one of reverence. No one dared to walk ahead of Feng Yuan and Liu. They moved slowly and silently. Even those in front of the two held their breath as Feng Yuan and Liu passed by, deliberately slowing their pace to fall behind. Why was this so? Because they had once underestimated Feng Yuan, believing him to be inferior in aptitude, yet just 2 nights prior, even Xiao Jinji, who had already grasped the essence of energy, had been bested by him. This indicated that Feng Yuan had surpassed even Xiao Jinji in discovering his own energy, while they themselves had yet to achieve such a feat. They yearned to approach Feng Yuan and inquire about his method of attaining this energy, yet their pride prevented them from doing so. After all, their innate talents were supposed to surpass that of Feng Yuan, yet he had now overtaken them. Though they respected Feng Yuan, they struggled to accept this reality. Feng Yuan chuckled softly, deeming their arrogance rather misplaced. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of Bai Xiaotang's residence. Within the hall, Bai Xiaotang maintained a casual demeanor. Feng Yuan spotted Zhao Yue, and their eyes met. She shot him a fierce glare, leaving him perplexed. Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaotang addressed the assembly once everyone had gathered, stating, "You are all members of the same cohort of awakened newcomers. The purpose of gathering you here today is to select a leader for easier management. At present, I do not have a steward under my command. Any matters will be directly addressed to the leader. Naturally, should the leader have any issues, they may also approach me directly. Additionally, the leader possesses extra spirit stones." Bai Xiaotang spoke succinctly, yet the crowd around the prince was stirred with excitement. Establishing direct communication with Bai Xiaotang is indeed a splendid opportunity. Should one become a favored individual by Bai Xiaotang, the benefits would be substantial. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. He was aware of the selection process for the leader, having learned about it just after emerging from the spirit summoning pool through Qin Ruyun. Furthermore, Qin Ruyun mentioned that the position of leader would certainly not be assigned to him. However, Feng Yuan himself was indifferent to this. Reflecting on Qin Ruyun, he could not help but think of her father, the city lord, Qin Liangzheng. This city lord has been in office for over 20 years. I wonder how his strength has progressed and whether he is formidable. May I inquire, Lord Bai, how will the leader be selected? Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "Do you remember me, my lord? I am Xiao Genji, and I wish to run for the position." Xiao Genji was the first to eagerly step forward. Bai Shouting cast him a curious glance, clearly unaware, "With so many of you, how could I possibly remember?" Xiao Genji responded, "My lord, you clearly stated you had high hopes for me. How could you forget me so quickly?" "Very well. I acknowledge your intent to run. Please step aside," Bai Shouting gestured. Xiao Genji complied, retreating to the side, his demeanor forlorn. "My lord, I am Zhuosu. With B-grade qualifications. I too wish to run for the position." A man emerged from the crowd, of average build and possessing a resolute countenance. "Go stand over there," Bai Shouting declared. "Is there anyone else?" Silence enveloped the assembly. After all, with the esteemed Xiao Gengji in their midst, they could hardly compete. Xiao Gengji turned his gaze to the upright figure of Zhuosu beside him, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What is your qualification, boy?" "Grade B," Zhuosu replied. His gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. "Do you know my qualification?" Xiao Gengji smirk deepened. "Yes, Xiao Gengji. The only one among us with grade A qualification. Have you found your energy yet?" "Not yet, but I am making an effort." Xiao Gengji scoffed. "Ha! If effort were sufficient, what need would there be for qualifications? I find your assertion lacks credibility coming from you." "What do you mean?" Xiao Gengji's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice cold. "My implication is that you have been defeated by Feng Yuan." Xiao Gengji snorted derisively. "That was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. Regardless, the leadership position is mine to claim. When the time comes, I shall see how Feng Yuan can possibly prevail." "Oh, you have been defeated by Feng Yuan." Chapter 18. I choose Feng Yuan. Xiao Gengji seethed with indignation, rendered speechless. After all, Zhuosu's words rang true, before the scrutinizing eyes of the gathered crowd. He had indeed been bested by Feng Yuan on 2 occasions. The first defeat could be attributed to the fact that the others had yet to commence their training. However, in the second encounter, Xiao Gengji had already cultivated a sense of qi, making the circumstances markedly different. Yet, he still succumbed to Feng Yuan's prowess. And this time the defeat was even more devastating. Despite Xiao Gengji possessing first-rate talent, he was repeatedly bested by Feng Yuan, who held only third-rate qualifications. One could not help but ponder whether talent was merely an illusion. Fortunately, aside from Feng Yuan, the others had not yet cultivated their qi, allowing Xiao Gengji to retain a semblance of superiority. Nevertheless, Zhuosu incessantly pressed on Xiao Gengji's sore spot, and he found himself unable to counter the remarks. Fixating on Zhuosu's profile, Xiao Gengji seethed with resentment. When no one else stepped forward, Bai Shouting declared, "All right, now you may begin voting. Raise your hands to indicate whom you wish to lead." Xiao Gengji sneered once more, addressing Zhuosu. "See? Do you truly believe you are fit to lead? You have been defeated by Feng Yuan." As Bai Shouting concluded his statement, Xiao Gengji's loyal subordinate, Ma Huaduo, was the first to leap forward, exclaiming, "I vote for Xiao Gengji." Yet, the others remained unresponsive. With only 2 candidates to choose from, one unfamiliar to them and the other well-known, Zhuosu had not engaged with his peers prior to this moment, and thus, no one cast their vote for him. As for Xiao Gengji, while he was recognized, his temperament was well understood by the crowd. Clearly, entrusting leadership to such a character seemed rather unwise. As the silence lingered, Bai Xiaotong's impatience grew palpable. "If you all remain silent, I shall conclude that Xiao Gengji has won by a single vote." Xiao Gengji wore a smug expression, but at last, others began to stir. Li raised his right hand and declared loudly, "I choose Feng Yuan." Among the 2 candidates, Zhuosu maintained his usual demeanor, while Xiao Gengji's countenance shifted noticeably. Bai Shouting expressed his surprise with a simple, "Oh." Feng Yuan turned to Lu Yu, who appeared earnest, devoid of jest. He was genuinely advocating for Feng Yuan's ascension to leadership. To enhance his visibility, he even rose onto his tiptoes. Feng Yuan offered no further words, merely smiling as he said, "Thank you." He mused to himself that Liu must have observed his desire for this position from the hall outside the spirit summoning pool and had thus come to support him. "I choose Feng Yuan." "I also choose Feng Yuan." "I choose Feng Yuan." With uncertainty clouding their judgment, many opted for the path of least resistance, choosing not to select anyone at all. Almost everyone expressed their preference for Feng Yuan, despite their reluctance to admit it. He indeed surpassed Su and Xiao Jinji in capability. Furthermore, in terms of character, he was far more reliable than Xiao Jinji. Bai Xiaotang stroked his chin, contemplating it. Since you all choose Feng Yuan, Xiao Jinji's expression shifted dramatically. Bai Xiaotang's words unmistakably indicated a desire to install Feng Yuan as the leader. Having previously opposed Feng Yuan, the two were now irreconcilable adversaries. If Feng Yuan were truly to be established as their leader, what future would Xiao Jinji have? Xiao Jinji promptly stepped forward, asserting that Feng Yuan was not a candidate. Why would you choose him? Bai Xiaotang's words were interrupted, and he expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning, Am I not speaking? Why do you interject? Is it your prerogative to determine who is a candidate, or is it my authority? Xiao Jinji was rendered speechless, unable to retort. However, Su interjected, Is the selection of a leader merely based on who is chosen, without any other considerations? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jinji burst into joy, eagerly pointing at Feng Yuan and declaring, He has nothing. He merely possesses the qualifications of a D-grade. Feng Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that being labeled as D-grade was not a new experience for him. What of being D-grade? Is it a crime to consume your family's rice? Xiao Jinji could hardly conceal his elation, convinced that Feng Yuan would certainly not become the leader. Previously, no one had chosen Su, so it would ultimately fall to him, wouldn't it? Indeed, Bai Xiaotang then cast a glance at Feng Yuan, pondering. It seems rather inappropriate to have Feng Yuan as your leader. Do you have anything to say, Feng Yuan? With a calm demeanor, Feng Yuan shook his head, indicating he had nothing to contribute. Yet Lu Yu grew anxious, realizing that with so many people voting for Feng Yuan to become the leader, it could not end in failure. He exclaimed, Although Feng Yuan is merely D-grade, he has already discovered his Qi perception, which is far superior to those with B-grade qualifications. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaotang was taken aback. You have already attained Qi perception? Indeed. Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. Quite commendable, Bai Xiaotang praised. Although your qualifications are somewhat lacking, it is essential to recognize that talent is not the sole determinant in one's journey. Disposition and comprehension hold equal significance. However, Bai Xiaotang continued, I cannot appoint you as the leader. Your qualifications are a stringent criterion, and moreover, the city lord's daughter, Qin Ruyun, has stated that you cannot assume the role of leader for your cohort. Should I allow you to take on that position, it would not only contravene regulations but also undermine Qin Ruyun's authority. Bai Xiaotang's expression revealed his inner conflict, yet his message was unmistakably clear. Feng Yuan nodded in understanding, stating, I grasp your intent, my lord. I shall not pursue the leadership position. Bai Xiaotang smiled, It pleases me that you comprehend my stance. In truth, I hold great hope for your potential. Still smiling? Does he genuinely believe he has earned Bai's favor? He remains oblivious to the fact that he is being dismissed. After conversing with Feng Yuan, Bai Xiaotang announced, The selection of Feng Yuan is nullified. We shall revert to the prior arrangement. With no one choosing Su, and with Xiao Jinji receiving 1 vote, Xiao Jinji will henceforth be your leader. Do any of you have objections? Silence fell over the crowd. Bai Xiaotang could not help but click his tongue, such a lack of engagement. You truly are the most disappointing group I have ever led. Subsequently, Bai Xiaotang tossed a black token towards Xiao Jinji, who caught it with evident delight. The token emblazoned with the character for leader. Unable to contain his excitement, he pricked his finger, and his name appeared on the reverse side of the token. I've made it. Xiao Jinji rejoiced internally, casting a triumphant glance at Feng Yuan, feeling even more elated. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually began to exit the hall. Each person enveloped in their own emotions, some remained tranquil like Feng Yuan, others felt a pang of regret like Su, while Liu simmered with indignation. Ah, Feng Yuan. You stay behind, Bai Xiaotang suddenly declared. Feng Yuan exchanged glances with Liu Yu and said, You wait for me outside. Liu Yu nodded and departed. Once the others had vacated the hall, Feng Yuan inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss, my lord? Hee, Bai Xiaotang chuckled. You didn't quite make the cut as the leader, did you? But fear not, for I have a position of greater merit to offer you. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, as Bai Xiaotang continued, Would you like to become a steward? Chapter 19, The Steward a Steward? Feng Yuan queried, his brow arching. Indeed. What do you think? Are you interested? Bai Xiaotang maintained his cheerful demeanor. Feng Yuan was certainly intrigued. Firstly, the role of steward held considerable prestige. In Qingyang City, there were 4 districts, each governed by a district lord. Bai Xiaotang was the lord of the Yinsong district where Feng Yuan resided. The district lord oversaw all matters within their territory and managed various resources. However, such responsibilities often overwhelmed the district lords. Consequently, they typically appointed assistants to aid in management. These were the stewards. Stewards enjoyed a higher status relative to others within the district, as well as access to additional cultivation resources. While Feng Yuan did not particularly care for status, he was drawn to the prospect of enhanced resources for cultivation. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why did Bai Xiaoting wish to appoint him? Why choose me? Feng Yuan asked. I have always believed in you, Bai Xiaoting expressed sincerely. I recall you conveyed the same sentiment to Xiao Jinji, yet you failed to remember who he was. Feng Yuan replied calmly. Really? I don't recall that, Bai Xiaoting said. Momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that was during our awakening, when you came to our aid, Feng Yuan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Oh, that moment, Bai Xiaoting exclaimed, slapping his forehead as the memory resurfaced. He had initially looked forward to witnessing what kind of ethereal beauty would emerge from the Tianlan flower's awakening. To his dismay, the individual was neither a beauty nor even a woman, but rather someone with a face streaked with tears and snot, utterly repulsive. Bai Xiaotang had merely engaged in conversation to avoid further entanglement. He waved dismissively, saying, I was merely humoring him. How am I to know whether you are not just humoring me now? That is certainly not the case, Bai Xiaotang retorted, his eyes wide with conviction. Otherwise, why would I have invited you to be my assistant? This is indeed a beneficial opportunity for you. He genuinely held high hopes for Feng Yuan. Although Feng Yuan's aptitude in cultivation was modest, his talent for formations was undeniably exceptional. Without any systematic training, he could already decipher second-tier formations. And Bai Xiaotang's eyes, Feng Yuan was clearly destined to become a mid-tier or even high-tier formation master, even if Feng Yuan only remained a qi refinement practitioner in the future. Forming a connection with someone of such formation prowess would surely yield considerable advantages. Very well, I accept, Feng Yuan nodded. That's more like it, Bai Xiaoting replied, satisfied. After much effort, I have finally found a worthy candidate for recruitment. Should they decline, it would be quite embarrassing for me, Bai Xiaoting remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan recalled that although Bai Xiaoting held the position of district lord, he had yet to appoint even a single steward. Curiously, Feng Yuan inquired, what about your former subordinates? Why is it that you currently have no stewards at all? I do not possess any former subordinates, Bai Xiaoting replied with a smile. I only recently became the district lord of Yinsong, not long before you awakened. If you wish to know more, you ought to inquire with the former district lord. However, I fear you will find no opportunity to do so. Why is that? Feng Yuan furrowed his brow. Where have they gone? At this, Feng Yuan's brow furrowed further, recalling that Bai Xiaoting had previously remarked that they were the worst group he had ever led. But earlier you mentioned that we are the most inferior batch you have ever taken under your wing. Bai Xiaoting shrugged, feigning innocence. I did not misstate the facts. You are indeed the only group I have led thus far, and thus it is only natural to describe you as the worst in every aspect. Therefore, my statement holds true. Feng Yuan felt somewhat speechless at Bai Xiaotang's peculiar logic. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoting presented a token to Feng Yuan. Here is your steward's token. Feng Yuan accepted the token, which bore the inscription third stage steward on one side, while his name emerged on the reverse after he dripped blood upon it. At that moment, Feng Yuan also comprehended the responsibilities that lay before him. The stewards were classified into 3 tiers, with the first tier being the highest and the third tier the lowest. You are now a third-tier steward, required to contribute 100 low-grade spirit stones each month. Thank you, my lord. Feng Yuan expressed his gratitude and then inquired about the esteemed one's level of cultivation. Bai Xiaoting raised an eyebrow and replied, I am at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage, among the 3 district leaders in the outer city. I hold the highest rank. One of the other district leaders is at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, while the other is merely at the 2nd level. Feng Yuan pondered this. Only those at the rain transformation stage were qualified to reside in the inner city. Yet most of them likely hovered around the 1st or 2nd level of that stage. Otherwise, it would not be possible for someone at the foundation establishment level to become a district leader in the outer city. What about the lord of Qingyang City, Qin Liangzheng? What is his level of cultivation? Feng Yuan asked, recalling that he needed to eliminate him within the next decade. Bai Xiaoting casually remarked, Qin Liangzheng was already at the 6th level of the core formation stage when he became lord 20 years ago. He has likely reached the peak. The 10th level, by now, Feng Yuan nodded. However, he is merely at the core formation stage. as long as he has not advanced to the nascent soul stage. I am confident I can slay him within 10 years. Noticing Feng Yuan's calm demeanor, Bai Xiaotang remarked, "Why do I feel you seem unaffected upon learning he is at the core formation stage?" Feng Yuan chuckled and replied, "Isn't it the same for you, Lord Bai? When you mentioned Qin Liangzheng earlier, you showed no deference, either addressing him directly by name or simply referring to him as he." Bai Xiaotang's expression faltered slightly at Feng Yuan's words before he continued, "By the way, you mentioned that you have already found your sense of qi?" Feng Yuan nodded and recounted, "While on a mission outside the city, I inadvertently stumbled upon a cave, where I discovered a long-deceased skeleton. Inside, I found a manual of cultivation, which is of considerable rank. Following its teachings, I was able to perceive my qi the very next day. The truth, of course, was not as straightforward, yet this narrative elegantly elucidated why someone of Feng Yuan's poor aptitude could attain such a sensation. Furthermore, it was indeed true that he had received a cultivation technique from Huangzhong Daoran, which he could present if Bai Xiaotang desired it. However, Bai Xiaotang showed no inclination to request the manual. He merely expressed astonishment at Feng Yuan's remarkable fortune. Nevertheless, he cautioned, in the realm of cultivation, one must eschew lofty aspirations. Even if the technique you have acquired is commendable, reaching the golden core realm, as Qin Liangzheng has, or even my current foundation establishment stage, is no simple feat. You must maintain a balanced mindset. Naturally, Feng Yuan replied calmly, understanding this principle well. Yet, this reaction, in Bai Xiaotang's eyes, appeared as a manifestation of arrogance. He sighed inwardly, lowering his assessment of Feng Yuan slightly. "There is nothing more to discuss. You may leave," Bai Xiaotang said. Feng Yuan nodded and proceeded toward the hall's exit. However, reflecting on their earlier conversation, he noted Bai Xiaotang's dismissive tone and demeanor when mentioning his superior, Qin Liangzheng. This did not align with the typical deference shown to one's superiors. While some may outwardly flatter while harboring disdain, such individuals often exhibit contemptuous expressions when speaking of their superiors. Bai Xiaotang, however, appeared genuinely unconcerned with Qin Liangzheng's standing. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered, revealing that Bai Xiaotang harbored some undisclosed secret within. In Chapter 20, the narrative unfolds with Xiao Genji having received the token from Bai Xiaotang, officially assuming the role of the leader among the new students, wearing an expression of pride. Upon exiting the hall, Ma Huadu was the first to approach him. "Congratulations, congratulations. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Brother Xiao for becoming our leader," Ma Huadu exclaimed with a sycophantic smile. "What is there to celebrate? Such an overreaction," Xiao Genji retorted, feigning nonchalance. "Isn't it only natural for me to be the leader?" "Indeed, I was being overly dramatic," Ma Huadu pretended to chide himself. Others soon joined in to offer their congratulations, encircling Xiao Genji and pushing even Ma Huadu to the periphery. Their flattery was incessant. "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. We shall rely on you moving forward. As our leader, do take care of us." Though their words were laced with insincerity, Xiao Genji relished the attention. He nodded repeatedly, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will not neglect any of you. You are all my compatriots, and compatriots are akin to family. How could I possibly treat my family poorly?" Zhao Yer was also present. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Genji and said, "Congratulations to you." Xiao Genji's eyes widened in surprise as he stammered, I do not know your name, fair maiden." "The name is Zhao Yer," she replied softly. "A good name indeed. Yet, what shall we do about Feng Yuan?" Xiao Gengji, momentarily lost in thought, was suddenly posed this question. It was a pertinent inquiry. Xiao Gengji smirked coldly, asserting, "Although I, Xiao Gengji, am a person of great tolerance and magnanimity, who typically harbors no grudges, Feng Yuan, on multiple occasions, has provoked and opposed me. If I do not impose some form of retribution upon him, he is unlikely to yield to my authority. What do you think?" "Certainly. He must be shown who is in command," came the unanimous agreement. "Feng Yuan has gone too far. I see no issue with reprimanding him." "Brother Xiao, your foresight is commendable. I also believe it is necessary to discipline this troublesome Feng Yuan. Indeed, despite his lacking aptitude, he displays an audacity that is utterly unwarranted." The crowd continued to flatter Xiao Gengji, regardless of the sincerity of their words, for at that moment, he was the leader, not Feng Yuan. As long as they could curry favor with Xiao Gengji, Feng Yuan's situation was of no concern. Ma Huaduo also joined in the praise of Xiao Gengji. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped Ma Huaduo's abdomen, leaving him quite uncomfortable. He hastily addressed Xiao Gengji, "Brother Xiao, I am unwell and must make a trip to the restroom." Xiao Gengji, lost in the sweet embrace of adulation from the crowd, reacted as though he had swallowed a fly upon hearing this. He frowned and waved him off. Go on, go on. Mahua Duo hurriedly departed, making his way to the restroom. Meanwhile, the others resumed their previous behavior, continuing to extol Xiao Gangji while disparaging Feng Yuan. Observing this, Liu could no longer contain himself. He had been silently watching from the sidelines, finding their attempts to flatter Xiao Gangji rather amusing. However, this group of individuals soon implicated Feng Yuan, causing Liu Yu to become infuriated. You have gone too far, Liu Yu exclaimed in anger. The crowd immediately ceased their chatter and turned their attention toward Liu Yu. Xiao Jinji stepped out from the circle of onlookers, scoffing, Gone too far? In what way have we overstepped? Feng Yuan has no enmity with you. He has merely been minding his own business. What has he done to deserve such slander? Do you have the audacity to speak so? Liu Yu defended Feng Yuan, bewildered by the unjust accusations against someone who had done nothing to them. Xiao Jinji remained silent, while others chimed in. When have we ever slandered him? Is it not a fact that he possesses inferior talent? Indeed. Are we not allowed to speak the truth? Liu Yu was rendered speechless by their arrogance. What merit did these individuals possess? Most of them were only of mediocre caliber, perhaps lacking even the basic sensitivity to energy. Yet they had the audacity to criticize Feng Yuan's abilities. Liu Yu was at a loss for words. Look, here comes Feng Yuan. Suddenly, someone announced. The crowd turned to see Feng Yuan emerging from the main hall, slowly making his way toward them. Finally arrived, Xiao Jinji sneered. I shall make him pay for this. Feng Yuan cast aside his thoughts regarding Bai Xiaodang, deciding not to dwell on them any longer. After all, it was someone else's affair. Why should he waste his time pondering it? He then pushed open the doors of the main hall and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he noticed Xiao Jinji, accompanied by a group of people, standing not far ahead, confronting Liu Yu, and engaged in conversation. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, finding the scene somewhat familiar. He intended to approach Liu Yu to inquire about the situation, yet he was intercepted by the coldly smirking Xiao Jinji. Feng Yuan halted his steps and asked nonchalantly, Is there something you wish to discuss? Nothing of great importance, Xiao Jinji replied with a sneer. As the leader, there are certain matters I must address with you. But rest assured, now that I have assumed this role, I shall fulfill my duties diligently. I will faithfully execute Master Bai's every command and manage everyone accordingly. However, this requires the cooperation of all. Wouldn't you agree? Feng Yuan arched an eyebrow. What kind of cooperation do you have in mind? Xiao Jinji chuckled darkly. You see, being a leader is quite arduous. Therefore, I require your assistance. A modest contribution will suffice. Just a few spirit stones will do. Let us start with you. Hand over your spirit stones. That sounds splendid. We are more than willing to cooperate. Since Brother Xiao bears the burden of leadership, we must certainly lend our support. Indeed. Enough talk. Quickly present the spirit stones. They all complied without hesitation, but Liu Yu protested angrily. Do not overstep your boundaries. Feng Yuan gestured for Liu Yu to remain calm. Then, he spoke. Allow me to say a few words as well. Xiao Jinji scoffed. What could you possibly have to say? Hurry and hand over the spirit stones, or you can forget about acquiring even a single one for the next 3 months. However, in that moment, Xiao Jinji's expression shifted dramatically, and not just his. Everyone present shared a similar reaction. As Feng Yuan produced a token, the astonished exclamation of Xiao Gangji echoed. A steward's token? Feng Yuan waved the token before their eyes. As the newly appointed steward, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. This is impossible. Xiao Gangji still could not believe the scene unfolding before him. How can it be impossible? It is Lord Bai Xiaodang who appointed me a steward. A position I cannot alter. Otherwise, I would have wholeheartedly supported your candidacy for this role. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied. The crowd fell silent. And Feng Yuan continued, however, rest assured that since I have assumed the role of steward, I shall fulfill my duties with utmost diligence. I will faithfully execute Lord Bai's orders and manage everyone effectively. Yet, this endeavor requires the cooperation of all of you. Feng Yuan was nearly echoing the words previously spoken by Xiao Gangji. At this point, he cast a knowing glance at Liu Yu, who instantly understood and exclaimed. So how should we cooperate? Feng Yuan smiled gently. Excellent question. You see, being a steward is quite laborious. Therefore, I require your assistance. A modest contribution from each of you. Just a small amount of spirit stones will suffice. What do you think? Feng Yuan gazed at Xiao Gangji and the others, who were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Disregarding their stunned expressions, Feng Yuan added, Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. You need not hand the spirit stones to me directly. I will manage the distribution henceforth and will deduct the amount directly from the allocations. Feng Yuan gazed at Xiao Genji, who stood before him with his mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words. With a gentle smile, he patted Xiao Genji on the shoulder, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. You're the leader, right? If anything arises, I shall inform you. Do your best, truly. Indeed, Lu Yu responded, his spirit soaring. Meanwhile, Xiao Genji and the others remained rooted in place, and after a considerable pause, someone finally spoke up. Feng Yuan has become a steward? What shall we do now? It's over. Ma Hua, perplexed, inquired, Brother Xiao, what has happened to you? Has that little rascal Feng Yuan not emerged yet? He then indulged in his fantasies, chuckling, I wonder how he'll react when he sees us. He will undoubtedly be terrified. Perhaps even speechless. I eagerly anticipate his expression, haha. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Xiao Genji delivered a resounding slap to Ma Hua's face. Get lost. Chapter 21. The Shilin Chamber of Commerce. How did you become a steward? Upon returning to dormitory number 15, Lu Yu, still brimming with excitement, posed the question. I merely had the fortune of good luck. Lord Bai currently has no subordinates, thus he appointed me as a steward, albeit the lowest-ranking third-tier steward. Feng Yuan replied with a calm smile. That is quite impressive, Lu Yu remarked. Xiao Genji has merely become a leader, and his pride has soared to the heavens. You, on the other hand, are now a steward, far surpassing him. Moreover, although Feng Yuan spoke thus, Bai Shaoding currently had neither a second-tier steward nor a first-tier steward under his command, despite being merely a third-tier steward. Feng Yuan's authority was scarcely distinguishable from that of a first-tier steward. Subsequently, Lu Yu erupted into laughter, recalling how Xiao Genji had intended to confront him, only to be taken aback by Feng Yuan's unexpected elevation to steward. When Feng Yuan presented his steward's token, Xiao Genji appeared utterly flabbergasted. Unable to utter a word and barely able to stand, indeed, it was quite comical. Furthermore, those who had followed Xiao Genji, upon his ascension to leadership, had incessantly sought to curry favor with him. In their attempts to flatter Xiao Genji, they shamelessly derided Feng Yuan as well, which was infuriating. Lu Yu, expressing his disdain, spoke with evident ire, those people are inconsequential. Feng Yuan reassured him, having always regarded such individuals with indifference. He then proceeded towards the door, stating, I must attend to my tasks. In such a hurry, how many tasks do you have? Lu Yu inquired. Fewer than 10. I shall complete them all today. Feng Yuan replied. Impressive. Lu Yu could not help but exclaim. As was his custom, Feng Yuan visited the uncle to purchase some sesame cakes. However, purchase seemed an inaccurate term, as the uncle had never solicited money from Feng Yuan, although the uncle had a key-making stall to sustain his livelihood. Feng Yuan hardly witnessed a steady stream of customers. Only on rare occasions did someone appear, prompting the uncle to lazily conduct his business. In the absence of others, there was no concern for the desolation of business. Instead, a leisurely demeanor prevailed, as one observed the throngs of passers-by, evoking a sense of having transcended worldly affairs. Thank you, sir. Feng Yuan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the warm sesame pancake. For what? You come here daily to indulge without paying. Hurry up and be on your way, he retorted playfully. Feng Yuan chuckled softly, departing towards the outskirts of the city. However, it wasn't long before he noticed a significant decrease in the number of pedestrians before he had even exited the Yinsong district. The few individuals present were all heading in the same direction. What has happened over there? Feng Yuan inquired, grasping the arm of a nearby passerby. The individual, caught off guard, replied curtly, What do you want? Let go. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan produced his steward's insignia. The person's expression shifted instantly. Before Feng Yuan could speak, the individual hastily bowed. My apologies, esteemed steward. I failed to recognize your status. Please do not hold it against me. Then do tell me what has transpired over there. Feng Yuan replied coolly. The Xinlan Commerce Guild has arrived. The individual stated succinctly, not daring to delay. The guild? Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my lord. Every 3 months, the Xinlan Commerce Guild visits our Qingyang city, staying for a day in each district, often extending their stay in the inner city of Qingyang. Whenever the guild comes, numerous merchants set up stalls, offering rare elixirs and spiritual artifacts that are otherwise unavailable. And we can sell our own spiritual herbs and other goods to them. Feng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and said to the individual, Very well, you may go now. The man, suddenly feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted, swiftly took his leave. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, joined the throng of individuals heading towards the Merchant Association. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a bustling street. A grand sign stood prominently at the threshold. Inscribed with the 4 gilded characters of Shinlan Merchant Association, each stroke embodying a dynamic elegance, exuding an extraordinary aura. Beneath the sign, 2 guards stood vigilant, ensuring order was maintained. As Feng Yuan stepped onto the street, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. Vendors called out their wares: first-tier medicinal pill, minor blood restoration pill, priced at 7 low-grade spirit stones, first-tier spirit tool, kitchen knife, first-tier spirit tool, silver scale shoulder armor, 5 low-grade spirit stones each. Meanwhile, the voices of customers haggling echoed around him. Shopkeeper, can you lower the price on this kitchen knife? I only intend to slice vegetables, not harm anyone. 3 spirit stones for 1. Will you sell 2 for 5? Never mind, I won't buy it. Let's move on to the next stall. Feng Yuan also observed an elderly figure attempting to sell his possessions to the vendors. The man was dressed in tattered rags, resembling a beggar. At one stall, a vendor shouted dismissively, "Begone, you filthy beggar." Yet, the old beggar remained unperturbed. In a hushed tone, he replied, "Please, do not speak so harshly. I have something truly remarkable to show you. What could a beggar possibly possess that is of value?" The vendor scoffed disdainfully. The beggar chuckled softly twice, and from an unknown source, he produced a small piece of fiery red beast hide. "That is not necessarily the case," he remarked. "Behold this. It is the hide of the flame fox, a creature of the Yuan realm, which I acquired by sheer chance." Feng Yuan let out a soft gasp, captivated by the revelation. "What?" The merchant was equally astounded. "Hush. Do you wish to make this common knowledge? Although it is but a small piece. Observe the intricate patterns upon it. These are runes. Will you accept it?" The old beggar inquired in a hushed tone. The merchant examined the hide closely and confirmed the presence of a flame motif embossed on it. Lowering his voice, he replied, "Such a fine item. I must indeed acquire it. However, I am uncertain if I can afford it." "Very well. I am currently in need of spirit stones. For 100 low-grade spirit stones. It shall be yours. But I only possess 83. Not to worry. Simply hand over all your spirit stones, and I shall honor the price." "Really? Splendid. Thank you." "Think nothing of it." The merchant placed the spirit stones into a storage pouch, exchanging them hand to hand for the beast hide. Upon receiving the stones, the beggar's expression brightened with delight. As the merchant carefully stowed the hide away like a treasured possession, the beggar, clutching the storage pouch, departed with a beaming smile. His path fortuitously led him toward Feng Yuan. Now I have money for some wine," the beggar mused to himself. Just then, he noticed someone observing him with an enigmatic smile and a teasing glint in their eyes. "What are you staring at, boy?" The old beggar instantly became alert, guarding his storage pouch, and exclaimed. "Nothing," Feng Yuan replied with a slight shake of his head. The old beggar, however, remained unconvinced. His dim yellow eyes fixed intently on Feng Yuan, while his lean, dark hands clutched tightly to his storage pouch as he circled around Feng Yuan. Complying, Feng Yuan stood still, allowing the old beggar to depart. Once the beggar had left, a faint smile graced Feng Yuan's lips, and a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes. This beggar was indeed intriguing. Positioned not far from the old beggar's transaction with the merchant, Feng Yuan's keen perception had already discerned the truth when the beggar produced a piece of hide. It was far from the skin of a fire fox, a beast of the Yuan realm, but rather the hide of a mere low-grade yellow realm beast, the fire fox. Feng Yuan had a task that required him to hunt fire foxes, so he could not be mistaken. Moreover, the so-called patterns inscribed upon it were nothing more than superficial embellishments, devoid of any true Taoist essence. The merchant, oblivious to reality, failed to consider that if it were indeed the hide of a Yuan realm beast, it could not possibly be acquired for a mere handful of low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 22. I possess special selling skills. Feng Yuan could not suppress a chuckle, yet he felt no sympathy for the merchant. The merchant's prior demeanor towards the old beggar was nothing short of atrocious. Not being a good person himself, Feng Yuan had no inclination to champion his cause. Minor blood-enhancing pills, only 7 spirit stones each. The merchant's boisterous calls echoed in Feng Yuan's ears as he approached the stall selling elixirs. His interest lay not in the pills themselves, but rather in the fact that no one else stood before this stall. The young merchant, noticing Feng Yuan's arrival, greeted him with enthusiasm. "Looking to buy blood-enhancing pills?" Feng Yuan shook his head and inquired. "No, I wish to ask about the origins of your Shilan Chamber of Commerce." Upon realizing that Feng Yuan was not there for business transactions, the young man's enthusiasm waned significantly, his expression revealing disappointment. After all this time, He had yet to sell even a single qi blood pill. Feng Yuan nodded and continued, "Yet, I observe that your business does not seem to thrive." At the mention of this, the young merchant's face fell, and he lamented, "Alas, I have only recently joined the chamber, and my only offerings are these modest qi blood pills. I have yet to establish a source for anything else. I see others selling these qi blood pills as well, but at a lower price," Feng Yuan remarked. The young merchant, with a sorrowful countenance, poured out his grievances to Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan could do little more than listen in silence. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. "I possess a unique sales technique that may assist you," Feng Yuan proclaimed with a smile. "A unique sales technique? What is it?" the young merchant asked, puzzled. Feng Yuan smiled mysteriously and beckoned. "Come closer and lend me your ear." After a moment's hesitation, the young merchant leaned in. Feng Yuan then whispered a few words, and upon finishing, a glimmer of hope shone in the young merchant's eyes. "Will this truly be effective?" he questioned, still uncertain. "Only by trying will you find out," Feng Yuan replied with a grin. Ultimately, the young merchant acquiesced, determination settling in. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Behold, the ancestral formula for crafting this miraculous elixir. 1 pill invigorates the mind, while 2 pills render you invincible. 3 pills grant eternal life. The current price is merely 10 low-grade spirit stones, and only 10 remain. Is there anyone interested?" Instantly, the surrounding crowd was captivated. What? An ancestral divine elixir? This was the voice of someone espousing a superstitious remedy. What? Only 10 pills left. This came from someone fearful of missing out on a coveted item. What? It promises invincibility. This voice. Do I really need to elaborate? Suddenly, a throng of people surged towards the young vendor's stall, clamoring and pushing to purchase this so-called divine elixir. Even Feng Yuan was pushed outside by the crowd, and the young vendor was overwhelmed. The business was booming, and he could barely keep up with the influx of customers, struggling just to collect payments. Witnessing the frenzy before him, Feng Yuan was taken aback. Such exaggerated claims had actually convinced people. Previously, he had thought that the old beggar's deceit, falsifying the firefox beast's skin from the yellow realm to pass it off as that of the flame firefox from the origin realm, was already quite extravagant. Yet now, Feng Yuan realized he had underestimated the situation, elevating a mere first-tier blood vitality pill to the status of an ancestral divine elixir. Claiming that 3 of them would grant eternal life was nothing short of miraculous. Even more astonishing was the fact that these people genuinely believed it. In truth, Feng Yuan possessed no extraordinary sales techniques. In both his past and present lives, he had never experienced being a merchant. Feng Yuan, with a sudden flash of inspiration, conceived this method solely because he had previously witnessed that old beggar deceiving the merchants. However, the magnitude of his success was beyond his expectations. What words could adequately express his feelings? As he pondered, no precise conclusion emerged. He had always been perplexed by the intricacies of human nature, and this had not changed. Yet, now, as a member of the spirit clan, perhaps it should be termed spiritual heart or spiritual essence. With this thought, Feng Yuan smiled, realizing it was unnecessary. After all, these concepts are interconnected, regardless of the race. Noticing that the young merchant appeared preoccupied, Feng Yuan turned to leave and continued his leisurely stroll. During their earlier conversation, one particular item had piqued his interest, the cleansing marrow pill. He silently repeated the phrase. His current aptitude was significantly lacking. It was classified as D rank, which was already deemed the lowest tier. In truth, Feng Yuan's ability fell short of even that classification. However, this assessment was based on the condition of his sword, which, no matter how formidable it once was, had now diminished. Presently, the only trait that remained was the sword's solid form, as all its previous extraordinary qualities had faded away. To restore his sword to its former glory, he would need to gradually enhance his own cultivation and nourish it with his spiritual energy. Perhaps the cleansing marrow pill could also offer some assistance, he mused. General merchandise for sale. Spiritual pills and artifacts, all clearly priced. A merchant shouted. The vendor, with a shifty demeanor and a cunning expression, caught Feng Yuan's attention. Approaching the stall, he inquired, "Good sir, do you possess any cleansing marrow pills?" Upon noticing a customer approaching his stall, the vendor did not offer a warm welcome, but instead rolled his eyes and remarked, "Everything you seek is laid out before you. Can't you see for yourself?" His dismissive attitude and unkind tone were evident. At that moment, Feng Yuan was clad in a simple gray training outfit from the Yensong district. The vendor, seasoned by years in the trade, possessed a keen insight into the character and purchasing power of his clientele. It was clear to him that Feng Yuan was a newly awakened spirit being, as evidenced by his attire, which he had likely donned straight from the spirit awakening pool. Given his recent awakening, it was reasonable to presume he had scant spirit stones at his disposal. The vendor speculated that even if this individual possessed top-tier aptitude and completed a handful of tasks, he would be fortunate to possess a mere 10 spirit stones. Unlike others who trafficked in inexpensive trinkets, this vendor dealt exclusively in high-quality goods, with prices starting at 2 to 3 dozen inferior spirit stones. Sensing the vendor's disdain in his tone, Feng Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking up. I have heard that your Shilon Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major trading guilds in the Blue Lake County. Indeed, the vendor responded sharply, his face brimming with pride and satisfaction. He thought to himself that this young man had evidently done his homework, recognizing the esteemed reputation of the Shilon Chamber. As a merchant, do you take pride in being part of such a prestigious guild? Of course, the vendor retorted, maintaining his haughty demeanor. For he understood that joining the Shilon Chamber was no trivial feat. Then please accept my heartfelt congratulations. What? The vendor paused momentarily, taken aback. I wish you an abundance of wealth, paving the path to success, a future as bright as a galloping steed, leading the charge ahead of the rest. A continuous stream of fortune, flowing like silk, and everlasting joy, for happiness is crafted through the art of spending. What do you think of this delightful blend of mud, horse, and joy? This is the heartfelt blessing from Feng Yuan. The merchant stood momentarily stunned by Feng Yuan's series of metaphors and parallelisms. Despite his lack of literary knowledge, he could discern the excellence of Feng Yuan's words and imagery. Wealth, future, fortune, and joy, all were depicted in a positive light, undoubtedly genuine blessings. As a merchant, Feng Yuan's wishes resonated deeply within him. Filled with gratitude, the merchant couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame, recalling his previous unkindness and disdain towards Feng Yuan. Yet, Feng Yuan had repaid his grievances with kindness, bestowing upon him such sincere wishes. Feeling somewhat remorseful, the merchant expressed, "Thank you, young brother. No need for thanks. It is but a small gesture. If you wish, I can offer you a few more words." Feng Yuan replied with a gentle smile. "That will not be necessary. These few words suffice, and I require no more," the merchant responded, laughter creasing his face. He then turned to Feng Yuan and said, "You mentioned earlier that you were seeking the cleansing elixir, correct? I happen to have it right here." The vendor picked up a small box from a pile on his stall and opened it for Feng Yuan to see. As the box was unveiled, a delicate fragrance of medicinal pills wafted forth. Inside lay a jade-green pill, approximately the size of a plum, perfectly round in shape. The vendor continued, "Though they are all second-tier pills, my Shisue pill is of superior quality compared to others. Are you familiar with Master Guorongshan?" the vendor inquired. Feng Yuan shook his head, candidly admitting, "I do not know him." The vendor slapped his forehead, realizing, of course, you have only recently awakened, so it is natural for you to be unaware. Allow me to inform you. Guorongshan is a profound great alchemist and a distinguished guest in the residence of our Blue Lake County's princess. Is this pill crafted by him? Feng Yuan asked. Not exactly, the vendor replied, somewhat awkwardly. It was actually refined by his disciple, Zhang Han, a yellow-grade alchemist. Nevertheless, being a disciple of a renowned master, his pills are assuredly superior to those produced by lesser practitioners. Then, what is the price of the Shisue pill? Feng Yuan inquired directly, without expressing any opinion. Originally, I intended to sell it for 30 low-grade spirit stones, but in light of your earlier kind words, I shall offer it to you for a reduced price of 25 spirit stones. If you find yourself short on spirit stones, you may defer payment until my next visit to Qingyang City with the Merchant Association, the vendor smiled. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating, your honesty makes me feel somewhat guilty. Perhaps I should settle on 30 spirit stones after all. Despite having expended considerable spirit stones on cultivating the Yintianju, he still possessed 30 spirit stones. That would not do, he insisted. The merchant expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, I clearly mentioned selling 25 spirit stones. It is indeed 25. I could afford 30 spirit stones if necessary. Feng Yuan chuckled softly, revealing his steward token to the merchant. Ah, so it is a steward. The merchant exclaimed in surprise, his tone shifting to one of respect. Although the Xinlan Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major chambers in the Blue Lake County, he was merely an ordinary merchant beneath the chamber, no different from a commoner, and certainly of a lower status compared to a steward within a district. However, The merchant found it somewhat peculiar and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed steward, why you don such attire? You are already a steward, so why wear the clothing of a newly awakened individual? Are you pretending to be humble?" Feng Yuan lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before responding earnestly, "It is, of course, to blend in with our newly awakened spirit kin, allowing them to feel the warmth of our spirit family, thus inspiring them to cultivate with even greater diligence." Understanding dawned upon the merchant, who then fawned, "Your Excellency, you truly show compassion for the younger generation. Your wisdom is profound." Feng Yuan, presumably, this marrow-cleansing pill is also intended for the trainees under your guidance, is it not? The merchant, having bought into Feng Yuan's ruse, continued, "Indeed it is." Feng Yuan readily agreed. Suddenly, someone approached from the right and collided with Feng Yuan. He instinctively shifted his body to stabilize himself, causing the other person to be startled. "Oh dear. Thank you, Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the woman before him, Zhao Yuer. Zhao Yuer was in a wretched mood. This morning, everyone received a notification from Bai Xiaodong regarding the election of a leader. Zhao Yuer was acutely aware of her lack of prospects, for she was merely of C-grade aptitude. The others were largely in a similar predicament, resulting in only two candidates, the A-grade Xie Jinji and the B-grade Zhuo Su. Although Feng Yuan, the troublemaker, made an unwelcome intervention, the outcome aligned precisely with Zhao Yuer's predictions. Xie Jinji was elected as the leader. Subsequently, Zhao Yuer endeavored to entice Xie Jinji, who, as she had anticipated, was utterly captivated by her allure. In that moment, Zhao Yuer foresaw a promising future ahead, one that promised to be exceedingly smooth. With Bai Xiaodong lacking any enforcers, it was akin to a jungle without a tiger. Even if Xie Jinji was merely a leader, was he not poised to ascend to greater power? Moreover, there was the matter of the enmity between Xie Jinji and Feng Yuan. That shameless scoundrel, Feng Yuan, had undoubtedly taken advantage of Zhao Yuer on numerous occasions, a slight she could not endure. Given that Xie Jinji also harbored resentment towards Feng Yuan, Zhao Yuer could easily utilize Xie Jinji's influence to settle the score. The mere thought of this sent her into a fit of barely contained laughter, though she restrained herself to maintain her seductive facade before Xie Jinji. When the discussion turned to how to handle Feng Yuan, Zhao Yuer was filled with fervor. Upon seeing Feng Yuan approach, she imagined the scene of Feng Yuan kneeling before her, pleading for forgiveness, which brought her immense satisfaction. However, reality shattered all her illusions, as Feng Yuan's aptitude rendered him incapable of becoming the leader. However, after being left alone with Bai Xiaodong, it was a mystery what transpired, for he unexpectedly ascended to the position of a steward. A bona fide steward, indeed, no matter how one might embellish the title of leader. It remains that they are merely a trainee. How could a mere trainee possibly compare to a steward? Feng Yuan's nonchalant demeanor bewildered everyone present. Throughout the entire episode, he did not cast a single glance at Zhao Yuer, yet she felt perpetually under the scrutiny of his derisive gaze. Even the individual she aspired to impress seemed insignificant in his eyes, let alone herself. Zhao Yuer was deeply unsettled. Lost in thought, she inadvertently collided with someone. Startled, she nearly stumbled backward, but fortunately, the person caught her. Zhao Yuer hastily expressed her gratitude, only to realize that the individual she had bumped into was none other than Feng Yuan. She had been contemplating him moments before, and now she had indeed collided with him, in the truest sense. Her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Earlier that morning, Feng Yuan was just another trainee like her, and she had even shot him a glare in Bai Xiaodong's hall. Yet now, he had ascended to the stature of a steward, elevated and unattainable. "Are you all right?" Feng Yuan inquired first. I'm fine," Zhao Yuer replied, her tone inexplicably subdued. Without waiting for further questions from Feng Yuan, she turned on her heel and walked away, her steps uneven, betraying the turmoil within her heart. Feng Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden shift in demeanor. The vendor nearby kept his gaze fixated on Zhao Yuer and Feng Yuan, and finally exclaimed with a rather lewd expression on a sharp-featured face, "I understand." Feng Yuan looked at him in confusion, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "What do you understand?" Chapter 24. The mysterious iron rod. Feng Yuan regarded the vendor with a puzzled expression, but the vendor misunderstood, thinking that Feng Yuan was warning him. He quickly erased the lascivious look from his face, though his mind was still awash with waves of debauchery. The vendor believed he had unraveled the mystery of this esteemed attendant before him. The woman in training attire who had bumped into Feng Yuan must truly be a newly awakened member of the spirit race. As for Feng Yuan donning this initial training garb, It was not merely to evoke warmth among his fellow spirit kin. It was clearly for more intimate purposes. This time, it was for the shared experience of training, and perhaps next time, it would involve fatherly duties, lulling his daughter to sleep. As for with whom he would train and whom he would soothe to slumber, it scarcely required mention. Who else but that enchanting beauty? The vendor mused, unable to suppress a few smacking sounds in private delight. Although Zhao Yar wore a simple training outfit, it did little to conceal her ample bosom, complemented by her alluring visage. The mere thought of it sent shivers of excitement through the vendor. As for Zhao Yar's abrupt departure after colliding with Feng Yuan, the vendor had come to his own conclusions. It was merely a quarrel between the two. Naturally, this esteemed attendant had come to procure a cleansing elixir, likely as an offering of apology to that captivating woman. The merchant chuckled softly and handed a small box containing the marrow-cleansing pill to Feng Yuan, saying, "My lord, your marrow-cleansing pill." Feng Yuan remained perplexed, uncertain of what the merchant had previously comprehended. Nonetheless, the immediate priority was to purchase the pill. He retrieved 30 inferior spirit stones and tossed them to the merchant, accepting the marrow-cleansing pill in return. The merchant, stowing away the spirit stones, beamed and inquired, "I also have spiritual artifacts for sale. Would my lord care to take a look?" "No, thank you," Feng Yuan replied, casting a cursory glance over the array of clearly priced pills and spiritual artifacts on the stall, shaking his head. After acquiring the marrow-cleansing pill, his spirit stones were dwindling. The merchant's wares were priced at dozens of spirit stones each, making any further purchases beyond his means. The merchant, though somewhat disappointed, courteously bid, "My lord, please take care, and do visit again." Noticing the merchant's expression, he quickly asked, "Is there something that has caught your eye, my lord?" "Not quite," Feng Yuan replied with a faint smile, then pointed to an odd item on the merchant's stall, asking, "Is this considered a spiritual artifact?" Following Feng Yuan's gesture, the merchant's gaze fell upon the object in question, a black stick approximately a foot long, which could barely be classified as a rod. Its surface was adorned with numerous lumps, some as large as tumors, others the size of fingernails, maintaining a rough elongated shape. The stick was made of iron, showing signs of being hammered, with some lumps cracked open, revealing a mottled, dark, hard interior. "Ah, that," the merchant chuckled, "is certainly not a spiritual artifact. I merely stumbled upon it while traveling with the Merchant Guild. At first, I believed this object might possess some peculiar qualities, yet it merely proved to be somewhat rigid. However, after striking it a few times, it fractured and failed to conduct spiritual energy. I placed this item on my stall, merely to see if any fool would purchase it." Feng Yuan nodded. The ability to conduct spiritual energy serves as the criterion for determining whether an object is a spiritual artifact. Since this short rod cannot channel such energy, it is evidently not a spiritual tool, but rather a mere piece of mundane iron, devoid of value. Nevertheless, Feng Yuan regarded the vendor with a hint of amusement, suggesting that by your reasoning, I must be a fool. The vendor's expression shifted, his smile freezing on his face. "My lord, do you have an interest in this?" Feng Yuan replied with a smile, "The leg of the table in my room is slightly broken and uneven. I believe this short rod would fit perfectly. I shall purchase this rod." Noticing that Feng Yuan seemed unperturbed by his earlier blunder, the vendor exhaled in relief and said with a forced grin, "Surely, I cannot expect my lord to pay for it. After all, I merely found it. I shall gift it to you." The vendor then promptly thrust the short rod into Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Then I shall not be modest." "Not at all." After accepting the rod, Feng Yuan's expression remained largely unchanged. Once he departed from the vendor's stall, characterized by a sharp visage, he continued down the street. Along the way, he passed by the stall of the young man selling minor blood recovery pills, which was still surrounded by a throng of customers, thriving with business as the young man busily responded to inquiries. Feng Yuan smiled faintly, but did not linger. Having walked beyond the city limits, Feng Yuan finally came to a halt. He did not rush to undertake his mission. Instead, he produced that unsightly short rod once more, his expression not one of indifference, but rather graced with a hint of a smile. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a treasure, earth core black iron. As he ran his fingers over the bumpy surface of the rod, the corners of Feng Yuan's mouth curled slightly upward. It was indeed a remarkable find. Earth core black iron, born from the depths of the earth, is a material of the profound tier, suitable for crafting third and fourth tier spiritual artifacts. Subjected to the relentless refining of subterranean lava day and night, it is extraordinarily resilient. However, it possesses a notable flaw. it readily attracts dirt and iron filings. Once these particles adhere to the earth core black iron, they accumulate on its surface, forming a layer of grime. If left unattended for an extended period, they may coalesce into unsightly lumps. Over time, these impurities, having absorbed the essence of the earth core black iron, undergo a transformation, becoming significantly harder and taking on a black hue due to the iron's influence. Yet, they do not qualify as materials for crafting spiritual artifacts, as they lack the ability to conduct spiritual energy. The merchant, oblivious to the intricacies involved, mistakenly believed that the dirt on the exterior was the entirety of the substance's composition, unaware that it merely obscured the true nature of the treasure beneath. Fortunately, this misjudgment benefited Feng Yuan. With a slight smile, he reflected on his humble beginnings and the journey of cultivation that had afforded him a glimpse of various wonders. Otherwise, had the earth core black iron appeared in such a state before him, he might not have recognized it. Approaching a large stone, Feng Yuan raised the grime-coated earth core black iron and brought it down forcefully. With a resounding thud, Feng Yuan felt a sharp pain in his palm, as the stone cracked with a few fissures, yet the core black iron remained unscathed. Truly formidable, he mused. The Feng Yuan knife materialized in his other hand, and he struck decisively at the largest protrusion of grime on the core black iron. Without any hindrance, the knife sliced through, severing the lump with a smooth incision. Following this methodical approach, he proceeded to eliminate each unsightly bump one by one. This core black iron, previously refined into a short rod-like spiritual tool, had succumbed to neglect over time, leading to its current state. With each deft stroke of the knife, layers of filth fell away from the iron's surface. Feng Yuan then maneuvered the knife from the side, shaping the subterranean iron into a cylindrical short rod. The grime peeled away in delicate layers, as he was cautious not to inadvertently remove the genuine core black iron beneath. Finally, he paused, sensing a slight resistance. It was a minor impediment, really. If the previous task of scraping the core black iron was akin to slicing through soft tofu, this moment felt like cutting into a firm block of tofu. There was little difference. Both were easily managed. Yet, this sensation signified that he had indeed made contact with the core black iron. As he delicately continued his work, he slowed his pace, carefully removing the remaining grime from the sides of the short rod. He then proceeded to clear the ends with the same meticulousness. Before long, the formerly unsightly and lumpy subterranean iron transformed into a sleek, jet-black cylindrical short rod, its ends perfectly smooth. This is the true heart of the earth iron, its hue far more pristine than the mottled black filth surrounding it. Feng Yuan gripped the short staff, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it, a testament to its long exposure to the fiery depths of the earth. However, a slight imperfection marred its beauty, a faint scratch along the side, a remnant from Feng Yuan's previous efforts to remove impurities. He waved the staff through the air, producing a whooshing sound as it sliced through. Suddenly, a disturbance arose not far ahead. Feng Yuan focused his gaze and was astonished to find a wild boar, its small eyes fixed upon him, snorting and pawing the ground with its hind leg, preparing to charge. Feng Yuan chuckled, realizing an unexpected affinity with this wild boar. On his very first day of undertaking a mission, he had encountered one as well. At that time, however, he had just begun to sense his energy, which was still quite feeble. Faced with the wild boar then, he had to rely solely on his speed to outmaneuver it until it succumbed to exhaustion. But now, the situation was drastically different. Though merely 2 or 3 days had elapsed, his energy had significantly intensified, and his physical prowess had seen considerable enhancement. He was now fully capable of confronting the wild boar head-on. With a few quick snorts, the wild boar charged towards Feng Yuan. Yet, he stood his ground, refusing to evade. As the boar came rushing forward, Feng Yuan swiftly drew the heart of the earth iron staff and struck at the wild boar. With a resounding thwack, akin to striking a watermelon, the boar barely had time to squeal before its skull was shattered. One half of its head caved in, and its tusks were sent flying. Yet its body continued to lunge forward due to inertia. Feng Yuan swiftly sidestepped, evading the inertia of the freshly skewered boar's carcass, along with the splattering teeth and blood that accompanied it. He shook the earth-hard iron rod, removing the bloodstains that had marred its surface. The rod served him well, feeling quite comfortable in his grasp. Satisfied, Feng Yuan nodded in approval. Although his strength was considerable, delivering a single blow capable of shattering the boar's most resilient skull remained somewhat challenging. The earth-hard iron rod was indeed a significant asset, As he traversed the path back to the Yinsong district, Feng Yuan noticed a multitude of individuals hastening towards the Xinlan Chamber of Commerce. However, he chose not to follow. For purchasing a cleansing elixir had nearly depleted his entire reserve of spirit stones, and he found himself devoid of further needs. While walking, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder from behind, a youthful and somewhat familiar voice calling out to him. "It's you." Turning around, Feng Yuan was greeted by a young man, his face alight with joy. It was the vendor from earlier that morning, who had been selling minor blood-replenishing pills at the Xinlan Chamber of Commerce. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Feng Yuan inquired with a smile. "I finished early," the vendor replied with a grin. "After employing the method you taught me, my business has been thriving immensely. In less than half a day, all of my stock is sold out." "Congratulations!" Feng Yuan expressed his delight. Having sold all his elixirs, the young vendor surely amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Though he dealt in minor blood-replenishing pills, they bore the esteemed reputation of divine elixirs. At the outset, the young merchant priced a single blood chi pill at 7 spirit stones, even if the cost was merely 6 spirit stones per pill. Raising the selling price to 10 spirit stones would yield a pure profit of 4 spirit stones for each pill sold. Feng Yuan recalled that the young merchant mentioned he had acquired 500 blood chi pills, all of which had now been sold, multiplying 500 by 4. His earnings amounted to an impressive 2,000 spirit stones. Should the cost have been even lower, his profits would have soared further. Indeed, the young merchant had struck an incredible fortune this time. "Not at all. It is all thanks to you. Without your assistance, I would likely have suffered significant losses. That's why I have been searching for you." Despite his success, the young merchant did not boast. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Feng Yuan as he spoke. "Searching for me?" Feng Yuan was taken aback. "Yes, to express my gratitude. Here, this is a token of my appreciation." The young merchant's eyes sparkled with sincerity as he presented a storage pouch to Feng Yuan. Seemingly apprehensive of rejection, he hastily departed before Feng Yuan could utter a word. Upon opening the storage pouch, Feng Yuan was astonished to find it filled with gleaming spirit stones. After a cursory count, he estimated there were nearly 100. His eyebrows arched in pleasant surprise. The young merchant chuckled awkwardly. "I still do not know your name." Feng Yuan smiled and replied, "I am Feng Yuan. And you?" I am Zhao Gang. Should we cross paths again in the future, I shall certainly offer you a discount on my goods." The young merchant patted his chest confidently before dashing away, reminiscent of his earlier departure. It was indeed rare to encounter such an honest individual among merchants. Feng Yuan smiled faintly, committing Zhao Gang's name to memory. After bidding farewell to Zhao Gang, Feng Yuan made his way to the residence of Bai Xiaodang. He boldly pushed open the door to the main hall and entered. As anticipated, Bai Xiaodang was idly seated in the hall. Upon noticing Feng Yuan's arrival, Bai Xiaodang feigned a semblance of vitality, straightening himself and in a mock-serious tone, inquired about the purpose of Feng's visit. Feng Yuan remained silent, bemused by Bai Xiaodang's sudden pretense of formality, given his usual lackadaisical demeanor. Understanding Bai Xiaodang's mannerisms, Feng Yuan chose not to engage in frivolity and directly produced over 10 task tokens, presenting them in his hand. "All tasks have been completed. I kindly request your review." "Esteemed sir," Feng Yuan stated. Bai Xiaodang was taken aback. "All tasks have been accomplished?" "Indeed," Feng Yuan affirmed. Bai Xiaodang paused momentarily before responding. "I did indeed accept the mission to hunt demonic beasts. Those are formidable creatures, even if merely at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm. Though they are demonic beasts, they are but at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm. Even if you have only just grasped the sensation of qi, you would still be no match for them. Even if I have only recently sensed qi, I am capable of overcoming them. Thus, you should have been unable to complete such a task. And yet, I have done so." Now it was Bai Xiaodang who found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan maintained an air of calm assurance. Noticing Bai Xiaodang's silence and his vacant gaze, Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow and reiterated, "I humbly request your review, esteemed sir." Bai Xiaodang, damn. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Chapter 26. The gift of elixir. Bai Xiaodang stared with vacant eyes, rendered speechless. Feng Yuan urged him once more. "Please take a look." Bai Xiaodang exhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and waved to summon all the task tokens from Feng Yuan's hand. He still harbored some doubt. Swiftly inspecting these tokens, Bai Xiaodang sought to ascertain whether the task of hunting the demon beasts was among them, and whether it had indeed been accomplished. Before long, only 2 task tokens remained in his hand. Bai Xiaodang's gaze flickered as he murmured, "It really has been completed." One of these tasks required the hunting of a firefox, while the other demanded the elimination of a blue plague wolf. Both were low-tier demon beasts of the Yellow Realm, which Bai Xiaodang believed Feng Yuan could not possibly contend with. Yet now, both tokens bore bright exclamation marks. The emblem of completed tasks. Naturally, they would not have been entrusted to an adult otherwise. Feng Yuan smiled calmly. Bai Xiaodang placed the tokens down, his gaze piercing as he regarded Feng Yuan, while inwardly mocking himself for having underestimated this individual. Bai Xiaodang had initially thought that Feng Yuan's talent lay solely in formations. With only a modicum of combat prowess, limited by his innate abilities and unlikely to achieve greatness in that domain, Bai Xiaodang had confidence in Feng Yuan, but only regarding his potential future mastery of formations. However, now Feng Yuan, at a level yet to enter the Qi refinement stage, has successively hunted 2 low-tier yellow beasts equivalent to the early Qi refinement realm, which has truly caught Bai Xiaodang's attention, making him realize he had underestimated him. "You have indeed surprised me greatly," Bai Xiaodang remarked helplessly. "You flatter me. It is hardly worth mentioning." "Not at all. I am genuinely astonished by your capabilities." "This is your reward," Bai Xiaodang said with a smile. With that, Bai Xiaodang waved his hand, and several items flew before Feng Yuan, including spirit stones and a small box. There were no fewer than 20 spirit stones, surpassing the quantity of Feng Yuan's mission rewards. Feng Yuan stowed the spirit stones away and opened the small box, only to reveal a peculiar expression. Inside was a greenish-blue pill that released a faint fragrance as he opened the box. Seeing Feng Yuan's reaction, Bai Xiaodang assumed he did not recognize the item and chuckled. "Hehe, you don't know, do you? This is called a cleansing marrow pill, a second-tier elixir, quite valuable for someone in your current situation." "No, I not only know, but I purchased one this very morning," Feng Yuan silently thought, though he kept it to himself. Bai Xiaodang continued, "If I remember correctly, your aptitude is of the Ding tier, right? The cleansing marrow pill can enhance your aptitude significantly. Make sure to accept it well." "Thank you, my lord." Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Yuan expressed his gratitude. Although the cleansing marrow pill may not hold significant value for Bai Xiaodang, it was certainly not something he would casually give away. Bai Xiaodang's treatment of Feng Yuan genuinely moved him. "Indeed," Feng Yuan acknowledged with a nod, preparing to take his leave, when Bai Xiaodang called out to him. "Ah, wait a moment. Is there something else?" Feng Yuan inquired, puzzled. "Since the previous tasks have all been completed, you should proceed to release the new batch of assignments. Take these task tokens and place them at the task distribution point." With a wave of his hand, Bai Xiaodang dispatched dozens of task tokens, which flew before Feng Yuan. He accepted them all, nodding to indicate his understanding before attempting to depart once more. However, Bai Xiaodang called out to him again. "Ah, just a moment more." Feng Yuan halted, listening as Bai Xiaodang continued. "Are you planning to accept all the tasks again?" "Not at all. That is not the case," Feng Yuan replied, maintaining his usual demeanor, leaving Bai Xiaodang none the wiser. With a sigh, Bai Xiaodang implored, "Please, leave some for others. As you know, the original members of our trial group have all departed. Currently, I have only you few, and you are all newly awakened." Feng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, and Bai Xiaodang proceeded, "Let me share a piece of information with you. In approximately 6 months, a martial arts competition will take place in Qingyang City, and you all will be required to participate." Bai Xiaodang's tone was grave, prompting Feng Yuan to respond earnestly, "I shall face any trials without hesitation." Bai Xiaodang looked skyward, feeling a deep sense of weariness. "Why can't you comprehend this?" he lamented, wincing in frustration. "Though you have only recently awakened, your opponents are not in the same state. Some of them have cultivated for 2 to 3 years, while you have only been training for how long? In 6 months, not to mention the inner-city Xinjiang district. Just looking at the outer districts of Jinhong and Lungmu, the participants from there are at the 5th or 6th level of Qi training, even reaching the 7th or 8th level. As for our Yinsong district, we are merely at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi training. Currently, we are already significantly inferior to other districts. If you monopolize so many cultivation resources, won't the majority of our people be reduced to mere novices? By the time of the competition, there may hardly be anyone at the 3rd level of Qi training. What will become of my dignity as the district chief? As a practitioner at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, if I were to be defeated by that plump fellow from Lingmu district, who is only at the 2nd level, or by that bearded man from Jinhong district, who is at the 3rd level, where would my honor lie?" Bai Xiaodang lamented deeply, articulating a plethora of concerns. Feng Yuan, grasping the essence of his words, understood that Bai Xiaodang's primary fear was the loss of face. "I comprehend now. I will not act recklessly this time, Feng Yuan declared. Out of respect for Bai Xiaodang, he abandoned his original plans. Furthermore, with over 100 spirit stones in his possession and a monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones as a deacon, Feng Yuan no longer needed to cling desperately to the task rewards. After departing from Bai Xiaodang's residence, Feng Yuan proceeded to submit the task token. However, he retained 2 tokens, one for personal use and the other to assist Lu Yu. In the span of 3 months, the aspiration to cultivate to the 3rd level of qi refinement weighed heavily upon Lu Yu, for without diligent effort, such a feat appeared utterly unattainable. Conversely, Feng Yuan felt no such burden. Despite his inferior aptitude, he practiced his self-created body refinement technique, the Yin Tian Ju. Due to its self-origin, Feng Yuan possessed an intimate familiarity with the Yin Tian Ju, allowing him to cultivate with remarkable ease, unlike others who required deep comprehension of their techniques. Observing Lu Yu engrossed in his training, Feng Yuan refrained from interrupting and quietly commenced his own practice. Presently, the sensation of qi within Feng Yuan was capable of traversing a significant portion of his body without dissipating. He was confident that within a week, he would successfully cultivate the first layer of Yin Tian Ju, officially stepping into the realm of qi refinement and embarking upon the path of cultivation. Chapter 27. Breakthrough. With a slight flutter of his eyelashes, Feng Yuan withdrew from his meditative state, opening his eyes to smile and nod at Lu Yu. "Ah, my apologies," Lu Yu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Feng Yuan had not disturbed his training, yet he had spoken while Feng Yuan was engrossed in his own cultivation. "No matter," Feng Yuan replied with a smile, producing a mission token along with another item to hand to Lu Yu. "Why are you giving me your mission token?" Lu Yu queried, accepting it with a hint of confusion, only to discover that this token did not belong to Feng Yuan. "I have already submitted my tasks, and a new batch has been released. I brought one for you." "Completed them all? Impressive. Thank you. But this task?" Lu Yu expressed his gratitude to Feng Yuan, though his tone betrayed a lack of enthusiasm. The task inscribed upon this token proved too formidable for Lu Yu to accomplish. Eliminate a Yellow Realm initial stage beast, the Fire Fox. Reward, 5 spirit stones. To slay a beast, how could I possibly achieve that? Lu Yu lamented with a furrowed brow. "Do not worry, I shall assist you," Feng Yuan responded. He was well aware that Lu Yu was unlikely to fulfill this task, yet he offered his support. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's spirits lifted, and he was about to express his gratitude when Feng Yuan continued. "Have you not considered another item?" It was then that Lu Yu recalled that Feng Yuan had given him 2 items, the task token and a small box. He picked it up and opened it, revealing a singular washing marrow pill. Feng Yuan possessed 2 of these pills, one he had purchased himself, and the other was a gift from Lord Bai. Perfectly. They could each take one. "What is this?" Although Lu Yu did not recognize the object, the faint aroma of the medicinal pill wafted to his nostrils, leading him to believe it was no ordinary item. "The washing marrow pill, take it. It can enhance your aptitude," Feng Yuan encouraged with a smile. "What? I cannot accept this," Lu Yu exclaimed, taken aback, and promptly declined. Feng Yuan then explained, "Because I performed well on my task. Lord Bai rewarded me with 2 washing marrow pills. You should accept this one." "Oh, I see." Feng Yuan told a small fib, and with that, Lu Yu was willing to accept it. After receiving the washing marrow pill, Lu Yu once again expressed his gratitude to Feng Yuan, uttering a simple but heartfelt, "Thank you." Feng Yuan smiled gently and said, "Why not test its effects? Let us try it now," Lu Yu exclaimed with excitement. Yet he remained fixated on the cleansing pill in his hand for quite some time before finally placing it into his mouth. In that instant, Feng Yuan witnessed Lu Yu shudder violently, rolling his eyes back before collapsing, utterly unconscious. Feng Yuan called out to Lu Yu several times, but to no avail. A smile crept across Feng Yuan's face. After all, Lu Yu had previously consumed a legitimate medicinal pill. Had an unknowing observer witnessed this scene, they might have assumed he had been poisoned. Subsequently, Feng Yuan also placed the cleansing pill into his mouth. Without any further actions, the pill dissolved instantly, its medicinal essence permeating through his being. The potency of the pill coursed through his flesh and blood, imparting a cool sensation that was not frigid but rather invigorating, leaving Feng Yuan feeling remarkably at ease. The medicinal energy swiftly enveloped his entire body, alleviating the weariness accumulated from a day's cultivation. Both his physical form and spirit experienced a euphoric sensation. Lu Yu had fainted for this very reason. However, Feng Yuan's will was resolute, and he quickly extricated himself from the overwhelming effects. With his mind focused, he became acutely aware of the changes occurring within his body. His flesh beneath the skin exhibited subtle movements, and even his bones felt a tingling sensation. Feng Yuan recognized that this was the cleansing pill at work, expelling impurities from his body to enhance his cultivation potential. He patiently awaited the effects to subside, and after approximately half an hour, the potency of the pill waned, and the movement within his flesh ceased. Feng Yuan stretched his body, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans. This cleansing pill was indeed effective. He comfortably squinted his eyes, yet soon realized that his body felt somewhat sticky, with his garments clinging closely to him. Due to the layer of dark grime on Feng Yuan's body, it was the impurities expelled by the cleansing elixir. After bathing, he rid himself of the filth. During this time, Feng Yuan also practiced the Yintian technique. Although the sensation only circulated through half of his body, it coalesced once more after dissipating for a little over 15 minutes. "How do you feel?" Feng Yuan inquired. "It's sticky and somewhat uncomfortable," came the reply. "I meant in terms of cultivation. What is your aptitude? Try operating the Shiyuan technique and see how long it takes for the sensation to dissipate and then recoalesce." Feng Yuan said, amused. "Oh, I see." Lu Yu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and began to follow the instructions. Feng Yuan waited patiently. After taking the cleansing elixir, Feng Yuan's aptitude had reached approximately a C rank, while Lu Yu was above C rank but not yet at B rank. "Wonderful, wonderful. I can definitely reach the 3rd level of Qi training within 3 months. I need no longer be anxious," Lu Yu exclaimed with excitement. "Keep it up. But I believe what you need right now is a swift bath." Feng Yuan chuckled, noticing the remaining layer of grime on Lu Yu. "Ah, that is true." With that, Lu Yu hurriedly dashed off to the bathing area. 5 days had passed since the day he and Lu Yu consumed the cleansing elixir. During these 5 days, Feng Yuan had promptly completed his assigned tasks and assisted Lu Yu with his as well. The requirements for both of their tasks involved the hunting of low-tier Yellow Realm beasts. For Feng Yuan, this posed no challenge, thanks to the consumption of the cleansing essence pill. His innate talent had been enhanced, consequently accelerating his cultivation pace. However, he was still a fraction away from fully operating the first layer of the Yintian art. Once he succeeded in its complete execution, it would signify his entry into the Qi refinement realm. While Feng Yuan steadily progressed in his training, the other members of the training class also made strides. Gradually, they too began to sense the flow of Qi. Nevertheless, there had been no reports of anyone having broken through to the Qi refinement stage just yet. On that particular morning, both Feng Yuan and Lu Yu were in their dormitory, quietly engrossed in their practices. Feng Yuan channeled the Yintian art, attuning to the sensations of Qi within his body. The sensation had grown robust, now as thick as half a finger, a stark contrast to its initial thread-like size. At that moment, this strand of Qi traversed along the pathways of the Yintian art, emerging from his dantian and meandering throughout his body. Feng Yuan remained undeterred, patiently awaiting the restoration of his Qi. After a quarter of an hour, the sensation coalesced once more within his dantian. Feng Yuan focused intently, diligently executing the first layer of the Yintian art, coaxing the Qi out from his dantian to commence its circulation. He maintained a steady pace, calm and composed. With each reconstitution of the dissipated Qi, it grew increasingly robust. Soon, the Qi ventured beyond the confines of his dantian. Yet this time, it did not dissipate. Instead, buoyed by a surge of energy, it plunged back into the dantian. A resounding boom echoed within Feng Yuan's dantian, reminiscent of the resonant toll of morning bells and evening drums, as a distinct aura emanated from him. However, it did not cease there. As the enclosure of abyss technique operated, it completed the 2nd and 3rd circulations. It persisted through 3 full cycles before that thread of energy finally lost its momentum, coming to a halt and dissipating. The flow of spiritual energy interlinked seamlessly, and the first layer of the Yintian Ju was achieved. With the circulation of spiritual energy through 3 cycles, he ascended to the 3rd tier of the Qi refinement realm. Feng Yuan opened his eyes, exhaled a sigh, his gaze devoid of sorrow or joy, his expression placid and unperturbed. Chapter 28. The technique. Feng Yuan calmly opened his eyes. Having successfully cultivated the first layer of the Yintian Ju, the spiritual energy within him directly completed 3 circulations, indicating that Feng Yuan had reached the 3rd tier of the Qi refinement realm, equivalent to the initial stage of the Yellow Realm. This breakthrough came naturally. However, Feng Yuan felt neither pride nor exhilaration, recognizing it as merely the most basic level of cultivation, hardly worth mention. Furthermore, the Yellow Realm encompasses a broad spectrum, with both the Qi refinement and accumulation cloud realms classified under it. The initial and intermediate stages of the Yellow Realm correspond to the Qi refinement realm, while the high stage and above pertain to the accumulation cloud realm. Previously, the Qingji wolf and fire fox he had hunted were both beasts of the initial Yellow Realm. Yet their strength was not formidable, roughly equivalent to the first tier of Qi refinement. Once the spiritual energy ceased its circulation, the aura surrounding Feng Yuan also dissipated. However, before it faded completely, Lu Yu had already sensed something. Thus, upon Feng Yuan opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Lu Yu, who regarded him with a look of perplexity. "What is the matter?" Feng Yuan inquired. "I felt as if something emanated from your side during your cultivation. Yet now there is nothing." Lu Yu expressed his confusion. "It may have been an illusion during your practice," Feng Yuan suggested. Lu Yu was still somewhat concerned. Suddenly, the token at their waist flickered, signaling the arrival of a message. "Come to me. I have benefits for you," came the voice of Bai Xiaodang, resonating through the communication. Benefits? What could they possibly be? Lu Yu's attention was instantly captivated by the mere mention of those two words. "Let us go." "You will find out once we arrive," Feng Yuan replied with a slight smile, preparing to set off. As they exited the dormitory and made their way to Bai Xiaodang's location, they were accompanied by others on the same path. However, they kept their distance from Feng Yuan, wary of incurring trouble. It was during that time when Xiao Jinji had become the leader, and they believed Feng Yuan had fallen from grace, thus aligning themselves with Xiao Jinji, positioning themselves against Feng Yuan. Although Feng Yuan did not pursue the matter afterward, they remained apprehensive, refraining from engaging with him. Yet, Feng Yuan truly paid little heed to these individuals. Among the cohort of over 70 new students from the Spirit Tribe, Feng Yuan recognized only a handful by name. Aside from his roommate Lu Yu, there were Xiao Jinji, who had opposed him, and Ma Huaduo, along with Xue Su, who had participated in the election for the leadership with a second-tier qualification. Beyond these few, he found no others worth remembering. The large white rabbit might also be included, Feng Yuan mused. As for the remaining individuals, he deemed it unnecessary to occupy his mind with them. Upon arriving at the main hall of Bai Xiaodang's residence, Bai Xiaodang sat casually, unconcerned, observing the training class members who entered in small groups. "You have arrived," he remarked. Once everyone had gathered, Bai Xiaodang cleared his throat and inquired, "After all this time, you must have all discovered your sense of qi, correct?" The crowd nodded in unison. The exceptionally talented Xiao Gengji, possessing Class A aptitude, had already sensed the qi the very next day. Even those of the least favorable Class D aptitude had managed to find their qi sensation in the past couple of days. "Not bad," Bai Xiaodang remarked with satisfaction. Acknowledging their progress, he then posed another question. "Has anyone managed to break through to the qi refinement stage?" Never mind. The likelihood seems slim. It's futile to ask." Bai Xiaodang interrupted himself mid-sentence, recognizing the challenges of achieving such a feat in such a brief period. To his surprise, however, someone stepped forward, brimming with excitement. "My lord, I have successfully advanced to the qi refinement stage." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter, and Feng Yuan turned to look in that direction. "Oh?" Bai Xiaodang exclaimed in astonishment, focusing on the speaker, a man with short red hair and elongated eyes, whose face radiated pride. Bai Xiaodang's gaze deepened as he scrutinized the individual for a moment. You seem oddly familiar. Who might you be?" "My lord, I am Xiao Gengji of Class A aptitude." Xiao Gengji replied, nearly in tears. How could he have been forgotten again? It's you," Bai Xiaodang exclaimed, slapping his forehead as recognition dawned upon him. Individuals of Class A aptitude were indeed rare and typically garnered special attention. Regrettably, although Xiao Jinji possesses first-rate qualifications, he is overshadowed by the extraordinarily gifted and radiant Feng Yuan, whose brilliance completely eclipses his own. Consequently, during these days, Bai Xiaodang's attention has solely been directed towards Feng Yuan, neglecting the rather pitiful Xiao Jinji. In an attempt to conceal his oversight, Bai Xiaodang shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, I recall that I selected a leader. Where is he?" However, it was Xiao Jinji who responded, his voice choked with emotion. "My lord, it is I." Xiao Jinji was on the verge of tears. "It was you who once expressed faith in me, only to forget me in the blink of an eye. This leader was also chosen by you. Not only have you failed to assign me any tasks, but you have also forgotten my identity." Xiao Jinji felt as though his heart were shattering. Bai Xiaodang, equally embarrassed, forced a laugh. I know. You know nothing," thought Feng Yuan silently, observing the scene. Meanwhile, Lu Yu struggled to contain his laughter. After an awkward silence, Bai Xiaodong regained focus and inquired, "By the way, you mentioned that you have entered the qi refining stage?" "Indeed, my lord. Just last night, I practiced the Shenyuan Ju, and my true energy completed a full cycle, allowing me to step into the first layer of the qi refining stage." With this, Xiao Jinji regained his composure and declared proudly. Upon finishing, Xiao Jinji began to circulate his technique before Bai Xiaodong. Instantly, an indistinct aura emanated from Xiao Jinji, which was felt by those surrounding him. "Quite impressive," Bai Xiaodong remarked, genuinely surprised that among the individuals before him, some could swiftly cultivate to the first level of qi refinement. Xiao Jinji's speed, when compared to others of equal caliber, was indeed noteworthy. Subsequently, Xiao Jinji elucidated to the assembly that the standard for breaking through to the qi refinement realm was the transformation of the internal energy into spiritual energy, which could circulate successfully along the prescribed path of cultivation. Once they reached this level, the execution of their techniques would differ significantly from before, emanating an aura akin to what he had previously displayed. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement with the others. The concept of an aura might seem enigmatic, yet it undeniably exists. At higher realms, one could even utilize this aura to directly overwhelm adversaries whose cultivation was significantly inferior, a phenomenon known as spiritual pressure. Bai Xiaodong produced an item and tossed it to Xiao Jinji, stating, "This is your reward for being the first to break through to the qi refinement realm." Xiao Jinji's face lit up with joy as he caught it, revealing a scroll. A suspicion arose within him, and he stammered, "Is this?" Bai Xiaodong, pleased with Xiao Jinji's reaction, narrowed his eyes and affirmed, "Indeed, this is a technique manual." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Although the terms technique manual and cultivation method differ by only a single character, their natures are entirely distinct. Cultivation methods are designed to enhance one's internal true energy and elevate one's cultivation level, while technique manuals instruct on the application of true energy. In simpler terms, they comprise the techniques themselves. Without techniques, a duel between two cultivators would merely involve the straightforward release of true energy, devoid of any skill, ultimately reducing the contest to a mere measure of who possesses more true energy. However, the existence of technique manuals ensures that battles are far from predictable. If the martial arts techniques are exceptional and of a high grade, skilled practitioners may indeed engage in battles beyond their ranks. However, this remains merely a theoretical notion. After all, these techniques are not exclusive. Others possess them as well. If the disparity in the grades of the techniques is not substantial, it is prudent to remain grounded and not entertain unrealistic ambitions of surpassing one's rank. Currently, however, Feng Yuan and his companions lack martial arts techniques, and upon witnessing Xiao Jinji effortlessly obtain a volume from Bai Xiaodong, they cannot help but feel envious. Everyone's gaze, including Lu Yu's, is filled with admiration and jealousy directed at Xiao Jinji. Observing their expressions, Bai Xiaodong chuckled, "Do not covet. Rest assured, most of you will have access to them." "Do you recall the benefits I mentioned?" Chapter 29, Secret Realm. "Do you recall the benefits I mentioned?" Bai Xiaodong inquired. At his words, the group brightened, recalling the earlier moment when Bai Xiaodong gifted Xiao Jinji a martial arts technique, igniting their excitement. "Sir, could it be that we too will receive martial arts techniques?" Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked. Feng Yuan discerned the speaker to be Zhuosu. "Not necessarily. It is possible. But it is also possible that it may not happen," Bai Xiaodong replied with a mischievous grin. Zhuosu remained perplexed as Bai Xiaodong rose and walked towards the hall's exit, continuing, "Come, I shall lead you to the technique pavilion. Follow closely as we converse." Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow and joined the others in following him. The introductory manual for the new spirit race had mentioned the technique pavilion, stating that one could acquire martial arts techniques there, yet it had not specified its location nor detailed the rules for obtaining techniques. Despite some inquiries, no one had been able to locate the place. As they journeyed along the path, Bai Xiaodong remarked that within the pavilion of techniques, a plethora of martial arts manuals awaited their selection. Each individual could choose a manual that resonated with their personal inclinations. However, while they selected their manuals, the manuals would simultaneously choose them. Each manual possessed distinct characteristics. Some were agile, while others were robust. Surrounding each manual was a protective barrier, tailored to the specific traits of that technique. Should one fail to grasp the essence of the manual, they would be unable to penetrate the barrier and obtain the teachings within. Bai Xiaodong led the way at the forefront, while behind him, the crowd inevitably engaged in conversation. Xiao Jinji found himself once again encircled by the others. "Brother Xiao, congratulations on breaking through to the qi refinement stage." You truly are a formidable leader, they exclaimed. I wonder what manual Brother Shah has acquired? Xiao Jinji, buoyed by their praise, responded with an air of superiority. It is merely the chi refinement stage. With my A-grade aptitude, it was but a matter of course, a seamless transition. I have always been your leader, he continued. By shouting bestowed upon me a technique called 7 Phantom Steps, a mid-tier yellow-grade manual. At this revelation, someone remarked, now, I dare say even Feng Yuan will find it challenging to contend with Brother Xiao. Xiao Jinji's face was alight with pride, while Ma Huaduo chimed in, equally haughty, indeed. Our Brother Xiao's cultivation level speaks for itself. What could Feng Yuan possibly do? Even if he dared, does he possess the strength to back it up? Then why not show him a thing or two? Someone suggested, goading them on. Xiao Jinji's expression shifted slightly, before he feigned indifference, acknowledging that he was indeed a steward. Although he was uncertain as to what Lord Bai saw in him, he decided to let it go for the sake of Lord Bai's reputation. Brother Xiao truly possesses a broad mind, someone commented. Indeed, indeed. Feng Yuan and Liu walked side by side, trailing behind. Although Xiao Jinji and his companions spoke softly, the two of them managed to catch snippets of the conversation. Yet, they paid it no heed. As Feng Yuan had previously remarked, the opinions of these individuals were of little consequence. However, Liu occasionally turned his head to cast a glance at Feng Yuan, seemingly wishing to articulate something, yet hesitating at the threshold of speech. What troubles you? Feng Yuan inquired. Liu pressed his lips together and, in a hushed tone, asked, Are you, like Xiao Jinji, who has already broken through to the qi refining stage, coupled with Lord Bai Xiaotong's subsequent explanations? Liu had no reason to doubt that Feng Yuan had once again surged ahead of him, stepping into the realm of qi refining. Indeed, Feng Yuan replied calmly, nodding in affirmation. Liu confirmed his suspicions, letting out a melancholic sigh. You have already reached the first level of the qi refining stage. Could it be that you possess exceptional qualifications? He queried. Feng Yuan smiled and shook his head. His innate talent was indeed lacking. Nevertheless, the cultivation method he practiced was extraordinary. If one could traverse 1/7 of the meridians within their body, it would be classified as a mystical tier technique. 1/5 would be deemed earth tier, while 1/2 or more than 1/3 would be categorized as celestial tier. The self-created Yin-Tian formula by Feng Yuan encompassed nearly all the meridians within the body, rendering it far beyond a mere celestial tier technique. The higher the rank of the martial arts, the more challenging it becomes to comprehend and cultivate. However, once mastered, it grants the practitioner a greater reservoir of spiritual energy compared to their peers of the same rank. Thus, Xiao, having successfully cultivated the Sheng Yuan Ju, remains at the first level of the Qi training realm. Yet, upon mastering the first layer of the Yin-Tian Ju, Feng Yuan ascends directly to the third level of the Qi training realm. Liu, believing Feng Yuan to be merely at the first level, is already greatly astonished and disheartened. Feng Yuan considers it prudent to withhold the truth from him. By shouting, accompanied by the group, does not proceed towards the streets outside the manor, but instead continues to wander within, ultimately arriving before a modest single-story building in the backyard. We have arrived. Is this the martial arts pavilion? It hardly resembles one. The group expresses their astonishment. Such ignorance. By shouting chuckles, have you heard of secret realms? The group nods. They had encountered this term in the instructional manual. A secret realm is akin to a miniature world, existing independently of the main world. The size of secret realms can vary significantly. Some may be as small as a lady's chamber, while others could be more expansive than an entire county. With Bai Xiaotong's mention of the secret realm, speculation arises among the group. The martial arts pavilion must be within a secret realm, someone suggests. Precisely, Bai Xiaoting affirms. And the entrance to this secret realm lies within this very room. With that, Bai Xiaoting opens the door, revealing an empty room with bare walls. However, one singular feature captures attention, a vertical crack suspended in the air, approximately the height of a person and not wide. The crowd's gaze was fixed upon the fissure. Yet all that met their eyes was an impenetrable darkness. All right, step inside. You have 2 hours to make your selections. I shall await your return outside, Bai Xiaoting instructed. The others complied, rushing into the crevice, their figures vanishing as they entered the secret realm. Feng Yuan and Liu, having lagged behind earlier, could not compete with the others. Once everyone else had entered, it was finally their turn. Liu stepped into the fissure first, crossing into the secret realm. Just as Feng Yuan was about to follow, he was halted by Xiaoting. Feng Yuan, wait a moment. Is there something you need? I have a valuable item for you, Bai Xiaoting continued, tossing an object to Feng Yuan, who caught it deftly. It was a scroll inscribed with the title Frenzied Battle 9 Blades, evidently a martial arts manual. This is a low-grade mystery tier technique. What do you think? Does it suit your tastes? After all, you are one of the selected attendants. I cannot allow you to be underestimated, Bai Xiaotang remarked with a smile. Quite excellent. Thank you, my lord, Feng Yuan replied, his smile genuine. Bai Xiaotang had clearly put thought into this, having overheard the earlier conversation among Xiao Jinji and the others. He knew Feng Yuan's essence was that of a blade, thus he thoughtfully provided a sword technique. Bai Xiaotang chuckled softly, about to say more, when his waist token flickered, signaling a message. Upon receiving the communication, his expression shifted dramatically. Aren't you still in need of selecting a technique? Hurry inside. I have urgent matters to attend to. Chapter 30. I did not hear clearly. In a hurried tone, Bai Xiaotang spoke briefly before departing, his figure fading swiftly from view. Feng Yuan, somewhat perplexed, cast a glance after him, uncertain of his destination. He tucked away the book titled Frenzied Blade 9 Cuts, and then stepped into the rift. Upon his entry, the surroundings transformed, revealing wooden beams and structures. Feng Yuan had arrived within the confines of the technique pavilion. Before he could survey his surroundings, Liu approached him with concern, inquiring, "Why did you take so long?" "I've been waiting for quite a while. I was summoned by Bai Xiaotang to discuss some matters." "Let us proceed," Feng Yuan replied with a smile. The two companions strolled through the technique pavilion, which was spacious, featuring numerous small stone platforms scattered across the floor. Each platform bore a tome of techniques, yet surrounding these platforms was a delicate, transparent barrier. An obstacle designed as a test. To acquire the techniques contained within, one must first shatter this barrier. At a pedestal displaying a mid-grade yellow technique named Earth-Shattering Fist, Feng Yuan casually tapped the barrier, producing a resonant sound. To breach the barrier, one must first peruse the technique's explanatory notes inscribed on the stone beside it. These notes detailed the technique's grade, characteristics, and type, along with the text for the first move, available for the aspirant's review. Only by executing the first move of the technique, even if imperfectly, achieving merely a semblance of 3 or 4 parts, could one hope to break the barrier and claim the genuine technique within. Should one spend a couple of hours without grasping the essence of the first move to that degree, it would be prudent to abandon the attempt. This manual of martial arts is not suitable. It would be prudent to exchange it for one that offers more assurance. Bai Xiaotang granted everyone 2 hours for selection. Precisely for this reason. However, this also stems from the low grade of these manuals. Feng Yuan wandered through the martial arts pavilion, observing that the majority of the manuals were of the low yellow tier, with the mid-tier being a rarity and the high tier scarcely reaching double digits. If one were to seek out advanced manuals, not only would 1 hour fall short, but even a day or a month might not suffice to comprehend the first technique, let alone execute it. These manuals are merely of the yellow tier, with not a single one of the mystical tier present. Feng Yuan chuckled softly, recalling that the 9 blades of the Mad Warrior given to him by Bai Xiaotang was indeed a tier manual. The tier is significantly more challenging to master than the yellow tier, and Bai Xiaotang was quite certain that Feng Yuan could achieve success in its cultivation. Yet, Bai Xiaotang's judgment was not misplaced. After all, Feng Yuan was once an extraordinary figure, unparalleled in his era. The creation of his own technique, the heavenly transformation technique, was already remarkable. How could he possibly falter in the realm of martial arts manuals? In his previous life, Feng Yuan had mastered 2 major manuals and possessed a singular innate divine ability. Setting aside the innate ability regarding the manuals, one was a blade technique, and the other a body technique, both self-created and unnamed. Feng Yuan had also practiced numerous other manuals. It may sound presumptuous, yet it remains a fact that, despite some of those manuals being of the heavenly or even extreme tier, Feng Yuan ultimately found them less comfortable and less liberating than his 2 unnamed techniques. After all, these were techniques of his own creation, the most suited to him, and indeed, both were exceedingly powerful. Feng Yuan guided Liu Yu through the martial arts pavilion, taking a general overview of the types of manuals within. Within this realm, the techniques encompassing fist, palm, and leg methods are the most abundant, followed closely by sword and saber techniques, with the least number being those pertaining to body techniques. Nearly a quarter of an hour has elapsed since the assembly entered the Hall of Techniques. Some individuals have already discovered their preferred techniques and are now poised before a small platform, diligently perusing the explanations concerning these techniques, preparing to take action. Have you found a technique to your liking? Feng Yuan inquired of Lu Yu. I have also located a suitable one. Let us each retrieve our choices, Feng Yuan replied. After parting ways with Lu Yu, Feng Yuan approached a particular platform. Beyond the barrier, there lay a stone tablet inscribed with the explanation of a technique, alongside a wooden staff. The volume displayed on this pedestal was a treatise on staff techniques, titled Whirlwind Staff Method. Feng Yuan cast a glance at the name of the technique and began to examine the accompanying description. His previous assertion to Lu Yu about finding an appropriate technique was no mere pretense. Although Feng Yuan was well-versed in numerous techniques, including fist, finger, spear, and staff methods, as well as ocular techniques, the reality was that the techniques he could recall were predominantly of the celestial tier. The commonality among these techniques is their elevated grade and formidable power. They possess the capacity to shatter the heavens with a single punch, part the seas with a mere gesture, or to pierce through colossal mountains and sweep across vast expanses. However, they share another trait, their considerable consumption of vital energy. Given Feng Yuan's current state, should he attempt to wield a former saber technique, he might find himself collapsing before the strike could even be unleashed, utterly exhausted of his vital energy. Furthermore, if one were to inquire about the origins of such techniques, Feng Yuan would undoubtedly find himself at a loss for an answer. The superior rank of the yellow tier is, in comparison to the majority of the martial arts techniques within this skill tower, a commendable choice. Moreover, Feng Yuan possesses a core of Earth's heart black iron staff. Although the staff may be somewhat short, Feng Yuan believes there is no issue in practicing the whirling wind staff technique. After all, it is merely a staff. The whirling wind staff technique emphasizes agility and swiftness, avoiding direct confrontation with the opponent, instead engaging in a dance of evasion until the adversary reveals a flaw, at which point a swift strike is delivered to vanquish them. This staff technique comprises 5 forms, with the first form inscribed upon a stone tablet. Feng Yuan grasped the wooden staff, observing and mimicking the movements. Yet his imitation diverged completely from the description of the first form, appearing somewhat ludicrous. Beside Feng Yuan, another individual was also studying the martial arts technique, and Feng Yuan inadvertently drew their attention. This person was aware of Feng Yuan's choice of the whirling wind staff technique, a superior yellow-tier martial arts technique, and could not help but covet it. However, after perusing the explanation of the first form for a while, he found it profoundly esoteric and realized he could not master it, thus opting for a medium-tier technique instead. Having previously witnessed Feng Yuan's selection of this staff technique, he secretly anticipated the moment when Feng Yuan would falter. Now, seeing Feng Yuan's attempts at the movements, he immediately comprehended that Feng Yuan had no chance of mastering the first form. What sort of imitation was this? He too had glanced at the first form of the whirling wind staff technique, and though unsure of how to execute it, he recalled that the description of the technique did mention what its execution would resemble. However, Feng Yuan's current movements bore no resemblance to the standard actions of the first form, appearing rather foolish. An onlooker, unable to contain his amusement, mockingly remarked, "Esteemed instructor, I advise you to abandon this endeavor. It seems you are incapable of mastering the whirling staff technique." Holding the wooden staff, Feng Yuan soon grasped the essence of the first form. A faint smile played on his lips, yet instead of executing the technique directly, he chose to first break the staff in his hands. With a sharp crack, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass reverberated through the transparent barrier, which he effortlessly destroyed. As the barrier dissipated, Feng Yuan's expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of calmness, as if this outcome was entirely anticipated. Casually retrieving the complete, whirling staff technique from the stage and placing it into his storage pouch, Feng Yuan prepared to depart, only to recall that someone had spoken nearby moments ago. Turning to glance in that direction, he noticed an individual staring at him, eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. The person's mouth hung open, large enough to fit an egg. "Pardon me, may I ask what you said earlier?" "I didn't quite catch it," Feng Yuan inquired politely with a smile. "In nothing," the individual stammered, their gaze vacant and bewildered. Chapter 31. Lu Yu's perseverance. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, not particularly concerned. Since the person had claimed it was nothing, he must have misheard. Discarding the small fragment of the wooden staff, Feng Yuan turned away to seek out Lu Yu, leaving behind the astonished figure still grappling with disbelief. How could this be possible? He murmured in disbelief. The gestures that Feng Yuan had previously demonstrated were all incorrect. And yet this whirling wind staff technique was evidently meant for a long staff. However, Feng Yuan had actually broken the long staff. utilizing a shorter segment to assault the barrier. Astonishingly, the barrier was truly shattered. How could this occur? He found it incomprehensible that such an intricate and profound technique could be so effortlessly seized by Feng Yuan. He could neither fathom nor accept this reality. Utterly perplexed as to why it had transpired. For Feng Yuan, the whirling wind staff technique was devoid of any complexity. It was merely a high-grade yellow-tier technique. After mentally rehearsing its first form, he comprehended it fully. The reason Feng Yuan continued to wield the wooden staff to demonstrate the moves was solely to modify it. This staff technique employed a long staff, while Feng Yuan's earth-core black iron staff was but a mere short stick. To effectively execute this technique, some alterations were necessary. In contemplating how to adapt the technique, Feng Yuan did not adhere rigidly to the prescribed first form of the whirling wind staff technique. Instead, he pondered how to enhance the modifications for optimal effect. Thus, to the uninformed observer nearby, his actions appeared rather ludicrous. This process did not consume much time, and soon, he arrived at a conclusion. He took a small segment of the wooden staff and executed the improved first form, effortlessly shattering the barrier. After Feng Yuan's enhancements, the power of this first form surpassed that of the original. Although it was merely the first form, it likely eclipsed even the final form, the fifth form, of the original technique. However, if Feng Yuan were to disclose these truths to that individual, it is likely that the person would find it even more difficult to accept. Although he entered the skill tower after others, Feng Yuan appears to be the first to acquire the skill manual. As he progressed, he observed others practicing their techniques. Yet none had managed to breach the barriers and obtain the skill manual. Feng Yuan also spotted the figures of Zhuo Su and Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue had chosen the leg technique manual, empty kick, while Zhuo Su opted for stony resolve, a defensive skill. After a brief while, Feng Yuan encountered Lu Yu, who was diligently studying a skill manual. Feng Yuan refrained from interrupting, instead choosing to observe quietly from behind. Lu Yu had selected a swordsmanship manual named Water-like Sword, classified as mid-grade yellow tier. The distinctive feature of this sword technique is its continuity and entanglement, where the sword is drawn and not sheathed, each strike seamlessly flowing into the next. Feng Yuan glanced at the manual's description and quickly grasped its key points. Lu Yu was still clumsily practicing his sword swings, struggling to master the technique. Feng Yuan approached him, intending to offer assistance. "Ah, you're here," Lu Yu exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Feng Yuan, though his movements remained uninterrupted. "Have you already obtained the skill manual?" Lu Yu inquired. "That was quick. You truly live up to your reputation," he remarked with a click of his tongue, though his tone bore little astonishment. After all, Feng Yuan had accomplished many feats beyond Lu Yu's imagination. Despite being of merely average aptitude, Feng Yuan had consistently outpaced others, from discovering his affinity for energy to breaking through the qi refinement stage. Thus, it was hardly surprising to Lu Yu that Feng Yuan had swiftly acquired the skill manual. He had grown accustomed to such remarkable feats. Though Feng Yuan posed a question, it seemed he already knew the answer. He reached out, intending to take the wooden sword from Lu Yu's hands to aid him in shattering the barrier. Feng Yuan's demeanor was entirely natural. For him, it was akin to the times he had assisted Lu Yu in confronting Xiao Genji, helping him discover his qi, and guiding him through various tasks. The reason behind Feng Yuan's actions was straightforward. Lu Yu was his friend. The term friend held significant value for Feng Yuan. However, Lu Yu's reaction surprised Feng Yuan. Lu Yu did not relinquish the sword in his grasp. Instead, he withdrew his hand slightly, declining the offer. "I can't keep relying on you," Lu Yu remarked with a smile. "I understand that you consider me a friend, which is why you constantly lend your support. When Xiao Genji bullied me, it was you who stood up for me. My ability to sense qi was also thanks to your guidance. Furthermore, during the Spirit Stone mission, you looked out for me and helped me secure the best rewards. You even bestowed upon me a cleansing elixir. I later learned it was a second-tier pill, quite precious. If I had saved my spirit stones from the bi-monthly distribution, it would have taken me 4 months to afford just one. By then, I would undoubtedly have been eliminated for not meeting the cultivation requirements. I am truly grateful for all the assistance you have provided. However, I do not wish to be perpetually reliant on you. You regard me as a friend, and I feel the same. I may be somewhat timid and not very talkative with others. You are my sole companion. Friends should mutually support one another and share good fortunes. Yet, throughout our time together, it has always been you aiding me, while I have been unable to offer you any assistance in return. At times, I genuinely feel unworthy of your friendship. I fear that one day, you may grow weary of continually assisting me, and as a result, our bond may shatter. Thus, I wish to undertake this on my own. Perhaps for you, retrieving this riverside sword is a trivial endeavor, yet I long to accomplish it myself. To personally extract this technique, even if I falter, I shall harbor no regrets. This time, I prefer that you refrain from helping me." Liu smiled, revealing his innermost thoughts, words that Feng Yuan had never known. Feng Yuan met Liu Yu's gaze, perceiving only clarity within his eyes. Feng Yuan smiled in return, "Very well. I shall heed your wishes this time. However, do not disappoint me with failure. I shall certainly not let you down." Liu responded with a beaming smile. In the time that followed, Liu Yu continued to clumsily wield the sword, while Feng Yuan merely observed, taking note of Liu Yu's earnest efforts. The Riverside Sword emphasizes an unbroken flow of sword momentum. When mastered, it can unleash a continuous barrage of 49 strikes. Yet, to merely shatter the barrier, one need only execute 7 consecutive strikes imbued with continuity. Gradually, others began to grasp the technique, and the sound of barriers being shattered echoed intermittently. Those still grappling with the technique grew increasingly agitated upon hearing these sounds. Nevertheless, Liu Yu remained undeterred, maintaining his focus on his own swordplay. His understanding of the Riverside Sword deepened, and the sword in his hand began to convey a sense of continuity. At last, 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 7 strikes. Liu Yu successfully executed the 7 strikes, meeting the requirements. His face radiated joy. "I did it." "Congratulations," Feng Yuan remarked with a smile. "Quickly shatter the barrier and retrieve the martial arts manual." "Yes," Liu Yu responded promptly, then wielded the wooden sword in his hand, aiming to strike the barrier before him. However, at that moment, a mystical light ignited on the ground. At the base of the platform, the ethereal glow converged into lines, forming a magical array. It was not only Liu Yu who experienced this phenomenon. Others found themselves in a similar predicament. The unfolding scene provided him with the answer. With the emergence of the magical array, the ground began to tremble subtly, and the small platform holding the martial arts manual began to sink rapidly. Everyone comprehended the situation. The 2-hour time limit had elapsed, and they could no longer acquire the manual. Instantly, despairing cries erupted. "Wait, I haven't obtained the manual yet. I was so close. Just a step away. Please, no." Though Liu Yu did not voice such lamentations, his expression was equally grim. After enduring so much anticipation, he was now forced to witness the manual vanish right before his eyes. Such a drastic rise and fall left him in a state of turmoil. However, Feng Yuan reacted swiftly. Upon the appearance of the magical array, he discerned its significance and understood its function. He quickly stepped forward to the array, struck down with his palm, and unleashed his vital energy, disrupting the array's operation. The platform trembled and astonishingly halted its descent. The Ruo Shui sword remained atop the platform, alongside the barrier. "Attack now," Feng Yuan commanded in a low voice. Liu Yu, initially dazed, was suddenly roused from his stupor and hastily drew his sword. Yet, as several strikes landed on the barrier, they proved utterly ineffective. Liu Yu pressed his lips tightly together, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath to calm himself. When he opened his eyes again, a look of determination replaced any trace of panic. With a steady hand, Liu Yu struck with his sword, unleashing a continuous flow of attacks. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 7 swords. Then, Feng Yuan waved his hand, sweeping the Ruo Shui sword technique off the stone platform. With a resounding clap, Liu Yu caught it deftly. As Feng Yuan rose, the magical formation was no longer obstructed, causing the stone platform to swiftly descend and vanish into the ground. Prior to this, the other stone platforms within the technique tower had already sunk below the surface. Those who had yet to acquire a technique cried out in despair, some of whom, like Liu Yu, were merely a step away from obtaining their desired skill. However, they were captivated by the spectacle of Feng Yuan and Liu Yu. Quick-witted individuals noticed that when Feng Yuan struck down, the formation ceased to function and hastily imitated him, slapping their hands upon the formation at their feet. Yet, the formation remained unaffected, and the stone platform continued its descent. Confusion swept through the crowd. Why was this happening? Wasn't that what he had done? It seemed to them that something had surged forth beneath his palm, causing the formation to halt. Perhaps they began to grasp a notion, yet no one dared voice it, merely exchanging silent glances filled with unspoken questions. Disregarding the idle chatter of those around him, Liu Yu turned his gaze towards Feng Yuan. Had it not been for Feng Yuan's timely intervention in halting the operation of the formation, the stone platform bearing the Ruo Shui sword technique would have, like the others, swiftly descended into the depths, taking the technique with it. In that brief moment, Liu realized that he could not replicate his previous feat of unleashing a continuous barrage of 7 strikes to shatter the barrier surrounding the platform and obtain the technique. If that had been the case, he would have truly lost the opportunity to grasp the Ruo Shui sword. Thank you. I owe it all to you, Liu said to Feng Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had previously asserted that he would not require Feng Yuan's assistance and that he could secure the technique on his own, not wanting to disappoint him. Yet, had Feng Yuan not acted at the crucial moment to buy Liu Yu a fraction of time, he would have certainly failed. There is no need for gratitude. I have done little. You should be thankful to yourself. While I may have delayed the sinking of the platform, it was you who shattered the barrier. Had you not grasped the essence of this technique, my assistance would have been futile, Feng Yuan replied with a smile. As he stepped into the rift, darkness enveloped him. And when the light returned, both he and Liu Yu found themselves outside the technique tower, back in the familiar room they had entered. Upon exiting the room, Feng Yuan noticed the absence of Bai Xiaodang. Earlier, Bai Xiaodang had mentioned that he would wait for them outside, but now he was nowhere to be found. Recalling that Bai Xiaodang had received a message that had altered his demeanor before he hastily departed, Feng Yuan instinctively felt that it was somehow connected to this matter. Though curiosity and concern tugged at him, he chose not to dwell further on it. After all, this matter pertains to Bai Xiaodang. Regardless of whether he can resolve it himself, it is not for Feng Yuan to fret over. Bai Xiaodang is, after all, at the cultivation level of Yuji. While Feng Yuan has only just broken through to the Qi refinement stage, a significant gap of 2 major realms separates them. It is futile for Feng Yuan to concern himself. He cannot offer any assistance. Long time no see, Feng Yuan, Xiao Jinji remarked with a cold smirk. It has only been a week, hardly a long time, Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly. If we're speaking of what constitutes a long time, a good dog knows not to block the path. Ma Huaduo interjected, his voice incessant. I advise you to mind your words. Our brother Zhao's status is no longer the same. He is the first among us to break through to the Qi refinement stage, a favored individual of Lord Bai. Although you are a steward, lacking in cultivation, you amount to nothing. Xiao Jinji held his head high, his pride unmistakable. Indeed, he, Xiao Jinji, is the man favored by Lord Bai, who personally bestowed upon him the cultivation technique. What does this signify? Bai Xiaodang truly holds him in high regard. Previously, when others mentioned Feng Yuan in front of Xiao Jinji, he had yet to recover from past shadows. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Jinji had an epiphany. He need not be intimidated by Feng Yuan any longer. Although Feng Yuan had become a steward, placing him in a superior position. As long as Xiao Jinji performed better than Feng Yuan in front of Bai Xiaodang, and given that his cultivation level now surpassed Feng Yuan's, what could Feng Yuan do even if Xiao Jinji were to overstep a little? Thus, Xiao Jinji sought him out with the intention of making Feng Yuan regret it today. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jinji could not help but narrow his eyes, letting out a sinister chuckle. After Feng Yuan was intercepted by Xiao Jinji, those who had been inside the pavilion of techniques began to emerge one after another. Upon witnessing the renewed conflict between the two, they paused to observe. As anticipated by Xiao Jinji, Feng Yuan furrowed his brows, displaying a semblance of fear. However, this was merely a misinterpretation on Xiao Jinji's part. In reality, Feng Yuan's frown stemmed from amusement. He turned to Ma Huaduo, a playful smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "What do you think I should do?" Humph. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's tone, Xiao Jinji snorted coldly, remarking, "It appears you still do not grasp the situation. You were once stronger than I. But now I stand as the sole practitioner of Qi refinement here, vastly superior to you. From now on, when you see me, you shall take the long way around." Take the long way around? Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar. The others, including Liu Yu, who had exited the pavilion of techniques behind Feng Yuan, shared similar reactions, their faces adorned with strange, almost amused expressions. They had witnessed how Feng Yuan had intervened to ensure Liu Yu could obtain the techniques, and their minds were racing with implications. Yet, Xiao Jinji and Ma Huaduo remained oblivious to this context. Having acquired the techniques, they left the pavilion without witnessing Feng Yuan's actions. Now, seeing the peculiar demeanor of those before them, they failed to perceive the underlying dynamics. Xiao Jinji proclaimed vehemently, "Indeed. You must take the long way around. Otherwise, from our next encounter onward, each time I see you, I will strike you, until you learn your lesson." At this, Liu Yu burst into laughter. Feng Yuan calmly stated, "There is no need for a next time. Let us commence this time." He challenged, "Didn't you say you would strike me? Come on." Xiao Jinji immediately responded with a cold smile, Since you insist, do not blame me. With that, Xiao Jinji unleashed the aura of the first layer of qi refinement. He lunged towards Feng Yuan, simultaneously channeling energy into his right fist, enveloped in true qi. This was the first form of the technique, earth-shattering fist, which he had obtained from the technique pavilion. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Although others had acquired techniques, they had not reached the qi refinement stage. They could only barely perform the techniques using their own strength, unlike Xiao Jinji, who wielded true qi. It seemed that Feng Yuan had yet to react, remaining stationary. Observing this, Xiao Jinji couldn't help but smirk. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Feng Yuan, his entire true qi surging into his right fist, which he then unleashed with a ferocious roar aimed at Feng Yuan's chest, a sound that sliced through the air. Smack! A hit. Excitement flickered in Xiao Jinji's eyes. He had struck Feng Yuan. This signified that he had truly surpassed Feng Yuan, turning the tables. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Xiao Jinji reveled in his triumph. However, to his bewilderment, despite having landed a punch, Feng Yuan appeared entirely unfazed, standing upright as if nothing had occurred. Xiao Jinji looked up in confusion, his mouth agape. Before him stood Feng Yuan, composed and steady, devoid of the disheveled state Xiao Jinji had anticipated. One hand hung naturally by his side, while the other rested across his chest. Xiao Jinji's fist had not struck Feng Yuan's chest. Rather, Feng Yuan had effortlessly caught it with his outstretched hand. As Xiao Jinji raised his head to look at him, Feng Yuan smiled lightly, effortlessly brushing aside his fist. Indeed, he had swiftly learned to apply his skills. In Chapter 33, it appeared that he was slightly stronger than Xiao Jinji. Xiao Jinji unleashed the technique he had acquired from the training hall, the earth-shattering fist, although he had just obtained it and had not practiced extensively. His understanding of the technique was superficial. Yet, in Xiao Jinji's mind, possessing true energy meant that even if his fist was merely ornamental, it could not be thwarted by Feng Yuan. However, the stark reality delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Jinji's face. Feng Yuan remained utterly unmoved, effortlessly catching Xiao Jinji's punch. How could this be? Xiao Jinji retreated a few steps, murmuring softly. How could it not be possible? Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow in response. It is impossible. I am a practitioner of the Qi realm, the only practitioner of the Qi realm. Xiao Jinji exclaimed angrily, charging at Feng Yuan once more. Delivering another punch, Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, no longer indulging him, and retaliated with a punch of his own, his true energy swirling around his fist. Fist met fist, and astonishingly, Feng Yuan's stance mirrored that of Xiao Jinji. However, Feng Yuan's fist was swifter and far more ferocious. Bang! Their fists collided head-on, the clash of their true energies reverberating through the air. Maintaining their striking positions, Xiao Jinji fell straight back. Even while lying on the ground, he could not lower his fist. It was not that Xiao Jinji did not wish to. Rather, his right hand had been rendered immobile by Feng Yuan's external true energy. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with no one daring to utter a sound. Feng Yuan smiled faintly and stepped over Xiao Jinji. As he passed by Ma Huaduo, he noticed Ma Huaduo trembling, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Are you not going to assist your brother, Xiao? Feng Yuan inquired playfully. Yes. I will help him right away. Ma Huaduo stammered, startled into immediate action. Observing Xiao Jinji, who was being propped up by Ma Huaduo but struggling to maintain his balance, Feng Yuan remarked, though unspoken, I have indeed broken through to the Qi refining stage. So you should acknowledge that you are one of the two among us who have achieved this level. Moreover, as he spoke, Feng Yuan extended his right hand, with his index finger and thumb pinched together, creating a small gap between them. Once everyone's attention was drawn to his gesture, he continued, It appears that I am slightly stronger than you. With that, Feng Yuan departed, accompanied by Lu Yu. As they watched Feng Yuan's retreating figure, Xiao Jinji's lips trembled, rendering him speechless, while the others stood in stunned silence. Although they had their suspicions, the reality of the situation was beyond their imagination. They had all started on the same level upon awakening, yet now Feng Yuan had surged ahead of them. They recalled his words and the gesture, the tiny gap between his index finger and thumb. In their minds, that small space seemed to conceal an entire universe. On the way back to the dormitory, Feng Yuan walked steadily, his expression serene, as if nothing had transpired, as if he had not encountered Xiao Jinji at all. Lu Yu wore an expression of sheer excitement, bouncing with enthusiasm. You, like Xiao Jinji, have also chosen a fist technique? He inquired. Feng Yuan, however, withheld the details of his selection from Lu Yu, refraining from disclosing the technique he had chosen within the technique pavilion. Earlier, when Lu Yu witnessed Feng Yuan overpowering Xiao Jinji with his fists, it led him to this assumption. Although Lu Yu was now asking, he had already come to a conclusion. To his surprise, Feng Yuan shook his head, stating, "No, I have chosen the staff technique." "The staff technique? Then why do your moves resemble those of Xiao Jinji?" Lu Yu was taken aback. It was evident that Xiao Jinji had opted for a set of fist techniques, as his previous actions had confirmed this. If Xiao Jinji employed a fist technique, it followed that Feng Yuan should have done the same. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Xiao Jinji with mere punches? Lu Yu felt a sense of confusion. Noticing Lu Yu's bewilderment, Feng Yuan smiled and clarified. "That does not necessarily indicate that I am using a fist technique. You have yet to reach the qi refinement stage and do not comprehend that employing a technique also requires the circulation of internal true energy. It is not merely about resembling the posture. What truly matters is the method of true energy circulation and its application. Just as there are various sword techniques ranging from the yellow tier to the heavenly tier, each with distinct forms. Do you think they are identical?" "I see." Lu Yu nodded, somewhat grasping the concept yet not entirely understanding. Observing Lu Yu's reaction, Feng Yuan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, lest Lu Yu become utterly perplexed. In truth, during his bout with Xiao Jinji, he had indeed employed a fist technique, specifically the same one utilized by Xiao Jinji. Although it is indeed as Feng Yuan stated, the essence of martial arts lies primarily in the circulation of internal energy, fundamentally detached from the manner of executing techniques. Much like Li Yu's choice of the Ruo Shui Jian, mastery is defined by the ability to unleash a continuous series of 49 strikes, without stipulating whether each strike should be delivered vertically or horizontally. However, the method of execution is dictated by the flow of internal energy. In a leg-based technique, when the energy courses through the legs, regardless of the manner of attack, it shall always be a leg strike. One cannot mistakenly classify it as a fist technique. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery and having encountered a multitude of martial arts styles, one accumulates sufficient experience to discern the internal energy flow through the posture of the strikes. Such was the case for Feng Yuan. Xiao Jinji's technique was merely a yellow-tier martial art, although it required considerable effort for Lu Yu and others to grasp even a fragment of its essence. For Feng Yuan, it demanded far less exertion. Xiao Jinji had thrown 2 punches at Feng Yuan, both of which were the first form of the Li Di Quan. Upon the execution of the first punch, Feng Yuan nearly comprehended the technique. By the second punch, he was able to replicate it, even surpassing Xiao Jinji's execution in finesse. While Feng Yuan's mastery exceeded that of Xiao Jinji, he had not expended significantly more internal energy, remaining on par with him. The disparity in their performance stemmed from the superiority of Feng Yuan's technique. Influenced by Feng Yuan's words, Li remained silent throughout their journey, his head bowed in contemplation, muttering incantations of martial arts principles and techniques under his breath. For Feng Yuan, the martial arts manuals held little significance. The 9 blades of fury bestowed by Xiaodang, along with the whirlwind staff technique acquired from the manual pavilion, could await a moment of leisure for examination. The foremost priority remained the elevation of his own cultivation level. Feng Yuan was never lacking in martial arts manuals. Once his level ascended, the various celestial tier techniques would be at his disposal. Currently, he was still operating at the first layer of the Yintian technique, fortifying the true energy within him. Although the progress was slow and nearly imperceptible, there were no shortcuts in cultivation. Engrossed in his practice, time slipped away unnoticed until nightfall, the silver moon hanging high in the sky while the room remained dimly lit. Yet, Feng Yuan did not pause, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He would spend this night in cultivation. Suddenly, a flicker of spiritual light emanated from the token at his waist, signaling a message. Bai Xiaotong's voice resonated in his mind, urging him to come at once. Although unsure of Bai Xiaotong's purpose for summoning them at such a late hour, Feng Yuan rose and addressed Lu Yu. "Let us depart." Lu Yu, still engrossed in studying the Rushe sword manual, crouched by the windowsill, relying on the moonlight filtering in to discern the text. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's voice, he looked up, puzzled. "Where are we going? Did Bai Xiaoting not send a message for us to come?" Lu Yu glanced at the identity token at his waist, then shook his head at Feng Yuan. "I did not receive any message." Feng Yuan furrowed his brow at once. Typically, when Bai Xiaoting had matters to convey, he would communicate with everyone, yet this time it seemed he was the only one to receive the message. Chapter 34. The Golden Clan. As he walked alone on the path to Bai Xiaodong's residence during the night, Feng Yuan remained troubled. When he initially received the message from Bai Xiaodong, he hadn't given it much thought. At his waist hung 2 tokens. One was the common training class identification token, possessed by all, while the other was his unique steward token. With both tokens together, Feng Yuan had presumed that the message was sent to everyone and had arrived in their respective identity tokens. But now it was clear that Bai Xiaodong had only sent it to his steward token. Moreover, Bai Xiaodong usually waited until the following morning to send messages when there was something urgent. Such late-night communications were unprecedented, indicating that Bai Xiaodong must have pressing matters to discuss, compelling Feng Yuan to hasten. He quickened his pace, and before long, he arrived at the entrance of Bai Xiaodong's residence. He paused, refraining from entering, for a figure stood at the gate, clad in white, making him all the more conspicuous in the darkness. It was indeed Bai Xiaodong. At this hour, what could be the reason for summoning me alone? Unhesitatingly brushing aside Bai Xiaodong's hand, Feng Yuan inquired calmly. Bai Xiaodong, unperturbed, casually replied, "It's nothing of great importance. I merely wanted to inform you that I will be leaving for a few days, just in case you might worry about my absence." "I have no reason to worry about you." Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, retorting, I had hoped you might show some concern for your superior. It truly saddens me." Bai Xiaodong clutched his left chest, feigning heartache. Observing this, Feng Yuan couldn't help but be amused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. However, while joking with Bai Xiaodong, Feng Yuan's heart was furrowed with worry. Ever since Feng Yuan awakened as a member of the Spirit Clan, Bai Xiaodong had always been attentive to him, gifting him spirit stones and cleansing elixirs, among other things. Although Feng Yuan did not express it outwardly, he harbored a sense of gratitude towards Bai Xiaodong. Today, Bai Xiaodong had hurriedly departed after receiving a message in the morning and now summoned Feng Yuan, his sole attendant, in the evening to inform him that he would be leaving for several days. This clearly indicated that something was amiss. What was Bai Xiaodong usually like? In Feng Yuan's memory, Bai Xiaodong would often lounge in a chair, indulging in fruits, appearing leisurely and carefree, although he now presented a somewhat unkempt demeanor. Feng Yuan distinctly recalled the sudden seriousness that had overtaken Bai Xiaodong when he received the message. To be frank, Feng Yuan felt a tinge of concern. "What exactly is troubling you?" Feng Yuan reined in his mirth and inquired earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaodong dropped the pretense. He sighed and said, "Last time, you inquired about the disappearance of the former district lord and those attendants from the Yinsong district, did you not? Is this related?" Feng Yuan asked with a frown. Bai Xiaodong nodded, his expression grave, and replied in a low voice, "Indeed. This morning, news arrived from the neighboring district of Lingmu. They have located their whereabouts." "Isn't this a fortuitous occurrence? Why do you wear such a solemn expression?" "Because what we discovered are their lifeless bodies." "Lifeless bodies." Feng Yuan furrowed his brow as Bai Xiaodong continued in a grave tone. "Yesterday, individuals from the Lingmu district stumbled upon several corpses at a location outside the city, adjacent to our Yinsong district. These corpses were grotesquely disfigured, their faces indistinguishable. Upon the arrival of the steward from the Lingmu district, he was unable to ascertain their identities or the circumstances surrounding their demise. It was only after discovering a steward's token on one of the bodies that they realized these individuals were, in fact, the original stewards of the Yinsong district. Within that token, there were remnants of his final words. What had befallen them? Feng Yuan inquired with a furrowed brow. According to the final words of the deceased, the former district master of Yinsong had, during an outing, stumbled upon the entrance to a hidden realm outside the city. Overcome with excitement, he entered the realm without hesitation. Inside this hidden domain, the former district master explored and found an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits. Though their quality was not particularly high, their sheer quantity was overwhelming, nearly carpeting the ground. At this juncture, Bai Xiaodong shifted his tone, but to the astonishment of all, it was revealed that this hidden realm also harbored living beings, the Golden Clan, who had dwelled within. The Golden Clan is one among the myriad races of the Xin Yuan world, resembling humans in form. However, their skin glows with a golden hue and is remarkably resilient. While their offensive capabilities are modest, their defensive strength is formidable. Upon discovering the existence of the Golden Clan, the former district master sought out their leader. The leader of the Golden Clan convened their kin, and a dialogue ensued between the two parties. During the meeting, the former district chief of Yinsong district elucidated the possibility of collaboration between the two clans and proposed a mutually beneficial plan. However, The patriarch of the Jin clan not only refused to acquiesce but also commanded his subordinates to take violent action against them. Hence, the current predicament ensued. Feng Yuan remarked with a somber tone. He felt a surge of indignation. Even if the Jin clan declined the proposal for cooperation, such cruelty was unwarranted. As they resorted to lethal measures, Bai Xiaodong nodded gravely in agreement, acknowledging the formidable strength of the Jin clan. The Jin clan's patriarch had attained the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, while the former district chief was merely at the 3rd level. Among his attendants, only one steward had reached the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Yet, the Jin clan boasted several elders, all of whom had similarly ascended in their cultivation. They could only flee, yet escape was not an option. The dying words of that steward lingered, still echoing amidst the pursuit. As he was cut down before he could finish his statement, Bai Xiaodong fell into silence for a moment, reflecting on the corpses that were cast forth as a display of intimidation. Feng Yuan remained taciturn, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Bai Xiaodong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and this time, Feng Yuan did not brush it away. My journey this time is for this very matter, Feng Yuan stated, returning the gesture with a pat on Bai Xiaodong's shoulder. Take care. Rest assured, I am a master at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. I shall remain unscathed. It is the goat-bearded man of Jinhong District and that portly fellow from Lingmu District who should be concerned for their safety. Bai Xiaodong chuckled. Very well, it is not a daunting task. You may proceed with peace of mind, Feng Yuan replied with a nod. What matter? In 7 days, we shall organize a competition among the trainees of our Yensong District, during which individuals from the inner city of Qingyang District will oversee the proceedings. The person in question is none other than the daughter of the city lord, Qin Riyun, whom you have encountered previously. As Bai Xiaodong spoke, a mischievous grin adorned his face. So, you will meet Qin Riyun once again. Do you feel any pressure? Not at all, Feng Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow. His past interactions with Qin Riyun had left him with a somewhat superficial impression, deeming her a strong-willed woman with a cold demeanor. However, it appeared that Qin Riyun did not hold a favorable view of Feng Yuan. At this moment, Feng Yuan's primary concern lay with the competition Bai Xiaodong mentioned. Feng Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, why is the competition scheduled for 7 days hence? There is no particular reason. It is simply a customary practice. Qingyang City, including the inner Qingyang District, holds internal competitions monthly. Last month it was conducted in the Jinhong District, the month before that in the Lingmu District, and naturally, this month it falls upon our Yensong District. The date is set for 7 days from now. However, within such a short time frame, some individuals may not even reach the qi refinement stage, rendering their participation futile. For instance, someone like Shui Su, possessing B-grade aptitude, will undoubtedly attain the qi refinement stage within 7 days, and most with C-grade aptitude will manage as well. Yet, Feng Yuan recalled that, aside from himself, there were 4 others with D-grade aptitude. Feng Yuan is a unique case. His extraordinary cultivation skills account for such remarkable progress. However, their words undoubtedly signify a lack of hope. Bai Xiaodong reassured, do not worry. Qin Riyun is aware of our district's circumstances. For my sake, she will show mercy and not demean us too severely. Feng Yuan's lips curled slightly. For your sake? That hardly brings me comfort. After informing Feng Yuan of this matter, Bai Xiaodong proceeded to relay some trivial tasks before departing that very night. Naturally, when he presented several batches of task tokens and spirit stones to Feng Yuan, he couldn't help but implore Feng Yuan to show some leniency and not accept every single one. Lu Yu's head hung low upon his knees, his curled form rising and falling gently with each faint breath. A subtle smile graced Feng Yuan's face. He had initially feared something was amiss with Lu Yu, only to discover he had fallen asleep while contemplating the cultivation techniques. Picking up the manual from the floor and placing it on the table, Feng Yuan lifted Lu Yu onto the bed and tucked him in snugly. Throughout their journey of cultivation, Lu Yu had not been idle. He too had devoted himself to his practice. Feng Yuan was acutely aware of the intensity of his own training. Aside from occasional missions, he spent the remainder of his time immersed in cultivation. Lu Yu had only recently awakened, yet he endeavored to emulate Feng Yuan's relentless pursuit, which was indeed arduous and taxing. While others around them were not idle in their own training, none matched the fervor and dedication exhibited by Feng Yuan and Lu Yu. Lu Yu's ability to persist was truly commendable in Feng Yuan's eyes. Rest well and take a proper break, Feng Yuan mused quietly. However, Feng Yuan did not share the same sentiment. He spent the subsequent half of the night immersed in his cultivation. The following morning, after Lu Yu awoke. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Feng Yuan. Subsequently, while Feng Yuan continued his training, Lu Yu ventured out alone. Upon opening his eyes, Feng Yuan observed Lu Yu sprawled out in a starfish position, his hair matted to his forehead, with remnants of perspiration adorning his face. Yet, Feng Yuan's focus was not on this. It was on Lu Yu's hand. Noticing the sword grasped tightly in Lu Yu's right hand, Feng Yuan inquired, "Have you been practicing the Ruoshuijian?" Although lying on the bed, Lu Yu had not relinquished the ordinary sword, which was merely a common weapon, not a spiritual artifact. While diligence is commendable, one must also heed the balance of work and rest, otherwise, one's mind may falter. Feng Yuan remarked, "If the mind is not resolute and one persists in cultivation without respite, it will inevitably lead to madness, rendering all prior efforts futile. I have witnessed many such instances before. Some have locked themselves away in seclusion, only to push themselves to the brink of death. You are the true cultivation fanatic. Yet you advise me to be cautious," Lu Yu teased. Feng Yuan chuckled softly, refraining from rebuttal. For him, cultivation was indeed a source of profound joy. However, over the next few days, you must exert yourself diligently in your training. "Why is that?" Lu Yu inquired. "In 6 days, we will engage in a competition, and all trainees must participate. The top 20 will be rewarded, with the top 10 even receiving a spiritual artifact. You must train earnestly to secure a place in the top 10. A competition? Only the top 10 receive a spiritual artifact? I doubt I can make it." "The top 20 seems more plausible," Lu Yu replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Have a little more faith in yourself. You are far superior to many others." Feng Yuan chuckled. Indeed, under Feng Yuan's guidance, Lu Yu had initially discovered his sense of qi ahead of others. Subsequently, he consumed a cleansing elixir, which enhanced his aptitude. Lu Yu's abilities had long surpassed those of most individuals. After Feng Yuan pointed this out to Lu Yu, he felt a surge of motivation and newfound confidence. "I shall commence my cultivation at once," Lu Yu declared, raising his fists. Without regard for his exhaustion, he crossed his legs and began to practice the Sheng Yuan Ju. The sense of qi within Lu Yu had already grown sufficiently robust. He was merely a step away from successfully circulating it through one complete cycle of the Sheng Yuan Ju technique. Observing this, Feng Yuan smiled and commenced his own cultivation. As time passed gradually, sunlight streamed through the window, heralding the arrival of another clear morning. Yet, the two individuals in the room remained undisturbed, engrossed in their practice. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from Lu Yu, startling Feng Yuan, who was situated across the room. Watching Lu Yu seated in meditation, a hint of joy flickered in Feng Yuan's eyes, pleased for Lu Yu. Although the energy was faint, it signified that Lu Yu had stepped into the realm of qi cultivation. However, to Feng Yuan's astonishment, a look of anguish suddenly crossed Lu Yu's face. Concurrently, the aura surrounding him grew exceedingly feeble, fluctuating erratically, as if he were on the verge of descending from the qi cultivation stage. Chapter 36. The Provocateur, seeking recommendations and collections. Feng Yuan swiftly approached Lu Yu from behind, placing his hands on his back. A surge of true energy flowed from Feng Yuan's palms into Lu Yu's body, probing his condition. As the true energy coursed through Lu Yu, Feng Yuan furrowed his brow. He discovered that within Lu Yu's body, there existed a small amount of genuine energy, albeit in a state of utter disarray. Originally, Lu Yu had mastered the Sheng Yuan Ju, which should have allowed this energy to flow seamlessly along the cultivation pathways, coursing through his meridians. However, at present, the energy manifested in intermittent bursts, varying in length, coalescing into a small mass that obstructed a narrow meridian within Lu Yu, rendering circulation impossible. If this situation were to persist, not only would Lu Yu face a decline in his cultivation realm, but this particular meridian would also be at risk of destruction. Feng Yuan's expression grew solemn. Fortunately, he was present when Lu Yu experienced his breakthrough. Had Lu Yu been alone, without anyone to assist in clearing the meridian, the prospect of further cultivation would have been bleak. At that moment, Feng Yuan directed his own genuine energy to the site of Lu Yu's energy congestion, meticulously following the route of the Sheng Yuan Ju, gently guiding a small portion of Lu Yu's energy to begin its slow journey. Feng Yuan's demeanor was grave as he exerted control over his energy from the outside. Given his current level of mastery, this endeavor was still rather taxing, especially when attempting to manipulate another's energy along their meridians. Were it not for his extensive experience, he would not have dared to undertake such a task. Like unraveling threads, as Feng Yuan navigated his own energy, he gradually extricated the chaotic energies from Lu Yu's small mass. A bead of sweat trickled down Feng Yuan's forehead. He felt fatigued. Yet he could not afford to relent. The massive energy trapped within the narrow meridian began to diminish in size as Feng Yuan steadily drew it away. At last, with another surge of energy extracted, Lu Yu's previously tumultuous energy mass was finally brought into order. The true energy no longer remained obstructed. It naturally unfurled, subsequently flowing autonomously, forming a complete shape that traversed smoothly through the narrow meridians. Thereafter, Feng Yuan decisively released his grip and collapsed. He exhaled deeply, truly exhausted and mentally drained. Feng Yuan's own cultivation level was not particularly high, and his true energy was limited. Engaging in such endeavors was indeed perilous. Had he faltered in guiding Lu Yu's true energy due to his own deficiency, even a slight misstep could have led to failure. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded. The aura of the Qi training realm once again manifested around Lu Yu and stabilized. Lu Yu ceased operating his technique, causing the aura to dissipate. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Yu immediately turned to Feng Yuan and anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am fine. I apologize. I do not understand why this occurred," Lu Yu replied, lowering his head. "It is not your fault. I share the blame," Feng Yuan reassured him. The entanglement of Lu Yu's true energy was indeed somewhat related to Feng Yuan's guidance. When Feng Yuan initially instructed Lu Yu on how to sense his energy, he encouraged him to practice the second and fourth lines of the Sheng Yuan Ju incantation. These two lines pertain to the crucial meridians of the technique, enabling Lu Yu to swiftly attain a sense of his energy. However, this did not imply that the other lines, and their associated meridians, were insignificant. After developing his energy sense, Lu Yu continued to focus primarily on those two meridians, neglecting the others. Cultivating a technique encompasses not only the enhancement of energy sense and true energy, but also the expansion of the body's meridians. The width of the meridians must be sufficient to allow the increasingly potent vital energy to flow through. Although Lu Yu's vital energy had already coalesced, his meridians were excessively narrow. While the issue was not evident during the initial sensation of energy, it became apparent when Lu Yu attempted to break through to the Qi training stage, as the energy sensation transformed into tangible vital energy. The constriction of his narrow meridians led to a blockage of the vital energy. No matter how Lu Yu attempted to circulate his techniques, he was unable to successfully guide the energy, only amplifying his suffering. Just as Lu Yu found himself in a predicament, he suddenly felt a surge of vital energy entering his body. Lu Yu recognized it as Feng Yuan offering assistance. As Feng Yuan began to channel his vital energy to alleviate the congestion within Lu Yu's energy sphere, Lu Yu also activated his techniques, exerting his utmost effort to cooperate. "I apologize for not expressing myself clearly. I should be the one to say sorry," Feng Yuan remarked. "Not at all. It was my own recklessness," Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. Although Feng Yuan acknowledged a share of the responsibility, Lu Yu was acutely aware that had he not been so impatient and adhered to his cultivation methods diligently, this predicament would not have arisen. Regardless, achieving a breakthrough is always a positive outcome. "Congratulations are in order," Feng Yuan smiled. Indeed, in the ensuing days, the two continued their routine as usual. During this time, Feng Yuan took Lu Yu along to undertake a spirit stone task, which once again involved hunting demon beasts. However, this time, Feng Yuan refrained from assisting Lu Yu, allowing him to tackle the task independently. Naturally, the rewards from the spirit stones they earned from the task were directly claimed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had been diligently practicing the Yin Tian Ju, while Lu Yu devoted his days to honing his skills at the martial training grounds with the Ruoshui sword, and reserved his evenings for further cultivation. During this period, Feng Yuan also took the opportunity to peruse the martial technique he had acquired from the Techniques Pavilion. The rolling wind staff method. This particular technique was not overly complex, and Feng Yuan quickly grasped its essential principles. The staff technique comprised 3 distinct forms, each exhibiting a certain elegance. For Feng Yuan, the flow of vital energy was crystal clear, whether executing the first, second, or third form. Swift execution was all that was required. When mastered, the staff would whirl like a tempest, stirring sand and stone. However, as the rolling wind staff method was originally designed for a long staff, Feng Yuan's adaptation to a short staff naturally resulted in less dramatic effects. Before his departure, Bai Xiaodang had provided Feng Yuan with a list of participants, and thus he had already devised the order of the matches, neatly inscribed on a large sheet of paper. Upon gathering at the training grounds, Feng Yuan communicated with everyone through the steward's token. By the time he and Lu Yu arrived at the martial arena, a considerable number of participants were already there, patiently awaiting. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of his steward status. Soon, all had assembled, and they silently anticipated Feng Yuan's explanation. Just as he was about to speak, an individual suddenly interjected, inquiring, "Sir, what is the purpose of our summons?" Feng Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, a rather ordinary young man with a conspicuous hedgehog haircut. Just when he felt a sense of authority, a brash individual had emerged to challenge it. However, Feng Yuan paid no heed and began to explain. "The reason for your presence is to organize a competition. The top 20 will receive rewards in spirit stones, and the top 10. Yet, Feng Yuan could not continue, as a brash individual interrupted. "Then why were we not informed earlier? How can we trust what you say? I must inform you. I possess only the lowest rank of talent, and in 3 months, I shall depart. Even if you are a steward, I am unafraid. What I might accomplish remains a mystery to me." The arrogance in the individual's tone caused Feng Yuan to frown. Just as he was about to respond, a cool, feminine voice emerged from behind. "If you are aware of your lowly talent, you should be mindful of your standing and behave accordingly." Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the voice belonged to Qin Riyun. Chapter 37. The Dream of Qin Riyun. Upon hearing the voice, Feng Yuan turned to look behind him. Indeed, a woman clad in blue was approaching. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, yet exuded a chill. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, unmistakably Qin Riyun. Feng Yuan arched an eyebrow, recalling that Qin Riyun had held a rather unfavorable impression of him. Thus, he was surprised by her willingness to speak on his behalf. As she reached his side, Feng Yuan subtly shifted to grant her a bit of space and expressed, "Thank you for speaking on my behalf. You think too highly of yourself." Qin Riyun replied without meeting his gaze, her tone indifferent, "I merely cannot abide those who disregard the rules." Qin Riyun's voice was melodious, resonating like a gentle stream. Yet her demeanor remained excessively frigid. Resigned to his fate, Feng Yuan found himself despondently engaging in self-deprecation, realizing that this woman indeed harbored disdain for him. Subsequently, Qin Riyun cast her gaze upon the assembly, her eyes meticulously scanning each individual until they finally settled upon the one with a hedgehog-like hairstyle. In a chilling tone, she inquired, "Was it you who uttered those words just now?" The others, having merely felt the weight of her stare, shivered in trepidation. The hedgehog-haired individual, in particular, shrank back, trembling under her scrutiny. They were acquainted with Qin Riyun and were aware of her status as the daughter of the city lord. Although she held no formal title, her influence and standing far exceeded that of Feng Yuan, a mere steward. The hedgehog-haired one had dared to retort to Feng Yuan, believing himself to be beyond redemption in this training class, but he would never dream of challenging Qin Riyun. Observing his silence, Qin Riyun continued, "Regardless of your innate talents, you must remain cognizant of your position. As members of the training class, you are required to exhibit the comportment befitting your status and to obey orders without question. Should such insubordination occur again, you shall be summarily expelled from Qingyang City." "Yes," the hedgehog-haired individual stammered in response, trembling with fear. Ignoring him, Qin Riyun turned her attention to Feng Yuan, raising an eyebrow with a cold glare. "I never anticipated you would ascend to the role of steward." "Why not?" Feng Yuan retorted, meeting her gaze with an arched brow. "It is rather embarrassing to admit, but since that day, Feng Yuan had inexplicably found himself recurrently appearing in Qin Riyun's dreams. In her reveries, he invariably held a position of exaltation, either seated upon a throne, receiving the veneration of many, or standing amidst the clouds, surveying the multitude below. Regardless of the ever-changing identity of Feng Yuan, his gaze remains unaltered, immovable, and indifferent. Qin Riyun herself is constant, perpetually prostrate at Feng Yuan's feet. Each time she dares to glance upward, she finds herself unable to withstand the weight of his gaze, compelling her to lower her head once more. If it were merely this, it would be tolerable. Out of the corner of her eye, Qin Riyun steals a glance at Feng Yuan beside her. In terms of appearance alone, Feng Yuan boasts striking features, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with an imposing demeanor and an air of aloofness, render him a veritable heartthrob among young women. Yet, as she gazes upon his visage, a fierce determination wells up within her. Last night, she dreamed of Feng Yuan again, but this time, the dream was entirely different from the previous ones. In her dream, he did not manifest in grand halls or among the clouds. Instead, he appeared within her own chamber and engaged with her. However, even in such intimate moments, as she let out soft moans, Feng Yuan's gaze remained lofty and untouchable. Though his movements persisted, they were devoid of any emotion. The manner in which he treated her felt as though she were a mere despicable courtesan. Yet, she found herself. Qin Ruyun gritted her teeth. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, and she could not help but let out a cold huff. Feng Yuan turned his head, perplexed, and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing much. I was merely contemplating how adept you are at winning by Xiaodong's favor. It baffles me how you managed to charm your way into a steward's position." Qin Ruyun retorted, her beautiful eyes glinting with frost. Feng Yuan discerned her anger, but was at a loss as to when he had offended her. "Isn't it time to commence the competition? Let us begin promptly," Qin Ruyun insisted. The voice and tone remained as cold as before, however. Feng Yuan sensed a hint of panic beneath the surface. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, he mused. After affixing a paper detailing the order of the competitors in a prominent location visible to all, Feng Yuan clapped his hands, signaling that the matches would proceed according to this sequence. The victors would advance to the next round, while the defeated would be eliminated. The competition would span 2 days, with rewards for the top 10 contestants. Now, the first match commenced, Guo Yuan versus Zhou Gao. With that proclamation, the 2 named individuals ascended the martial arts platform. One of them was, surprisingly, the previous hedgehog-headed contender. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow but chose to remain indifferent. The battle between the 2 concluded swiftly, as both were of the D rank and had not yet reached the Qi refining stage. Presently, aside from 4 D rank competitors and a few from the C rank, the remainder had already attained the Qi refining level. Although Guo Yuan and Zhou Gao employed some techniques during their skirmish, it appeared that brute strength played a more significant role. After a strenuous effort to subdue his opponent, the hedgehog-headed fighter, drenched in sweat and panting, declared, "Even with our D rank, I am still stronger than you. Now, tell me your name." Feng Yuan interjected, "Enough. State your name." "Guo Yuan," came the reply. Approaching the competition board, Feng Yuan struck through Zhou Gao's name, inscribing Guo Yuan's name in the blank space below. Upon witnessing the scene, Guo Yuankai descended from the martial arts platform, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face as he muttered to himself, "I never anticipated that my opponent would possess only the same meager talents. Indeed, fortune favors me." Meanwhile, Qin Ruyun, who had observed Guo Yuansai's duel, could not help but scoff. "I initially presumed you would be weak, yet I did not foresee such a dismal level of inadequacy." Feng Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her, pondering the definitions of weakness and strength. "They have merely recently awakened. Given time, they may yet grow formidable. I recall that you, too, possess only the same meager talents. I imagine you are currently grappling with the challenges of advancing to the Qi refining stage. Should you be inclined to seek my assistance, perhaps in a moment of goodwill, I could bestow upon you a barrier-breaking pill." Qin Ruyun raised an eyebrow, her voice icy as she retorted, "The barrier-breaking pill is specifically designed to facilitate breakthroughs. Should one at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage consume such a pill, they could seamlessly transcend into the accumulated cloud stage. Such a potion is, of course, exceedingly precious, yet it remains within my means." Feng Yuan merely smiled, choosing not to engage further with her, and promptly announced the next pair of competitors, instructing them to take the stage. "Zhao Yar versus Wu Yong, step forward." Qin Ruyun huffed in response. She had contemplated that if Feng Yuan were to speak, she would not impose undue hardship upon him. Although she was puzzled as to why Bai Xiaodong would appoint someone of such limited aptitude as a steward, she recognized that there must be a rationale behind his decision. Investing in a steward was, after all, a venture worth considering. Initially, Qin Ruyun believed that Feng Yuan would be ecstatic upon hearing her words and would implore her to bestow upon him the breakthrough pill. However, to her astonishment, Feng Yuan appeared oblivious to her remarks, leaving her feeling utterly disregarded, an incomprehensible affront. Did he no longer wish to cultivate? Little did she know, Feng Yuan had not only entered the Qi refinement stage but had ascended to the 3rd level of this realm, with a breakthrough to the 4th level looming on the horizon. As she observed Feng Yuan's serene countenance, Qin Ruyun's indignation swelled within her. Her altruistic intentions to assist him had resulted in her being dismissed. As the daughter of a prominent city lord, she had never endured such humiliation. Anger surged within her, and she channeled her vital energy, raising her hand to strike Feng Yuan's face. She was determined to teach him a lesson, should her slap land. Feng Yuan would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it, resulting in blood spilling from his mouth and nose. At that moment, she would relish seeing how he maintained his composure. With a resounding crack, gasps of astonishment erupted from those present. Yet, the sound did not originate from Qin Ruyun's hand connecting with Feng Yuan's face. It was instead the result of Feng Yuan deftly seizing her wrist. Surprise flooded Qin Riyun's features as she gazed at her delicate wrist, ensnared in his grip. How could this be? Her attack, imbued with vital energy, had been effortlessly intercepted by Feng Yuan. Observing the disbelief etched on her face, Feng Yuan smiled calmly and remarked, "What you do not realize is that I have already transcended to the Qi refinement stage. Therefore, you may as well keep the breakthrough pill for your own use." Chapter 38. Zhao Yar's advantages. Qin Riyun broke free, her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at Feng Yuan, rendered speechless. She was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Rain Transformation Realm. Although she had not exerted much true energy in her earlier attack, it was evident that someone who had not even reached the Qi cultivation realm would be unable to withstand it. Thus, she was brimming with confidence, eagerly anticipating a moment of embarrassment for Feng Yuan. However, to her surprise, Feng Yuan managed to block her attack. Was he not of inferior aptitude? How had he managed to break through to the Qi cultivation realm? Doubts swirled in Qin Riyun's mind. Feng Yuan smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for the generous gift of a washing marrow pill from Lord Bai. The reputation of the washing marrow pill was well-deserved. Its consumption indeed yielded significant enhancement to one's aptitude. With a cold huff, Qin Riyun understood. Since Bai Xiaodang had permitted Feng Yuan to serve as a steward, it was clear he would not be treated poorly. No wonder he had disregarded her. Meanwhile, the contest on the martial arts platform continued. A male and a female opponent stood before one another, both having already entered the Qi cultivation realm, unlike Gui Yuan from before. During the battle, they utilized their skills and true energy, presenting a semblance of technique. The audience below watched with keen interest, though it was apparent that Qin Riyun was disinterested. As for Feng Yuan, he found the spectacle rather tedious. From his perspective, it resembled mere children's play, lacking in any technical depth to warrant his attention. However, to his astonishment, he recognized one of the participants as the big white rabbit from the neighboring dormitory. Although Feng Yuan had a vague impression of Zhao Yar, their interactions had been minimal, leaving him unaware of her full name. Previously, when Feng Yuan summoned the 2 individuals to the stage, he had learned that one was named Wu Yong and the other Zhao Yar. Now, observing the man and woman on stage, Feng Yuan noted that the name Wu Yong was excessively masculine. It was unlikely any woman would willingly adopt such a name. Thus, he pondered about Zhao Yar. He softly uttered her name, recalling that he still owed her a compensation. Though he was uncertain why she had not sought him out since then, he made a mental note of her name. Meanwhile, Qin Riyun, standing nearby, furrowed her brow upon hearing Feng Yuan's voice. She glanced at Zhao Yar, whose appearance paled in comparison to her own, yet her figure surpassed Ruyun's. A wave of disdain washed over Ruyun as she regarded Feng Yuan, deeming him a lecherous man. Regardless of the spectators' opinions below, Zhao Yar, drenched in sweat, remained focused on the battle at hand. Her opponent, Wu Yong, was currently leering at Zhao Yar, his gaze roaming over her form. "I suggest you surrender obediently. Otherwise, you may find my hands landing in unexpected places," he taunted. Wu Yong practiced the high-grade Huang-level technique known as flowing palm, while Zhao Yar had only mastered the inferior-grade technique sky kick. The disparity in their strengths was significant. Among the crowd, Zhao Yar was merely of average caliber, whereas Wu Yong was capable of securing a position in the top 5. Had he not entertained the thought of toying with her, the battle would have concluded with Zhao Yar's defeat long ago. Still leering, Wu Yong advanced menacingly toward Zhao Yar. Zhao Yar continued to retreat until she reached the very edge of the martial arts platform, with no further room to maneuver. Suddenly, her tense expression transformed into a smile, and in a sweet tone, she said, "All right, as long as you agree to one condition, not only will I not surrender, but I will comply with whatever you ask." You say. Wu Yong was instantly captivated by Zhao Yar, lost in her enchantment. "The condition is, you need to step down." Wah. Wu Yong had yet to fully comprehend her words when Zhao Yar swiftly circled behind him, her legs launching powerfully to strike his back. Wu Yong was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, falling off the martial arts platform. "You dare to trick me?" Wu Yong shouted angrily as he rose from the ground. He was a solid contender among the top 5 seeds, yet he found himself eliminated in the very first match, and in such a humiliating manner. Wu Yong struggled to accept this outcome. "Say whatever you like. I have won," Zhao Yar retorted coldly, her previous flirtation replaced with indifference. Zhao Yar was well aware of her limited talent and comprehension. Her only advantage lay in her appearance. To progress on the path of cultivation, she had to leverage this asset, and she had indeed succeeded, having seduced Xiao Jinji to guide her breakthrough into the qi refining stage. Now, she used this tactic to bewilder her opponent, successfully advancing to the next round. As she glanced at Wu Yong, who was fuming yet powerless against her, a sense of pride swelled within Zhao Yuer, and a smirk graced her lips. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had already crossed Wu Yong's name off the list. All right, let the next match commence. The morning swiftly passed in a flurry of contests, culminating in a total of 35 matches. The duration of each bout varied, with the slowest being that of Zhuosu, which lasted a full quarter of an hour. Zhuosu practiced a defensive technique, standing resolutely as his opponent struck at him. Yet the assailant found himself unable to penetrate Zhuosu's defenses, ultimately exhausting himself and being unceremoniously knocked off the stage by Zhuosu's sudden charge. In stark contrast, the quickest match was that of Xiao Jinji, who, upon entering the arena, unleashed a single punch that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground within a mere 10 breaths. Notably, after effortlessly defeating his adversary, Xiao Jinji descended the stage with an air of triumph, only to be approached by Zhao Yuer, who tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow with her handkerchief, cooing, "You've perspired so much. It must have been quite the effort for you." Witnessing this scene, Feng Yuan could not help but curl his lip in disdain. How many days had it been since their awakening? A mere fortnight had passed, and already some had begun to forge romantic connections. Originally, this round of contest was meant to consist of 36 matches, accounting for the 72 participants in this training cohort. However, Feng Yuan had no intention of competing and thus refrained from adding his name to the list. Although a top 10 finish promised rewards of spiritual artifacts, Feng Yuan was already in possession of the Earth Core Mystic Iron Staff, rendering such prizes unnecessary. Well, the first round of contests has concluded. Those who have advanced, please return this afternoon for the second round, Feng Yuan addressed the assembled crowd. Upon hearing these words, the crowd gradually dispersed, yet Lu Yu remained, waiting patiently for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan turned to Qin Ruyun, who had been standing beside him, and inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" With a cold huff, Qin Ruyun turned on her heel and departed. However, just before she left, she remarked, "I shall return this afternoon." Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. As they walked, Lu Yu patted his chest and exclaimed, "You nearly frightened me to death." The look Qin Ruyun gave us earlier was truly intimidating. Was it really that terrifying? Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Did you not feel it?" Lu Yu responded. "By the way, why was my name absent from the competition roster this morning? Since 71 participants entered the contest, when I was finalizing the order, you happened to have a bye and advanced directly. Hence, I did not inscribe your name. Nonetheless, you will still compete this afternoon." "I see. What a pity. I had intended to surprise you." "What kind of surprise?" Feng Yuan asked, intrigued. "I won't reveal it just yet. You'll find out when I take the stage this afternoon," Lu Yu teased, grinning. "Then I shall eagerly anticipate it." Feng Yuan replied with a smile. Chapter 39. Gossip. Upon returning to the dormitory, Feng Yuan seized the opportunity during the midday lull to engage in further cultivation. At present, the vital energy within him could traverse the first layer of the Yin-Tian technique, enabling him to circulate significantly more than half of a complete cycle beyond the original 3 cycles he could manage. In truth, Feng Yuan had never practiced the first layer of the Yin-Tian technique before, nor had he ventured into the first 8 layers. When the technique was conceived, Feng Yuan had already attained the supreme realm. After his breakthrough to this exalted state, he found himself at a loss for suitable methods to cultivate. Although there existed a few celestial-grade techniques corresponding to his realm, Feng Yuan deemed them ill-suited for his unique disposition. Thus, in a moment of inspiration, he resolved to tailor a technique specifically for himself, embarking on the ambitious endeavor of creating an original cultivation method. This decision sent ripples of astonishment throughout the world. Crafting a technique was no trivial matter, especially one of the supreme realm. In his era, all cultivation methods of that caliber were bequeathed by predecessors, and even the basic yellow-grade techniques had never been successfully devised anew. When Feng Yuan proclaimed his intentions and retreated into seclusion, skepticism reigned supreme. As a century elapsed, many believed him to have failed. Yet, upon his eventual emergence, disbelief washed over the gathered spectators. During his retreat, he had only just entered the supreme realm, but in a mere 100 years, he had achieved further advancement. Not only had Feng Yuan indeed crafted a cultivation technique for the supreme realm, but he had also perfected it. The entire world was enraptured by his accomplishment. Those who had doubted his potential were driven to frenzy, diving into the study of cultivation techniques themselves. Eventually, they did manage to develop several methods for the supreme realm, yet none could rival Feng Yuan's magnum opus, the Yintian Ju. However, the initial iteration of the Yintian Ju was not entirely refined. It consisted of merely one layer, which corresponds to the current 9th layer. The subsequent layers, from the 1st to the 8th, along with the hypothesized 10th layer, were additions made in later years. Previously, Feng Yuan had only cultivated to the 9th level of his martial arts technique. Although he had completed the corresponding levels for each realm, he had not truly practiced them. Thus, despite being a self-created method, Feng Yuan possessed only a limited understanding of this technique. However, starting from the 1st level of cultivation, he began to discover the unique qualities of the Yintian Ju. This technique remarkably enhances the practitioner's innate qualities, an ability that even celestial-grade techniques cannot achieve. Prior to breaking through to the Qi refining realm, he had only sensed the presence of Qi within him and was unable to fully execute the cultivation path, rendering this function unmanifested, a fact he had not yet realized. Yet, upon successfully mastering the 1st level of the technique and directly entering the 3rd layer of the Qi refining realm, Feng Yuan noticed that after each session of cultivation, a layer of black filth appeared on his body. This was the impurities expelled from within him. Moreover, the longer he practiced, the greater the quantity of this black filth. This phenomenon was akin to the effects of the cleansing elixir, although the results were not as pronounced as those from the elixir, which could eliminate substantial impurities in one go. The elixir could only be consumed once, after which the body would develop resistance, rendering it ineffective. In contrast, this technique proved effective with each session of practice. Over time, the cumulative effects would far surpass those of a single cleansing elixir. Initially, Feng Yuan had estimated that to break through to the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, given his innate talent, it would require at least a month. However, it now appeared that 20 days would suffice, effectively reducing the time by a third. As time progressed, Feng Yuan's innate talent became increasingly remarkable, and his cultivation pace accelerated correspondingly. After a brief period of training, not even an hour had passed, and a thin layer of grime enveloped his skin. After a simple wash, Feng Yuan took Lu Yu to the martial arts arena. Apart from the two of them, everyone else had already gathered. Qin Ruyun had also arrived early. Upon noticing the tardy pair, she coldly mocked, "You arrived so late. Surely you weren't spending all your time in bed?" Lu Yu refrained from speaking, yet Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow and candidly replied, "Yes, indeed. Is that a problem?" "You." Qin Ruyun was taken aback by Feng Yuan's audacious admission, his confidence infuriating her further. How shameless. Stung into silence, she shot him a fierce glare before turning away, refusing to look at him again. Amused by her reaction, Feng Yuan smiled. After all, he had spent the entire afternoon seated on his bed, which could certainly be interpreted as spending time there. Once the order of the afternoon's matches was announced, Feng Yuan declared, "Let the first match begin. Zhuosu versus Zhangshan, please proceed to the stage." The audience, upon realizing that Zhuosu was the first contender, erupted into a chorus of boos. They had witnessed Zhuosu's previous performance that morning, which had been utterly devoid of excitement. He had opted for a rare defensive technique, merely standing still while his opponent attacked, not retaliating in the slightest, and waiting for his adversary to exhaust their vital energy before forcing them off the stage. True to form, this match unfolded in a similar manner, with Zhuosu's opponent relentlessly assaulting him, employing swordplay and drawing his weapon without pause. However, his sword was merely an ordinary object, incapable of channeling spiritual energy. Although he attempted to execute his techniques, they could not penetrate the protective barrier surrounding Zhuosu's body, rendering his efforts futile. After expending a considerable amount of energy in vain, his opponent unexpectedly leaped off the stage, exclaiming, "I refuse to continue. It's like hitting a turtle shell. I can't make a dent." The audience erupted in laughter, yet Zhuosu remained unfazed, for in the end, he was the victor. Zhuosu's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting upon the playful Zhao Yuer and Xiao Jinji. The spectators grew even more boisterous. Some uninformed individuals inquired of others, "You don't know this?" Zhao Yuer has acquired a leg technique, and she sought out Zhuosu, claiming she was fond of him, ostensibly to practice her technique. In truth, she merely wanted him as a training partner to facilitate her leg practice. After Zhao Yuer perfected her leg technique, she discarded Zhuosu and subsequently approached Xiao Jinji, under whose guidance she broke through to the Qi refining stage. So that was the case. Zhuosu was indeed pitiable. TSK. However, I would also love to be sought after. Yet, one must possess the capability to attract such attention, I dare say, someone like me, with an 18-centimeter stature, stands a good chance. Zhao Yur's expression froze, her smile vanishing. Xiao Jinji's demeanor darkened as he bellowed, "Silence." Then, with a piercing glare, he directed a fierce challenge at Zhuo Su, declaring, "Come at me." Feng Yuan couldn't help but marvel. It seemed that in just a few short days, Zhao Yur not only acquired a car, but had also changed it. Truly, she knew how to enjoy life. Chapter 40. Special treatment. The crowd below was in an uproar, freely discussing the gossip surrounding Zhao Yur, Zhuo Su, and Xiao Jinji. Silence. Qin Ruyun could no longer tolerate the noise and spoke coldly. Instantly, the chatter ceased, and the crowd fell silent, hesitant to utter another word. She then turned her gaze towards Feng Yuan, noticing his expression as if he were watching an intriguing performance, and admonished him, "Why haven't you begun the next competition yet?" Feng Yuan promptly announced the names of the next two competitors, urging them to take the stage. As each match concluded, he continued to declare the names of the upcoming contenders. In the next bout, Gui Yuan would face Gao Peng. This was going to be disastrous. Gui Yuan, with his spiky hair, ascended the stage with a grimace. He possessed only the D-class qualification and had yet to break through to the Qi refinement stage. Having faced a fellow D-class opponent earlier that morning was already a stroke of luck. In this match, Gui Yuan was convinced he would be eliminated, and perhaps even suffer a beating. Should I just surrender right away? He pondered. However, as he stepped onto the stage, contemplating how to assertively concede, his opponent spoke first. "Come on. Even if we are both D-class, I will defeat you and advance to claim the rewards." Gui Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "You are D-class? And so what? Aren't you too?" His rival retorted with a sneer. "It is quite different, I assure you. I have never feared anyone." Gui Yuan coldly chuckled. Upon finishing his words, he lunged at his opponent. The martial arts technique he practiced was the low-grade yellow-tier skill, Fierce Tiger Fist. Although Gui Yuan lacked true energy and could not embody the essence of a tiger, his imposing aura at that moment resembled that of a ferocious tiger, exceedingly fierce. After a fierce exchange, Gui Yuan genuinely managed to defeat his adversary, who lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Seeing that the outcome was clear, Feng Yuan spoke up, ready to announce the next match. However, he halted mid-sentence as someone approached him, a figure with a spiky hairstyle. "What is it?" Feng Yuan inquired calmly, observing the breathless Gui Yuan, drenched in sweat. Gui Yuan, however, said nothing, merely bowing deeply to Feng Yuan, expressing his gratitude. "Did you notice?" Feng Yuan replied with a slight smile. Qin Ruyun turned her gaze towards the two, her heart filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the nature of their conversation. Gui Yuan respectfully stated, "Of course, apart from you, my lord, there are only 4 of us with the Ding-tier aptitude among our group. With over 70 participants in the competition, it is quite coincidental that these 4 all faced opponents of the same Ding-tier aptitude. What a remarkable coincidence it is. Even a blind person could see that you, my lord, are assisting us." "Thank you, my lord." Qin Ruyun's brows furrowed immediately. Had she not previously understood the exchange between him and Feng Yuan? Now, with Gui Yuan's assertion that even a blind person could discern the truth, was he not insinuating that she was blind? Originally, for Gui Yuan, this competition was merely a formality, with any rewards being of no concern to him. Gui Yuan possessed only the lowest rank of D-grade talent and, unlike his perception of Feng Yuan, did not garner the attention of Bai Xiaodeng. He harbored envy towards Feng Yuan, who, despite also being of D-grade talent, inexplicably caught Bai Xiaotong's eye and ascended to the position of steward, surpassing even those of A-grade talent like Xiao Jinji. Of course, Gui Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that Feng Yuan's rise and ability to overshadow Xiao Jinji were entirely due to his own efforts. Resentful, Gui Yuan confronted Feng Yuan when he summoned them that morning, seeking to embarrass him. After this confrontation, Gui Yuan had mentally prepared himself for Feng Yuan's retaliation, anticipating a match against Xiao Jinji that would result in his swift defeat. However, he never imagined that his subsequent opponents would both possess the same D-grade talent as himself. Initially, he attributed this to mere coincidence, but after the second match, facing an opponent of identical talent, Gui Yuan comprehended that Feng Yuan was, in fact, looking out for them. In the first round of the competition, the only 4 participants with D-grade talent were fortuitously divided into 2 groups, a probability already quite slim. Subsequently, in the second round, the 2 qualifiers were again placed in the same group. Such occurrences could hardly be mere serendipity. It was evident that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. And who could wield such influence but Feng Yuan? the very architect of this contest. In today's 2 rounds of competition, the first round eliminated 35 participants, while the second round would see an additional 18 ousted, even with Feng Yuan included. Their total number of trainees amounts to merely 72. This implies that as long as one does not face elimination in the initial 2 rounds of competition, entry into the top 20 is assured. Guo Yuan has now successfully navigated through the first 2 rounds. Even if he were to be eliminated in the third, he has already secured his place among the top 20 and will be rewarded with spirit stones. This outcome was previously unfathomable for someone of Guo Yuan's meager D-grade talent. Furthermore, prior to the commencement of the competition, he had dared to confront Feng Yuan, yet Feng Yuan not only remained unperturbed, but also continued to offer his assistance thereafter. The mere recollection of this fills Guo Yuan with profound shame and deepens his respect for Feng Yuan. Do not thank me. I have merely afforded you an opportunity. Your success is contingent upon your own grasp of it. Otherwise, the person standing before me would be someone else, and I am indifferent to who that person is. Feng Yuan remarked with a serene demeanor. Guo Yuan wished to convey more to Feng Yuan, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Ruyun's voice. There will be ample time for idle chatter after the competition concludes. For now, focus on conducting the matches properly, she admonished Feng Yuan coldly. She then turned her gaze upon Guo Yuan, her tone growing even more severe. Should you delay the competition any further, I shall bring charges against you for obstructing official duties. Guo Yuan immediately shuddered, hastily excusing himself and retreating in disarray. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What did he do to provoke you?" Qin Ruyun scoffed, "Nothing. I am simply fulfilling my responsibilities as an inspector to ensure the smooth progress of your competition." "Well, you may have the final say." Feng Yuan silently scoffed, then proceeded to announce the names of the next competitors, inviting them to the stage. However, although Qin Ruyun did not utter a word to Feng Yuan, she cast a subtle glance, surprised by his attentiveness. As each duel concluded, the average duration hovered around 15 minutes. Xiao Jinji was still the quickest to resolve his battles, dispatching his opponents with a single punch. At last, it was Lu Yu's turn to ascend the stage. Feng Yuan declared, "The next match features Lu Yu against Zhao Yar." Subsequently, Feng Yuan glanced towards Lu Yu's direction, who was also looking back at him. They exchanged a smile, and Lu Yu mouthed 2 words, "Surprise." "Very well, let me witness the surprise you speak of." Feng Yuan nodded with a smile. Chapter 41. Surprise. Upon taking the stage, Lu Yu gripped his sword tightly, pointing it at Zhao Yar, declaring, "I will not lose." Not lose? What a laughable statement. Zhao Yar inwardly mocked him. Though she possessed the same C-grade talent, her martial arts techniques had reached a minor proficiency. In her previous match against an opponent of B-grade talent, Zhao Yar had no inherent advantages and had to rely on cunning to secure her victory. Yet now, facing Lu Yu, she felt assured of her triumph, brimming with confidence. While Zhao Yar scoffed internally, her countenance displayed a facade of fragility as she sweetly inquired, "Oh, really? Do you wish to trample me?" With her inherently enchanting features accentuated by this expression and her honeyed voice, one could hardly blame Lu Yu. Even the audience found it difficult to suppress their excitement. I did not mean that," Lu Yu stammered, his face flushed. "Then what do you mean?" "I do not understand," Zhao Yu replied, pressing her index finger against her lips and gently sucking on it. Witnessing this scene, the audience could not help but swallow nervously. However, Qin Ruyun glanced at Feng Yuan and found him still wearing an expression of serene composure, unperturbed by the unfolding situation. How pretentious, Qin Ruyun scoffed inwardly. Lu Yu, facing Zhao Yar's relentless advances, found himself utterly flustered and at a loss. Although he wielded a sword, he had no idea how to respond, merely flailing it about. What I mean. Zhao Yur observed Lu Yu's innocent demeanor, the corners of her mouth curling into a slight smile. With her voluptuous legs striding forward, Zhao Yur approached Lu Yu, teasingly urging, "Come now, do speak your mind." Zhao Yur, of course, would not heed Lu Yu's words, continuing her approach while he retreated step by step, unable to mount a defense. "Lu Yu, remain composed," Feng Yuan suddenly commanded. His voice, though not loud, resonated like the ringing of a morning bell, piercing through the chaos. Lu Yu felt a jolt. As if his muddled mind had suddenly cleared, he steadied himself, halting his retreat and standing resolute with his sword in hand. Observing this, Feng Yuan smiled faintly, feeling his efforts were not in vain. He had exhausted his true energy to employ the clear heart technique, a celestial level skill aptly named for its ability to calm the mind and steady the spirit. Feng Yuan's application of this technique on Lu Yu, while somewhat excessive, served to anchor his wavering thoughts. In truth, this technique's primary purpose was to combat inner demons during tribulations. Yet, given Feng Yuan's current lack of energy and low cultivation level, merely managing to invoke it was already a considerable feat. The audience below also heard Feng Yuan's voice and were influenced by the Qingxingju, gradually calming down, their anger dissipating. Oddly, they suddenly found Zhao Yue less captivating. "Oh, you too?" Qin Ruyun cast a suspicious glance at Feng Yuan, who, noticing her gaze, inquired, "What's the matter?" "Just now, I seemed to sense the aura of your true energy," she replied. "Perhaps it was just an illusion," Feng Yuan said with a faint smile. Qin Ruyun frowned, conceding that she could only think that way. On the stage, Lu Yu's eyes were fixed on Zhao Yar, but he was no longer swayed by her words or actions. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he prepared for action. Seeing her provocations had failed, Zhao Yar's expression turned cold. She sneered, "You cannot defeat me." Her technique had already reached a minor completion, and among those with a rank of B, Zhao Yar had achieved a breakthrough to the Qi refining stage relatively early, possessing a greater volume of true energy. How could Lu Yu possibly be her match? How can you know without trying? Lu Yu replied calmly. Then come. With that, Zhao Yar lunged at Lu Yu, her right leg enveloped in true energy, sweeping towards him. Lu Yu's expression changed as he sidestepped to evade her strike. However, Zhao Yar unleashed a relentless barrage of 7 kicks, leaving Lu Yu no chance to catch his breath. Despite his continuous dodging, he ultimately could not evade the last strike, which landed on his side, causing him to brace himself on one hand to stabilize. Zhao Yar let out a cold chuckle. This is the moment she has honed her skill to a minor accomplishment with the skyward kick. The initial strikes may be easily evaded, yet they serve only as a prelude to this final, inevitable blow. You might as well concede, Zhao Yar remarked. Impossible, Lu Yu retorted firmly, then pointed his sword at Zhao Yar. You initiated the attack before, now it is my turn. Lu Yu lunged towards Zhao Yar with his sword, declaring, I promised to surprise Feng Yuan. Zhao Yar sidestepped, mocking him. What surprise? That you were thoroughly outmatched by me? Lu Yu did not respond but remained focused on his strikes. One sword thrust followed another in a relentless barrage, embodying the essence of the technique he practiced, water sword. Zhao Yar's expression shifted. Evading Lu Yu's sword became increasingly difficult. She contemplated unleashing her skyward kick, but Lu Yu's unyielding offensive left her no opportunity. Though Lu Yu's strikes lacked speed, their positions were exceedingly cunning, leaving Zhao Yar uncertain of where to evade. 5 strikes, 7 strikes, 11 strikes, 17 strikes. On the 17th thrust, Zhao Yar could no longer escape, and Lu Yu's sword grazed her abdomen, tearing her garment and revealing her fair skin. Fortunately, Lu Yu's sword was but a mundane weapon, and Zhao Yar swiftly channeled her vital energy to shield herself. Otherwise, she would have drawn blood. However, to Feng Yuan's astonishment, Lu Yu did not cease his assault. He continued to deliver relentless strikes, each one seamlessly connecting with the last, still employing the water sword. Zhao Yar had long since lost the confidence she held when she first took the stage, her teeth clenched in determination. She could no longer evade Lu Yu's blade and could only rely on her vital energy to protect herself from harm. However, Lu Yujin persisted, counting his strikes, 21 swords, 25 swords, 29 swords, 33 swords. Zhao Yue continuously circulated her vital energy, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Unlike Shuasu, her cultivation focused on defensive techniques. Although she could utilize her vital energy to shield herself from Lu Yu's blades, it merely enveloped her surface, leaving her garments unprotected. With each additional strike from Lu Yu, her attire sustained further damage, transforming into tattered rags, exposing large swathes of her snow-white skin to the air. Yet Lu Yu remained unfazed, launching another sword strike toward Zhao Yue. She once again summoned her vital energy, but it yielded no response. Her complexion shifted dramatically. Her energy was depleted. In desperation, she raised her arm to shield herself. Alas! A cry of pain escaped Zhao Yue as her enchanting visage contorted in agony. A long gash marred her right forearm, blood seeping from the wound. Lu Yu, how dare you? Shouted Xiao Jinji from the audience, attempting to rush onto the stage. With a wave of Qin Ruyun's hand, Xiao Jinji was sent flying back. Do not disturb the competition. Lu Yu's sword strikes continued unabated, an unrelenting flurry of attacks. Injured and devoid of energy, Zhao Yue dared not engage Lu Yu any further. As yet another sword came hurtling toward her, she hastily cried out, I concede. Lu Yu's sword was poised to strike her, but upon hearing her surrender, he deftly redirected the blade, gliding it away from her body. Zhao Yue could even feel the chill of his sword as it brushed against her skin. Zhao Yuer dared not move, her entire body covered in goosebumps. Yet, even after this, Lu Yu's sword did not cease its dance. The continuous strikes flowed forth as he executed his sword techniques. 35 strikes, 37 strikes, 41 strikes. Lu Yu's movements were effortless, whether thrusting, slashing, or parrying. Regardless of the technique employed, each seemed perfectly timed, as if the sword was destined to be wielded in such a manner. All gazes were captivated by him. Feng Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. And even Qin Ruyun was transfixed, her eyes glued to Lu Yu's every motion. With each strike, Lu Yu's footwork shifted gracefully. His steps were light and fluid. A sight to behold. 43 strikes, 45 strikes, 47 strikes, 48 strikes, 49 strikes. Lu Yu had executed a total of 49 strikes. Feng Yuan was astonished, realizing that Lu Yu had cultivated the rivers of water sword to the pinnacle of mastery. Chapter 42. Regret. As Lu Yu unleashed his 49 strikes, the onlookers felt as though they were witnessing a continuous river flowing before them. The sound of Lu Yu's swordplay echoed like the gentle babbling of water coursing by. Excellent. Feng Yuan was the first to voice his admiration. Beside him, Qin Ruyun gazed in awe. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yu twirled his sword, sheathing it with elegance. He turned to Zhao Yuer, who was slumped on the training platform, her body appearing as fragile as a tattered cloth, revealing her porcelain skin enticingly. Yet, Lu Yu's gaze remained clear and unwavering. He spoke calmly, "I apologize for the offense." Zhao Yuer, however, was incensed by the clarity in Lu Yu's eyes, and she exclaimed in agitation, "Why? Why are you so strong? I have already cultivated my technique to a minor success. Why then am I unable to defeat you?" Lu Yu replied calmly, "It is because, under Feng Yuan's guidance, I have perfected my technique to a major success. Furthermore, 6 days ago, I broke through to the qi refining stage." "Impossible!" Zhao Yuer exclaimed sharply. "You possess only a third-rate aptitude. How could you possibly advance so swiftly?" I refused to believe it. In her quest to enter the qi refining stage, she had specifically sought out Xiao Jinji for assistance. With his help, Zhao Yuer had managed to surpass others of her third-rate aptitude and achieve her breakthrough ahead of them. Now, Lu Yu claimed to have entered the qi refining stage 6 days prior, a statement she simply could not accept. Yet Lu Yu remained indifferent to her disbelief. "Believe it or not, I once ingested a marrow-cleansing pill. My aptitude is no longer merely third-rate." "How could this be?" Zhao Yuer despondently sank to the ground, murmuring to herself, lost in despair. In her determination to outpace her peers, Zhao Yuer had first approached Shuisu to practice her technique until she reached minor success. Then, with Xiao Jinji's assistance, she had smoothly transitioned into the qi refining stage. She had believed herself to be the strongest among those of third-rate aptitude. In just 2.5 months, she envisioned herself seizing the opportunity to continue her cultivation amidst the envious gazes of others. As for the competition, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she felt confident that not only could she secure a place within the top 20, but perhaps even the top 10 or 5. In the first round, she had eliminated an opponent of second-rate aptitude, basking in her own satisfaction. Yet now, she found herself bested by Lu Yu. All along, Zhao Yuer had never regarded Lu Yu as anything significant. In her eyes, Lu Yu was merely a sycophant of Feng Yuan. Although Feng Yuan held the position of a steward, he himself possessed only mediocre aptitude. What advantages could he possibly offer Lu Yu? Furthermore, in Zhao Yuer's perception, Feng Yuan was entirely shameless, making it implausible for him to allow others to benefit at his expense. However, Zhao Yuer now realized the folly of her previous assumptions. And it was a grave mistake. Lu Yu himself had asserted that his ability to cultivate his techniques to great perfection was attributed to Feng Yuan's guidance. Moreover, Lu Yu had broken through to the qi refinement stage 6 days prior. This pace was commendable, rivaling that of individuals with superior aptitude. The reason behind this remarkable progress was the precious Shisui Dan gifted to him by Feng Yuan. Such a pill was worth dozens of spirit stones. Zhao Yuer was well aware of Lu Yu's past demeanor, submissive and bullied. Yet now, Lu Yu exuded confidence and composure. The only explanation Zhao Yuer could fathom for this transformation, aside from Feng Yuan, eluded her grasp. Upon the mere thought of Feng Yuan, a complex expression crossed Zhao Yuer's face, a blend of neither laughter nor tears. Once, she had the opportunity to draw near to Feng Yuan, yet she chose to relinquish it. The next match was between Wang Ji and Jiabao. On stage, Feng Yuan, oblivious to Zhao Yuer's musings, called out the names of the contenders as before. He then turned to Lu Yu, who stood before him, and remarked, Well done. This was not mere pleasantry. Feng Yuan genuinely believed Liu had performed admirably. Although Feng Yuan was aware that Liu had been diligently practicing the Ruo Shui sword in recent days, he was astonished to discover the remarkable level Liu had achieved. Initially, Feng Yuan had thought it commendable for Liu to reach a minor accomplishment within such a brief period. However, Liu had soared directly to a major accomplishment. This truly left Feng Yuan in awe. Is this the surprise you have for me? Feng Yuan inquired with a smile. Indeed. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Liu replied with pride. Yes, it is indeed impressive. Feng Yuan nodded, then asked, but when did I ever guide you? Previously, Feng Yuan had overheard Liu speaking to Zhao Yuer, claiming that his mastery of the technique was due to Feng Yuan's guidance. Yet, Feng Yuan could not recall ever having provided such instruction to Liu. Was it then? Feng Yuan pondered, suddenly recollecting the moment Liu had asked about the technique. At that time, Feng Yuan had explained the essence of the techniques to Liu. A smile crept onto Feng Yuan's face as he realized that Liu had once struggled, almost failing to acquire the technique altogether. Yet, after merely sharing some casual thoughts, Liu had made astonishing progress. This was an unexpected outcome for Feng Yuan. He had merely mentioned it in passing, unaware it would lead to such significant transformation in Liu. Nevertheless, the primary credit lay with Liu himself, who possessed innate insight. Had it been another individual, even if Feng Yuan had shared those same words, they would not have grasped the concepts as Liu had. Unaware of the circumstances, Qin Ruyun cast a curious glance at Liu after hearing his words. Though her countenance was cold, it bore a hint of astonishment. You have chosen the same martial art? Surprised by Liu's guidance from Feng Yuan, Qin Ruyun instinctively assumed that both had selected the same technique, which would explain why Feng Yuan could offer insights to Liu. Otherwise, she could not fathom how Feng Yuan could mentor Liu. Unless his prowess vastly surpassed Liu's, perhaps even exceeding that of her father, Qin Liangzheng, possessing sufficient discernment to do so. No, Liu spoke up, preparing to clarify that it was not so. Yet, Feng Yuan interrupted him, affirming, indeed, that is the case. Liu cast a puzzled glance at Feng Yuan, unable to comprehend why he refrained from disclosing the truth. However, Feng Yuan had his reasons, and Liu wholeheartedly supported him. Yes, indeed. Furthermore, he has already mastered the sword technique I demonstrated earlier. Liu nodded in agreement, even embellishing somewhat. This assertion was not overly extravagant, for given a little time, Feng Yuan could thoroughly grasp the water-flowing sword. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruyun fixed her gaze intently on Feng Yuan. Noticing her stare, Feng Yuan inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing." Qin Ruyun hastily averted her eyes, her beautiful gaze lowered. Although she feigned indifference, her heart was far from tranquil. Her previous perceptions of Feng Yuan had been utterly overturned. Chapter 43. Selling One's Integrity? It was previously mentioned that Feng Yuan had left a rather unfavorable impression on Qin Ruyun. On the day of Feng Yuan and his companion's awakening, she, alongside by Xiaodang, had gone to welcome them. At that moment, Qin Ruyun had yet to enter the hall when she overheard Feng Yuan inquiring among the crowd whether he was suited to be a leader. Her initial impression of him was one of arrogance and hubris, despite having only recently awakened and possessing a rather mediocre D-grade talent. He aspired to take on the role of a leader. When confronted by her, he displayed a dismissive attitude, lacking in decorum, and spoke with reckless bravado. This provoked her ire, prompting her to insist that by Xiaodang prevent Feng Yuan from assuming leadership. Although this was a reaction born of momentary frustration, it was also rooted in her skepticism towards him. However, upon attending the inspection of the competition today, Qin Ruyun found that while Feng Yuan had not achieved the position of leader, he had become the leader of leaders, the steward. Initially, she presumed this to be mere folly on Bai Xiaotong's part. Yet, from her interactions with Feng Yuan, it became evident that he was indeed performing commendably. Moreover, as she listened to Liu conversing with Feng Yuan, she realized that it was only upon Liu's prompting that Feng Yuan recalled having previously guided him. This indicated that Feng Yuan had acted without much thought at the time, otherwise he would not have forgotten it entirely. The realization left Qin Ruyun astonished. She could not help but acknowledge his capabilities and exceptional talent. The arrogance and pride she once attributed to him now seemed less excessive in retrospect. Turning her head slightly, she lowered her beautiful eyes and ceased her conversation with Feng Yuan, though her thoughts remained intricately tied to him. Since Qin Ruyun had declared that there was nothing more to discuss, Feng Yuan did not dwell on it. He chuckled and said to Liu, "Since you have given me a surprise, I too have a surprise for you." "What surprise?" Liu asked eagerly, as Feng Yuan offered a mysterious smile. He refrained from mentioning the matter of surprise any further, leaving Lu Yu in a state of anxious anticipation. Subsequently, the remaining contests proceeded smoothly and concluded swiftly. With twilight approaching, Qin Ruyun, as she had in the morning, turned to leave after the competitions, but this time, she first exchanged a brief greeting with Feng Yuan before departing. This interaction, however, was met with a cold huff from Qin Ruyun. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that this woman remained unchanged. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Yu stole glances at Feng Yuan from time to time. Though he did not voice it aloud, his expression seemed to continuously inquire, "What is the surprise?" At last, they arrived at their dormitory. Lu Yu closed the door and eagerly addressed Feng Yuan. "Now you can tell me, right?" Feng Yuan smiled slightly and tossed an object to Lu Yu. It was a scroll. Upon receiving it, Lu Yu noticed the character's sword technique inscribed upon it, clearly indicating it was a manual for swordsmanship. He set the manual down and, with a puzzled expression, asked Feng Yuan, "A sword technique? But I have already mastered the rushing water sword. I have no need for it." He understood that acquiring multiple techniques of the same type does not necessarily yield better results. The wisdom of too much cannot be digested was not lost on him. Although he had already perfected the rushing water sword, attempting to learn another sword technique would be akin to learning to walk again after mastering it. In the confusion of techniques, he risked not only failing to grasp the new sword technique, but also regressing in his proficiency with the rushing water sword. To simultaneously cultivate two techniques of the same category, one would need to possess exceptional skill, or for one technique to surpass the other in rank significantly. Lu Yu was puzzled as to why Feng Yuan, fully aware of the circumstances, still chose to bestow upon him a sword manual. Yet, with a smile, Feng Yuan replied, "Do not be in haste. First, peruse this manual before forming any judgments." Lu Yu cast a curious glance at Feng Yuan, but out of trust. He began to examine the sword manual. Initially, he appeared nonchalant, but upon turning a single page, his brow furrowed in concern. From that moment, he refrained from turning any more pages, yet his frown deepened with each passing moment. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaiming, "Is this a profound level manual?" "Indeed, it is a mid-tier profound level manual," Feng Yuan confirmed with a nod and a smile. This sword manual, known as the Mystic Water Sword Manual, was one he had discovered from the Taoist Huang Zhong. At that time, he had acquired several profound level manuals, yet he had never regarded them with much interest. This indifference was particular to Feng Yuan. For Lu Yu and others restricted to cultivating only yellow-level manuals, a profound-level manual was an unattainable treasure. In truth, during the selection of manuals, Feng Yuan had contemplated gifting a profound-level manual to Lu Yu. However, at that time, Lu Yu had struggled immensely even to grasp a mid-tier yellow-level manual. Given such circumstances, even if he were to receive a profound-level manual, he would be unable to cultivate it. Thus, Feng Yuan refrained from doing so. Yet now, Feng Yuan had changed his mind. After listening to Feng Yuan's explanations, Lu Yu evidently developed a profound understanding of the manual, experiencing a transformation akin to rebirth. Within a mere 7 days, he had cultivated the previously elusive Ruo Shui sword to perfection. The former Lu Yu would have never accomplished such a feat. Even Feng Yuan was taken aback by this remarkable progress. Now, Lu Yu is already qualified to cultivate the profound-level cultivation technique. How wonderful! Lu Yu was so elated that he almost leapt into the air, excitedly embracing Feng Yuan. This surprise was truly extraordinary. Such a reaction was entirely different from his previous indifference. It is no wonder, as Lu Yu initially believed that Feng Yuan had merely gifted him a sword technique as a token of his interest in swordsmanship. Moreover, he was unaware that Bai Xiaoang had previously bestowed a profound-level technique upon Feng Yuan, leading him to assume that the quality of this sword technique could not be too high. Otherwise, Feng Yuan would not have been able to possess it. Lu Yu never anticipated that Feng Yuan would actually present him with a profound-level technique, and so casually. It is worth noting that the value of a low-grade profound-level technique is several thousand low-grade spirit stones, while what Feng Yuan offered Lu Yu was a middle-grade profound-level technique, which is even more valuable by a couple of thousand stones. Such a generous gift filled Lu Yu's heart with immense gratitude. "As long as you are satisfied," Feng Yuan replied with a smile. He then continued, "This Xian Shui sword technique bears some similarities to the Ruo Shui sword. Although the Xian Shui sword technique is a profound-level technique, since you have already mastered the Ruo Shui sword to perfection, it should be quite effortless for you to cultivate this one." "Yes, I will definitely practice diligently." Lu Yu nodded earnestly. Subsequently, he voiced his doubt. "But such a precious technique, where did you acquire it?" "Well, no matter what good things come my way, I can always attribute them to by shouting. Just like that marrow-cleansing pill last time, he added. I see. Liu Yu nodded, no longer harboring any suspicion. Bai Xiaodang indeed frequently provided Feng Yuan with advantages. However, Liu Yu appeared to have recalled something as he scrutinized Feng Yuan's visage, which resembled a jade crown, his eyes like bright stars, strikingly handsome beyond compare. He then recalled Bai Xiaodang, whose beauty, while distinct from Feng Yuan's, was equally captivating. Liu Yu's face suddenly drained of color. Noticing this, Feng Yuan expressed his curiosity and asked with concern, "What is troubling you?" Liu Yu's lips trembled as he nervously cautioned, "Feng Yuan, please, do not sell yourself." Feng Yuan? Chapter 44. The Loss of Identity. The night passed in cultivation. With Feng Yuan continuing to channel his energy to amplify the true qi within him, while Liu eagerly perused the newly acquired mystical water sword technique. The following morning, Feng Yuan made his way to the training ground. Others had already arrived, but compared to the previous day, the crowd was significantly diminished, as many had been eliminated and were understandably reluctant to return. Nevertheless, some individuals, despite their elimination, came to spectate, eager to witness the aftermath of Zhuo Su's declaration of war against Xiao Genji. They were particularly keen to observe the final bout, which was set to pit Xiao Genji against Zhuo Su. Everyone was curious to see the outcome of this confrontation. Qin Riyun had also arrived early. Noticing that Feng Yuan and Liu Yu had come once again at such a late hour, she refrained from commenting, wishing to avoid further irritation from Feng Yuan's remarks. Feng Yuan wasted no time and promptly declared the commencement of the competition. The first match is Liu Yu against Guo Yuan. Begin. As Liu Yu ascended the stage, poised to make his move, his opponent, Guo Yuan, raised both hands and proclaimed, "I concede." It was rather amusing to Liu Yu, who remarked, "You haven't even fought yet." "And you surrender?" Guo Yuan replied, "How could I dare to contend with you?" Having witnessed Liu Yu's prowess the previous day, Guo Yuan knew he could not withstand that fluid and graceful swordplay. Before leaping off the stage, Guo Yuan made a point to tell Liu Yu, "Please extend my regards to Lord Feng." This Lord Feng referred, of course, to the steward Feng Yuan. After Liu Yu conveyed the message, Feng Yuan offered a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. Soon, the matches commenced in succession, and it quickly arrived at the final bout of this round. Feng Yuan announced, "Xiao Genji versus Zhuo Su begin." The audience stirred with anticipation, murmuring, "It has begun. Who do you think will triumph?" "I wager on Xiao Genji. His punches are exceedingly powerful." "Not necessarily. Zhuo Su's defense is quite formidable." Amidst the spectators' discussions, Xiao Genji and Zhuo Su ascended the stage. Both wore expressions of cold determination, their gazes clashing with an intensity that seemed to spark flames. "Do not harbor any illusions. The one your favors is me," Xiao Genji declared coldly, his narrow eyes directed at Zhuo Su, filled with malice. "Nonsense, it is clearly I who holds her affection," Zhuo Su shouted back, his right hand gently resting upon his chest. He appeared to reminisce about a cherished memory, closing his eyes and tilting his head slightly upwards as he mused, "Otherwise, how could she possibly tread upon my chest with her delicate feet?" Subsequently, Zhuo Su unexpectedly emitted a soft moan, his brows unfurling and contracting with what seemed to be boundless delight, a sensation I shall never forget. Feng Yuan's lips curled downward sharply, regarding Zhuo Su with newfound respect. To think this seemingly robust gentleman harbored such peculiar inclinations. Xiao Genji, observing Zhuo Su's demeanor, couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh, stating, "Do not be naive. Yura was merely toying with you. She confided in me that you threatened her. Look at you. How could Yura possibly be with you? She has told me you lack even 10 centimeters, and she has long since grown weary of you." As Xiao Genji's words echoed, the audience below erupted into discussion, pointing at Zhuo Su and stifling laughter. Feng Yuan glanced down but did not spot Zhao Yura. It was perhaps fortunate she was absent. Had she been present to hear such slander, one could only speculate how Zhuo Su might react. Enraged, Zhuo Su's face flushed crimson as he retorted to Xiao Genji, "If you have the courage, come and fight." "Very well, I shall." Xiao Genji sneered. He charged towards Zhuo Su, his right fist coiled with energy, unleashing a powerful strike known as the earth-shattering fist. Zhuo Su, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, activated his own solid stone technique, conjuring a shield of energy that emerged before him. Xiao Genji's fist struck the chi shield in front of Zhuo Su with a force that resonated like a tangible impact. With a resounding bang, the chi emanating from Xiao Genji's fist dissipated, while Zhuo Su's shield trembled violently yet remained intact. "Your punch lacks power," Zhuo Su taunted. "Humph. You've merely withstood a single blow. What is there to be proud of?" Xiao Genji retorted coldly. He continued with a sneer, I exerted only 50% of my strength just now. It is your shield that is inadequate. Upon hearing this, Zhuasu's expression changed. Just moments ago, his chi shield had been on the verge of shattering. If Xiao Jinji's claim were true, then Zhuasu would indeed find it impossible to withstand the next attack. At that moment, Xiao Jinji's fist once again enveloped itself in chi, causing Zhuasu's heart to race as he took several steps back. But it was too late. Xiao Jinji unleashed his punch. Compared to the previous strike, this one surged with even greater momentum and power. My earth-splitting fist has been perfected, Xiao Jinji declared. His entire right arm entwined with chi, his sleeve shredded by the force. He aimed his fist at Zhuasu, who, sensing impending doom, poured all his chi into reinforcing the thickness of his shield. However, it proved futile. Xiao Jinji's fist swiftly approached Zhuasu, colliding with the shield. Xiao Jinji's right fist hesitated for only a moment before the two forces clashed, unleashing a tempest that stirred up clouds of dust and debris. Onlookers, caught off guard, were momentarily blinded. Moments later, the shield forged from Zhuasu's chi shattered with a thunderous roar. A sharp crack resonated as the first strike landed, followed by two muffled sounds. The first was the sound of Xiao Gingji's fist meeting flesh. The second was Zhuasu's stifled grunt. As the onlookers rubbed the grit from their eyes, they beheld the scene. One man standing, the other kneeling. I will not yield. Zhuasu knelt on the ground, his hands clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He rasped, struggling to utter his words. Xiao Gingji scoffed. You and Yor are impossible. She belongs to me. Zhuasu swayed slightly before collapsing, losing consciousness. Even in his final moments, he murmured Yor's name. This scene stirred a mix of emotions in Feng Yuan, who couldn't help but marvel at Zhuasu's unwavering devotion, albeit misplaced. Despite their lengthy pre-fight banter, they were merely entangled in their own confusion. Even Feng Yuan could discern the underlying truths. It was utterly distasteful. Qin Ruyun furrowed her brow, voicing her discontent. Yet, amidst these sentiments, Feng Yuan remained focused on the matter at hand. The current round of the competition has concluded. We shall now proceed to the next. As Feng Yuan prepared to announce the names of the contestants for the following round, Xiao Gangji interjected, Hold on. What is it? Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. I wish to fight you. Xiao Gangji's narrow eyes fixated on Feng Yuan. I must decline, Feng Yuan replied. Are you afraid? Xiao Gangji retorted coldly. Feng Yuan chuckled lightly. Not at all. However, if I were to accept every challenge presented to me, it would undermine my stature as a respected steward. Chapter 45, A familiar scene. Xiao Jinji choked, rendered speechless. What reason do you have to fight me? Feng Yuan inquired calmly. Why say so much? Are you going to fight or not? Xiao Jinji retorted angrily, his heart ablaze with fury. The previous day, Liu had battled against his beloved Zhao Youer. Due to Liu Yu's exemption in the first round, Xiao Jinji had misjudged Liu Yu's prowess. Based on Liu Yu's previous demeanor, timid, compliant, and of seemingly inferior talent, Xiao Jinji was convinced that Zhao Youer would easily secure victory. As the duel commenced, it unfolded precisely as Xiao Jinji had anticipated. Liu Yu's performance was, indeed, comical. However, under Feng Yuan's guidance, he gradually regained his composure. Yet Zhao Youer continued to dominate the match. After Zhao Youer landed a kick on Liu Yu, Xiao Jinji believed the battle would conclude with her victory. Yet, the ensuing developments in the match were entirely unforeseen by him. As Liu Yu unleashed his fully mastered Ruoshuijian, the tide of battle shifted, turning him into the aggressor against Zhao Youer. Under Liu Yu's sword, Zhao Youer was rendered defenseless, even sustaining a wound on her arm that drew blood. Xiao Jinji felt an acute pain for Zhao Youer's injury, as if his own heart were bleeding. Even now, Zhao Youer remained in a state of despondency, failing to attend Xiao Jinji's match or offer him a towel. Xiao Jinji believed that her defeat in the competition against Liu Yu was the root of her frustrations. This realization ignited a profound anger within him, compelling him to ensure that Liu Yu would pay a price for his triumph. Originally, Xiao Jinji had intended to confront Liu Yu in a fair contest and decisively best him. However, it suddenly dawned upon him that the true source of his grievances lay with Feng Yuan. Liu Yu himself had acknowledged that his ascension to the Qi refinement stage was due to Feng Yuan's influence. The mastery he had achieved in his cultivation techniques was also attributed to Feng Yuan. Consequently, it was this very connection that had enabled Liu Yu to vanquish Zhao Youer. The root of all these troubles could be traced back to Feng Yuan. The mere thought filled Xiao Jinji with an overwhelming resentment towards Feng Yuan. It was solely because of him that Zhao Youer found herself in such a predicament. Xiao Jinji's eyes burned with hatred and fury as he confronted Feng Yuan, demanding once more, Will you fight or not? Feng Yuan, however, had no desire to engage in combat with Xiao Jinji. He had encountered similar situations in the past. As he garnered a semblance of renown, individuals often sought him out for a duel. Initially, Feng Yuan had been quite agreeable to these challenges, relishing the opportunity to hone his skills. Yet, over time, he grew disinclined to fight, having discovered that most challengers were unable to withstand his prowess. They, drawn by his reputation, sought to use him as a stepping stone to elevate their own names, often possessing cultivation levels comparable to his own. Yet, who was Feng Yuan? A future champion of unparalleled might, far beyond the reach of those of similar cultivation. After sparring with them, Feng Yuan realized that these encounters did little to enhance his skills, as the majority fell swiftly before him, unable to endure more than a few exchanges. Subsequently, Feng Yuan grew weary of engaging with them, finding it utterly tedious. Now, facing Xiao Jinji, he harbored the same sentiment. However, Feng Yuan's seemingly casual remark ignited a fierce rage within Xiao Jinji. If you refuse to fight, then I shall compel you to do so, Xiao Jinji exclaimed angrily. Charging directly at Feng Yuan, he was determined to avenge Zhao Yar. Although Xiao Jinji had previously suffered defeat at Feng Yuan's hands, he was confident that this time the outcome would be different. At present, Xiao Jinji had mastered the Rift Earth Fist to a remarkable degree. He was aware that Feng Yuan must have also cultivated a technique to a similar level. Naturally, like Qin Ruyun, he assumed that Feng Yuan was practicing the water sword as Liu Yu did. Yet, Xiao Jinji remained unfazed, for in addition to his mastery of one technique, he possessed another, the 7 Phantom Steps. This was a special gift from Bai Xiaodang, a reward for his breakthrough to the Qi refining realm. A cold smirk played upon Xiao Jinji's lips. Even though Feng Yuan had also reached the Qi refining realm, it was his own fault for not stepping forward at that time and securing a technique for himself. Surely, when Feng Yuan witnessed Xiao Jinji receiving the technique from Bai Xiaodang, he must have been filled with regret. Such were Xiao Jinji's musings. With unwavering confidence, he believed he could defeat Feng Yuan this time. For, in addition to the Rift Earth Fist, he had also cultivated the 7 Phantom Steps to a minor level of mastery, to practice 2 techniques simultaneously, with one at a minor success and the other at a major success, indeed justified his reputation as a genius. A cold smile lingered at the corners of Xiao Jinji's mouth as he swiftly advanced toward Feng Yuan, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd below. Feng Yuan cast a glance at Qin Ruyun by his side. Yesterday, during Liu Yu's competition, Xiao Jinji had attempted to interfere but was thwarted by Qin Ruyun. Now, however, Xiao Jinji intended to launch an assault on Feng Yuan, the steward, thereby disrupting the proceedings of the next round. Yet, Qin Ruyun appeared oblivious to the unfolding events, standing still without any inclination to intervene. The distance between Feng Yuan and Qin Ruyun and the arena was merely a few paces, less than 10 zhang. Amidst a chorus of gasps, Xiao Jinji moved like a wraith, darting erratically from left to right, his presence elusive. His speed was anything but slow, rather. It was remarkably swift. In mere moments, he had reached Feng Yuan. Xiao Jinji's right arm, once again, was enveloped in a swirling aura of true energy, reminiscent of his earlier confrontation with Zhuosu. However, the energy coiling around his arm now was even more potent than before. Standing before the motionless Feng Yuan, Xiao Jinji's fist descended heavily towards his chest. The spectators below collectively inhaled sharply, envisioning themselves in Feng Yuan's position, convinced that there was no escape from this impending blow. Had Feng Yuan attempted to evade as Xiao Jinji approached, there might have been a chance for avoidance. Yet, Xiao Jinji's footwork was as insubstantial as a phantom, leaving one bewildered about which direction to flee. To the onlookers, Feng Yuan's indecisiveness was evident. He seemed paralyzed, resigned to his fate. As Xiao Jinji's fist hurtled toward him, some spectators had already closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending spectacle. Indeed, a muffled sound followed closely, reminiscent of the noise produced earlier when Xiao Jinji's fist struck Zhuosu. Accompanying this was the astonished gasps of the onlookers. Strangely, however, these individuals appeared to be excessively shocked. How could this be possible? I could scarcely believe my eyes. This seemed utterly absurd. Those who had closed their eyes were somewhat perplexed. Having previously witnessed Xiao Jinji defeat Zhuosu, they assumed it was merely a replay of that scene. Why the exaggerated reactions? Yet, upon reopening their eyes, they too were left astounded by the spectacle before them, rendered speechless. Feng Yuan had indeed failed to evade Xiao Jinji's fist. The muffled sound confirmed that Xiao Jinji had struck Feng Yuan. However, it was not Feng Yuan's chest that had been hit. but rather the palm of his right hand. Feng Yuan had managed to catch Xiao Jinji's fist with only one hand. They found this hard to believe, yet the scene felt oddly familiar. On that day outside the skill tower, Xiao Jinji had previously clashed with Feng Yuan. Once again, it was Xiao Jinji throwing the punch, and Feng Yuan, using only one hand, had caught it. Yet, back then, Xiao Jinji had still been grappling with the intricacies of his technique, now, having mastered it to perfection. Why was the outcome the same? A look of incredulity spread across Xiao Jinji's face as he gazed at his own fist, seemingly questioning its power. His fist surged with vital energy, yet it was met by an impenetrable wall that thwarted his force. Each time Xiao Jinji's true energy collided with the barrier, it was akin to an egg striking a stone, resulting in his own annihilation and disappearance. That wall was not a genuine wall, but rather the palm of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's palm steadfastly blocked Xiao Jinji's fist, enveloped by a delicate layer of true energy. Regardless of how Xiao Jinji exerted his strength or channeled his true energy, he could not penetrate that thin membrane of energy. His fist advanced relentlessly. Yet it made not the slightest progress. Xiao Jinji felt a profound sense of despair. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, indeed, compared to last time, your punching power has improved considerably. It seems you have diligently practiced during these days. Commendable. Chapter 46, Methods to Grow Stronger? How could this be? Xiao Jinji murmured. He had perfected this boxing technique, and even Zhuo Su, who had cultivated defensive skills, could not withstand the full force of Xiao Jinji's punch. Yet, Feng Yuan accomplished this effortlessly absorbing his blow. With a wave of his hand, Feng Yuan flicked Xiao Jinji's hand aside. All of Xiao Jinji's strength had coalesced into that singular punch, causing him to lose balance and nearly topple over. After a strenuous effort to stabilize himself, Xiao Jinji stared wide-eyed at Feng Yuan, who remained composed and indifferent. Xiao Jinji opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Why are you so strong? At last, he managed to force out a sentence through clenched teeth. After all, he possessed first-rate qualifications, a rarity indeed, if not utterly unique. Since awakening and realizing his exceptional talent as a member of the Spirit Clan, Xiao Jinji has held himself in high esteem, setting a lofty goal to become a leader among his peers. In other districts, he would indeed be capable of achieving this, as individuals with A-grade talent are prioritized for development. In the former Yinsong district and the training classes of the Jinong district, there were no individuals with A-grade qualifications. Their leaders were merely of B-grade talent. This illustrates just how rare A-grade geniuses are. However, fate has placed him in opposition to Feng Yuan. Ever since their awakening, Xiao Jinji has been overshadowed by Feng Yuan. One possesses the highest qualifications, while the other has the lowest. Yet, their positions in the hierarchy seem to be inverted. Xiao Jinji has not squandered his genius, progressing in his cultivation far beyond others. This has always been a source of pride for him. Yet, despite being unable to break through to the qi refining realm like Gui Yuan, who also possesses D-grade talent, Feng Yuan proves to be stronger than him. Xiao Jinji cannot accept this. After each defeat at the hands of Feng Yuan, he strives harder, dedicating himself to rigorous training, to the point that even Bai Xiaotang is astonished by his rapid advancement to the qi refining realm. However, every time Xiao Jinji believes he has surpassed Feng Yuan and confidently thinks he can overpower him, Feng Yuan delivers a resounding slap in the face. Each time, Xiao Jinji is filled with hope, convinced he will defeat Feng Yuan, yet he faces failure every time. How can he possibly come to terms with this? Every day, I diligently engage in my training. I practice my techniques during the day and cultivate my skills at night, without a moment's respite. Despite my relentless efforts, why do I still fall short compared to you? Why? Xiao Jinsher exclaimed. In response to Xiao Ginsher's inquiry, Feng Yuan chuckled softly. Do you truly believe that the extent of your practice equates to genuine effort? Feng Yuan spoke with a grave tone, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Xiao Jinsher was momentarily taken aback by Feng Yuan's presence and retorted, what else could it be? Is it not sufficient? Certainly not. Feng Yuan replied emphatically. If that were all there was to it, you would never surpass me in this lifetime. Do you comprehend how I train each day? He thundered. Feng Yuan then elucidated. Every day, I perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of these exercises. Maintaining such a regimen is far from effortless. The initial phase is the most arduous, as one yearns for even a brief moment of respite. To attain formidable strength, no matter how arduous or exhausting the task, I persist unwaveringly each day. Even when my legs feel stiff, I continue to squat. Even when my arms ache to the point of cracking, I must complete my push-ups. It is through this relentless daily training that I have forged my immense physical prowess. Do you understand? In comparison to my intensity of training, what significance does your practice hold? Feng Yuan's words resonated profoundly, echoing like timeless wisdom. Not only Xiao Jinshe, but even Qin Ruyun and the audience present felt enlightened by his discourse. Is that so? Xiao Jinji responded sluggishly. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, Xiao Jinji truly felt that, despite the arduous nature of his own training, it paled in comparison to Feng Yuan's efforts. At this moment, Xiao Jinji could not help but acknowledge that Feng Yuan's formidable strength was indeed not without justification. Of course, I am but a testament to that. Feng Yuan remarked with a raised brow. I have learned a lesson, Xiao Jinji replied, as if he had suffered a considerable blow. He could no longer concern himself with avenging Zhao Yar or the forthcoming competition. He simply departed, his steps unsteady and faltering. Feng Yuan, naturally, allowed Xiao Jinji to leave without interference. Originally, there were 9 participants for the next round of competition, and with his departure, the number became even, facilitating Feng Yuan's organization of the contest sequence. Now, we shall commence the first match. Hu Peng versus Go Yu begin, Feng Yuan declared. Subsequently, the two ascended the stage to engage in battle. Feng Yuan casually observed the duel when he sensed a persistent gaze directed at him from beside. Since earlier, Qin Ruyun had been fixated on Feng Yuan. Initially, he paid little mind, but as the scrutiny lingered, Feng Yuan began to feel a touch of discomfort. Is there something you wish to discuss? Feng Yuan inquired, turning to her. Were you standing still earlier because you could not evade that punch? Qin Ruyun asked, her voice cool yet tinged with curiosity. At that moment, when Xiao Jinji charged at Feng Yuan to launch an attack, Qin Ruyun, as the supervisor of the competition, should have intervened. However, she refrained, driven by her intrigue regarding just how formidable Feng Yuan truly was. As Feng Yuan faced the relentless assault of Xiao Jinji without making any attempt to evade, Qin Ruyun, like others, believed that Feng Yuan could not escape. However, upon witnessing Feng Yuan effortlessly deflect Xiao Jinji's punch, while others remained oblivious to deeper thoughts, Qin Ruyun began to harbor a flicker of doubt. Could he truly appear so at ease without discerning Xiao Jinji's movements? Such a thought astonished her, for if that were indeed the case, Feng Yuan would be extraordinarily powerful. This strength referred not to his cultivation level, but rather to his profound understanding of martial techniques and his discerning eye for them. He exuded an aura that was far from that of a novice in cultivation. Although Qin Ruyun had already begun to regard Feng Yuan with newfound respect, the notion that his talent could reach such heights was beyond her imagination, prompting her to question further. With a slight smile, Feng Yuan replied, naturally, I have not practiced any evasive techniques. Implicitly, he suggested that he lacked understanding of such martial arts, hence his inability to read Xiao Jinji's footwork, and that he was genuinely unable to evade at that moment. Yet, this statement was, of course, a fabrication. The 7 illusion steps that Xiao Jinji practiced was merely a yellow-grade technique, and it was implausible for Feng Yuan not to see through it. If he were truly incapable of perceiving such rudimentary footwork, he would have been unworthy of his previous claims to be a war god. Nonetheless, Feng Yuan recognized that. At present, he was merely a new member of the spirit race with an unremarkable status and qualifications. After all, how could there possibly be someone so formidable? Qin Ruyun pondered, unaware that Feng Yuan had not spoken the truth. If Qin Ruyun were to discover the truth, and if it truly aligned with her suspicions, one can only imagine the extent of her astonishment. Chapter 47. Visitors from the Outer District subsequently. Qin Ruyun pondered for a moment before inquiring again of Feng Yuan, were you serious about the cultivation method you mentioned earlier? Of course, not. He replied with a playful smile. I was merely teasing him. He came to trouble me for no apparent reason, although he did not cause me any harm. I thought it would be amusing to play a prank on him. Upon hearing this, the corners of Qin Ruyun's mouth, though quickly subdued, undeniably curled upward in a smile. Meanwhile, the battle on stage had concluded, and the victor was determined. Feng Yuan was about to announce the next group of participants when, unexpectedly, someone rushed towards him. It was Gui Yuan. My lord, this is bad, Gui Yuan shouted before he could even reach him. By the time he stood before Feng Yuan, he was panting heavily, struggling for breath. What has happened? Feng Yuan inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Gui Yuan took a moment to catch his breath, though he still struggled to speak clearly. There are outsiders from the outer district. Feng Yuan and Qin Ruyun exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Gui Yuan's fragmented words. Guo Yuan was vexed with himself for his inability to articulate the situation. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally managed to calm himself. With urgency in his voice, Guo Yuan continued, "There are people from the outer district bullying our folks." He nodded emphatically, still brimming with urgency. "I was eliminated earlier, but thanks to your lordship's support, I made it into the top 20. So, I was feeling quite pleased. Anticipating the imminent arrival of the coveted spirit stones, I resolved to venture into the marketplace to procure items I had long desired but previously lacked the means to obtain. However, my musings were abruptly interrupted by Qin Ruyan, who furrowed her brow and interjected coldly, urging me to be succinct. Upon reaching the streets, I unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Xiao Jinji's consort, Zhao Yar. She appeared utterly haggard, drifting through the crowd like a specter, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Curiosity piqued, I decided to observe her actions. Feng Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. The audacity of these individuals was astonishing. Did they not fear the consequences of their actions? Guo Yuan continued, recounting overheard words from Zhao Yar, who asserted that Lord Bai would not let them escape unscathed. Yet, the group from the Golden Rainbow District merely laughed off her concerns, claiming that both Lord Bai and their district leader were currently absent and thus beyond the reach of retribution. They boasted that our Yinsong district lacked even a single steward, rendering us powerless against them. At this juncture, Guo Yuan, visibly shaken, patted his chest in trepidation, pondering the dire consequences should they capture him. He was acutely aware that, apart from our Yinsong district, for reasons unknown, the other two districts' trainees were predominantly seasoned veterans, with only a handful of recently awakened individuals among them. Having trained for nearly 3 years, the oldest members of those districts had undoubtedly reached formidable levels of mastery. Guo Yuan could only speculate on the extent of their prowess. Although the individuals he encountered might not be the ones he feared, Guo Yuan was acutely aware that he was certainly no match for them. Just as he was feeling relieved, a sudden shiver coursed through him as he sensed a chilling aura. In a state of panic, he glanced around, only to find Qin Ruyun gazing intently at him. The source of that coldness emanated from her very eyes. Madam," Guo Yuan stammered, his teeth chattering. "Is it true that you left Zhao Yao all alone?" Qin Ruyun inquired, her gaze frosty and her voice laced with iciness. Under such intense interrogation, Guo Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Qin Ruyun's heart brimmed with fury. This Guo Yuan was indeed a brave man, yet his actions were reprehensible, abandoning a vulnerable woman and fleeing, leaving her to face peril alone. Yes, Guo Yuan replied, lowering his head. Faced with Qin Ruyun's pointed question, he too recognized the impropriety of his actions. Enough of this. Where is Zhao Yao? Take me to her at once. We must prioritize her rescue. Feng Yuan interjected. He held a different perspective on Guo Yuan's actions, believing they were not entirely unjustifiable. Guo Yuan lacked the capability to resolve the situation. Remaining behind would only exacerbate the losses. Indeed, I shall lead the way, this direction, Guo Yuan promptly responded. Then hurried ahead. Continue with your competition. Feng Yuan instructed the others before swiftly following Guo Yuan's path. To Feng Yuan's surprise, Qin Ruyun also trailed behind. He glanced at her, running alongside him. Shouldn't you be supervising the contest? Qin Ruyun coldly stated, although I am here to supervise the competition. As the daughter of the city lord, I have an obligation to ensure the safety of the residents within the city. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qin Ruyun's sense of responsibility, which he had not anticipated. And you, with merely the cultivation of the Qi realm, what business do you have in this affair? Qin Ruyun retorted. Feng Yuan smiled. As the steward of this district, it is only fitting that I contribute in some manner. He had been appointed to this position by Bai Xiaodang, and now, in Bai Xiaotang's absence, Feng Yuan stood as the sole steward, representing the only governing authority within the entire Yinsong district. Like Qin Ruyun, he too could not allow the people of his district to suffer indignities at the hands of others. Following closely behind Guo Yuan, Feng Yuan and Qin Ruyun walked in silence, focused on their journey, devoid of conversation. Out of the corner of his eye, Feng Yuan caught a glimpse of Qin Ruyun's serene profile, her expression unreadable. Unbeknownst to him, however, on the side he could not see, Qin Ruyun's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 48. Gong Changwang. On a street within the Yinsong district, a drama akin to cat and mouse was unfolding. A group of individuals from the Jinhong district played the role of the cat, leisurely and unhurriedly pursuing the mouse, Zhao Yao. Although their movements were minimal, their speed was impressive. With a light push against the ground, they leaped forward with ease, covering a distance of nearly 10 feet in a single bound. These individuals not only possessed a high level of cultivation but had also trained in agile techniques, making the pursuit of Zhao Yuer effortless. Ahead of them, Zhao Yuer maintained a distance of merely a dozen paces. Zhao Yuer had never practiced any agility techniques, but fortunately, the skill she had learned, the skyward kick, focused on leg strength, which offered her some assistance. She channeled her vital energy into her legs to enhance her speed. This indeed proved beneficial. Yet she still could not match the swiftness of the individuals from the Golden Rainbow District. Had it not been for their deliberate leniency in toying with her, she would have long been caught. Nevertheless, the distance between them continued to diminish. Leading the group from the Golden Rainbow District was a man with yellow hair and a sharp face, followed by 3 others who evidently regarded him as their leader. "Beautiful lady, do speed up, or we shall soon catch up with you," the yellow-haired man called out mockingly, prompting laughter from the others behind him. In response, Zhao Yuer bit her lip, refraining from replying. She once again infused her legs with vital energy, managing to increase her speed slightly. However, the velocity she achieved was already her utmost limit. It was merely a matter of time before those from the Golden Rainbow District would overtake her. With her lips pressed tightly together, Zhao Yuer felt a profound sense of despair. After her defeat at the hands of Lu Yu the previous day, her spirit had been severely shaken. She had tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest, for whenever she closed her eyes, Feng Yuan's face would materialize in her mind, leaving her unsettled. Having spent the entire night in a daze, she paid no heed to those around her. Consequently, by the following day, Zhao Yuer appeared even more haggard and listless, lacking the motivation to practice. Nor did she wish to attend the martial arts arena to watch others compete. Despite her own elimination, Zhao Yuer was still defeated by Lu Yu, who was supported by Feng Yuan. With no one by her side, thoughts of Feng Yuan consumed her, an obsession she could not shake off. Initially, Zhao Yuer held a low opinion of Feng Yuan, considering him nothing more than a shameless rogue, a talentless wretch. Living next door, it would have been easy for Zhao Yuer to engage with Feng Yuan if she so desired. However, she dismissed him entirely, believing he would offer her no benefit. She sought closeness with Shui Su and Xiao Jinji, yet steered clear of Feng Yuan, convinced that associating with him would yield no advantage. As she advanced her cultivation to a minor success and broke through to the qi refinement stage while others followed suit, her disdain for Feng Yuan only deepened, particularly when no news emerged from Lu Yu, who had been closely following Feng Yuan. Yet, reality proved her mistaken. Lu Yu not only gained from Feng Yuan but reaped astonishing rewards. Each time she reflected on this, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within Zhao Yuer. Now, she found herself troubled by thoughts of Feng Yuan, her mind in turmoil. To escape these incessant musings, Zhao Yuer resolved to take a stroll. Aimlessly wandering, she unexpectedly encountered several individuals from the Jinnong district. After being entangled with them, Zhao Yuer seized a fleeting opportunity to escape. Still running, she was acutely aware that true escape was unlikely. As she rounded a corner, she inadvertently collided with a figure, a disheveled man, resembling a beggar. What Zhao Yuer found particularly difficult to accept was that the homeless man, upon being bumped into by her, had the audacity to grope her backside. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Yuer had no time to reprimand him. Her priority was to escape. Suppressing the indignation welling within her, she continued to flee. What a tantalizing figure. Oh dear. At the corner, the homeless man fixated on Zhao Yuer's receding silhouette, or more accurately, on her posterior, wearing a lewd grin. He had been knocked to the ground and had the back of his head stepped on by someone. When he raised his head, he directed a barrage of curses at the backs of the individuals ahead, exclaiming, "What the hell? Can't you see?" Oh, the blond man at the forefront caught wind of this remark and promptly halted, instructing those behind him, "You all continue to pursue." What do you intend to do?" The homeless man stammered from his position on the ground, shrinking his neck in trepidation. The blond man approached with a cold smirk, asking, "What is this? Have I been gone for only a short while, and already someone fails to recognize me? Wah, what do you mean?" The homeless man replied, bewildered, unable to comprehend the insinuation. However, the blond man then crouched down, and the homeless man was confronted with a face that resembled a shoehorn. In an instant, the homeless man's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped, "Gong Changguang." Gong Changguang had awakened 2.5 years ago, possessing a rare B-grade aptitude. Though his abilities were commendable, his temperament left much to be desired. He harbored grudges and was known for his vengeful nature. There had once been a trainee from an earlier batch who had offended him over a trivial matter. Later, after Gong Changguang's cultivation reached the same realm, the first thing he did was to confront him and deliver a severe beating. A year ago, upon becoming the leader, Gong Changguang grew increasingly brazen. He not only exerted his dominance over the trainees but also bullied ordinary residents. Accompanied by 3 lackeys, it became commonplace for him to indulge in free meals and drinks, engage in extortion, and resort to violence and intimidation. At that time, Gong Changguang had already attained the 6th level of qi refining, and although many suffered under his tyranny, they lacked the means to resist. Most of them had once been trainees but had been eliminated, and the scarcity of cultivation resources outside meant their levels of power were low. Gong Changguang, possessing second-rate talent and serving as the leader, was destined for greatness and likely to become a steward in the future. They had long endured his oppression, daring only to harbor resentment in silence. Fortunately, over a month ago, with the disappearance of the district master and several stewards, all the trainees relocated to other districts. At that moment, everyone believed they had freed themselves from Gong Changguang's clutches, rejoicing in their newfound liberty. The vagabond felt similarly. Though he possessed nothing of value in Gong Changguang's eyes and thus had never clashed with him, he had witnessed Gong Changguang's bullying of others and harbored a deep-seated fear. The departure of Gong Changguang brought him a sense of relief. To his astonishment, he had even dared to insult Gong Changguang. What a minuscule chance that was. The vagabond felt a wave of despair wash over him, his legs trembling. Chapter 49. Who is the waste? So, you still remember me. Upon recognizing the vagabond, Huang Fa, Gong Changguang, with an expressionless countenance, nodded slightly and rose to his feet. Was he not going to take action? The vagabond pondered, perplexed in the past. Anyone who dared to insult Gong Changguang would have found themselves battered and bruised. Yet, now he refrained from retaliating. Had he somehow changed? Although the vagabond found this somewhat odd, he felt a sense of relief. However, it was soon made clear that his optimism was misplaced. Gong Changguang lifted his foot, the sole of his shoe enlarging in the vagabond's view, until it came crashing down upon his head, forcing the vagabond's face into the ground. You still recognize me? And you dare to call my name? Do you wish to court death? Gong Changguang thundered, pressing down forcefully, grinding his foot against the vagabond's face. The vagabond's eyes widened in agony, his mouth muttering incoherently, unable to utter a word. Blood began to seep from the abrasions on the ground. Yet Gong Changguang showed no signs of relenting. Brother Gong, we have apprehended the individual, he heard from a distance. With one final, forceful stomp, Gong Changguang approached Zhao Yar. The vagabond lost consciousness, but not before catching a glimpse of the 3 familiar faces, the loyal followers who had always trailed behind Gong Changguang. Zhao Yar continued to struggle, desperately attempting to escape from the grasp of her captors, but to no avail. As she witnessed Gong Changguang striding toward her, her eyes flared with rage. Gong Changguang scrutinized Zhao Yar closely. Having exerted herself in a frantic escape, beads of sweat glistened on her brow, her hair clinging to her enchanting visage. Her training outfit, drenched in perspiration, clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. Although Gong Changguang had previously dallied with numerous women, few could compare to the exquisite Zhao Yar. Truly remarkable. Gong Changguang squinted, his right hand caressing Zhao Yar's face. She turned her head to evade his touch, yet no matter how she attempted to escape, his hand remained on her cheek. He was quite curious about the caliber of the new trial members in the Yinsong district after his departure. After all, the district lord was absent, and the former attendants were nowhere to be seen. Who could possibly challenge him? Educating the younger generation while simultaneously scouting for captivating maidens was indeed his intention for this journey. However, he hadn't anticipated that upon his arrival in Yinsong district, he would discover a target so swiftly. What is your name? Released? Very well. Once we reach the room, I shall place you on the bed immediately. Gong Changguang's gaze turned lascivious as his hand slid to Zhao Yar's neck, gently stroking it. Due to the lingering sweat, her already fair neck glistened, rendering it even more alluring. Zhao Yar, feeling utterly violated, intensified her resistance. Channeling her final vestige of true energy, she propelled her right leg forward, delivering a sudden kick to Gong Changguang's groin. The strike was unexpected. Caught in his own fantasies, he was unable to defend himself and was struck. Ah! Gong Changguang cried out in pain, clutching his groin and retreating 2 steps. Brother Gong. The man who had not been restraining Zhao Yar immediately stepped forward to assist Gong Changguang. However, Gong Changguang waved him off, signaling him to keep his distance. Good. Very good. Gong Changguang approached Zhao Yar once more, his gaze icy and instilling fear within her. His cultivation realm far surpassed that of Zhao Yar. Although he had been struck in the groin by her kick, he remained largely unscathed. Gong Changguang grasped Zhao Yar's chin, forcefully turning her head to meet his gaze. He spoke with a menacing tone. Do you enjoy playing? Then I shall indulge you abundantly. Not just myself, but also these three. We shall take turns. No, we will all partake together, until your satisfaction is achieved." At his words, Zhao Yar's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling with fear, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. She pleaded, "No, please, don't." Meanwhile, the three companions were filled with delight, astonished that such fortune had befallen them. They cast a glance at Zhao Yar, feeling their blood rush to their heads. Gong Changwang let out a cold snort, disregarding Zhao Yar's pleas as he waved to the three, commanding, "Let us proceed to that place we used to frequent." "Yes," the trio responded in unison, their faces alight with excitement. Gong Changwang led the way, with Zhao Yar still held captive by two of them, while another followed closely behind. Though she could not see the scene behind her, Zhao Yar sensed a scorching gaze sweeping over her incessantly. As they journeyed, some passers-by noticed their group. Yet they feigned ignorance. They too recognized Gong Changwang. Perhaps some felt sympathy for Zhao Yar, while others harbored intentions of chivalry. Yet none possessed the courage to intervene against such injustice. Zhao Yar, now utterly terrified, with reddened eyes and a choked voice, implored, "I beg you, let me go. I beseech you." Her tone was filled with desperation, revealing her utter helplessness. Although Zhao Yue was well aware that the arrival of Gong Changwang and his companions boded ill, she never anticipated the cruel intentions that Gong Changwang harbored against her. Passers-by heard Zhao Yuer's voice, yet merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting their gaze, accompanied by a resigned sigh. They felt powerless to intervene. Gong Changwang turned to Zhao Yue with a mocking sneer. "Beg me? You were not so submissive before. When you were captured, you exhibited such defiance, your anger palpable. What has changed now?" Despite recognizing that Gong Changwang was deliberately ridiculing her, Zhao Yue found herself unable to muster the same fierce spirit as before. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, "Please, let me go." "Very well," he replied nonchalantly. "Once we have had our fill of amusement, we shall release you. But that will likely be a matter of 3 to 5 days hence." With that, Gong Changwang turned away and continued on his path. The last flicker of hope within Zhao Yue shattered, and she ceased her struggles, becoming as lifeless as a marionette, her gaze vacant. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained, the possibility that someone might emerge to rescue her. But who could that be? Zhao Yue found herself at a loss. Suddenly, the image of Feng Yuan surfaced in her mind. A bitter smile crept upon her lips as she realized that, in this dire moment, her thoughts were not of Zhuosu or Xiao Jinji, but of Feng Yuan. Why him? Zhao Yue could not articulate. How would he possibly come? "Gong, she is smiling," one of the trio observed, pointing out the slight upturn of Zhao Yue's lips. "Oh." With that, the four erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth unrestrained and excessive. The surrounding individuals continued to feign ignorance, adopting an expression of indifference. Gong Changwang's gaze swept over the crowd, and every person he met seemed to shudder, fearful of being implicated. "Humph, a group of inept fools." Gong Changwang scoffed, yet not a soul dared to retort. The street remained enveloped in silence. With another derisive laugh, Gong Changwang turned to leave. However, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered as a voice emerged from behind him. "Who are you calling a fool?" Taken aback by the audacity of a response, Gong Changwang snorted dismissively but replied, "Fool, I'm referring to you." Upon uttering this without a moment's hesitation, a light chuckle resonated from behind him, revealing that it was indeed a fool addressing him. Zhao Yar's eyes, once devoid of life, now sparkled with recognition upon hearing that voice, a voice she could never forget. "What did you say?" A man and a woman stood before him. The man bore a teasing expression, arms crossed over his chest. Gong Changwang studied the man, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Recognizing him as the instigator of the earlier provocation, the man was tall and upright, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. Even though Gong Changwang had always prided himself on his own looks, he felt overshadowed in the presence of this individual. Clad in a simple gray training suit, he nonetheless exuded an ethereal charm that could not be concealed. "He truly has come. Is it for me?" Color returned to Zhao Yar's face, igniting the flame of hope within her heart. Feng Yuan smiled faintly, remarking, "Is my explanation still unclear?" "Waste." He deliberately lowered his voice and elongated the final word. Although his expression remained unchanged, it only served to underscore his disdain for Gong Changwang. With a cold glint in his eyes, Gong Changwang advanced step by step toward Feng Yuan, fixing his gaze upon him with an intimidating presence. Yet, Feng Yuan remained composed, arms crossed over his chest, allowing Gong Changwang to close the distance, steadfastly maintaining eye contact. Despite being scrutinized by Gong Changwang's piercing stare, Feng Yuan appeared unaffected, his gaze serene. The two stood in a tense standoff, engaging in a battle of glances. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? Gong Changwang inquired darkly. Not a clue. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow in response. With a cold chuckle, Gong Changwang turned his head to signal one of his subordinates. The subordinate instantly grasped his intention, moving beside Gong Changwang and pointing a finger at Feng Yuan's nose, stating, "Listen well. You have just provoked your senior, the former leader of the Yinsong district, Brother Gong Changwang. Brother Gong was once one of your own in the Yinsong district, possessing extraordinary talent. Within less than 2 years of awakening, he ascended to the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, far surpassing his contemporaries, even among the elders. Few can rival Brother Gong's prowess." Another subordinate chimed in. Moreover, Brother Gong garnered the favor of the former district leader, successfully securing the position of leader and overseeing the cultivation and lives of over 100 individuals. At that time, Brother Gong had already attained the 6th level of Qi training. Subsequently, he made further progress, reaching the 7th level and establishing himself as the most accomplished among all the trainees, truly deserving of the title of the foremost individual. The last attendant nodded in agreement. Though after arriving in the Golden Rainbow District, Brother Gong was unable to. Before he could finish his sentence, Gong Changwang shot a stern glance in his direction. The attendant quickly amended his statement, asserting that even in the Golden Rainbow District, our Brother Gong remained a formidable presence. "Are you afraid now, young man?" Listening silently to the words of these three, Feng Yuan nodded. In summary, it was evident that Gong Changwang had been quite formidable in the Yinsong district, correct? Indeed. Gong Changwang replied with a cold smirk. Quite impressive, I presume. Indeed. I see. Feng Yuan lowered his head, deep in thought. Noticing this, Gong Changwang let out another derisive laugh, sensing that this individual possessed some discernment. However, it was unfortunate for him, as he had previously crossed me. Soon, he would face the consequences. Gong Changwang had already resolved Feng Yuan's fate in his mind. No amount of pleading would save him. Unexpectedly, Feng Yuan looked up and abruptly stated, "So after arriving in the Golden Rainbow District, you lost your edge, is that it?" "You." Gong Changwang's throat tightened, leaving him speechless. He glared fiercely at Feng Yuan, yet found himself unable to retort. Feng Yuan was correct. Ever since Gong Changwang had moved to the Golden Rainbow District, he had indeed lost his former grandeur. In the Yinsong District, Gong Changwang had been the most accomplished among all the trainees, the leader of the group. Originally, Gong Changwang believed that upon his arrival in the Jinhong District, he would remain the individual of utmost cultivation. He anticipated seizing the position of leader for himself. However, upon his actual arrival, he discovered that the leader, a man named Shi Wu, shared his rank, both being at the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage. And Shi Wu had achieved this breakthrough slightly earlier than he had. This revelation disheartened Gong Changwang, yet he refused to yield. He promptly issued a challenge to contest for the leadership position. Although they were of the same cultivation level, Gong Changwang surmised that despite Shi Wu's earlier breakthrough, the gap between them was not insurmountable. Regrettably, he was defeated. Even though they stood on equal ground, Shi Wu's comprehension of the techniques far surpassed that of Gong Changwang. In their confrontation, Shi Wu handled him with ease, akin to playing with a monkey. Following this defeat, Gong Changwang found himself stripped of any semblance of authority among the native trainees of the Jinhong district. Even now, he was merely part of a small clique alongside his 3 subordinates, attempting to assert his influence while frequently enduring Shi Wu's cutting remarks. For Gong Changwang, this was an ignominious situation, now laid bare by Feng Yuan. Moreover, Gong Changwang perceived Feng Yuan's initial comments as flattering. Yet, as he nodded in agreement, Feng Yuan unexpectedly exposed the truth, inflicting a double blow upon him. Observing Gong Changwang rendered speechless by indignation, Feng Yuan couldn't help but smile, evidently pleased to have spoken the truth. Previously, when listening to the praises sung by the first 2 followers of Gong Changwang, Feng Yuan felt no particular unease. However, when the 3rd follower began with although, intending to continue, but was abruptly silenced by Gong Changwang, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss. The earlier boasts regarding Gong Changwang's prowess were abruptly contrasted, indicating a deeper issue. Thus, it was only natural for Feng Yuan to voice his earlier concern, which, quite evidently, was spot on. Very well. Gong Changwang glared fiercely at Feng Yuan. Having endured humiliation in the Golden Rainbow District due to his inferior strength, he had no choice but to tolerate it. This person before him truly seemed to be courting death. Chapter 51. Out of reach, Gong Changwang fixed a menacing gaze upon Feng Yuan. Very well, what is your name? Despite Feng Yuan being clad in the training attire of the Yinsong district, Gong Changwang had never encountered him before. The previous trainees had all departed following the disappearance of the district leader and numerous stewards. Therefore, it was evident that Feng Yuan must have recently awakened as a member of the spirit clan, possibly not even having reached the qi refinement stage yet. Cold disdain clouded Gong Changwang's eyes. How dare such a person speak insolently after learning of his former renown? Gong Changwang resolved to remember Feng Yuan's name, for he desired to toy with him in due course. But why should I divulge that to you? Feng Yuan had witnessed Gong Changwang's earlier mockery of others. He held a profound contempt for individuals like Gong Changwang, who, emboldened by their superior cultivation, shamelessly bullied and humiliated others. You seek death. Gong Changwang felt once again that he had been mocked, igniting a surge of anger within him. Meanwhile, beside Feng Yuan, Qin Ruyun found amusement in Feng Yuan's remarks and let out a light, melodious laugh akin to the chime of silver bells, enchanting in its delicacy. Though her voice was soft, it reached Gong Changwang's ears, prompting him to glance at Qin Ruyun. Until this moment, Gong Changwang had focused solely on Feng Yuan, neglecting the presence of Qin Ruyun. However, upon witnessing her beauty, he found himself captivated, unable to divert his gaze. Despite her demeanor now being composed and icy, her exquisite features rendered her extraordinarily beautiful. Gong Changwang recalled Zhao Yar, for whom he had expended considerable effort to capture, as she was undeniably a woman of exceptional beauty. Yet, at this moment, Qin Ruyun eclipsed even Zhao Yar in allure. Her cold expression did not temper the fire igniting within Gong Changwang. Rather, it intensified his fervor. Although he felt an unsettling familiarity with her, he quickly dismissed the thought. How could he have encountered a woman associated with a newly emerged spirit race? That fleeting sense of recognition was merely an illusion. As Gong Changwang's gaze lingered on her, Qin Ruyun furrowed her brow, a sense of distaste swelling within her. Feng Yuan interjected promptly, advising him to cease his scrutiny, for she was beyond his reach. Yet, it was not merely anger that surged within him. His aura was also affected. Suddenly, Gong Changwang's presence, characteristic of a practitioner at the 7th level of qi refinement, erupted forth. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Gong Changwang declared fiercely, launching a rapid punch directly at Feng Yuan before him. That punch came straight and true. At such a close distance and within such a brief span of time, there was absolutely no possibility for Feng Yuan to evade it. A sinister grin had already crept onto Gong Changwang's face. He seemed to envision the moment when Feng Yuan would be struck by his fist, hurtling backward with a resounding thud, blood spilling from his lips. Bystanders on the street gasped in astonishment at Gong Changwang's sudden aggression, fearing the impending scene. Feng Yuan stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed by fear. In an instant, Gong Changwang's fist was upon Feng Yuan. However, the anticipated and feared outcome did not unfold. Suddenly, Feng Yuan moved. His once clear figure became indistinct, stretching laterally to the left from his original position. Gong Changwang's fist, which should have connected with Feng Yuan's abdomen, instead struck only his afterimage, finding nothing but air. The sinister smile froze on Gong Changwang's face as he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Feng Yuan stood nearby, close to Gong Changwang. Just moments before, Gong Changwang's fist had grazed the side of Feng Yuan's waist, mere inches away from impact. Yet, it was that infinitesimal margin that allowed Feng Yuan to evade the blow. A faint smile appeared on Feng Yuan's lips. It seemed his agility had not dulled. Though Gong Changwang's fist was swift, Feng Yuan's reflexes were swifter. As Gong Changwang revealed his cultivation aura, Feng Yuan sensed it and was already prepared. When Gong Changwang's fist lunged toward him, Feng Yuan activated his true energy, ready to execute his unique technique in the blink of an eye. The technique referred to here was, of course, Feng Yuan's extraordinary self-created martial art. At the pinnacle of his abilities, in the blink of an eye. With the sheer speed of his movements, Feng Yuan could traverse vast mountains and rivers. However, the current Feng Yuan found himself incapable of such feats. He estimated that even if he expended all his vital energy, he could barely manage to execute his technique for but a fleeting moment. Thus, he awaited the impending assault from Gong Changwang, ready to employ his agility to evade at the last possible moment. This was akin to playing with fire. A moment of tension or a lapse in concentration could result in a devastating blow from Gong Changwang, leaving Feng Yuan gravely injured. Yet, against the odds, Feng Yuan succeeded. He had faced far more perilous situations before, and such circumstances no longer fazed him. Consequently, the outcome felt inevitable to him. However, this realization was intolerable for Gong Changwang. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He was a high-level practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, and his furious strike should have been unavoidable for someone who had only recently awakened. With a grim expression, he glared at Feng Yuan's composed demeanor, wishing to crush him into the ground. As Gong Changwang contemplated his next move, Feng Yuan calmly interjected, "Hold on." Gong Changwang sneered, "Are you planning to beg for mercy? How unfortunate. It will be of no use. A mere trainee dares to provoke me repeatedly. I have resolved to grind your face into the ground. And your companion shall not escape either. Today, I shall indulge in a double act. You will stand by and watch as everything unfolds." As he spoke, Gong Changwang's thoughts drifted to the image of Qin Ruyun, stirring his emotions. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the pressing matter at hand, to bring Feng Yuan to his knees. With his right fist drawn back, an intense ferocity glimmered in his gaze directed at Feng Yuan. This punch, he was certain, would not be evaded. However, at that very moment, an astonishing aura erupted from behind him. This sensation was familiar to Gong Changwang. It reminded him of the presence of a second-tier steward from the Rain Transformation realm. At that time, he had felt like a mere child standing before a towering giant, utterly insignificant. Now, he was experiencing that same sensation once more, and alarmingly so. Right beside him, his mouth gradually gaped open, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his body began to tremble. The woman with a frosty demeanor had become even more frigid in expression. Her eyes radiated a chilling glare, and the aura belonging to the Rain Transformation realm emanated from her. Gazing at Gong Changwang, Qin Ruyun coldly inquired, "What did you just say?" Under her piercing gaze, Gong Changwang felt a shiver run through him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. I. His lips quivered, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Feng Yuan's laughter echoed from behind. "I already told you, she is beyond your reach." Chapter 52. Roleplay. Ignoring Feng Yuan, Gong Changwang's eyes were filled with terror as he beheld the cold, imposing figure of Qin Ruyun, his heart racing in trepidation. Why was this woman, who was merely training alongside a classmate, so incredibly powerful? Her mastery of the Rain Transformation realm was undeniable. They could all reside in the inner city, and even in the outer districts, they were sufficiently capable of serving as second-tier stewards. With such prowess, why then would one mingle with an ordinary trainee? Gong Changwang found it utterly perplexing. "What were you planning to do to me just now?" Qin Ruyun retorted coldly. The aura emanating from her bore down heavily upon Gong Changwang. Anger simmered within her. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord. How dare a mere trainee from the outer district insult her? Even the district lord would treat her with respect, but Gong Changwang had the audacity to speak such words. What audacity indeed! A chill radiated from her eyes. Under the weight of Qin Ruyun's imposing presence, the onlookers, though not directly targeted, felt as though they could scarcely breathe. Not far off, the three subordinates brought by Gong Changwang were so terrified that their legs turned to jelly, drenched in cold sweat. As the principal party involved, Gong Changwang felt it even more acutely. He was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a full 2 major realms below Qin Ruyun. With a thud, he could no longer withstand the pressure and fell to his knees. Bowing his head, Gong Changwang stammered, "I was reckless in my words earlier and offended the young lady. I sincerely apologize. Please grant me your forgiveness." Qin Ruyun remained silent, her gaze still icy, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Gong Changwang, his heart racing, dared not lift his eyes. Earlier, he had seen Qin Ruyun standing beside Feng Yuan and had mistakenly deemed her weak, which had led him to entertain malicious thoughts. Had he known she was a master of the transformation realm, not even 1,000-fold courage would have compelled him to act so foolishly. At this moment, he had long lost the arrogance he once displayed while oppressing others. The onlookers, witnessing Gong Changwang kneeling in supplication, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A voice shattered the silence, questioning, if merely offering an apology could grant forgiveness, then who would bear the losses, and who would pay the price? Feng Yuan leisurely approached Qin Ruyun and uttered these words. Qin Ruyun turned to Feng Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. How could he withstand her formidable presence? Although Qin Ruyun had not directed her attention towards Feng Yuan specifically, his proximity to Gong Changwang had inevitably affected him. Even those standing farther away were impacted, struggling to maintain their footing, let alone Feng Yuan, who stood nearby. Yet, Feng Yuan appeared unaffected, his demeanor calm and composed, as if impervious to the pressure. Noticing Qin Ruyun's gaze, he offered her a slight smile before addressing the kneeling Gong Changwang once more, saying, "S&T that right?" With Qin Ruyun's attention diverted by Feng Yuan, she relaxed her oppressive aura, allowing Gong Changwang the opportunity to lift his head. His expression was one of fury as he spat. "How dare you? My affairs are not for you to comment on." Had it not been for Qin Ruyun's intervention, he would have struck Feng Yuan long ago to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, how could this brat dare to speak so audaciously? Though he had displayed humility in front of Qin Ruyun, he reverted to his usual demeanor when confronting Feng Yuan. The rebuke from Feng Yuan ignited a fury within Gong Changwang, evoking a sense of humiliation akin to a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by insignificant dogs. He is merely a lowly trainee, and it remains unclear whether he has resorted to leveraging his charm or some other means to entangle himself with a senior figure, only to adopt an air of superiority. It is a classic case of a dog relying on its master for strength and a fox masquerading as a tiger. Yet, Feng Yuan countered, "Why should it be up to me to speak? Do you believe I am unworthy?" He then raised his chin and declared, "I am the leader of the training class in the Yinsong district. If that is the case, should I not pay my respects to you and bow deeply in your presence?" Indeed, Gong Changwang maintained his lofty demeanor, proud as a peacock. Alas, he was kneeling. The sight of him kneeling while holding his head high was utterly absurd. Feng Yuan chuckled and remarked, "If you encounter me, the steward of the Yinsong district, should you not do the same?" Gong Changwang paused, perplexed. "What steward?" Then he witnessed Feng Yuan produce a cerulean token, holding it before his eyes. Inscribed upon it were 4 prominent characters. Upon deciphering the inscription, Gong Changwang's pupils dilated in astonishment, as if he had encountered something utterly extraordinary. Third-level steward. He croaked, reading the 4 characters aloud. Indeed, a third-level steward, Feng Yuan affirmed with a smile. As Feng Yuan stowed away the steward's token, Gong Changwang's gaze remained fixated on it, his dazed eyes eventually shifting to Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you have to say?" "Impossible. I refuse to believe it," Gong Changwang bellowed. He found it inconceivable that someone before him, still clad in training attire, could merely be a trainee, yet somehow hold the title of steward. Yet the truth lay before them. Feng Yuan had indeed produced the steward's token, leaving Gong Changwang no room for rebuttal or doubt. The steward differs fundamentally from a leader. The latter is merely a member among the trainees, responsible solely for managing them, and typically possesses only the Qi refinement realm. In contrast, a steward stands above the leader, requiring a cultivation level of at least the accumulated cloud realm or possessing other exceptional abilities to assume the position. Moreover, the steward's responsibilities extend beyond managing trainees. They also oversee various affairs within the district, signifying access to greater resources. Although Gong Changwang had previously exploited his status as a leader to act recklessly within the Yinsong district, his gains paled in comparison to what even a third-tier steward could acquire. In terms of status, a leader cannot hold a candle to a steward. The steward enjoys the same privileges not only in their appointed district but also in others. Since you are a steward, why are you still clad in trainee attire? Masquerading as one of us to deceive me? Gong Changwang bellowed. How utterly ridiculous. Gong Changwang believed that Feng Yuan was deliberately feigning weakness to provoke him into bullying, only to later reveal his true identity and exact retribution. He failed to realize that had he not acted in such a manner, he would not have invited such dire consequences. Feng Yuan pondered silently for a moment before responding earnestly. "You understand role-playing, do you not? It involves donning the attire of the character you wish to portray, adopting their appearance, and immersing yourself in the environment of that role to engage and communicate with others. At present, I am embodying the role of a trainee. This allows me to gain a better understanding of the circumstances surrounding the grassroots training participants, facilitating my management. Do you comprehend?" Observing the bewildered expression on Gong Changwang's face, Feng Yuan let out a sigh, expressing his regret. "Since you cannot grasp it, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Did you not previously assert that I should bow and curry favor with you?" At this point, Feng Yuan smiled at Gong Changwang. "I do not demand much. A mere nod will suffice. Just grant me a gesture of respect. Come now." Chapter 53. Feng Yuan, you claim you lack agility? Just a gesture of respect will suffice. Come now. Upon hearing these words, Gong Changwang's facial muscles twitched, initially assuming he was merely a minor character. He suddenly found himself in a position of subservience, required to pay homage. However, under the eaves of another, one must lower their head. Despite a million inner protests, Gong Changwang felt powerless. His head was no longer held high. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the humiliation within, and gradually bent his waist toward Feng Yuan. Once the gesture was complete, Gong Changwang kept his head lowered, unwilling to meet Feng Yuan's gaze. His disheveled yellow hair concealed his clenched teeth and grimace. Although Gong Changguang clearly acted against his will, Feng Yuan remained unfazed, remarking with a smile, "Quite commendable, you demonstrate understanding. Forcing someone to perform an act they vehemently oppose, observing their internal struggle yet helplessness, is indeed an amusing spectacle." Witnessing Gong Changguang being subdued by Feng Yuan, Qin Ruyun also calmed down, retracting her imposing aura. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Gong Changguang slowly rose to his feet, revealing two circular impressions on the ground where his knees had previously rested. He clenched his teeth, and though his gaze was filled with fury, he dared not unleash it. "Let us go," Gong Changguang instructed his followers in a subdued and restrained tone. The three companions exchanged glances, and one of them hesitantly pointed at Zhaoyar, saying that this woman, Zhaoyar, was still being supported by two others, her eyes glistening as she looked at Feng Yuan, embodying a pitiful charm. Gong Changguang turned to glance at Zhaoyar. Previously, he had been captivated by her and had abandoned his original intentions for coming to Yinsong District. Yet now, upon seeing Zhaoyar, that sentiment had vanished. Of course, with Feng Yuan present, he felt utterly powerless. "Release her," Gong Changguang demanded begrudgingly. "This steward token proves quite useful." Observing Gong Changguang's reluctant departure, Feng Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, although the stewards of each district are appointed by the district head, all steward tokens originate from my father, the city lord. Regardless of location, whether in the outer or inner districts, they possess corresponding rights." Qin Ruyun replied, her tone suggesting a profound admiration for Qin Liangzheng. As the daughter of the city lord, Qin Ruyun had naturally not encountered such trials, which explained her naive perspective, like a flower in a greenhouse, untouched by the storms of life. However, there was one point that intrigued Feng Yuan. He inquired, "Do you share a close relationship with your father, Qin Liangzheng? You should properly address him as City Lord Qin." Qin Ruyun cast a glance at Feng Yuan, her voice gentle, and her beautiful eyes revealing a rare softness as she spoke. "He is my only family, having raised me since childhood and treated me well. The bond between us as father and daughter is naturally strong." Feng Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "Your only family? What about your mother?" Qin Ruyun fell silent for a moment. "My mother, she passed away shortly after my birth. Her spirit dissipated, leaving only her physical form." Feng Yuan quickly apologized. "I am sorry." Nodding, Feng Yuan prepared to leave. "Wait," a soft voice interrupted. It was Zhaoyar speaking. She stood up from the ground and extended her hand toward Feng Yuan. As he turned to look at her, a smile blossomed on Zhaoyar's face. "Are you here to rescue me?" "Indeed," Feng Yuan replied calmly. As a steward, he could not stand idly by while the people of his district were bullied by outsiders. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, Zhaoyar's smile grew even sweeter, radiant like a peach blossom in full bloom during spring. "Then you." Zhaoyar was about to say something but was interrupted by Feng Yuan. He then gestured for Gui Yuan, who had been keeping his distance since leading the way, to come forth before departing. On the way back to the martial arts arena, Feng Yuan and Qin Ruyun walked in silence beside each other. "You possess a body technique," Qin Ruyun suddenly remarked. She chuckled softly. Earlier, when Feng Yuan evaded Gong Changguang's attack, she was unaware of the specifics of his technique or its rank. Yet she also understood that it certainly could not be akin to Xiao Genji's 7 Phantom Steps, which was a yellow tier technique. It was highly probable that it belonged to the Xian tier. She could not help but feel astonished by Feng Yuan's innate talent for comprehending martial arts. However, Qin Ruyun then recalled that earlier, at the training ground, when Feng Yuan had claimed that he could not evade Xiao Genji's fists, he had clearly deceived her. How could someone who had mastered a Xian tier movement technique possibly fail to perceive Xiao Genji's yellow tier steps? Yet, had she not brought it up now, Feng Yuan might have remained silent about it. Furthermore, even so, he merely stated that he had a cursory understanding of it. The thought struck Qin Ruyun as somewhat amusing, leaving her at a loss for words. Although she had been misled by Feng Yuan, she felt no resentment in her heart. Lu Yu, as Feng Yuan had anticipated, performed exceptionally well, securing a commendable second place. The first place, however, belonged to Xiao Genji. Despite the fact that Xiao Genji had lost once to Feng Yuan, he remained a formidable presence among others. In his matches, Xiao Genji typically ended the confrontations with a single punch. Yet, against Lu Yu, he found himself at a loss. Lu Yu wielded his sword with the agility of a mere finger, swift and nimble. Xiao Genji's fist could scarcely land a blow on Lu Yu, as each attempt was deftly parried by the latter's blade. Ultimately, Lu Yu's defeat was solely due to his exhaustion of vital energy, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Had he possessed sufficient energy, it was uncertain who would have claimed the title of champion. With the competition concluded successfully, Qin Ruyun saw no reason to linger any longer. She simply tossed a parting remark to Feng Yuan, "I am leaving." Afterward, she gracefully departed, leaving Feng Yuan with a beautiful silhouette. Chapter 54. Return in this competition. The top 20 contestants were rewarded with spirit stones. Those who placed 11th to 20th received 3 spirit stones, while those in the 6th to 10th positions were awarded 5. The 2nd to 5th places garnered 8 spirit stones, and the 1st place received the most, a total of 10. All those who obtained spirit stones displayed expressions of joy, as most of them possessed only average aptitude, and the bi-weekly supply of spirit stones was meager. However, Xiao Jinji did not approach Feng Yuan to claim his spirit stones. When Feng Yuan called out his name, he merely snorted and departed without a word. Lu Yu eagerly anticipated the spirit weapon. The sword he currently wielded was merely an ordinary weapon, and even a first-tier spirit weapon would be greatly desired. Nevertheless, Feng Yuan felt indifferent. Although the reward was a spirit weapon, its quality remained uncertain. It could very well be a low-grade first-tier spirit weapon. Among first-tier spirit weapons, distinctions of high, medium, and low grades existed. In Feng Yuan's eyes, a low-grade spirit weapon hardly qualified as a true spirit weapon. It was merely a blade forged through a single refinement of materials, taking the form of a sword or other implement. Such creations lacked any artistry or skill. Their classification as spirit weapons depended solely on the quality of the materials used. In terms of weapon crafting, Feng Yuan possessed a modicum of knowledge, particularly regarding his own agility. The blade he now referred to as the Feng Yuan knife was, in fact, the very knife of his original form, which had once been nothing more than an ordinary iron blade. Nostalgic, Feng Yuan retained it as his weapon, continuously refining it as his cultivation progressed. Ultimately, an ordinary and worthless blade was transformed into the formidable god layer, feared by all. To Feng Yuan, those poorly crafted inferior spiritual weapons, regardless of their rank, were nothing short of an affront to the very name of spiritual artifacts. Upon returning to his dormitory, Feng Yuan resumed his cultivation routine. While Liu settled into a state of tranquility, immersing himself in the comprehension of the mysterious water sword technique. Under the influence of Feng Yuan, he had indeed made significant progress, an achievement that would have been utterly unattainable given Lu Yu's original disposition. As time swiftly turned to the following dawn, birds chirped merrily upon the windowsill, yet within the dormitory, both individuals remained undisturbed by the external world, wholly focused on their training. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Feng Yuan's attendant token shimmered momentarily, signaling the arrival of a message. By Xiaotong's voice resonated within Feng Yuan's consciousness, instructing him to come to the main hall. Without disturbing Lu Yu, Feng Yuan quietly slipped out. Upon arriving at Bai Xiaotong's residence, he found him, as usual, reclining nonchalantly while indulging in fruit, exuding an air of leisure. A faint smile graced Feng Yuan's lips, providing him with a sense of reassurance. Clearly, no mishap had occurred. Feng Yuan inquired, "What brings you to summon me?" Raising an eyebrow, Bai Xiaotong retorted, "How did you know?" Feng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that Bai Xiaotong was aware of his confrontation with Xiao Jinji at the martial arts arena, or perhaps of the events that transpired with Gong Changwang. However, if that were the case, Feng Yuan cast a sharp gaze at Bai Xiaotong and asked, "What were you doing yesterday?" With his own people already present, it was puzzling that he had not made an appearance, leaving all matters for Feng Yuan to address. Bai Xiaotong, do you have the audacity? Of course. I was off having fun, he replied nonchalantly. Bai Xiaotong stared wide-eyed, asserting with a sense of entitlement, "Why are you looking at me like that? I just emerged from the Golden Clan's secret realm yesterday. Within that realm, I endured a series of fierce battles. After such a harrowing experience, I naturally deserve to reward myself. Moreover, you are one of my most capable subordinates, and I intentionally refrained from making an appearance to hone your skills." Feng Yuan rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated with Bai Xiaotong, who seemed to have abandoned all sense of shame. A person devoid of shame is indeed invincible in this world. However, upon mentioning the Golden Clan, he inquired with genuine concern, "Did anything untoward happen in the secret realm?" "Of course not," Bai Xiaotong replied. "I had the assistance of the Goat Beard from the Golden Rainbow District and the Hefty Fellow from the Prismwood District. Everything went smoothly. In the current Golden Clan's secret realm, aside from a few stragglers who may have eluded capture, all others have gathered around their chieftain. Under his protection, we cannot touch them. However, we are currently launching an assault on their chieftain. He would never abandon his clansmen. Once we defeat their leader, we can eradicate the Golden Clan in one fell swoop." Feng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement as he listened. Once Bai Xiaotang finished, he inquired, "If that's the case, how did you manage to escape? Shouldn't you be engaged in the siege against the Golden Clan's chieftain?" Feng Yuan furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism. "You want me to assist you? Are you certain? He is merely at the Qi refinement stage. Even Bai Xiaotang and the others, who are at the foundation establishment stage, cannot contend with the Golden Clan's chieftain. What can he possibly contribute?" Yet, Bai Xiaotang nodded with conviction, affirming, "Indeed, he can. I recall you mentioning that the leader of the Jin clan is at the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm." Bai Xiaotang nodded in agreement, affirming that even with the assistance of the other 2 district lords, they would find it impossible to contend with him. "That is indeed correct. As you can see, I am merely at the Qi refinement stage." Bai Xiaotang continued to nod, acknowledging his understanding. Fei Yuan gazed at Bai Xiaotang with an expressionless countenance, rendered speechless. Given that the conversation had reached this point, do you still fail to grasp my intent? After a moment of silence, Fei Yuan spoke plainly, stating that he would not go. Do not be hasty. I seek your assistance, but not to confront the leader of the Jin clan," Bai Xiaotang hastily clarified. He then elaborated, as I previously mentioned. There are still over 10 remnants of the Jin clan, all gathered around their leader. The leader has established a defensive formation, enveloping them within. Our prolonged assaults against him have proven fruitless. Thus, we intend to leverage his kin to compel his compliance. Bai Xiaotang turned to Fei Yuan. "You possess exceptional talent in formations. Do you not? I have sought your aid specifically to dismantle that formation." Chapter 55. The Secret Realm of the Jin Clan outside Qingyang City, amidst a tranquil forest. 2 figures darted swiftly through the underbrush. Fei Yuan was being led by Bai Xiaotang, who utilized a movement talisman as they raced towards the location of the Jin Clan's secret realm. Having journeyed for nearly half an hour, they had yet to reach their destination. As they ventured deeper into the forest alongside Bai Xiaotang, Fei Yuan encountered numerous yellow-grayed demonic beasts. Moreover, they are not like the azure wolves that Feng Yuan once hunted on the outskirts of the forest, nor are they akin to the low-tier fire foxes. Rather, they represent mid-tier and even high-tier beings. They are all exceedingly powerful. At present, Feng Yuan, if not relying on external artifacts such as the Feng Yuan blade or the earth core mysterious iron rod, would likely find himself at a disadvantage if he solely depended on his own cultivation. In fact, he has sensed the presence of several profound tier beasts. While passing by a cave from a distance, Feng Yuan beheld a colossal yellowish python, its body robust and reminiscent of a century-old tree, stretching nearly 10 zhang as it slithered upon the ground. Upon the python's emergence, the beasts at the cave's edge scattered in a frenzy, akin to startled birds. This was undoubtedly a profound tier beast. The python, sensing the aura of Bai Xiaotang, extended its body from the cave and reared up, nearly matching the height of the surrounding trees. Feng Yuan realized that the python regarded him as its prey. However, due to Bai Xiaotang's presence, whose cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage, equivalent to a high tier of the profound realm, the python seemed to harbor fear towards Bai Xiaotang. Had it not been for this apprehension, Feng Yuan might have already been attacked and met his end within the jaws of the serpent. Before long, Bai Xiaotang and Feng Yuan arrived at a vast plain. "We have arrived," Bai Xiaotang announced. Unlike the evident fissure that served as an entrance to the secret realm at Bai Xiaotang's residence, this plain bore no visible spatial rift connecting to the secret realm. To the naked eye, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary patch of grass. Yet, given Bai Xiaotang's assertion that this was the correct location, Feng Yuan was not deceived by mere appearances. He took several steps to the side and confirmed, indeed, it was here. Bai Xiaotang was taken aback. The position where Feng Yuan stood was precisely the entrance to the Jin clan's secret realm. The reason it had not been revealed was due to an illusory formation concealing it. Bai Xiaotang was unaware of how the previous district master of Yinsong district had discovered this entrance. However, after the body of a steward was found nearby, his dying words had mentioned the specific location of the secret realm. Even so, as a second-tier formation master, Bai Xiaotang had expended considerable effort to uncover this entrance. He was astonished that Feng Yuan could discern its location at a glance. Indeed, bringing him along proved to be a fortuitous decision. Bai Xiaotang chuckled, recognizing that if even Feng Yuan could not unravel the defensive formation set by the patriarch of the Jin clan, it would be quite implausible. "Let us proceed swiftly," he urged. With that, Feng Yuan took the lead, stepping forward. As he advanced, his legs seemed to vanish into thin air, and soon, he himself disappeared from the plane. He had entered the entrance of the secret realm. Observing Feng Yuan's swift actions, Bai Xiaoding smiled and hastily followed suit, vanishing in a flash as well. As Feng Yuan stepped into the secret realm, the scene before him transformed. A refreshing breeze swept gently, and he surveyed his surroundings. It was yet another plane, with the environment seemingly indistinguishable from the outside world. However, while the outside was nearing midday and becoming rather warm, within the secret realm, it felt as though it were morning, pleasantly cool. Do you not find it somewhat different? Bai Xiaoding inquired with a smile as he entered. Bai Xiaoding elucidated. Your perception is not erroneous. Although the environment here appears indistinguishable from that of the outside world, it is indeed a realm apart. Moreover, within the confines of this Jin clan secret realm, time operates on a different cadence than in our external reality. At present, it should still be morning here. Feng Yuan nodded in understanding, acknowledging his comprehension of the disparity between the secret realm and the primary world as temporal flow. Furthermore, he possessed knowledge that Bai Xiaoding was unaware of. Certain secret realms not only operate out of sync with the external world, but also exhibit disparate rates of temporal passage. In some exceptional secret realms, time elapses significantly faster than in the outside world, where a mere decade may pass externally. Individuals within the realm could have lived an entire lifetime. Conversely, there are realms where time flows more slowly. While a single day might pass outside, as much as 10 days or even half a month could elapse within. Such slow-paced secret realms are exceedingly rare and invaluable, as they greatly facilitate cultivation. Consider the scenario where individuals within the secret realm and those in the external world embark on their cultivation journeys simultaneously, assuming equal aptitude, resources, and conditions. When an individual from the outside world toils for over a decade to reach the accumulation cloud realm, their counterpart within the secret realm may have already ascended to the rain transformation realm. The slower passage of time within such realms implies a greater opportunity for cultivation. Under identical circumstances, this would allow them to far surpass their external counterparts. Consequently, such secret realms are often coveted by powerful factions as precious resources for cultivation, diligently safeguarded in their possession. However, it is evident that this Jin clan secret realm does not possess such extraordinary attributes. Otherwise, it would not remain in seclusion for so long. Where are the remnants of the Golden Clan? Feng Yuan inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Follow me, Bai Xiaoding replied, subsequently directing Feng Yuan with a swift movement and handing him a teleportation talisman. This secret realm, capable of sustaining a race and providing ample resources for cultivation, was certainly expansive. As Feng Yuan accompanied Bai Xiaoding towards their destination, he soared through the air, observing numerous spiritual herbs and grasses along the way. Although their grade was modest, merely at the yellow level, they were abundant compared to the outside world. Feng Yuan recalled having undertaken tasks involving the collection of spiritual herbs in exchange for spirit stones. However, those assignments only required herbs imbued with a trace of spiritual energy, which were ultimately of little significance and lacked any true grade. This place could indeed be regarded as a commendable secret realm, Feng Yuan mused, forming an objective assessment. Despite the aid of the teleportation talisman, the journey proved somewhat lengthy. After a full 2 hours, the two finally halted. Here it is, Bai Xiaoding announced. Feng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he was already aware they had arrived. Not far ahead, a fierce battle was unfolding. One combatant, bare-chested with skin gleaming like gold, was a tall and robust man wielding a golden wolf-tooth club, engaged in combat with 2 opponents. This individual, facing 2 adversaries without faltering, was none other than the chieftain of the Golden Clan. In Chapter 56, the 2 district leaders faced off against the chieftain of the Golden Clan. One of them sported a goatee and wielded a feather fan as his weapon, while the other, a portly man, was also quite robust but shorter than the chieftain. He brandished a meteor hammer. Feng Yuan contemplated silently, recognizing that these 2 individuals were likely the district leaders of the Jinhong and Lingmu districts. The battle between the district leaders and the patriarch of the Jin clan continued to rage on. Following closely behind Bai Xiaoding, Feng Yuan approached the battlefield. The patriarch of the Jin clan glared fiercely, swinging his robust wolf-toothed club downwards towards the goateed leader of the Jinhong district. In comparison to the patriarch's imposing stature, the leader of the Jinhong district appeared almost childlike in his diminutive form, even smaller than the wolf-toothed club itself. Yet, the Jinhong district leader exhibited remarkable agility. Despite the fierce onslaught of the Patriarch's weapon, he swiftly evaded the attack with a nimble movement. The Jin clan Patriarch, unable to halt his momentum, crashed the club directly into the ground. A resounding boom echoed through the air, even from a distance. Feng Yuan could hear the tremendous sound and felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. The spot where the Jinhong district leader had originally stood was transformed into a deep pit, measuring over 10 feet in diameter, with cracks radiating outward and debris flying in all directions. Feng Yuan was inwardly astonished. The patriarch of the Jin clan truly possessed immense strength. "It won't be so easy for you to take my life," the Jinhong district leader scoffed from a short distance away. He waved his feather fan, instantly conjuring a tempest that surged towards the patriarch of the Jin clan. Caught off guard and still recovering from his previous swing, the Jin clan patriarch stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance as he leaned back, on the verge of falling. The gale swept through the area, affecting Feng Yuan and Bai Xiaodang, who were advancing in that direction. Struggling to move forward, Feng Yuan suddenly found himself enveloped by a protective barrier of true energy, significantly reducing the resistance he faced. It was Bai Xiaodang who alleviated his stress, and Feng Yuan turned to see Bai Xiaodang beside him, exuding an air of nonchalance as he smiled at Feng Yuan. "Can you feel it? This is the power of a spiritual weapon. For cultivators, the role of such weapons in combat is immensely significant," Bai Xiaodang explained. The feather fan wielded by the bearded man is a high-grade second-tier spiritual weapon, forged from the tail feathers of the elusive giant dance bird. Feng Yuan listened intently, nodding in understanding. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the portly figure known as the District Lord of the Prism Wood area launched his attack. As the Golden Clan leader struggled to maintain his footing under pressure, nearly toppling over from the onslaught of the Golden Rainbow District Lord, the Prismwood District Lord seized the moment. "Now's the time," he declared, brandishing a meteor hammer that whirled with ferocity, aiming it at the Golden Clan leader. Caught off guard, the Golden Clan leader was struck squarely, sent flying across the arena. However, he appeared largely unscathed. The impact of the meteor hammer against him produced a resonant clang, akin to the tolling of a bell, echoing through the air. Not far off, the Golden Clan leader rose to his feet, brushing off the dust with a grim expression, yet he bore the demeanor of one unfazed by the encounter. Feng Yuan could not help but marvel at the formidable defensive capabilities of the Golden Clan, having endured such a powerful strike with seemingly no consequence at all. The Golden Clan leader spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Such force is hardly impressive. Do you members of the Spirit Clan have an insatiable appetite for boasting? Enough with the grandstanding. Today, we shall ensure your demise," exclaimed the Golden Rainbow District Lord with a sharp tone. "Indeed. Let us exact vengeance for our fallen kin of the Spirit Clan." The corpulent lord of the Prismatic Wood District chimed in. "Infuriating. Were it not for the disadvantage of facing two adversaries, I would assuredly slay you both." The chieftain of the Golden Clan bellowed, his visage contorted with rage, seemingly consumed by a profound hatred, yearning to devour the flesh and drink the blood of the two district lords. "Such a sentiment is miscalculated. You are no longer facing two, but rather three foes. It is you." His eyes reddened with fury, he growled in a low voice, the tone imbued with ire yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. He felt a sense of relief that this individual had not launched a surprise attack. Had he done so, he would have been caught entirely off guard, although he held confidence that this person could not breach his defenses. The mere possibility of an unforeseen circumstance could lead to his doom. He was the last bastion of hope for the Golden Clan. Should he fall, the entire clan would be doomed to annihilation. The newcomer was none other than Bai Xiaodang, who arrived bearing the weight of the sealed abyss. In the face of the wrathful chieftain of the Golden Clan, Bai Xiaodang maintained an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, it is I," he replied with a grin. "Hey, young Bai, why did you take so long on your outing?" The Lord of the Prismatic Wood District called out from afar. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, noting the tone of conversation between Bai Xiaodang and the chieftain of the Golden Clan, sensing that relations among the district lords were far from cordial. However, this was a matter beyond his concern. Feng Yuan recalled the task that had brought him here, which was merely to unravel a formation. He gestured in a direction and inquired of Bai Xiaodang, "Is the remnant of the Golden Clan you mentioned located yonder?" "How do you know this?" Bai Xiaodang responded, somewhat astonished. In essence, Feng Yuan was indeed correct. However, he had yet to disclose to Feng Yuan the whereabouts of those individuals. "He had confided in me." Feng Yuan cast a glance at the patriarch of the Jin clan. "Humph, another array master has been summoned? Such efforts are but futile." The patriarch of the Jin clan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Yet, deep within, He was not as untroubled as his words suggested. Just a fleeting glance in that direction had been enough for Feng Yuan to notice him. Such keen observation was not a trait possessed by ordinary individuals. The patriarch's heart sank. Though it may be a fruitless endeavor, this time, I shall not allow anyone to approach. The patriarch of the Jin clan roared. His arm muscles tensed as he raised his spiked club, bringing it down forcefully towards Feng Yuan. However, the club came to a halt midair, blocked by a sword that held its ground firmly. I apologize, but this time I shall not yield to you either. Chapter 57. Remnants by Xiaotang, wielding his sword, successfully intercepted the Jin clan patriarch's spiked club. I apologize, but this time I shall not concede to you. Bai Xiaotang remarked with a smile. The patriarch of the Jin clan wore a grim expression. Previously, when Bai Xiaotang had teamed up with 2 other district lords to besiege him, he had perceived Bai Xiaotang as the weakest among them. Each time his spiked club lunged toward Bai Xiaotang, the latter had barely managed to evade. Moreover, at that time, Bai Xiaotang had not utilized any weapon, which led him to form such an opinion. However, it now appeared. The Jin clan patriarch felt a surge of anger. In retrospect, it was clear that Bai Xiaotang had underestimated him, refraining from exerting his full strength. Yet, alongside his rage, a shadow of despair loomed within his heart. Previously, although Bai Xiaotang had shown leniency during the battle, the relentless assault from the trio had begun to wear down the leader of the Jin clan. Now that Bai Xiaotang was prepared to engage earnestly, how could he possibly contend against the 3? Ah, I knew you weren't truly exerting yourself before, chuckled Lingmo, the district lord. Haha, it was merely a game, Bai Xiaotang replied with a smile. However, Jin Hong, the district lord, remained disdainful of Bai Xiaotang's demeanor, mockingly retorting. Fortunately, nothing went awry, or we would have been tasked with collecting your remains. You should focus on your own affairs. You appear distinctly on the brink of demise. You, humph, are you also a formation master? He coldly inquired. Indeed, Feng Yuan replied calmly. So young, yet you hardly seem formidable. You weren't coerced by Xiaotang merely to make up the numbers, were you? The district lord may await and see, Feng Yuan responded with an unyielding tone. Although Jin Hong's sarcasm was palpable, he appeared unaffected, displaying no reaction. Witnessing that his jibes had failed to provoke Feng Yuan, the goat-bearded lord became increasingly agitated. His beard bristling. You, young man, are woefully ignorant of manners. Laughter erupted from Lingmu, who quipped. Oh, spare us. You still have the audacity to mention etiquette. Bai Xiaotang added. Do not presume that your underlings are incapable of deciphering that formation. The one I brought is quite adept. Very well. I shall await the spectacle to see if he can succeed. The goat-bearded lord fumed, his indignation once again causing his beard to bristle. Who allowed you to engage in idle chatter while battling me? The voice of the leader of the Jin clan thundered, filled with palpable fury. It was evident that Bai Xiaotang and the others regarded him with utter disdain. Who was he, after all? The leader of a clan, the commander of his people. A figure who commanded respect and had never before been overlooked, treated as if he were inconsequential, like mere air. With another swing of his wolf-toothed club, imbued with vital energy, he struck downwards. Feng Yuan had previously witnessed the terrifying power of such a blow. Yet, with a casual flick, Bai Xiaotang drew his sword and effortlessly parried the attack. Instantly, the vital energy dissipated, leaving no harm in its wake. Feng Yuan's gaze shifted to the sword in Bai Xiaotang's hand. It was the first time he had seen the weapon of his companion. Although it had successfully blocked the formidable wolf-toothed club, this sword was not a broadsword, but rather slender and elegant. Lacking a tassel, the black hilt was unadorned. Yet the silvery blade that extended from it was undeniably exquisite. The blade was straight and radiated a moonlight-like whiteness, giving it an ethereal and refined appearance. Imagining the scene of that young man in white dancing with his sword beneath the moonlight, Feng Yuan could not help but concede that the two were remarkably well matched. A fine sword, Feng Yuan praised sincerely. Excellent taste, Bai Xiaotang replied, somewhat surprised that Feng Yuan would say such a thing, yet he smiled and added, why waste words? Aren't we supposed to be deciphering the formation? Let us get on with it. The goat-bearded man, irritated by their idle conversation, interjected, enough of this chatter. Let us get back to business. Then, turning to Feng Yuan, he added with a smile, let us not dilly-dally. We have work to do. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement and departed, heading towards the location of the remnants of the Jin clan. Naturally, the clan leader was reluctant to allow him to leave so easily, wielding a wolf-toothed club and attempting to assault Feng Yuan. However, Bai Xiaotang and the other 2 district leaders were no pushovers and would not allow his scheme to succeed. Although the Jin clan leader sought to pursue Feng Yuan and obstruct his approach to the side of his kin, his furious roars were laden with both resentment and helplessness. Yet, Feng Yuan's steps did not falter. Alas, he silently sighed within, but that was the extent of it. He did not forget how the Jin clan had treated the former district leader of Yinsong and the other officials. They had merely wished to coexist peacefully with the Jin clan, having even proposed a plan, only to be met with death. Casting aside these troubling thoughts, Feng Yuan swiftly arrived at his destination, a cave. Of course, he had not known in advance that this was the place. Its characteristics were simply too conspicuous. The cave was shallow, and due to ample light, the scene within was laid bare before him. A group of over a dozen Jin clan members huddled against the walls, curled up together. These individuals were all elderly or children, constituting a defenseless collective. There were no young or middle-aged individuals, be they male or female. As for the reason behind this situation, Feng Yuan could surmise. It is merely the young or those in the prime of their lives. The valiant members of the Golden Clan, who have perished in battle, regardless of gender. During the journey, though he endeavored to overlook it, Feng Yuan indeed witnessed numerous corpses of the Golden Clan. At this moment, all within the cave hung their heads in silence. Occasionally, someone would glance upwards. Peering outside the cave, there stood a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, oblivious to the gazes directed his way. He was absorbed in contemplation, muttering softly to himself. Where should he begin to unravel this formation? Here? No. Perhaps here? Still incorrect. Inside the cave, a small child with a round, golden face, charmingly innocent, turned to the elder beside him and inquired, "Grandfather, will the clan leader come to rescue us?" The elder's skin mirrored the child's golden hue. Yet age had etched many wrinkles upon his visage. Nevertheless, he mustered a smile for his grandson, assuring him, "Yes, he certainly will." How wonderful! The child, innocent and unaware of the depths of his grandfather's smile, brimmed with joy. Chapter 58. The Formation Master Indeed. The clan leader is our great hero and will undoubtedly come to our aid, the grandfather gently reassured, his voice tinged with warmth. Those surrounding them, witnessing this exchange, sighed sadly but refrained from shattering the child's hopeful illusion. Damn it, it still won't work. Outside the cave, the graying man muttered in frustration. He found himself unable to decipher this formation. In a fit of rage, he brazenly launched an attack. A long, azure whip materialized in his hand, infused with vital energy, and he swung it forcefully towards the cavern. The individuals within the cave instinctively recoiled, gripped by fear. Lacking any cultivation or combat prowess, they knew that if struck by the whip, they would either be grievously injured or perish. Fortunately, as the whip descended upon them, an invisible, transparent barrier abruptly rose at the cave's entrance. With a resounding crack, the whip struck the barrier, then fell limp. The barrier successfully intercepted the attack, ensuring the safety of the members of the Golden Clan within the cave. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Despicable, the gray-haired man exclaimed in frustration. Not far behind him, Feng Yuan witnessed the unfolding events. Upon arriving, he had heard the words of the Golden Clan leader and the man with the goat-like beard, indicating that a formation master had come to dismantle the array. This person must be the one. Furthermore, he was presumably an underling of the district chief of the Golden Rainbow District. Feng Yuan stepped forward and declared, "Allow me to assist you in dismantling the formation. I am an attendant from the Rock Pine District." "Just you?" The gray-haired man responded, momentarily taken aback, before a sneer crept onto his face. As a second-tier attendant in the Golden Rainbow District, he was well aware of the current state of the Rock Pine District. Its former foundation had been completely dismantled. And aside from the district chief, who was relatively powerful, every other capable individual had vanished. Although Feng Yuan was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier as a formation master, he still fell short of the necessary expertise to unravel the defensive array before them. Upon learning that someone would arrive to assist in unraveling the defensive formation, he initially held a sense of anticipation. This particular defensive array was considered quite advanced among second-tier formations. Observing others as they deciphered it would greatly enhance his own research in the field of formations, potentially serving as the catalyst for his ascension to a second-tier formation master. However, the individual who appeared was merely a young lad, lacking in maturity. A formation master requires extensive accumulation of knowledge and experience, culminating in a profound breakthrough. Judging by the youth's demeanor, it was hard to believe he possessed any significant expertise in formations. The gray-haired man's derisive expression was unmasked, and Feng Yuan perceived it all. Nevertheless, He remained unfazed and nodded in affirmation. The gray-haired man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Forgive my impertinence, but are you indeed a second-tier formation master?" "Should be," came the response. "Do you possess the certification from the Formation Guild?" The middle-aged man pressed further. The Formation Guild is a prestigious organization, with everyone from the guild master to any member being a formation master. The guild conducts assessments of formation masters and issues corresponding rank tokens, which are widely recognized as the most impartial and authoritative. All formation masters adhere to the rankings established by the Formation Guild. This gray-haired middle-aged man was a certified first-tier formation master. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, as he was unaware of the existence of the Formation Guild. However, he felt little concern. After all, Bai Xiaodang had once set up a second-tier formation that he swiftly unraveled. With unwavering confidence, Feng Yuan, boasting his profound mastery of formations, boldly claimed to be a second-tier formation master, a declaration that should have sufficed. However, the middle-aged man with graying hair held a contrary opinion. "You dare to mock me?" he exclaimed in anger. Internally seething, he thought, how dare one declare themselves a second-tier formation master without even the certification from the Formation Pavilion? This was nothing short of a jest at his expense. "Believe it or not," Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly, for he spoke nothing but the truth. Whether the gray-haired man chose to believe him mattered little to Feng Yuan. "Very well. Did you not assert you could unravel the formation? Then proceed." The middle-aged man retorted furiously. Feng Yuan merely raised an eyebrow. He had originally stated he was there to assist this man, not to take on the task of unraveling the formation himself. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence to him. In fact, he preferred to work alone. The reason? Though it might dishearten the gray-haired man, he found him woefully inadequate. Feng Yuan contemplated that Bai Xiaodang, having emerged from the Jin clan's secret realm, sought his assistance to decipher the formation, indicating that the man had previously attempted to do so. Regrettably, after considerable time had passed, he had failed to succeed, prompting Bai Xiaodang to think of Feng Yuan. Moreover, Bai Xiaodang had indulged in leisure for an entire day before introducing Feng Yuan into the secret realm. Upon reflection, it appeared that this middle-aged man had been engrossed in studying the formation for 3 or 4 days. Yet he had not managed to crack even a second-tier formation, a rather disheartening display of ineptitude. Furthermore, the man's demeanor was far from composed in his exasperation. He had lost his cool. The gray-haired middle-aged man now insists on facing the challenge alone, fulfilling Feng Yuan's wish. Feng Yuan steps forward, arriving at the entrance of the cave. The gray-haired man smirks and steps back. Previously obscured from view, Feng Yuan now perceives a formation intricately woven at the cave's entrance, enveloping it in a mystical aura. The arrangement, though rudimentary in execution, boasts a remarkably tight pattern, devoid of any apparent flaws. Indeed, the leader of the Golden Clan is quite adept. As Feng Yuan extends his hand toward the cave, the formation flares with light, instantly erecting a barrier that halts his advance. He strikes the barrier several times, producing a resonant sound akin to solid matter. "Futile. You cannot unravel this formation," the gray-haired man remarks, his tone dripping with derision. Having exhausted countless methods over the past few days, he has been unable to uncover a single weakness in the formation. After all his extensive study, how could Feng Yuan possibly succeed? Simultaneously, he internally sighs. Initially, had a competent formation master arrived, he intended to share his findings from the past few days, believing that with mutual effort, they might have had a chance at dismantling the formation. However, he never anticipated that it would be someone like Feng Yuan who would show up. The gray-haired man privately laments. Indeed, harboring hopes for the Yensong district was unwise. Chapter 59. Deceiving for food and drink? After all, the Yensong district has never been home to any formation masters. It is unlikely that one would suddenly emerge. The gray-haired man muses to himself. However, Feng Yuan paid no heed to his words and continued to lower his head, intently observing the intricate patterns of the formation. Time passed in this manner for quite a while. The members of the Jin clan within the cave grew increasingly anxious with the arrival of a new individual. "Grandfather, is this older brother outside also a bad person?" The child pointed at Feng Yuan and asked. Feng Yuan lifted his gaze and cast a glance at the pair of grandfather and grandson. Upon sensing his gaze, the grandson instinctively shrank back in fear. "I have somehow become the villain," Feng Yuan pondered. In the world of Yuan Xian, where he once resided, there existed not only the human and demon races, but also a myriad of other diverse races. Generally speaking, they coexisted harmoniously. The demon clan to which Feng Yuan belonged maintained a cordial relationship with the human race, and he himself had grown up among them. Yet now, having been reborn a millennium later as a member of a race he had never heard of before, the Ling clan. He found that the relationships among the various races were not as amicable as he had envisioned. Conflicts frequently escalated to the point of violence. Feng Yuan felt a wave of introspection wash over him. Nonetheless, he was not a man of soft heart. The Jin clan had committed grievous wrongs, ruthlessly slaughtering the Ling clan. They must bear the consequences of their actions. Feng Yuan was aware that not every member of the Jin clan had participated in those heinous acts. Yet now, they faced the threat of annihilation. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the Jin clan's leader who issued the merciless orders. At most, Feng Yuan thought, he might plead with by shouting to spare one or two individuals, preserving a flicker of hope for the Jin clan. Feng Yuan contemplated these thoughts, unbeknownst to outsiders. The middle-aged man with gray hair, noticing Feng Yuan's continued silence as he stood still, spoke again, asserting, "I was right, wasn't I? You cannot decipher this formation." This young man evidently understood nothing, lacking even the knowledge of how to begin. Simultaneously, the man felt a perverse sense of triumph. It was not that he was weak. Rather, this formation was truly insurmountable. However, Feng Yuan cast him a faint glance, challenging, who said, "I cannot decipher it." The gray-haired man scoffed at this juncture. "Why do you still feign ignorance? If you truly can unravel it, then why do you not take action? Standing there idly serves no purpose." He taunted. "Could it be that you possess the capability to break it?" Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, replying, "Of course." The gray-haired man burst into laughter, gesturing to the side. "If you can indeed dismantle this formation, I shall eat that." Following his gaze, Feng Yuan beheld a lump of something even more resplendent than the skin tone of the golden tribe. "Is that a serious claim?" "Absolutely," the gray-haired man declared, his tone resolute. He did not believe for a moment that Feng Yuan could truly dismantle this defensive formation. Over the past 3 or 4 days, he had meticulously studied it and had come to several conclusions. For instance, he discerned a pattern in the formation's operation, approximately every 20 breaths. The flow of true energy within the second-to-last line of the formation would encounter obstruction, causing the overall operation of the formation to falter. This is a vulnerability within the formation. Seizing this moment to launch an assault upon it would be tantamount to grasping the key to its unraveling. It was only the following day that the gray-haired middle-aged man realized this. At that moment, he was filled with exuberance, believing he would soon decipher the formation. However, he soon discovered his error. While it was true that attacking the formation at that juncture could indeed disrupt its operation, it offered no assistance in its disintegration. Upon being attacked, the vital energy coursing along the formation's lines did not stagnate as the gray-haired man had anticipated, nor did it render the entire formation ineffective. Instead, it surged with renewed vigor, accelerating its operation. The formation flowed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hint of obstruction. The vital energy traversed the lines with such rapidity that it left the middle-aged man bewildered, unable to discern the pathways of its flow. For a full quarter of an hour, the formation's speed would only revert to its previous state after a sudden pause. However, even after experiencing such stimulation, the formation would still manifest in this manner. This directly resulted in a complete standstill in the man's efforts to dismantle the formation. I, Yuan Chang, am a respectable first-tier formation master. I shall not be easily deceived. The gray-haired middle-aged man scoffed. Of course, he spoke with utmost confidence, which rendered such absurd claims plausible. "If you cannot achieve this, I do not demand anything of you. Merely acknowledge that you are not a second-tier formation master." "Very well." Feng Yuan smiled once more, choosing not to elaborate further, and withdrew the Earth Core mystical iron staff, redirecting his focus back to the formation before him. Beside them, Yuan Chang observed intently, anticipating Feng Yuan's assault on the formation, which would inevitably lead to a blunder. He did not have to wait long, for Feng Yuan soon made his move. Grasping the Earth Core mysterious iron staff, Feng Yuan struck decisively, targeting the cave's entrance without a moment's hesitation. Yuan Chang was taken aback, realizing that the moment Feng Yuan chose to attack coincided precisely with the fleeting weakness of the formation that he had discerned would occur every 20 breaths. He had not anticipated that Feng Yuan would act at this critical juncture. After spending over a day uncovering this flaw, how could Feng Yuan, having merely cast a few glances, have recognized it as well? It must be mere coincidence, he reassured himself. What followed mirrored Yuan Chang's previous experiences. With a resounding thud, a defensive barrier manifested, effectively blocking Feng Yuan's staff from breaching the cave's entrance. Subsequently, the formation's operation accelerated abruptly, causing the vital energy within to whirl chaotically, dazzling the onlooker. When Yuan Chang first encountered such a scenario, he was utterly unprepared for the ensuing chaos. Yet, Feng Yuan remained impassive, a subtle curve gracing his lips, suggesting a sense of foreknowledge. How could this be? Yuan Chang found it hard to believe. However, the subsequent events left no room for doubt. With his staff in hand, Feng Yuan unleashed a series of strikes upon the defensive barrier. The first impact struck slightly above the center, the second veered to the lower right, and the third landed to the lower left of the central point. 3 resounding thuds echoed in succession, followed by a sharp crack, akin to the sound of something shattering. To Yuan Chang's astonishment, the defensive barrier lay in ruins before his eyes. Feng Yuan, having stowed away the heart of the earth's mysterious iron staff, smiled at Yuan Chang and remarked, "Well, I have dismantled the formation. When do you intend to consume that object?" Although Feng Yuan had never encountered such an unusual request in his life, he felt compelled to oblige, given the circumstances. Chapter 60. To eat or not to eat? That is the question. Yuan Chang stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene unfolding before him. The formation had been dismantled. The very defensive array he had labored over for countless days and nights, which he had been unable to decipher, had been effortlessly unraveled. What was even more difficult for him to fathom was that this feat had been accomplished by a youth he deemed utterly inexperienced. Moreover, Feng Yuan had only recently arrived at this location. It had been less than a quarter of an hour since he began examining the formation to the moment it was dismantled. How could this be possible? Yuan Chang could hardly believe his eyes, yet the reality was undeniable. Your name is Yuan Chang, correct? So, Yuan Chang, master of arrays. Do you intend to fulfill your promise? Seeing Yuan Chang in a daze, unresponsive to his words, Feng Yuan pressed on. In all his lifetimes, Feng Yuan had never witnessed such an eccentric demand. However, as the adage goes, a gentleman delights in helping others achieve their desires. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the scene would entail. Previously, he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse, without scrutinizing it closely, yet even then he felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Now, compelled by circumstance, he scrutinized it earnestly. The twisted, elongated object that spiraled 3 times bore small fissures at its core. Its resplendent golden hue shone even more brilliantly than that of the skin of the golden clansman, yet it did not symbolize wealth. The surface appeared somewhat moist, exuding an air of tenderness that evoked a sense of pity. At the apex of this spiraled form, a sharp protrusion stood upright, seemingly pleading for mercy from those devoid of compassion. Although no odor wafted forth, Yuan Chang could already sense a foul stench rising from his heart and stomach. He, Yuan Chang, was a 5th-tier cultivator of the Rain Transformation Realm, a 2nd-tier steward of the Golden Rainbow District, and a 1st-tier certified formation master of the Formation Pavilion. His cultivation was formidable, and his status was distinguished. Yet today, he faced the prospect of consuming. How could such a situation not fill Yuan Chang's heart with profound sorrow? His earlier assertion about consuming this substance was merely a means to challenge Feng Yuan's capabilities and formation techniques, believing that he could not unravel the defensive formation. However, heaven knows that the young man actually succeeded. In less than a quarter of an hour, he accomplished it with an air of nonchalance, which only served to highlight Yuan Chang's own inadequacy. Although Yuan Chang had not yet ingested that foul matter, his heart felt as wretched as the substance itself. Master Formation Master, time is of the essence. Please proceed swiftly, Feng Yuan urged with a smile. In Yuan Chang's eyes, Feng Yuan's grin resembled that of a malevolent specter beckoning one towards death, utterly sinister. He weakly parted his lips, filled with profound regret, wishing he could deliver a stinging slap to himself for uttering such venomous words. Yet, there was no recourse. It was far too late for regret now. Though he harbored a somewhat elitist perspective, looking down upon those he deemed inferior, he, as Yuan Chang himself acknowledged, was a man of his word, not one to break promises lightly. Under the curious gaze of Feng Yuan, Yuan Chang struggled to swallow hard, step by painstaking step, approaching the foul object before him. Each movement was an arduous task. His body and mind were in turmoil, and he felt utterly exhausted. At last, Yuan Chang arrived at the site, crouching down. In this closer examination, the food appeared even more tantalizing. The muscles in his face twitched, tears threatening to spill forth. Was he truly going to eat it? To eat or not to eat, that was the dilemma. Should he abstain, he would betray his promise, marking himself as untrustworthy henceforth. Yet, if he indulged, he sensed he would lose something of immense significance. For a long, protracted moment, he wrestled with himself. Ultimately, Yuan Chang reached a decision. Trembling, he extended his hands, poised to lift the loathsome object before him. Feng Yuan followed closely behind, observing intently. In mere moments, the scene that piqued Feng Yuan's curiosity and instilled fear in Yuan Chang was about to unfold. Just then, a furious roar erupted from a distance, reverberating like the crack of spring thunder. It was the voice of the Golden Clan's leader. Without a second thought, both Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang turned to gaze in that direction. A figure, adorned in a resplendent golden hue and towering in stature, was sprinting towards them. With each stride, he covered nearly 10 inches, the leader of the Golden Clan approaching at an astonishing speed. Behind him followed by Xiaotang, along with the 2 district leaders, Goatbeard and the Fatty. By Xiaotang wielded his sword, Goatbeard brandished his feather fan, and the Fatty swung his meteor hammer. Their relentless assaults rained down upon the leader of the Jin clan, yet he remained utterly unfazed, determinedly advancing towards them, even as his flesh was torn by swords, causing golden blood to flow, and despite being struck by the meteor hammer, leaving bruises in its wake, he roared in fury, enduring the onslaught without a hint of resistance. Fixated solely on reaching his kin. By heavens, why is he acting as if he has lost his mind? Remarked the Fatty, pursuing the Jin clan leader. If your home were about to be razed, would you not exhibit the same frenzy? By Shouting jested. Within the cave, the Jin clan members caught sight of their leader approaching, their hearts swelling with joy. Previously, when the protective barrier had been breached by Feng Yuan, fear had gripped them, rendering them too terrified to venture outside. But now, their leader had returned to shield them. Leader, leader, a child exclaimed, disregarding the objections of the elders, darting out of the cave towards the Jin clan leader. Yuan Chang, what are you doing squatting there? Eating dung? Hurry and stop him. Goatbeard, the district leader of Jinhong, cursed from a distance upon seeing a remnant of the Jin clan emerge. Feng Yuan chuckled at the remark. Isn't Yuan Chang just preparing to eat dung? Yet Yuan Chang, startled, quickly sprang to his feet, clasping his fists towards Feng Yuan and apologizing. I have pressing matters to attend to and can no longer fulfill my previous commitments. Without awaiting a response from Feng Yuan, he hastily positioned himself in front of the Jin clan child. The golden-clad child exhibited a measure of trepidation. However, his words faltered, and in a swift motion, Yuan Chang wielded his long whip, striking decisively. With a sharp crack, the whip slashed through the air, severing the child's neck, and his head fell to the ground. Golden blood gushing forth, a vivid testament to the loss of a vibrant life. Observing that Feng Yuan remained unperturbed, Yuan Chang felt a quiet relief wash over him. He had feared that Feng Yuan might insist he fulfill his unfulfilled promises. Indeed, Feng Yuan had no such intentions. His earlier insistence for Yuan Chang to act had merely stemmed from curiosity. Yet, he could not deny that the scene had been rather revolting. Chapter 61. It is not I who am wrong, but this world. However, Yuan Chang's moment of relief was fleeting, as trepidation soon gripped him once more. Feng Yuan was approaching him. Yuan Chang's eyes were fixed on Feng Yuan, a mixture of apprehension and fear swirling within him. Could he truly not escape this calamity? Fortunately, the reality was not as grim as he imagined. Feng Yuan's expression was impassive. Though he sensed Yuan Chang's gaze upon him, he did not engage in eye contact. Lowering his gaze, he halted before Yuan Chang. Panic surged within Yuan Chang, believing Feng Yuan was about to utter something significant. Yet, Feng Yuan merely raised his eyes. His indifferent gaze paired with a chilling tone and spoke 2 curt words, make way. The coldness of Feng Yuan's voice sent a shiver through Yuan Chang's heart, leaving him momentarily stunned as he instinctively stepped aside. Thank you, Feng Yuan said, his tone devoid of warmth, yet it was a form of gratitude nonetheless. Under Yuan Chang's puzzled stare, Feng Yuan slowly approached the lifeless body of the golden-clad child. To be precise, it should be the edge of his cranium. His neck, now devoid of support, had collapsed forward onto the ground. The head, which had rolled a short distance away, now lay at Feng Yuan's feet, frozen in the final expression of the child's life. His dilated pupils revealed his terror, while his slightly parted lips, pale from blood loss, told a silent tale of anguish. Feng Yuan gazed down at the severed head. The lifeless eyes, due to the angle, fortuitously met his own. Yuan Chang approached for a glance. Despite it being his handiwork, he found it somewhat terrifying and quickly turned away. Yet, Feng Yuan exhibited no reaction, fixating on the head with narrowed eyes. Was he so horrified that he could not express it? Yuan Chang speculated. However, that was far from the truth. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had been revered as the god of war, a title earned not through mere boastful words, but through a series of remarkable achievements forged through countless trials and tribulations. How could a mere corpse, albeit in a gruesome state, instill fear in Feng Yuan? That was preposterous. After his rebirth, Feng Yuan had adopted a nonchalant attitude towards life, viewing it as a game where nothing truly mattered. After all, his battles had concluded, the world remained intact, and there was no external enemy to contend with. How delightful that was, he mused. No longer did he need to fight. The world no longer required his guardianship. Feng Yuan simply wished to live his life. The so-called gentle haven was akin to a hero's grave. The environment Feng Yuan found himself in was, in many ways, similar. This world had indeed achieved a semblance of peace. The fervor for battle within Feng Yuan, along with the instinctual thirst for blood, has been considerably diminished. Consequently, during these recent days, when confronted with provocations from others, he has refrained from resorting to severe measures and has not imparted many profound lessons. However, the recent events within the Jin clan have awakened him to a stark realization. This world remains as ruthless as ever. The so-called beauty is but an illusion of Feng Yuan's own making. It continues to be a realm governed by the law of the jungle, devoid of reason. This signifies that only the survival of the fittest prevails as the ultimate truth. Now, gazing at the lifeless head of a child from the Jin clan at his feet, once a vibrant life brimming with hope just moments ago, Feng Yuan observes how swiftly it has transformed into a mere corpse. Departing from this world, such is the nature of existence. In one's weakness, the right to choose becomes non-existent. One is left to be chosen by others. One survives only if others permit it. One perishes if others decree it. Truly, it is a heartless reality. Feng Yuan crouched down, his right hand gently caressing the child's eyes before slowly sliding down to close the eyelids. After performing this final act, he rose to his feet and gazed upwards into the sky. Though it was the morning sun, he found the light somewhat blinding, prompting him to shield his forehead with his hand. Strangely, after Feng Yuan stood, Yuan Chang suddenly sensed a shift in the aura surrounding him. Previously, he had perceived a chill emanating from Feng Yuan, a distant demeanor that repelled social interaction. Now, however, what radiated from him was an overwhelming sense of cold indifference. A sense of indifference toward everything, including the populace, enveloped him, accompanied by a piercing sharpness akin to the edge of a blade. Yuan Chang could not fathom why this metaphor came to mind, yet he found it remarkably fitting. In the distance, the patriarch of the Jin clan witnessed the harrowing moment when Yuan Chang took the life of a Jin child. He roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the air, generating waves of unseen force. The already swift pace quickened further as the Jin patriarch charged toward him with fervor, his eyes bloodshot and filled with vengeful intent, as if he were poised to devour Yuan Chang whole. Bai Xiaodang and the other two district leaders intensified their efforts to impede him, yet they could not halt his advance. In mere moments, the Jin patriarch arrived at their location. Die! He bellowed, raising his golden wolf Fang club, preparing to strike at Yuan Chang from a distance. Paralyzed by fear, Yuan Chang stood rooted in place, trembling, showing no inclination to evade the impending blow. Fall back, Feng Yuan commanded, but Yuan Chang remained unresponsive. Frustrated by his inaction, Feng Yuan swiftly appeared beside him and pulled him away just in time. The next instant, the Jin patriarch's club crashed down upon the very spot where Yuan Chang had been standing, producing a deafening roar and a cloud of dust. Yuan Chang's face turned ashen. He had narrowly escaped being struck by the club. Thank you, he stammered, expressing his gratitude to Feng Yuan with a quavering voice. Bai Xiaodang, the stout man, and the one with the goatee stood side by side, forming a formidable barrier before the patriarch of the Jin clan, protecting Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang. The Jin clan patriarch, panting heavily, was utterly fatigued from the arduous journey to this point, bearing numerous wounds from his encounters along the way. Blood seeped from several lacerations on his body, yet this did little to diminish his ferocity. With eyes ablaze with fury, he cast a menacing glare over Bai Xiaodang and his companions, ultimately focusing on Yuan Chang behind them. You all shall perish, the Jin clan patriarch bellowed. His muscular arms bulged as he swung his wolf-toothed club menacingly, aiming a sweeping strike at Bai Xiaodang and the others. Chapter 62. The secret techniques of the Jin clan. Not necessarily, the man with the goatee retorted with a cold smirk. As the Jin clan patriarch launched his assault, the three district leaders were far from passive. The leader of the Lingmu district, the stout man, wielded a meteor hammer, which he flung to collide with the patriarch's wolf-toothed club, successfully intercepting the blow. A deafening crash reverberated from the point of impact, as their energies clashed violently. Following this, the man with the goatee sprang into action, his feather fan swirling as he summoned a small whirlwind of energy directed at the Jin clan patriarch. The Jin clan patriarch's raven hair whipped wildly in the tempest, and he let out a furious roar. Lowering his center of gravity, he remained steadfast, unyielding. Now's your chance. Bai Xiaodang seized the moment, drawing his sword with precision to strike at the patriarch's chest. Yet, with another furious roar, the patriarch's originally golden skin radiated an even more intense golden glow, enveloping him entirely. At this moment, he appeared to be entirely crafted from pure gold. With a resounding clang, Bai Xiaotang's sword struck the chest of the leader of the Golden Clan, producing a sound akin to iron meeting stone. Accompanied by a shower of sparks, Bai Xiaotang's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly retreated. Could it be? Such exaggeration? This was supposed to be his charged strike. Yet it couldn't even pierce the skin of the Golden Clan leader? The leader roared, swinging his spiked club once more in a renewed assault. The stout man also brandished his meteor hammer, attempting to deflect the attack as he had done previously. However, with a loud clatter, the meteor hammer slipped from his grasp and tumbled aside, nearly striking the goatee. Hey, be more careful, the goatee scolded. The leader of the Golden Clan had evidently become significantly stronger than before. He was simply beyond their capacity to withstand. With a malicious grin, the leader raised his spiked club again, aiming it at the still dazed stout man. Bai Xiaodang arrived just in time, positioning his sword defensively to barely block the blow. Yet he was forced back several steps by the leader's immense strength. The stout man promptly followed suit. The scene unfolded once more, with the three of them besieging the leader of the Golden Clan. However, this time was different. Bai Xiaodang and his companions no longer held the upper hand. The Golden Clan leader seemed to have gone mad, not only displaying a considerable increase in strength but also exhibiting a terrifying level of defense. Previously, Bai Xiaodang's sword had at least drawn blood from him, but now it couldn't even break the surface of his skin. The stout man's meteor hammer fared no better, striking the leader's body without leaving a mark, and instead, the recoil left his hand numb. The goatbeard was in a dire predicament. He had never possessed much offensive capability, merely standing by to create a gentle breeze, serving a supportive role. Now, with the chieftain of the Jin clan growing increasingly formidable, his feeble fan was utterly ineffective. He appeared foolish, merely stirring the air while rendered impotent. With no concern for the trio's attacks, the already fierce onslaught of the Jin chieftain became even more aggressive. The critical factor was that he had no need to evade. The assaults from Bai Xiaodang and his companions felt like mere scratches to him. However, Bai Xiaodang and his comrades had no choice but to evade. Should any of them incur a blow from him, it would likely spell their doom. How infuriating. How did he become so vicious so suddenly? The goatbeard gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of anxiety and anger as he had yet to contribute meaningfully. It must have something to do with the golden glow emanating from him. Dodging the Jin chieftain's attack, the plump one interjected. He recalled that the chieftain had suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, after which he seemed to be under the influence of a potent drug, his strength surging and his ferocity escalating. The Jin chieftain also snorted in affirmation of Bai Xiaotang's words. You are correct. My Jin clan's secret technique does indeed have a time limit. However, that duration is sufficient for me to eliminate all of you. I shall avenge my fallen Jin brethren. Indeed, should the situation continue to unfold in this manner, the three district leaders would soon find themselves unable to withstand the Jin chieftain's assault. I do not wish to perish here. The goatbeard's face turned pale with fear. Suddenly, he turned to Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang behind him, exclaiming, Aren't you two working on deciphering the formation? Have you succeeded? The bearded man, filled with elation, dashed out of the cave, eager to seize them as hostages. Do you not value your own kin? Now, let us see how you will respond. The leader of the Golden Clan, in a state of urgency, bellowed, How dare you? With a mighty swing of his wolf-toothed club, he struck the ground before him, creating a deep crater. Had it not been for this blow, the bearded man would have been struck directly, instantly rendering him submissive. However, Yuan Chang, as his subordinate, understood his intent. He took off running, intent on following the bearded man's instructions. This was, after all, the plan devised by the three district lords. Yet, to Yuan Chang's astonishment as he approached, the assembly of Golden Clan members inside the cave exhibited no signs of fear, though they had previously appeared anxious and terrified while he dismantled the array outside. At this moment, regardless of age, their faces remained calm, their gazes devoid of any trepidation. Instead, there was an indescribable courage emanating from them. Leader, do not worry about us. An elderly member of the Golden Clan called out. Although his voice was faint and hoarse, his tone was resolute. Subsequently, others began to echo him, their voices rising in unison yet varying in inflection, each conveying the same sentiment. Indeed, leader, fight with confidence. Our deaths are inconsequential. Just avenge us. You are our finest leader. How noisy. Yuan Chang, exasperated by their declarations, once again wielded his whip, aiming it at the elderly man who had spoken first. Thus, the previous scene unfolded once more. However, unlike others, the old man's face bore no signs of negativity. Upon his fallen head, there existed only an unwavering acceptance of death. A peculiar smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, instilling a sense of trepidation in Yuan Chang. He turned to observe his surroundings, only to find the members of the Jin clan still displaying no hint of fear. They had truly forgotten their lives outside. Chapter 63, Support from the Sidelines. Upon hearing the words of his kin, the Jin clan leader felt a constriction in his heart. A hint of softness appeared on his otherwise stern visage. After Yuan Chang had slain the old man, he felt as though a volcano erupted within him. A torrent of fury surging forth as he howled at the heavens, "You all must die." The eyes of the Jin clan leader were bloodshot, glowing a fierce golden hue. He swung his wolf-toothed club wildly, aiming a ferocious sweep at Bai Xiaodang and his companions. Damn it! After narrowly evading the strike, the goateed man muttered curses under his breath. He addressed the Jin clan leader. "Have you abandoned your people? Are you not afraid I will command my subordinates to slay them all?" "And so what?" The Jin clan leader growled. "Even if they perish, I will ensure your demise as well, leaving not a single one of you alive to accompany them in death." Damn it, damn it, damn it. The goateed man seethed. He had hoped to leverage this point to threaten the Jin clan leader, but now, not only were those detestable remnants of the Jin clan embracing death, even their leader seemed indifferent. How infuriating. Bai Xiaodang's heart also sank. Though this was a last resort, it was the only means they had to defeat the Jin clan leader. The failure of this method implies that the fate of the three is already sealed. Although they can still engage with the patriarch of the Jin clan, they are, in truth, utterly fatigued after such a prolonged struggle, with their vital energy nearly depleted. Unlike the Jin patriarch, who possesses secret techniques to enhance his power, their current combat is akin to a mere reprieve before the execution. At this critical moment, a voice emerged from behind them. "Attack his right flank," Feng Yuan suddenly declared. The combatants, including the patriarch of the Jin clan, momentarily paused in surprise. "What did you say, kid?" inquired the man with the goatee. "I said, attack his right flank," Feng Yuan reiterated with a calm demeanor. "What good will that do?" the stout man questioned. "Why bother with the details? Just do as I say," Bai Xiaodang insisted. With that, he drew his sword and swung it toward the right side of the Jin patriarch's abdomen. Though unaware of Feng Yuan's reasoning, Bai Xiaodang recalled that the patriarch had appeared momentarily distracted upon hearing Feng Yuan's earlier words. There was certainly something amiss. Indeed, as Bai Xiaodang launched his assault, the Jin patriarch's expression shifted, and he hurriedly swung his spiked club to deflect the blade. A smirk crept across Bai Xiaodang's lips. He had uncovered something significant. The Jin patriarch's defensive maneuver was uncharacteristic of him. After employing his secret techniques to significantly bolster his strength, he had never once defended against their attacks, opting instead for relentless offense. Exactly, Feng Yuan nodded in affirmation. While Bai Xiaodang and the others battled the Jin patriarch, Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang were not idle. Well, Feng Yuan was not merely standing by. He had been meticulously observing the Jin patriarch's combat style. Observing the battles of adversaries has always been a commendable habit he cultivated. Thus, Feng Yuan discovered that although the leader of the Jin clan appeared indifferent, neglecting both defense and evasion in the face of attacks from Bai Xiaodang and his companions, his body exhibited superfluous movements. For instance, he occasionally shifted to the right or slightly bent at the waist. The leader of the Jin clan was perpetually on the offensive, however. These movements detracted from his attacking efficiency. Why, then, did he persist in such actions? It was not due to a lack of defensive measures or avoidance of assaults, but rather a meticulous vigilance over the areas requiring protection. Feng Yuan was not entirely certain about the discovery that the right side of the leader's abdomen was his vulnerable point. Yet, upon witnessing the leader's reactions, he became resolutely convinced. Moreover, in addition to this, Feng Yuan's dark, profound gaze flickered as he solemnly remarked that his armpit and right shoulder were also points of weakness. Attacking these areas, like the right abdomen, revealed themselves as places the leader of the Jin clan deliberately sought to safeguard. No doubt about it, the goat-bearded man exclaimed joyfully. The leader of the Jin clan glared fiercely at Feng Yuan. Had his gaze possessed lethal intent, Feng Yuan would have perished under its weight. Yet, he refrained from any further action, for Bai Xiaodang and his companions had encircled him. The battle recommenced. But the mood of Bai Xiaodang and his comrades was entirely transformed from before. In the previous skirmish, the leader of the Jin clan had dominated, while Bai Xiaodang and his group had merely been subjected to relentless assaults. At the onset, the chieftain of the Jin clan intended to assault Bai Xiaodang and his companions as he had done previously. However, he soon relinquished this notion. Bai Xiaodang, embodying the essence of a sword deity, adeptly targeted the specific areas indicated by Feng Yuan. Each time the chieftain readied his wolf-toothed club, Bai Xiaodang would swiftly draw his sword, compelling the chieftain to shift from offense to defense or evade entirely. Gradually, the tables turned, and Bai Xiaodang, along with his two allies, began to dominate the chieftain of the Jin clan. This shift in fortune was largely due to Feng Yuan's support from the sidelines. With a sardonic smile, the goat-bearded one taunted, "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Bai Xiaodang retorted mockingly, "Your words suggest you are the one who will deliver the fatal blow. Anyone could do it. We are simply fulfilling our mission," chuckled the rotund man. Though the battle raged on, their banter had already unveiled the inevitable conclusion. The chieftain of the Jin clan was doomed. "Impossible!" roared the chieftain in fury. He summoned his vital energy and swung his wolf-toothed club once more, seeking to launch an attack. Yet, at that moment, the golden aura enveloping him dissipated abruptly, revealing his true form. He froze, a vacant expression gracing his features, and the club hung motionless in midair, as he realized that any further effort would be futile. Stripped of the arcane enhancement, he could not withstand the onslaught of Bai Xiaodang and his companions. "Ha, your time has come to an end. What do you think now?" The goat-bearded one continued to mock. With a thud, the chieftain fell weakly to his knees. Bai Xiaodang approached him, sword in hand. "Rest in peace." With that declaration, Bai Xiaodang raised his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. At that moment, an elderly man from the Golden Clan suddenly spoke up within the cave. With a voice that was both aged and resolute, he proclaimed, "We, the Golden Clan, shall not perish at your hands." Subsequently, it was unclear what he had done, but the once resplendent golden hue of his skin began to fade, gradually transforming into a somber shade of gray. Once his complexion had completely darkened, the elder opened his mouth, and a radiant golden light surged forth from within. This vibrant light traveled at an astonishing speed towards the Golden Clan's leader. Yuan Chang attempted to intercept it with his hand, yet it passed right through him. Upon reaching the leader, the luminous arc swiftly entered his body. Boom! A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Xiaodang as his expression shifted. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the Golden Clan's leader. Previously, his cultivation was at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, on par with Bai Xiaodang. However, the energy now surging from him was considerably more potent. After absorbing the mysterious golden light, the leader had ascended to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Chapter 64. Sacrifice. The expressions of Bai Xiaodang and the other two changed dramatically. The Golden Clan's leader had initially fallen into a weakened state after the secret technique had concluded, rendering him incapable of exerting even half of his original strength. Yet now, having absorbed that enigmatic golden light, not only had he regained his former prowess, but he had also advanced further. The Golden Clan's leader, initially of the same cultivation level as Bai Xiaodang, both at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, had been at his peak, while Bai Xiaodang was in the middle stage. Nevertheless, even then, he had been able to face 3 opponents single-handedly. Moreover, they were merely at a disadvantage, not on the brink of defeat. Now, he had ascended to the 8th heaven. How were they to contend with this? As they felt the sudden surge of formidable aura emanating from the leader of the Jin clan, Bai Xiaodang and his companions were left utterly astonished. Could this be a mere illusion? Bai Xiaodang involuntarily uttered an expletive. Yet, this was not the end. Within the cave, upon the elder's movement, the others began to stir as well. The Jin clan would not perish. In unison, they proclaimed, their voices resonating with the weight of age and youth alike. Subsequently, akin to the previous elder, their bodies seemed to be drained of some essence, their once golden skin fading into a dull hue. The pallor enveloped them all, their skin losing its luster. Even their muscles withered, appearing like mere corpses. Yuan Chang recognized the dire situation and swiftly lashed out with his whip, striking at the surrounding Jin clan members. The sharp cracks echoed as limbs flew in disarray. However, they reacted as if the blows did not impact their own bodies, devoid of any sensation or response. Even with half their forms missing, even with their heads severed, their expressions remained eerily calm. Then, as if in silent agreement. They all opened their mouths simultaneously. The same scene unfolded again. Streams of golden rainbow light erupted from their mouths, soaring towards the leader of the Jin clan. This time, the spectacle was even more magnificent than before. Over a dozen beams of radiant light converged, forming a column as thick as a person's waist, dazzling in its brilliance. At this moment, Bai Xiaodang and the other two district lords also took action, intent on intercepting the luminous surge. However, they faltered. The golden light seemed to possess a life of its own, skillfully evading Bai Xiaodang's sword and the stout man's meteor hammer, weaving through the goat beard's feather fan. Amidst the anguished cries of the goat beard, it surged directly into the body of the Golden Clan's patriarch. A hum resonated in the air. Although silent, it felt as though all present had heard something. "This is bad," Bai Xiaodang exclaimed in dismay. Previously, after merging with a strand of golden rainbow light, the patriarch had significantly enhanced his power, elevating himself by a minor realm. Now, with over 10 such strands flooding into him, what calamity awaited? Indeed. After the golden rainbow entered his being, the patriarch abruptly lifted his head and let out a resounding roar. What followed was a dramatic surge in his aura. Initially, he had merely entered the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but now, the patriarch's cultivation soared. From the early stage of the 8th level to the middle stage to the late stage, peaking, and then into the early stage of the 9th level. Yet, his aura continued to swell. Early stage of the 9th level, middle stage, late stage, peaking, and finally, the 10th level. Only then did the patriarch's aura stabilize. However, this was hardly good news. Bai Xiaodang and the other two district leaders were filled with dread. After absorbing that robust golden rainbow, the patriarch had traversed 3 minor realms, leaping from the 7th level to the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment realm, the 10th level. "I do not know," the stout man replied, shaking his head. Subsequently, both turned their gazes towards Bai Xiaodang, though the goat beard was reluctant to concede. Bai Xiaodang indeed possessed greater discernment than the two of them. "I do not know," he echoed. Bai Xiaodang responded with a solemn expression. In the rear, Feng Yuan peered into the cave and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The small cavern was a scene of devastation. Aside from a lone golden-clad child curled up in the farthest corner, the ground was strewn with the dismembered limbs of the Golden Clan members, severed by Yuan Chang. Strangely, despite the numerous severed limbs, there was little golden blood spilled. The scant traces that remained were from the golden elder that Yuan Chang had slain upon entering the cave. The other clan members, with their darkened skin and emaciated bodies, bore wounds, some lacking hands or feet, others missing heads or torsos, yet not a single drop of blood was evident. It was as though all their life essence had been drained away. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered uncertainly, and he had already arrived at a conclusion. These Golden Clan members had emitted that golden rainbow light and then stood motionless, rendered lifeless, but not due to the lashes of Yuan Chang's whip. They had perished long before, when their skin dulled and their bodies withered, as the elder had proclaimed that the Golden Clan would not perish. They had already met their end. All their vitality had been condensed into that radiant golden light. They had willingly sacrificed themselves. These clan members, devoid of combat prowess, were either frail with age or still mere children. They could not even step onto the battlefield, otherwise they would not have been left behind. Yet, they were determined to contribute their strength, even their very essence, for the sake of the Golden Clan. They are willing to sacrifice their lives to resurrect their chieftain. This realization profoundly moved Feng Yuan. Meanwhile, within the cave, Yuan Chang spotted a young child of the Golden Clan, who clutched a long whip and began to approach him. The child's curled form trembled, tears glistening in his large eyes, his golden pupils filled with fear. Yuan Chang paused, tilted his head in contemplation, and then turned to exit the cave. "You have a point." The chieftain of the Golden Clan concluded his thunderous roar and rose to his feet, emanating a formidable aura that was truly terrifying. Ignoring the 3 adversaries before him, he closed his eyes. Though arrogant, this indeed showcased his immense power at that moment. "My kin, I shall avenge you." Images of his clansmen flashed through his mind as the chieftain mourned silently, resolutely promising. He then opened his eyes and cast a disdainful glance at the curled-up child of the Golden Clan within the cave. "You, a disgrace to the Golden Clan." His voice was cold and cutting. Chapter 65. Escape. "You, a disgrace to the Golden Clan," the chieftain reiterated icily. His voice was not loud, yet it struck the child like a crushing blow, causing him to burst into tears. At that moment, the chieftain turned his attention to Bai Xiaodang and the others, his eyes igniting with intense hatred. Gripping his spiked club tightly, he growled, "None of you shall escape." The goat-bearded man turned pale with fear. and the plump fellow fared little better, both trembling violently, their flesh quivering uncontrollably. Only Bai Xiaodang remained relatively composed, though his expression was still grim. If the leader of the Jin clan were merely at the 8th layer of the Foundation establishment realm, they might have felt uncertain but would still possess the courage to fight. However, the Jin clan leader now stood at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, exerting overwhelming pressure upon them. A profound despair enveloped Bai Xiaodang and his companions. They truly felt that their end was nigh. This is it. It's over. I'm merely 128 years old. I do not wish to die yet, lamented the man with the goat beard, his face a mask of sorrow. You should count your blessings. After consuming the world's resources for 128 years, it is time to repay the mother of the world, Bai Xiaodang retorted. Silence, you fools, bellowed the leader of the Jin clan. The three swiftly dodged, evading his strike. However, this did not mean they emerged unscathed. Although they escaped the direct impact of the Jin clan leader's Wolfang Club, they could not evade the debris propelled by its force. Stones, some the size of fists and others as large as heads, hurtled toward Bai Xiaodang and his companions, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy. Despite their timely defense, enveloping themselves in their true chi for protection, some stones still struck them. Ouch! The man with the goat beard cried out in pain. A stone, as large as a wash basin, penetrated his true chi shield and struck his chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying backward a considerable distance. Bai Xiaodang and the stout man hurried to his side, shielding him. Despite their minor conflicts among themselves, they remained united in the face of a common enemy. Are you all right? The stout man lifted the goat beard and inquired. It is somewhat painful, but otherwise, there are no issues. The goat beard rubbed his chest and grimaced. Then hurry over and assist me, shouted Bai Xiaodang. He wielded his sword, attempting to block the relentless assault of the Golden Clan's chieftain wielding a spiked club, yet found himself utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The chieftain was overwhelmingly powerful, having surpassed Bai Xiaodang by 3 minor realms. With a clang, Bai Xiaodang's sword initially met the chieftain's club, but in the next instant, with a whoosh, he lost his grip. The chieftain's forceful maneuver sent the sword flying from his hands. The Golden Clan's leader sneered and swung the club once more. Bai Xiaodang let out a shriek, turned on his heel, and fled. Run, quickly, he bellowed. He had come to accept the grim reality that with the combined strength of the three of them, they stood no chance against the Golden Clan's chieftain. Continuing to engage him would only lead to a one-sided massacre, with them as the victims. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaodang possessed a sense of conscience. Although he was fleeing, he did not forget his companion, Feng Yuan. With a series of swift movements, he reached Feng Yuan's side, grasped him firmly, and made a hasty retreat. How shameless of you, Bai Xiaodang! The goat beard exclaimed in fury upon witnessing the scene. Despite his earlier actions, he too had joined in the flight, for who was he to mock another's retreat when he had also fled? However, Bai Xiaodang's current speed in escaping was evidently much greater than the pace at which the Golden Clan's chieftain had approached them before, as they had been relentlessly pursued and ambushed. This indicates that when obstructing the leader of the Jin clan, Bai Xiaodang was merely going easy, lacking earnestness in his efforts. The goat-bearded one seethed internally. Had Bai Xiaodang fought with full seriousness back then, the leader of the Jin clan would not have crossed over, and thus this predicament would never have arisen. Upon witnessing both the goat-bearded one and Bai Xiaodang fleeing, the fatty also began to scurry away. Surprisingly, despite his corpulence, his speed was not to be underestimated. Although he had a slower start than the goat-bearded one, it was not long before he surged ahead of him. Don't run so fast. We are companions. Take me with you, the goat-bearded one called out. Yet, in response, the fatty quickened his pace even further, leaving the goat-bearded one trailing behind. Infuriated, the goat-bearded one shouted, "You damned fatso! How come you suddenly became clever at such a crucial moment?" Not far from the original battlefield, Yuan Chang, in a moment of desperation, extended his right hand toward the departing trio of district lords, his face awash with despair. "Lords, take me with you," he yelled. To this, the goat-bearded one feigned deafness. He was barely clinging to his own life. How could he concern himself with Yuan Chang? Meanwhile, the leader of the Jin clan cast a cold glance at him, recalling that most of the clan members here had fallen victim to Yuan Chang's hand. In a chilling tone, he stated, "I have already proclaimed that no one shall escape." The leader of the Jin clan unleashed a punch toward Yuan Chang, who was caught off guard and fell unconscious from the blow. Subsequently, the leader of the Jin clan bent his legs, gathering strength, and then propelled himself with great force. His legs sprang forth like powerful coils, propelling the leader of the Golden Clan across several dozen paces in an instant. In the blink of an eye, He found himself beside the man with the goatee. Good heavens! The goateed man exclaimed, nearly tumbling to the ground in fright. Yet, the leader of the Golden Clan shot him a cold glance and swiftly seized his throat, akin to an eagle capturing a chick. However, moments later, the leader's other hand grasped yet another small chick. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bai Xiaotang, oblivious to the unfolding events behind him, lay sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. Surely, he won't catch up to me now, Bai Xiaotang managed a strained smile. Nevertheless, Feng Yuan lifted his gaze towards the overhead direction. I fear. It's over. What do you mean? Bai Xiaotang asked, bewildered. Before Feng Yuan could elucidate, a shadow enveloped the sky above Bai Xiaotang, revealing the grim reality. It was truly over. Bai Xiaotang was left even more dazed. Chapter 66. The city lord, the leader of the Golden Clan, held 2 individuals in each hand and returned to the entrance of the previous cave. Inside, the Golden Clan child continued to weep. Despite hearing the child's cries, the leader merely snorted disdainfully, pretending not to hear. From somewhere, he procured a golden rope, binding Bai Xiaotang, Feng Yuan, and the still unconscious Yuan Chang together. The group struggled valiantly to break free, yet their efforts were in vain. The leader of the Golden Clan approached them wielding a wolf-toothed club. Though he had gathered Feng Yuan and the others, his expression bore no trace of ferocity. His expression was serene, and the golden depths of his eyes reflected a profound calm, devoid of the previous madness. It was at this moment that the onlookers realized he was not merely a berserker, but rather a genuine leader of his clan. Before my kin, I shall reduce you to a mere pulp, avenging them, declared the chieftain of the Golden Clan in a chilling tone. Upon finishing his words, he brandished the spiked club in his hand, preparing to strike at the gathered crowd. The one with the goat beard was the first to bear the brunt of his wrath, his face turning ashen. Suddenly, a warmth spread between his legs, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Though he understood the inappropriateness of the moment, Feng Yuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just as the chieftain's club was about to descend, a resonant voice echoed from the horizon. Dare you? The authority in the voice was robust and commanding, resonating like the tolling of a morning bell or evening drum, awakening all who heard it. Accompanying this proclamation was an overwhelming aura that enveloped the scene. Although the chieftain of the Golden Clan had already reached the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, his formidable presence pressed down upon Bai Xiaotang and the others. However, this sudden surge of energy was even more potent, completely overshadowing the chieftain's aura. Who could it be? The chieftain's heart raced with surprise as he turned his gaze in that direction, only to behold a figure soaring through the air, swiftly approaching. Flying in midair. The chieftain was even more astonished, for such a feat was the hallmark of a practitioner at the Yuan realm. The newcomer, undoubtedly a cultivator above the Golden Core stage, arrived before the chieftain in the blink of an eye and landed gracefully on the ground. He was a middle-aged man, with a square face that exuded a sense of righteousness. His appearance was unremarkable, save for a slight stubble adorning his jaw. He exuded an undeniable aura of authority, clearly a person accustomed to holding a high position. Although he was not as physically imposing as the leader of the Jin clan, the intensity of his presence was equally formidable, if not more so. My lord city master, you have finally come to our rescue, Yuan Chang exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Feng Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing something amiss. Weren't you knocked unconscious by the leader of the Jin clan? I was indeed rendered unconscious, but I awoke when they bound me. I feared the scene would turn too gruesome to bear, so I dared not open my eyes. His gaze shifted toward the unexpectedly arrived middle-aged man, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yuan Chang had just addressed him as city master, revealing his identity. The city master of Qingyang City, a disciple of the Huangzhong Taoist, father to Qin Ruyun, a cultivator at the core formation stage, Qin Liangzhang. In that moment, Feng Yuan comprehended why his soul had reacted upon encountering Qin Liangzhang. He had previously stumbled into the site of Huangzhong Taoist's demise, falling prey to a cunning scheme that resulted in a soul curse being placed upon him. Huangzhong Taoist had been treacherously slain by Qin Liangzhang, harboring vengeance yet rendered powerless to enact it. Hence the curse was laid as a means to strike back through another's hand. Should Feng Yuan fail to eliminate Qin Liangzhang within a decade, his own soul would dissipate, accompanying Huangzhong Taoist in death. The reaction of his soul earlier was indeed the result of this curse, alerting him to the target and urging him to act. Even now, Feng Yuan could still feel the restless agitation of his soul, which continued to pulse fervently despite Qin Liangzhang's formidable presence. Feng Yuan forcibly suppressed his thoughts. He dared not seek out Shang Qinliangzing at this moment, for that would be tantamount to courting death. How unfortunate he felt, silently cursing his fate. He recalled how he had obtained a token granting access to what was said to be a secret treasury from the Huangzhong Taoist. Yet, apart from that, he had received no other benefits and had inexplicably fallen victim to a soul curse. It was akin to a person walking peacefully down the street, only to be suddenly attacked by a rabid dog, which indiscriminately bites anyone in its path. Fortunately, the Huangzhong Taoist possessed enough conscience to grant a 10-year grace period, allowing Feng Yuan time to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to employ forbidden techniques to eradicate the curse, even at the cost of severely damaging his own soul. Although conventional wisdom dictates that a soul curse cannot be resolved, Feng Yuan knew he possessed methods to address it, albeit at an exorbitant price. Hence, he had chosen to disregard it until now. Indeed, if the Huangzhong Taoist were aware of the situation in the underworld, he might not be entirely pleased. For, in his original expectations, he had anticipated that anyone capable of breaking his triad formation and discovering his remains would be of at least a Yuan realm cultivation level, if not higher. Typically, practitioners who dabble in auxiliary fields such as formation or artifact crafting do not possess a rank surpassing their primary cultivation level. The true intent behind the Huangzhong Taoist establishing a 10-year limit was not to afford the cursed individual time to grow, but rather to ensure that the person, despite being cursed, would not dismiss the matter and neglect to fulfill his long-held aspirations. Otherwise, would not his soul have been sacrificed in vain? Thus, it was for this reason that the Huangzhong Taoist imposed such a condition. However, he never anticipated that the one who would unravel his formation would be an ordinary individual who had not even reached the qi refinement stage at that time. Despite the fact that Huangzhong Daoren's status as a third-tier formation master was not particularly remarkable within the entire spiritual domain, third-tier formation masters were exceedingly rare in the small town of Qingyang, and even within the Lanhu County. To speak of third-tier masters is one thing. There were scarcely a handful of second-tier masters. Take Yuan Chang, for instance. He was merely a first-tier formation master. Consequently, during the years following Huangzhong Daoren's demise, no one was able to discern the formation he had set up in that small grove, let alone dismantle it. This ultimately led to the current predicament. Yet, it was fortunate that this individual was Feng Yuan. Had it been anyone else, even with extraordinary talent in formation techniques, they would have fallen victim to Huangzhong Daoren's soul curse after breaking the formation. No one could possibly grow from the qi refinement stage to the level capable of slaying Qin Liangzheng in just 10 years. However, with the Yintian Ju at his disposal and the Feng Yuan blade in his hand, what was there for Feng Yuan to fear a decade later? Chapter 67. The suffering of each individual is not interconnected. The Yintian Ju is at least a celestial grade existence, provided he has sufficient resources for cultivation within 10 years. Feng Yuan is confident he could attain not just the Golden Core stage, but even the Dao Core stage. The Feng Yuan blade, a divine weapon forged by Feng Yuan himself, is further imbued with a fragment of his bone from when he had reached the esteemed realm. Although it no longer possesses the extraordinary qualities of its past, and many of its divine powers have faded, if one were to evaluate its grade now, the Feng Yuan blade might not effectively channel true energy, rendering it somewhat ordinary. Nevertheless, it still retains some fundamental attributes, remaining exceedingly sharp. In comparison to certain mid to low-tier spiritual artifacts, Feng Yuan perceives himself to possess a distinct advantage. Furthermore, he is equipped with numerous formidable techniques. Within Xingyang City, the majority of practitioners engage in only low-tier techniques, with high-tier methods being a rarity. However, all of Feng Yuan's cultivated techniques are of the celestial tier, and some even transcend that classification. The higher the tier of the techniques one cultivates, the greater the combat potential that can be unleashed. Hence, in this regard, Feng Yuan is unaware of how many times he has overshadowed Qin Liangzheng. Gazing at the formidable figure of Qin Liangzheng in the distance, who is destined to be his adversary, Feng Yuan feels no trace of trepidation. Of course, he is Feng Yuan. His fearlessness contrasts sharply with that of others, such as the leader of the Jin clan. Standing significantly taller than Qin Liangzheng, the clan leader can only cast a downward gaze upon him. Typically, in such situations, the one looking down holds the advantage in presence. Yet, the Jin clan leader does not feel as though he has subdued Qin Liangzheng. On the contrary, a bead of cold sweat trickles down his forehead, accompanied by a flicker of unease in his heart. I shall ask you once more, who exactly are you? He steadied himself, gripping his wolf-toothed club tightly, and in a low voice, he inquired of Qin Liangzheng. Ha ha, did I not already proclaim? I am Qin Liangzheng, the lord of Qingyang City. Qin Liangzheng replied with a hearty laugh. Despite being scrutinized intensely by the leader of the Jin clan, he exhibited not a hint of anxiety, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Bai Xiaodong and remarked with a smile, previously, I was diligently searching for any remnants within this secret realm when I suddenly sensed a formidable energy emanating from this direction, feeling an ominous premonition. I hurried over to investigate. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Upon hearing this, the bearded man and the others were profoundly moved, astonished by the Lord Mayor's evident concern for their well-being. The Lord Mayor truly cares for us. The bearded man choked out, overwhelmed with emotion. It is simply too touching. Woo-woo. Yuan Chang was even more affected, bursting into tears. You two are indeed from the same district. Your behavior is truly remarkable, Bai Xiaodong scoffed. You dare to repeat that? Despite their playful banter, joy filled their hearts. However, the leader of the Jin clan was not in such a jovial mood. He cast a dark look at Qin Liangzheng, his heart racing with unsettling conjectures. The clan leader spoke gravely. You mentioned that you were previously searching. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Liangzheng nodded and replied with a grin, indeed, searching for any remnants. Then, he added chillingly, one by one, I eliminated them. His words were few and his tone light, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, to the ears of the Jin clan leader, it struck like a bolt from the blue. Ignoring the clan leader's shocked expression, wide-eyed and mouth agape, Qin Liangzheng continued, I must say, your people possess quite a spirit. Even in the face of death, they maintain an air of defiance, unwilling to yield. Even when their limbs are severed, they still attempt to bite me. Even if his tongue were severed, he would still glare at me with a ferocious gaze. Alas, their sole flaw resides in their weakness. For reasons unknown, Qin Liangzheng could not restrain himself when discussing this matter, rambling on with an abundance of words. Moreover, during his discourse, his expression bore an oddity, as if he derived a peculiar delight from it. The most fitting descriptor that Feng Yuan could conjure was precisely that. This portrayal of Qin Liangzheng starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor, which exuded an imposing authority even in silence. Upon concluding his remarks, Qin Liangzheng raised his head with evident interest, directing his gaze towards the leader of the Jin clan, eager to witness his reaction. To Qin Liangzheng's delight, the Jin clan leader appeared exactly as he had anticipated, furious beyond measure. The leader's body trembled slightly, his eyes ablaze with wrath. He sought to suppress this fury, yet found himself utterly incapable. Death. His internal energy surged, and with a sudden motion, he swung his wolf fang club towards Qin Liangzheng. He aimed to avenge the brethren who had perished at his hands. Although the remnants of the Jin clan leader's rationality, along with the formidable aura surrounding Qin Liangzheng, urged him to concede, reminding him that he could not overcome this opponent, he found it impossible to relent. Surrender? He was merely at the foundation establishment stage, while the man before him clearly belonged to a realm beyond, capable of soaring through the air. Surrender? The chasm between their realms was vast, leaving him with no hope of victory. Surrender? Engaging in a futile struggle would only lead to his demise. Yet, the Jin clan leader unleashed a thunderous roar, his eyes bulging with fury. Nevertheless, he was the leader of the Jin clan. When he was first elected as the clan leader, the joyous laughter of his clansmen and their encouraging words remain vivid in his memory. Keep it up. You will be the pillar of our clan. Do your best, Ajiang. I have high hopes for you. You shall undoubtedly become the most distinguished among all the clan leaders. Haha, come let us drink. We can't run out, can we? Hurry, bring another barrel. This year, everyone's lives have improved significantly, all thanks to the wise leadership of our clan leader. It has been a long time since we've been this happy. There were also some light-hearted elders who would tease him. Ajiang, you're not married yet. Is there a girl who catches your eye? What do you think of my niece, Ajiang? Oh, look, he is blushing. But now all of that is gone. His clansmen have all perished, slain by Qin Liangzheng and the other 3 district lords. Chapter 68, Crushing Defeat. The once vivid memories of those lively, beloved clansmen have now turned into cold corpses. Those pale faces, stained with blood, will never again bear smiles of yore. Their severed and broken bodies will no longer dance as they once did. Each time he reflects on this, the clan leader of the Jin clan is consumed by hatred and boundless fury. Now, the strike he aims at Qin Liangzheng with his spiked club is both a blow of vengeance and an all-out effort. He is resolute in avenging those who have fallen. However, the reality is exceedingly harsh. The noise is unbearable. Why are you shouting so loudly? In the face of his assault, Qin Liangzheng maintained an air of nonchalance. With a casual flick of his wrist, he met the Golden Clan leader's spiked mace, striking it effortlessly. The sound whooshed like the wind. As the vital energy coiling around the mace dissipated entirely with Qin Liangjing's seemingly indifferent palm. Consequently, the mace slipped from the Golden Clan leader's grasp. While Qin Liangjing's hand remained unscathed, with a single hand, he had achieved a crushing victory. The mace clattered to the ground at a distance, and the Golden Clan leader stared vacantly at it, unable to comprehend the situation. He had exerted all his strength in an attack against Qin Liangjing, only to have it end so abruptly. How could Qin Liangjing be so formidable, living within this modest secret realm? The Golden Clan leader had never encountered the realm of Dan formation. Although he had heard rumors regarding it, he never imagined it could be so overwhelming, leaving him utterly defenseless. The Golden Clan leader gazed at Qin Liangjing, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Gritting his teeth, he turned and dashed toward the location where his mace had fallen. Even if he could not match him in battle, he was determined to continue fighting, not just for his own life, but for the sake of his fallen kin. Yet, Qin Liangjing merely cast a languid glance in his direction before raising his left hand and gently waving it towards the fallen mace. Instantly, a tempest arose, sending dust and debris swirling. By Xiao Nang and the others squinted against the gust. The fierce wind surged toward the Golden Clan leader, who, despite channeling his vital energy, could not withstand the force and was sent hurtling backward. Even so, the tempest he conjured lacked such formidable power. Yet, Qin Liangjing achieved this feat with his bare hands. His strength surpassed that of everyone present by a considerable margin. The patriarch of the Jin clan staggered to his feet, gasping for breath. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Liangjing. Meeting his stare, Qin Liangjing spoke in a calm tone. "You seem rather agitated." The Jin clan patriarch did not respond, but the fury in his eyes answered for him. Qin Liangjing discerned the meaning behind his glare, yet remained unfazed. He chuckled. "Unfortunately, no matter how incensed you may be, it cannot affect me. For you are simply too weak." This declaration ignited the pent-up rage within the Jin clan patriarch. Instead of retrieving the fallen wolf-tooth club, he bellowed in anger and charged at Qin Liangjing with bare fists. Although he lacked training in body techniques, his physical prowess, bolstered by his cultivation at the 10th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, endowed him with remarkable speed. In an instant, the Jin clan patriarch was before Qin Liangjing, his right fist swirling with true energy, launching a powerful strike towards him. Qin Liangjing maintained an expression of indifference, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tranquil as he allowed the patriarch's fist to come hurtling toward him. Nearby, Yuan Chang let out a cry, eyes tightly shut, head thrown back. Feng Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, as one might mistakenly believe he was the target of the assault. Suddenly, a shield of true energy materialized in front of Qin Liangjing, seemingly appearing from nowhere. This shield was not thick, merely a delicate layer. However, the fist of the leader of the Jin clan struck the surface, yet it could not shatter it. The force and true energy of the Jin clan leader continuously assailed it, but to no avail. Eventually, the leader exhausted his strength and retreated a considerable distance, at least several dozen paces away. Even so, he did not relax for a moment, assuming a defensive posture and keeping a vigilant eye on Qin Liangjing. He feared that Qin Liangjing might launch a sudden attack, leaving him with no time to react. Hence, he retreated significantly. It was rather absurd to witness a battle while the two were separated by such a vast distance. Nonetheless, the actions of the Jin clan leader proved not to be mere paranoia, but rather a sagacious decision. Yuan Chang, having recovered from the earlier startling scene, resumed watching the duel between the two. Yet, in an instant, he was taken aback as Qin Liangjing, who had previously stood motionless, vanished from his sight. "Where's the city lord?" Yuan Chang pondered in confusion. Feng Yuan sighed and remarked, "Over there." Following Feng Yuan's gaze, Yuan Chang beheld the Jin clan leader. And to his astonishment, the esteemed city lord Qin stood behind him. Shot coursed through his heart. Qin Liangjing had traversed the considerable distance in the blink of an eye. The Jin clan leader had also failed to discern Qin Liangjing's movements, and, upon noticing his sudden disappearance, felt an acute sense of vigilance, constantly scanning his surroundings. Yet, a hand suddenly settled upon his shoulder from behind, followed by a voice that made him seethe with hatred. "I wasn't mistaken. You truly are exceedingly weak. Shut your mouth." The patriarch of the Jin clan was immediately startled, resembling a cat with ruffled fur, trembling in fear as he swiftly delivered an elbow strike behind him. However, in a moment of despair, which he had anticipated, his attack missed its mark. His vital energy surged forth, carving a long trench into the ground behind him. The force of his strike caused him to lose his balance, nearly stumbling to the ground. Qin Liangjung appeared before him, his middle-aged visage marked by a few wrinkles and some graying stubble. Yet, it was evident that in his youth, he must have been quite a handsome man. It was likely that he had attracted the affections of many women in his earlier days, perhaps even having stolen the hearts of countless. Of course, his character was somewhat questionable, as Feng Yuan pondered. Chapter 69, Death Standing Before the Patriarch of the Jin Clan. Qin Liangjung wore a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, while the Patriarch's eyes were filled with animosity. The Jin Patriarch roared towards the heavens, his formidable aura, which had previously suppressed by Xiaodang and others, now surged uncontrollably. He was gathering strength, preparing for a final strike. Yet, before Qin Liangjung, he appeared so insignificant. Why are you shouting so loudly? Qin Liangjung furrowed his brow. Subsequently, his own aura swelled dramatically, overpowering that of the Jin Patriarch. He soared into the air, his right palm turning over as he descended forcefully upon the Jin Patriarch. During this descent, under the influence of his vital energy, Qin Liangjung's hand expanded rapidly, and by the time it reached the Patriarch, it had grown larger than the man himself. The Patriarch of the Golden Clan let out a furious roar, confronting the immense palm descending upon him. He thrust his fist upward in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, with no obstruction, Qin Liangjung's hand pressed down effortlessly, not only striking the Patriarch but also forcing him deeper into the earth. With a resounding crash, Qin Liangjung's colossal hand collided with the ground, causing the very earth beneath Feng Yuan to tremble. A deep impression in the shape of a hand was left behind, spanning several feet in size, with a depth of about half a foot. Surrounding the pit were numerous fissures, both long and short, radiating outward. Within this hollow, the Patriarch of the Golden Clan lay sprawled, his body ensnared in the soil. As Qin Liangjung descended from the air, he approached the edge of the pit and peered down. There, he beheld the Patriarch, his body riddled with golden droplets of blood seeping from his skin. He did not lie in a starfish position, rather, his right hand, having attempted to withstand Qin Liangjung's overwhelming force, was now broken. The Patriarch's right arm twisted grotesquely at the elbow, bending outward, while the forearm contorted inward at a peculiar angle. Despite his dire condition, the Patriarch directed a glare of hatred at Qin Liangjung, though he recognized his inferiority in combat, accepting the outcome of being crushed. He could not reconcile with Qin Liangjung's brutal slaughter of his kin, an act of inhumanity that the Patriarch could never accept, even if he could not stand against him. The heart of the Golden Clan's chieftain had never relinquished the desire to eliminate Qin Liangjung. Unfortunately, such a feat was impossible due to the vast disparity in their strengths. Qin Liangjung, with an overwhelming force, effortlessly defeated and severely injured him. As a bona fide cultivator at the core formation stage, no matter how ardently the Golden Clan's leader wished to triumph over him, it was beyond his capability. Although the chieftain's heart brimmed with animosity, it was simultaneously shrouded in a veil of despair. Upon noticing that the Golden Clan's leader still clung to life, Qin Liangjung expressed his surprise. You're still alive? The resilience of your kin is indeed remarkable. You are the first in the foundation establishment stage to withstand my strike. However, he added, but what if I were to do this? With that, a glint of coldness flickered in Qin Liangjung's eyes. He soared into the air once more, channeling his vital energy, causing his right palm to swell in size. With a thunderous crash, his colossal palm descended, forcefully compressing the already existing pit. The cavity widened further, signifying yet another devastating blow to the Golden Clan's leader. Qin Liangjung raised his hand and looked down again, only to see the chieftain, despite his grievous injuries, still gazing at him with a gaze full of hatred. He gasped in astonishment, remarkably, you're still unharmed. And what about this? Another palm struck down fiercely upon the Golden Clan's leader. Then another strike, and yet another. What about this? And this? And this? Astonishingly, he still lived. A resounding noise akin to an earthquake reverberated continuously. Qin Liangjung, invigorated by the intensity of the battle, had long since abandoned merely relying on palm strikes. However, after this round of combat, he found himself gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. In the pit, the leader of the Jin clan, though rendered almost unrecognizable, still clung to life. His body was severely mangled, with 3 of his limbs severed and a large gaping wound in his abdomen from which golden blood flowed incessantly. Yet, he still possessed a faint breath of life. The chilling, vengeful glare he cast upon Qin Liangjung only served to heighten his excitement, even leading him to admire the leader's resilience. Truly remarkable. Indeed, compared to the other members of the Jin clan, you, as their leader, are the most formidable, Qin Liangjung exclaimed. With that, He once again lifted his palm high, energy swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. "Are you ready to receive my final strike?" he declared. The swirling energy accelerated, and his palm shimmered as if enveloped in flowing light. Feng Yuan observed keenly. Previously, Qin Liangzheng had merely toyed with the leader of the Jin clan, but now he was genuinely intent on taking his life. As the impending recipient of the strike, the leader of the Jin clan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Qin Liangzheng did not make him wait long. The massive hand, radiating brilliance, rapidly enlarged in the leader's line of sight. The leader could only watch in despair as this strike approached, his desire to resist thwarted by his broken body, leaving him incapable of any action. On the other hand, Qin Liangzheng's strike exuded an overwhelming pressure that rendered the patriarch of the Jin clan immobile. Despite his desire to retaliate, the Jin clan patriarch roared once more, yet this cry was far more resonant than any he had uttered before. Qin Liangzheng remained unfazed. Had mere shouting been sufficient to yield results, he would have long since abandoned his current mastery of this palm technique in favor of singing folk songs. Thunderous echoes reverberated as Qin Liangzheng's action stirred considerable commotion. His resplendent hand pressed down relentlessly, deepening the already substantial pit, which expanded further still. The surrounding fissures extended all the way to the feet of Feng Yuan. Within that pit, the Jin clan patriarch was utterly crushed, his bones protruding grotesquely through flesh. His visage flattened beyond recognition, devoid of any dimensionality. One of his eyes had burst under the strain, leaving him in a state that was unmistakably lifeless. Thus, the Jin clan patriarch met his demise. Chapter 70 Epilogue. Despite the formidable defenses of the Jin clan and the patriarch's exceptional resilience, he ultimately succumbed in such a lamentable manner. Observing the tragic scene within the pit and the lifeless form of the Jin clan patriarch, Qin Liangzheng sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone as he lamented, "Alas, you were simply too weak." Though his words conveyed a sense of regret, Feng Yuan perceived it differently. To Qin Liangzheng, the Jin clan patriarch was likely nothing more than a mere plaything. His death held little significance to Qin Liangzheng, offering no cause for sorrow. Even if it were the case, it would merely be the result of inadvertently damaging a toy. Feng Yuan squinted as he observed Qin Liangzheng's retreating figure. Though Qin Liangzheng presented himself with an air of sanctity, little did one suspect the malevolence lurking beneath. After expressing a lamentation akin to that of a bereaved mourner regarding the demise of the Golden Clan's patriarch, Qin Liangzheng turned to approach Bai Xiaodang and the others. However, the sinister expression had completely vanished from his face, replaced by an authoritative demeanor that commanded respect without the need for anger. At this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to the initial impression he had left on Feng Yuan upon his arrival. Once Qin Liangzheng untied the golden ropes binding the group, they were finally able to rise. "Greetings, City Lord," they all addressed Qin Liangzheng in unison. No need for such formalities. He waved his hand dismissively. "This time, it was fortunate that you arrived just in time to rescue us from our predicament. We are deeply grateful for your great kindness, City Lord," the man with the goat beard said respectfully. "Haha, it is also due to your own efforts. Had you not held your ground against the patriarch of the Golden Clan, my arrival would have been of little consequence," Qin Liangzheng replied with a smile. His response was a modest acknowledgement. Yet it was evident from his expression that he relished the flattery. "You three district lords are indeed commendable, truly the pillars of our Qingyang city," he continued before turning his gaze to Yuan Chang, smiling as he said, "If I recall correctly, you are Yuan Chang, the formation master under Hu Sanyang. Am I right?" Hu Sanyang, of course, was the district lord of the Golden Rainbow District, the very name of the man with the goat beard. Upon hearing that Qin Liangzheng remembered his name, Yuan Chang was taken aback. Indeed, Yuan Chang exclaimed with excitement. As the lord of a city, Qin Liangzheng dealt with countless affairs daily, perusing innumerable official documents and encountering numerous names. To Qin Liangzheng, these names flowed past like a stream, seen and forgotten, impossible to retain. Yet, for Yuan Chang to be remembered by the city lord signified something profound. It indicated that he had caught Qin Liangzheng's attention and would undoubtedly receive increased scrutiny in the future. The thought sent a wave of exhilaration through Yuan Chang, and his delight was unmistakable. Though the words were meant to commend Yuan Chang, upon hearing them, he suddenly stiffened, and the joy on his face gradually faded. Hu Sanyang and the rotund fellow also wore expressions of discomfort. Bai Xiaodang, however, could not contain his laughter. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Qin Liangzheng felt puzzled and inquired, "What is amiss? Is something wrong? Was it not Yuan Chang who deciphered the formation?" In this place, Yuan Chang was the sole formation master. Thus, He was the only one capable of dismantling that defensive array, was he not? Yet by shouting chuckled and replied, "Actually, that is not the case. The one who dismantled the formation was not Yuan Chang, but Feng Yuan." Feng Yuan? Qin Liangzheng pondered, directing his gaze toward Feng Yuan. At that moment, he realized that, aside from a few district lords and Yuan Chang, there was indeed a young man present. After breaking free from the golden ropes, everyone was eager to address Qin Liangzheng. Yet Feng Yuan remained at the periphery, silent and with a notably low presence. At this moment, Qin Liangzheng turned his gaze towards him, and Feng Yuan maintained a composed demeanor as he spoke. "Greetings, City Lord." His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, striking a balance that was neither excessively flattering like Hu Sanyong and Yuan Cheng nor disrespectful. Qin Liangzheng nodded slightly, acknowledging Feng Yuan's greeting. However, he remained skeptical about whether this young man had indeed unraveled the intricate formation. "Is it truly not you who deciphered the formation?" Qin Liangzheng inquired, turning to Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang's expression turned awkward. Although he was reluctant, he finally conceded, "No, it was not me. The defensive formation was indeed dismantled by Feng Yuan, the formation master." He not only admitted it but also referred to Feng Yuan with the esteemed title of formation master. Initially, he had doubted Feng Yuan's capabilities in this regard, but after witnessing Feng Yuan effortlessly dismantle the formation that had troubled him for so long, he came to accept his prowess. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Yuan Chang recognized that Feng Yuan's skills and expertise in formations far surpassed his own. Upon hearing Yuan Chang's admission, Qin Liangzheng's demeanor towards him grew somewhat colder. Though the change was subtle, Yuan Chang, ever attuned to Qin Liangzheng's expressions, sensed the shift. Yet, when Qin Liangzheng turned his attention to Feng Yuan, his countenance transformed into one of eager admiration. He exclaimed, "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I had not anticipated that at such a tender age, your mastery of formations would be so profound. Your praise is unwarranted, City Lord." "I possess merely a rudimentary understanding of formations," Feng Yuan replied, lowering his gaze. Meanwhile, Yuan Chang stood by, wearing a bitter smile in response to Feng Yuan's modesty. If Feng Yuan's understanding could be deemed superficial, then what could be said of this elderly man, who has devoted a significant portion of his life to the study of formations? Deep within, he yearned to voice a defense for himself. Yet, it was evident that Yuan Chang had no opportunity to speak now. Previously, Qin Liangzheng had initiated a conversation with him under the assumption that he was the one who had deciphered the formation. Hence, Qin Liangzheng had engaged him with a demeanor of warmth and familiarity. However, upon discovering the truth, his attitude shifted dramatically. Yuan Chang realized that he had lost the chance to ascend to such lofty heights. In retrospect, Qin Liangzheng's earlier behavior had indeed been somewhat neurotic. Nevertheless, he was indisputably a ruler of the city. Those who dwell in positions of power are not inclined to engage in fruitless endeavors. Clearly, at this moment, forging a connection with Yuan Chang held no value for Qin Liangzheng. "Ah, your modesty might be the undoing of many." Qin Liangzheng laughed heartily. His demeanor suggested a camaraderie with Feng Yuan, as if they were brothers. Chapter 71. Return. In response to Qin Liangzheng's compliments, Feng Yuan offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Recognizing the moment, Qin Liangzheng refrained from further pleasantries. He understood that individuals like Feng Yuan, young yet exceptionally gifted, often harbored a degree of pride. Wasn't by shouting a prime example? Boasting the impressive realm of the 7th stage of the Foundation establishment at such a tender age. His remarkable talent elicited a similarly indifferent attitude towards others. He turned to Bai Xiaodang and the other 3 district leaders, saying, "While you were besieging the leader of the Jin clan, I was searching for any remaining threats and stumbled upon a splendid palace. Its opulent decorations suggest it houses numerous treasures. Would you esteemed leaders care to accompany me to explore it?" "Indeed, I would." Hu Sanyong was the first to express his eagerness, his face radiant with joy. The opportunity to assist the city lord in collecting treasures was truly a rare and delightful affair. The Jin clan's secret realm is quite expansive and rich in resources, capable of nurturing formidable cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage, which is impressive in itself. Such a secret realm is bound to possess abundant yellow-tier spiritual materials and treasures, and perhaps even some of the variety. I too would like to join. Pang Zi, the district leader of Lingmu, chimed in enthusiastically, his heart racing at the prospect. If the city lord were to be pleased and reward him with item, it would be a tremendous fortune. "Then I shall accompany you as well," Bai Xiaodang added. Yet, despite his agreement, his tone was languid, lacking the fervor of Hu Sanyong and Pang Zi. "City lord, May I join as well? Yuan Chang asked, his face brimming with anticipation. He too wished to seize the opportunity for gain. However, Qin Liangzheng did not acquiesce. With a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, Qin Liangzheng replied, "You need not concern yourself with this. Although the leader of the Jin clan is deceased, there may still be lurking dangers. Given your limited strength, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary risks." He then turned his gaze to Feng Yuan, inquiring, "Feng Yuan, might you be interested in accompanying me?" Upon hearing Qin Liangzheng's refusal, Yuan Chang's expression fell, his face devoid of emotion. Especially after Qin Liangzheng inquired about Feng Yuan's opinion, his heart shattered into pieces. How could my abilities be lacking while Feng Yuan's were sufficient? Yuan Chang seethed within. Although he remained unaware of Feng Yuan's true cultivation level, he speculated that, given his youth, it could not be exceedingly high. The talented youths within Qingyang district typically possessed cultivation around the high stages of the Jiyan realm. Feng Yuan should be of a similar caliber. Yet here he was, Yuan Chang, with a cultivation level at the 5th tier of the Huayu realm. With a grimace, he lamented his inadequacy to accompany Qin Liangzheng while Feng Yuan was deemed suitable. Was this not an egregious double standard? The reality was almost too palpable. Regardless of Yuan Chang's thoughts, the world operated thus. The other 3 district leaders found nothing amiss. Feng Yuan glanced at Bai Xiaodang, noting his lack of direction as he whistled while gazing at the clouds drifting overhead. There was no need for that. Currently, I am the sole steward of Yinsong district. In the absence of the district leader, I shall fulfill my duty to manage the area, Feng Yuan stated to Qin Liangzheng. Ha. Indeed, a sense of responsibility. Bai Xiaodang, you could take a page from Feng Yuan's book on this matter, Qin Liangzheng remarked with a smile towards Bai Xiaodang. Yes. Bai Xiaodang nodded repeatedly, though it was unclear if he truly absorbed the lesson. As commanded, Yuan Chang replied, albeit reluctantly, bowing in deference. The 2 groups then parted ways, each heading towards their respective objectives. Although they were not pressed for time as they had been on their journey here, Feng Yuan still utilized a movement talisman, walking alongside Yuan Chang. This action puzzled Yuan Chang. Why are you using a movement talisman? He observed that the teleportation talisman employed by Feng Yuan was merely of the upper yellow grade. Such a talisman could enable its user to attain a speed comparable to that of a mid-stage practitioner in the Rainfall realm. However, Yuan Chang's pace was not swift. He deliberately slowed down to accommodate Feng Yuan. A practitioner of the cloud accumulation realm would not require a teleportation talisman to pursue him. Feng Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "My cultivation is insufficient. I can only keep up with your speed by employing the teleportation talisman." Yuan Chang's confusion deepened. Aren't you at the cultivation level of the cloud accumulation realm? This time, it was Feng Yuan who appeared perplexed. No. I am merely at the Qi refinement stage. Yuan Chang, while hurrying along, nearly stumbled upon hearing this revelation. He gazed at Feng Yuan with a contorted expression. Qi refinement stage? How can I believe that someone with the prowess of a 2nd-tier array master is merely at the threshold of cultivation? Nevertheless, he reluctantly accepted this notion. While most array masters possessed corresponding cultivation levels, there were exceptions, such as those lacking the innate talent for cultivation. It was conceivable that Feng Yuan might be one of those peculiar cases, Yuan Chang speculated. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of regret for Feng Yuan, who, despite his remarkable talent in array formation, faced obstacles in his cultivation journey. However, just as he sighed to himself, Feng Yuan continued, "Did you not know? I am a newly awakened member of the Spirit Clan. Although I have now become a steward in the Yinsong district, I am still merely a trainee." "Ah, how did you fall?" Yuan Chang silently rose from the ground, wiping the dirt from his face. Feng Yuan paused, concern etching his features as he inquired, "Is there a problem?" "And no," Yuan Chang replied, his gaze fixed blankly upon Feng Yuan. Although his words suggested otherwise, his heart roared with turmoil. A significant issue had arisen. He had initially assumed that there were no formation masters in the Yinsong district, only to be confronted with the unexpected emergence of Feng Yuan. He had contemplated various origins for Feng Yuan, pondering whether he hailed from the outer city or had sprung forth from the very stones, considering both plausible and implausible scenarios. Yet, Yuan Chang could never have anticipated that Feng Yuan was merely a trainee, devoid of any enigmatic background. His cultivation level was only at the Qi refining stage. Not due to poor aptitude, but rather because he had not practiced for long. The reason Yuan Chang had not heard of Feng Yuan's name before was simply that he had only recently awakened. So, that is how it is. A spark of insight flickered in Yuan Chang's eyes as he nodded solemnly, a dawning realization washing over him. But what a realization it was! Yuan Chang tilted his head back, his eyes rolling in disbelief, and fell to his knees, silently screaming in frustration. What kind of trainee becomes a steward before graduating? What kind of trainee can decipher a second-tier formation? Regrettably, I once harbored feelings of pity for it. I might as well feed it to the dogs. Chapter 72. Anomaly. Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang emerged from the Golden Clan's secret realm. Although it was midday within the confines of the realm, the passage of time was not synchronized with the outside world, which had already descended into night. The two traversed the darkness in silence, devoid of conversation. Yuan Chang's sullen demeanor puzzled Feng Yuan. Previously, Feng Yuan had inquired if something troubled him, yet Yuan Chang merely gazed at him, offering no words, leaving Feng Yuan utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Yuan Chang slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I completely forgot about the Golden Clan child still in that cave," he lamented. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow, recalling the incident. All the remnants of the Golden Clan within the cave had sacrificed their lives to bolster the power of their clan leader. However, one child, paralyzed by fear, had refrained from doing so and managed to survive. Yuan Chang had contemplated taking action against him afterward, but had been stopped. Ultimately, the ensuing battle between the Golden Clan leader and Qin Liangzheng had caused them to forget about the child. Never mind, it is what it is. The Golden Clan leader is dead, and the clan has perished. What upheaval could a mere child possibly cause? Yuan Chang remarked. As they meandered through the forest, the two opened up, engaging in conversation. "Are you at the rain transformation realm?" Feng Yuan inquired. "Indeed, I am at the 5th level of the rain transformation realm," Yuan Chang replied, a hint of pride in his voice. It was no surprise he felt this way. Attaining such a level of cultivation was indeed commendable. However, Yuan Chang soon recalled that Feng Yuan's future cultivation would undoubtedly surpass his own. With a slight curl of his lips, he subdued his arrogance. Feng Yuan nodded, not dwelling on the matter, and continued, "I remember that within this forest, there exists a considerable number of Xuanjing-level demon beasts, including those of intermediate and even advanced stages. Intermediate Xuanjing demon beasts correspond to the cultivation levels between the 6th and 10th tiers of the Transformation Rain realm. Advanced ones, on the other hand, can only be matched by those of the Foundation Establishment realm. As for Yuan Chang, being at the 5th tier of the Transformation Rain realm, he is merely at the initial stage of the Xuanjing level among demon beasts. In this forest, he truly feels somewhat inadequate." Yuan Chang comprehended the underlying meaning of Feng Yuan's words, yet he smiled brightly and said, "Rest assured, there will certainly be no issues regarding safety. You are correct. There are indeed intermediate and even advanced Xuanjing demon beasts present in this forest. In fact, I am not afraid to tell you that there is even a Yuanjing demon beast here." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's heart tightened. Even if it were merely at the initial stage of Yuanjing, it would still be equivalent to the core formation realm. Qin Liangzheng, the lord of Qingyang City, is only at the late stage of core formation. The existence of a demon beast within this forest that possesses comparable strength is truly astounding. Yuan Chang continued, "However, there is no need for you to worry. These formidable demon beasts have fixed territories and do not wander aimlessly elsewhere. The Yuanjing demon beast I mentioned is active only in the innermost part of the forest. We are merely passing through the outer regions, where only Huangjing demon beasts are found. With my strength, it will be effortless to ensure the safety of both of us." As he spoke, Yuan Chang patted his chest to enhance his credibility. Feng Yuan nodded, signifying his understanding. Previously, when Bai Xiaoting led him to the Jin clan's secret realm, he had relied on his own strength, exhibiting a certain recklessness. He disregarded the distinction between the outer and inner areas, opting for the most direct route, which resulted in numerous encounters with mystical beasts of the Xian realm along the way. However, Yuan Chang now prioritized safety. Although the path he chose was somewhat circuitous, it successfully circumvented danger. Though it took a bit longer, there was no urgency, and this approach was quite satisfactory. Yuan Chang ceased to dwell on how Feng Yuan might perceive him, recognizing that further contemplation would only breed frustration. Consequently, his heart felt considerably lighter, even prompting him to hum a little tune. Dark plum blossoms faintly scent the air, nestled upon branches, nursing their sorrow. From afar, the water flows softly, easily revealing the verdant spring. Feng Yuan, listening from the side, subtly nodded. "Cease your singing. Have you not noticed anything unusual?" he suddenly inquired. Yuan Chang halted and asked, "What is it?" He then surveyed the surroundings but discerned nothing amiss, replying, "There is nothing out of the ordinary." Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. "Here, there are numerous signs of conflict. Although it was night, The moonlight illuminated the area sufficiently for both Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang to perceive their surroundings. Yuan Chang had failed to notice, yet Feng Yuan observed that the vicinity bore significant signs of devastation. The ground was riddled with pits of various sizes, and numerous towering trees lay felled, obstructing the path ahead. Moreover, the demonic beasts seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their presence. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air persist, yet have not entirely subsided. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. The scene within a radius of several miles bore witness to such a spectacle. Evidently, a fierce battle involving numerous participants had erupted here, and not long ago. However, Yuan Chang maintained a calm demeanor, remarking that this was quite ordinary, as it was not uncommon for individuals to venture into this forest to hunt demonic beasts. Naturally, hunting would entail conflict, and conflict invariably disrupts the surrounding environment. What is so perplexing about that? Feng Yuan's features contorted in confusion, his expression one of bewilderment. What did this mean? Each word spoken by Yuan Chang was familiar to him, yet when strung together, they sounded utterly nonsensical. Feng Yuan pondered. Who could possibly create such a ruckus merely by hunting a demonic beast? This was merely the periphery of the forest. One might barely classify it as the mid-region. The beasts inhabiting such territory could not be exceedingly formidable, and Feng Yuan surmised they were likely at the initial stage of the mysterious realm. This would equate to a level similar to his own fifth tier of the rain transformation realm, perhaps even somewhat inferior. Do you not even comprehend your own capabilities? To project one's own limitations onto others, or rather, onto beasts, ask yourself honestly, could you wreak such havoc in this expanse if it were you? Feng Yuan inquired. Do you believe that if you exerted your utmost strength, you could reduce such a vast area to this state? Initially, Feng Yuan posed this question with a hint of sarcasm. To his astonishment, Yuan Chang genuinely began to ponder. With one hand propping up his chin and his brows knitted in thought, he presented the visage of a contemplative scholar. After a brief moment, he raised his head, his expression grave. He nodded emphatically and declared with conviction, indeed. Suddenly, Feng Yuan smacked his forehead with a look of incredulity, as though questioning the absurdity of the situation. Yet, Yuan Chang remained undeterred, his demeanor as serious as if he were engaged in an academic inquiry, not perceiving any flaw in his reasoning. He continued, as long as I possess a powerful, large-scale Earth-level technique and cultivate it to perfection, I can unleash such destructive force with the full extent of my true energy. Even at the fifth layer of the rain transformation stage. However, he felt a twinge of mental fatigue. May I inquire, Master Yuan, do you lack combat experience? Yuan Chang paused for a moment before responding, indeed. Since my cultivation began, I have devoted myself solely to the study of formations, with no intention of engaging in battle. I have not practiced many techniques. Currently, I am only proficient in a form of body movement and whip techniques. Although I have always prioritized my cultivation level, my actual combat experience is quite limited. Feng Yuan was taken aback. It was astonishing that Yuan Chang openly admitted his lack of combat experience. Observing Yuan Chang's expression of prideful acceptance as if to say, now that you have uncovered my secret, I shall no longer conceal this aspect of myself. Feng Yuan inhaled deeply, rendered momentarily speechless. Yuan often claimed to lack practical combat experience, a notion that Feng Yuan found acceptable. After all, Yuan devoted himself entirely to the study of formations. He believed there was nothing inappropriate about such a focus on a secondary profession, to each their own, as the saying goes. However, Yuan prided himself on being a master of combat theory, and Feng Yuan felt a sense of disillusionment akin to that of a dog being scolded. You profess expertise in theoretical analysis, yet after observing the surrounding scene and pondering it earnestly, this is the conclusion you draw? The Earth-level martial arts technique cultivated to perfection? Setting aside the fact that this is merely a small locale where the highest grade of martial arts is only of the mysterious tier, let us not even consider the exceptional talent and effort required to reach such perfection. Just tell me, what martial arts technique possesses such a diverse array of attributes? Are you truly blind to the ice debris scattered on the ground? Can you not see the flames flickering nearby? And what of the tree that has been struck by lightning, with charred marks still evident? Even disregarding all else, the presence of these three elemental phenomena alone indicates that the tier of martial arts techniques must at least be celestial, would it not? Techniques of such caliber could well be treasured heirlooms of a grand family. Could they possibly be found in the vicinity of Qingyang City? Moreover, even if one were to possess a lackluster innate talent, Any individual capable of cultivating such extraordinary techniques would certainly be supported by a powerful faction to enhance their abilities. How could it be that only you, at the mere 5th level of the Rain Transformation realm, would be the sole practitioner? Although the area has been thoroughly ravaged, if such a figure were to intervene, even in a casual manner, the devastation would undoubtedly be far greater. Yet, what in this insignificant location could possibly warrant the attention of such a person? The hunting of demonic beasts? The demise of a demonic beast at the hands of an individual of such caliber could be regarded as a privilege for the creature. You merely contemplate the little bit of true energy you possess, hoping to establish a foundation. However, how will you procure the other necessary materials? In the end, it merely results in the construction of an ethereal loft. If you neglect to consider the myriad of other conditions, indulging instead in vain fantasies. What claim do you have to being a theoretical master? The little tune that Yuan Chang hummed earlier was indeed well suited to his character. Feng Yuan let out a deep sigh, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He stated plainly, there has been a fierce battle involving multiple combatants here. It was certainly not a hunt for demonic beasts. This occurred not long ago. What? Yuan Chang was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened anxiety. Trembling, he stammered to Feng Yuan, what shall we do? Feng Yuan sighed once more. You are, after all, a practitioner of the Rain Transformation realm. Why inquire of someone in the Qi Refinement realm? But, I lack combat experience. Yuan Chang's voice trembled with fear. A robust middle-aged man, who was expected to be a reliable presence, now exhibited such a demeanor, which intrigued Feng Yuan. Did you not assert that you could ensure our safety throughout the journey? Why are you so frightened now? That was under the premise of encountering demonic beasts, he replied. As I mentioned earlier, I possess a technique specifically designed for fleeing. I had anticipated that should we encounter such creatures, I would swiftly lead you to safety. However, you now say that the previous conflict involved humans, not demonic beasts. How can I be assured of our safety? If they have also cultivated their agility, my speed while carrying you will inevitably be affected, and escape will be impossible. If they haven't ventured far and are not benevolent, we are doomed. As he spoke, Yuan Chang was on the verge of tears. The sight of such a display from a grown man was truly overwhelming for Feng Yuan. He wished to offer some comfort to Yuan Chang, yet the numerous inconsistencies and absurdities in Yuan Chang's words left Feng Yuan at a loss for where to begin. How could Yuan Chang, who prided himself on being a master of combat theory, fail to discern that the notion that a beast's large size correlates with a slower speed is utterly fallacious? No, that was not his own assertion. It was a belief propagated by the populace of the Golden Rainbow District. Good heavens! Could it be that there is not a single rational individual in the Golden Rainbow District? Feng Yuan gazed skyward in exasperation. It's all right. Members of the Spirit Clan do not harm one another. Feng Yuan consoled himself. Really, is that true? Naturally. That is reassuring. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, Yuan Chang surprisingly regained his composure, leaving Feng Yuan even more speechless. It seemed that Yuan Chang had been so engrossed in the study of formations over the years that he remained oblivious to everything else, as naive as a blank slate. We should continue our journey, Feng Yuan suggested, noting that they had lingered here for quite some time. However, before he could finish his sentence, a chill crept up his spine, sending a wave of cold through him. Why isn't he speaking? Yuan Chang was about to nod in agreement. But he found himself puzzled by Feng Yuan's abrupt interruption. He turned to look at Feng Yuan, only to see him pivot, gazing intently in the direction behind them. Feng Yuan pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze fixed intently as if he had encountered something unexpected. Yuan Chang immediately followed his gaze, his body suddenly stiffening. A massive, earthy yellow python, as robust as a century-old tree, reared up before them, its upright form extending several zhang in length. In the darkness, its crimson vertical pupils glimmered with an enchanting light. Chapter 74. This is not what was promised. Night enveloped the forest. Due to the previous battle, the towering trees in the vicinity had been felled, granting Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang an unobstructed view. From afar, they spotted a colossal python, measuring over 10 zhang in length, standing in confrontation with them. Its snake-like eyes, the size of a human head, bore into them with fiery red irises. It raised its upper body, its forked tongue flickering in and out, while its lower half slowly advanced toward them. Feng Yuan squinted. He recognized this creature. It was the very python they had encountered in the depths of the forest when Bai Xiaotang had led him to the Jin clan's secret realm. At that time, it had emerged from a cave, sensing their presence, yet refrained from attacking out of fear of Bai Xiaotang's prowess. Now, for reasons unknown, it had appeared before them once more. Although they stood at a considerable distance, the weight of its terrifying gaze left Yuan Chang paralyzed with fear. The python did not conceal its aura. Yuan Chang distinctly felt the oppressive force emanating from it, a sensation even more intense than when he faced District Lord Hu Sanong, a high-level beast of the Xian realm. Yuan Chang exclaimed in shock. "Run!" Feng Yuan urged. Before he could finish his words, he had already seized Yuan Chang and turned to flee. Indeed, Yuan Chang was utterly inexperienced in combat. Back in the depths of the Jin clan's secret realm, when faced with the onslaught of the clan leader, he had been paralyzed with fear. It was then that Feng Yuan had pulled him away in a moment of peril. Now, confronted by this colossal python, Yuan Chang remained frozen in place, motionless, requiring Feng Yuan to drag him along once more. Truly, who among them was in the Qi refinement stage, and who had achieved the Rain transformation stage? Feng Yuan found himself somewhat speechless. Fortunately, after Feng Yuan's prompt, Yuan Chang finally regained his senses and no longer needed to be led. He too began to sprint with all his might. Earlier, Feng Yuan had utilized a high-grade yellow-tier movement talisman, ensuring he maintained his speed. Meanwhile, in the distance behind them, the giant python, sensing their escape, ceased its leisurely pace. Its lower body tensed and coiled tightly. Then, like a spring, it shot forward with astonishing force. In a single bound, it covered nearly 10 zhang. During this surge, the python's undulating body collided with several trees, yet it seemed unfazed. Its crimson vertical pupils remained fixated on the two, its forked tongue flickering eagerly, as if it longed to swallow them whole. The manner in which the python advanced was remarkably swift. The distance between them was rapidly diminishing. So fast! Yuan Chang exclaimed in terror. If this continued, with the python's speed, they would never escape. In no time at all, both he and Yuan Chang would meet their doom. Just then, Feng Yuan's speed suddenly decreased. He, who had initially kept pace with Yuan Chang, fell back by nearly a zhang. The effect of the movement talisman had worn off. "How are you holding up?" Yuan Chang hastily came to a halt, gritting his teeth. He spoke to Yuan Chang in a solemn tone. "We must part ways." "What?" Yuan Chang was taken aback. "At our pace, if we stay together, we will undoubtedly be caught. In that case, we would only meet a grim fate together. It is better to flee separately. The enormous python can only pursue one target. This way, at worst, one of us may survive." Feng Yuan articulated swiftly. The tension of the situation left no room for lengthy discussions between him and Yuan Chang. Upon finishing his words, he noticed Yuan Chang still staring at him in a daze, failing to act. Feng Yuan gave him a gentle shove. "Hurry." Only then did Yuan Chang regain his senses, nodding and muttering incoherently. He cast a deep glance at Feng Yuan and embraced him. "I will remember you. Take care." His tone was imbued with heartfelt emotion. This left Feng Yuan somewhat bemused. What did Yuan Chang mean by this? Did he believe he was surely doomed? Was he touched by his willingness to sacrifice himself for his survival? Death? That was not a certainty. Feng Yuan's gaze sharpened. He did not hasten to flee, but instead took out another teleportation talisman. This one, however, differed from the previous ones he had used. The intricate patterns on it were more elaborate, and the paper was of finer quality. Its rank was that of a low-grade Xiantier. The teleportation talisman previously used by Feng Yuan was given to him by Bai Xiaodang, but this one was obtained from Huangzhang Daoren. As a practitioner of the Dao Dan realm, the talismans he typically utilized were certainly of superior quality. The low-grade Xiantier teleportation talisman could achieve speeds equivalent to the maximum burst of a mid-stage Jin Dan realm practitioner. The colossal python pursuing Feng Yuan and Yuan Chang was merely at the advanced stage of the Xian realm, roughly equivalent to the third level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The disparity between this and the mid-stage of the Core Formation realm was substantial. This was Feng Yuan's trump card. By employing a low-grade Xian-level teleportation talisman, he could vanish the serpent in the blink of an eye. Feng Yuan's strategy was to have Yuan Chang move ahead while he remained behind to divert the python's attention. When the serpent drew near, he would make his escape. At this point, Yuan Chang had already distanced himself, ensuring the python would not pursue him. Feng Yuan stood directly before it, guaranteeing its focus would be on him. However, having activated the low-grade Xian-level talisman, he was swift enough that the python could not catch up. In no time, Feng Yuan would be free from its grasp. As the giant serpent concentrated on chasing him, the gap between it and Yuan Chang would only widen. Ultimately, even if the python abandoned its pursuit of Feng Yuan, it would no longer have the chance to overtake Yuan Chang. Thus, both he and Yuan Chang could survive. The sound of the python slithering behind him grew increasingly pronounced. The hissing of its forked tongue became more distinct, and the thunderous crashes of trees being toppled resonated in the air. Yet, Feng Yuan remained composed, his visage devoid of panic. He had already activated the teleportation talisman. Finally, the python approached. In the crimson vertical pupils of the beast, Feng Yuan could distinctly see the reflection of his own form. As the serpent's tongue flickered, a foul odor subtly permeated the air. It was time. Feng Yuan sprang into action, directly creating a pit beneath his feet. He dashed swiftly in a direction vastly different from that of Yuan Chang. And in the blink of an eye, he had created a distance of over 10 zhang from the gigantic python. Feng Yuan smiled faintly. Indeed, it had taken the bait. However, the colossal serpent tilted its head, its pair of serpentine eyes revealing an inexplicable meaning that puzzled Feng Yuan. Just as he was grappling with his confusion, the python headed directly towards the path chosen by Yuan Chang. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yuan stood frozen on a sturdy branch of a towering tree, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Why was the giant python not pursuing him? He could not fathom it. He was right before the serpent, nearly within its grasp. Yet it chose to disregard him and instead turned to chase after Yuan Chang, who had already fled a considerable distance. No, the python had not overlooked Feng Yuan. He recalled that before pursuing Yuan Chang, the serpent had cast a glance in his direction. This was undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. At that moment, the python's eyes clearly held a strange significance. Yet, Feng Yuan could not discern what it was. Could it be that the python had perceived something? Feng Yuan pondered this possibility, only to dismiss it shortly thereafter. As a high-level demonic beast of the profound realm, the python indeed possessed a modicum of intelligence. Nevertheless, even with that, its cognitive abilities would not be exceedingly high. It could not possibly deduce that Feng Yuan had employed a profound-grade movement talisman. In the serpent's perception, his speed remained unchanged from before. Therefore, there was no likelihood that the python was aware it could not catch up with Feng Yuan, leading it to abandon him in favor of pursuing Yuan Chang. Yet, if that were the case, why would it choose such a course of action? Feng Yuan felt a headache coming on. In the distance, the gigantic python meandered onward, seemingly colliding with countless trees along its path. He relentlessly pursued Yuan Chang. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and also ran in that direction. Truly, he is a remarkable person. After parting ways with Feng Yuan, Yuan Chang felt a significant sense of relief. He sighed with appreciation. The mere thought of Feng Yuan's previous actions filled his heart with warmth, evoking a profound sense of comfort and beauty in the world. In such a perilous moment, he exhibited such care for his companions, selflessly prioritizing their safety. He was undoubtedly the flower of the spirit clan, their beacon of hope and future. Regrettably, alas, as Yuan Chang meandered through the forest, he was deeply moved. He had never encountered such a life-and-death crisis over the years, nor had he witnessed anyone so willing to cast aside their own life to save others. Despite being the one with lesser strength, he bravely stepped forward to face the danger head-on. What remarkable courage! It was truly heart-wrenching. Yuan Chang couldn't help but choke up. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of shame. Feng Yuan, merely at the qi refining stage, displayed such a sense of responsibility, while he, at the rain transformation stage, had contributed nothing. He felt a profound sense of guilt towards the ancestors of the spirit clan and his own cultivation, utterly humiliated. His voice rang with determination, and his gaze was resolute. He made a firm decision. He could not allow Feng Yuan to confront the giant python alone. It was then that he spotted, not too far away, a massive, stocky yellow python, nearly 10 zhang in length, swiftly advancing towards him along the ground. Oh my goodness! At this moment, the fearless resolve he once possessed had dissipated, replaced by sheer terror etched across Yuan Chang's face. Why was I the one being pursued? This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Previously, he had believed that the giant python was chasing Feng Yuan, and throughout his flight, he had remained relatively composed. Not in a hurry at all. Yet now, the realization struck him that the giant python was indeed pursuing him. No, this cannot be happening. However, regardless of Yuan Chang's reluctance to accept this grim reality, it could not alter the fact at hand. His earlier complacency had significantly diminished the distance between himself and the python. It would not be long before he was caught. The sounds of the python's advance began to reverberate, growing closer and clearer by the moment. Yuan Chang's heart raced with anxiety. Suddenly, a hand clasped his shoulder, forcefully propelling him forward and increasing his pace considerably. Startled, Yuan Chang turned to find that it was Feng Yuan who had grasped him, nearly overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you," he exclaimed. "Just don't cry," Feng Yuan replied, clearly uncomfortable with the thought of a middle-aged man shedding tears before him. "But how is it that you're so fast?" Yuan Chang inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I used a family heirloom, the mystical step talisman Feng Yuan casually fabricated." Yet, Yuan Chang seemed to believe him, nodding in understanding. Feng Yuan, uninterested in elaborating further, remained focused on their escape. Nevertheless, due to the added burden of having an extra person with him, their speed had considerably diminished compared to earlier. Previously, Feng Yuan had managed to position himself ahead of the colossal python, utilizing the talisman of swift movement. He reached Yuan Chang's side before the serpent could catch up. However, despite being slightly swifter than Yuan Chang, he was still no match for the python's speed. The distance between the two men and the serpent was gradually diminishing. Yuan Chang, realizing this, turned pale and exclaimed in despair, "What shall we do? Are we truly going to be caught?" Feng Yuan responded with calm assurance. "As long as we can endure and reach the city, we will be safe behind the protective array." Yes. That is a third-tier formation. It cannot breach our defenses," Yuan Chang replied. His hope rekindled as he nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Yet, the giant python was now perilously close, less than a few dozen yards away. At that critical moment, Feng Yuan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and his speed abruptly decreased. The effect of the talisman had worn off. A wave of dread washed over him. How could it have expired so swiftly? The enchanted talisman, now ineffective, slipped from his leg, revealing its once glorious patterns had dulled. This was to be expected. However, what was unusual was the presence of fractures between several of the patterns, severing their connections. Feng Yuan quickly deduced the cause. This talisman had been crafted decades ago, during the lifetime of Huangzhang Daoren. After his passing, these talismans had not received the necessary maintenance. Thus, despite appearing intact, they had suffered internal damage over time, although it could still be utilized. It was now but a shadow of its former self. Yet, there was no time for Feng Yuan to lament his misfortune. Yuan Chang had previously encountered such a scene and was well aware of the circumstances. He swiftly turned to grasp Feng Yuan, employing his agility to flee with him. Seizing the moment, Feng Yuan hastily retrieved a spirit movement talisman, preparing to activate it. However, time was not on their side. In the blink of an eye, the enormous python had caught up with the two. A deafening roar erupted, mingled with a nauseating stench. Yuan Chang's expression shifted dramatically in fear. And before he could mount any resistance, the python had already ensnared him. The creature wrapped itself around Yuan Chang, enveloping him entirely. Struggling was futile. He could only emit muffled cries of anguish. Chapter 76. The python was long and robust, its girth surpassing the vertical length of Yuan Chang. It coiled around him from below the head, spiraling upwards like a pillar, firmly suppressing him without any gaps. Although Yuan Chang yearned to resist, he found himself powerless against the python's tremendous strength. "No, please, don't." The python gradually constricted its body, squeezing Yuan Chang, inflicting immense pain. Feng Yuan was pushed aside, too preoccupied to utilize the spirit movement talisman. While the python focused on Yuan Chang, its crimson vertical pupils remained fixed on Feng Yuan, unyielding. Gritting his teeth, Feng Yuan realized that his only option was to fight. With a flick of his wrist, a blade appeared in his hand, and he lunged at the python's lower body. Yet, the creature remained immobile, its demonic energy surging within, forming a protective layer on its surface. The blade struck the barrier, causing it to ripple, yet there were no signs of it giving way. The Feng Yuan blade, after all, is currently incapable of channeling true energy. Thus, despite retaining its sharpness, it is fundamentally nothing more than an ordinary object, utterly incapable of penetrating the monstrous power of the great python. Hiss! The great python flicked its tongue at the opportune moment, even exhibiting a human-like grin, as if mocking Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan pressed his lips together and let out a soft sigh, retreating vigorously. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that he was indeed too feeble at this moment. How many times had it been? Being derided by a beast? Feng Yuan pondered. Before he had even stepped into the realm of chi cultivation, a blue swift wolf had once displayed a mocking expression towards him. In response, Feng Yuan had unceremoniously obliterated that wolf. He possessed his own temper, after all, born of the earth and sky in his previous life. Feng Yuan's lineage surpassed that of most beasts in the world by a significant margin. Although he had grown up among humans, rising from humble beginnings to the beasts, he was merely an ordinary cultivator without status or background. However, upon arriving in the territories of the beast clan, which valued bloodline hierarchy, Even those ancient beings whose powers dwarfed his own treated him with kindness and respect. Yet now, Feng Yuan found himself looked down upon by a mere beast, and he felt powerless. Were this great python at the Yellow Realm, even at its pinnacle, equivalent to the late stages of the accumulated Cloud Realm, Feng Yuan would still be able to contend with it using various secret techniques and skills. Help! Help! Feng Yuan did not withdraw but continued to confront the great python. The python reared its upper body, casting a disdainful gaze upon him. Its body continued to constrict, while Yuan Chang persisted in his lamentations. Yet his throat had become hoarse, his voice increasingly faint and powerless. Eventually, the serpentine form of the giant python ceased to exhibit any unusual bulges, and Yuan Chang no longer struggled. The already weak sound disappeared completely. Feng Yuan's eyes drooped slightly. The giant python understood the implication of this and gradually relaxed its massive body. However, at that moment, a voice emerged from beneath the python's form. Feng Yuan, if you are still there, do not worry about me, just flee. A flicker of light crossed Feng Yuan's gaze. It was Yuan Chang's voice. He was still alive. He shouted with that already hoarse throat. The python, sensing that Yuan Chang still drew breath, let out a roar and constricted its body once more. It seemed to realize it had been deceived before, and this time its grip was particularly ferocious. A series of chilling crunches echoed from where the python coiled. And even as a mere observer, Feng Yuan could envision the agony that Yuan Chang was enduring. Yet, unlike before, Yuan Chang did not scream out in torment. Instead, fragmented sounds emerged. Hurry! Flee! Listening to his words, Feng Yuan tightened his grip on the blade, only to ultimately release it. Forgive me, he silently lamented. Then, without further hesitation, Feng Yuan's gaze steeled as he retrieved the swift movement talisman and activated it. Though he was acutely aware that it was merely a flawed relic, he had no other recourse for his escape. The giant python merely observed this unfolding scene, refraining from intervening. Perhaps it was perplexed by Feng Yuan's actions, or perhaps it deemed his struggle a futile endeavor. Activating the swift talisman, Feng Yuan cast one last glance at the giant python, imprinting its image deeply in his mind. In the darkness, the python's earth-toned skin was scarcely discernible. Yet its glaring crimson slit eyes stood out vividly. It was prudent to remember this well. Otherwise, when the time for vengeance arrived, failing to locate the beast would prove disadvantageous. With a thunderous leap, Feng Yuan propelled himself forward, his foot creating a crater as he veered away from the python. Sprinting towards Qingyang City, the python finally reacted. No longer entangled with Yuan Chang, it cast him aside with a flick of its massive body and, with its jaws agape, swallowed him whole. With a hissing sound as it flicked its tongue, the python pursued Feng Yuan relentlessly. Moreover, the very event Feng Yuan dreaded most transpired. The python opened its mouth once more, revealing a gaping maw that seemed to hunger for flesh. A cacophony erupted from within, surging towards Feng Yuan with alarming speed. In its wake, trees were obliterated, reduced to countless splintered fragments. Feng Yuan's countenance changed, though his speed was remarkable. He was now confronted with a widespread assault that he could not evade. Hastily, he summoned what little vital energy he possessed to envelop himself. The sonic wave approached instantaneously. Despite his defensive measures, Feng Yuan felt akin to a solitary vessel adrift in a tempestuous sea, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. No, he had already been overturned. With agility, Feng Yuan sprang to his feet, disregarding the dust that clung to him, intent on fleeing once more. However, due to his earlier fall, the python had already closed the distance. The colossal serpent offered no opportunity for Feng Yuan to escape, encircling him within its nearly Tinjiang-long body, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. The serpent's head loomed directly in front of Feng Yuan, its gaze now aligned with his due to the constricting embrace of its form. As he gazed into the pair of serpent eyes, each the size of his own head, Feng Yuan let out a deep sigh, realizing his fate was sealed. He was destined to perish in the jaws of the serpent. However, the serpent did not immediately strike. Instead, it began to writhe, its body contracting rhythmically from the lower half upwards. Upon reaching its neck, the serpent opened its jaws and expelled a long, slender object. Feng Yuan strained his eyes to see. It was Yuan Chang. After ejecting Yuan Chang, the serpent nudged him forward, presenting him before Feng Yuan. Following this, the serpent lowered its head, adopting a posture akin to that of offering a tribute. Chapter 77, Clarity, although aware that no one may be watching. I felt compelled to acknowledge this moment, as if addressing any potential readers. In the upcoming days, I face final examinations. given my lack of attendance and insufficient preparation. The outcome is all too predictable. I am likely to fail, perhaps even in all subjects. A rather disheartening prospect, indeed. Yet, one can never rule out the possibility of a miracle. Therefore, my current plan is to remain silent during the examination period. However, if no one reminds me, I shall consider it as though nothing has transpired. That is all. I take my leave. Please bear with me as I am currently typing. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. In the chapter titled Return to the City, Feng Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. After being pursued and intercepted by a colossal python, he had resigned himself to a desperate struggle, fully prepared for the possibility of death. However, to his astonishment, the python did not attack him. Instead, it regurgitated Yuan Chang, whom it had previously swallowed. This unexpected turn of events left Feng Yuan in disbelief. The python further pushed Yuan Chang towards him. Kneeling down, Feng Yuan tentatively reached out to check for signs of life by feeling Yuan Chang's breath. A wave of relief washed over him. Yuan Chang was still alive. Nevertheless, the state of the man on the ground was dire. It was an understatement to describe his condition as tragic. Yuan Chang lay unconscious, and his pallor was a disturbing shade of bluish-purple, with his brow furrowed in distress, suggesting his condition was far from stable. His body bore numerous injuries, with his arms unnaturally bent against his chest and his right knee shattered. These wounds were likely inflicted during the python's constriction, compounded by the time Yuan Chang spent in its belly. Upon being expelled, he was not only covered in blood but also smeared with a viscous substance that emitted a foul odor. As Feng Yuan leaned closer to assess Yuan Chang's breath, the stench assaulted his senses, proving quite nauseating. Yet, despite the grim circumstances, the fact that Yuan Chang was alive was a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. However, at this moment, what truly matters is not that, but rather, what does this colossal python signify? The serpent's immense form stretches nearly 10 zhang in length. In proportion to its size, its head is equally formidable. Its pair of serpentine eyes is larger than a human head, and its entire cranium is comparable to the size of a person. Furthermore, the python exists at a high level of the profound realm, equivalent to the strength of a practitioner at the 5th to 10th tier of the foundation establishment stage, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Yet, at this moment, despite standing directly opposite the python, Feng Yuan feels no sense of oppression emanating from it. This is because, after expelling Yuan Chang and presenting him before Feng Yuan, the python lowers its head. The magnitude of this motion brings its head almost to the ground. Its pair of crimson vertical pupils is subsequently closed. Although such a posture seems somewhat incongruous for a serpent, Feng Yuan instinctively thinks of the phrase submissive and docile. But why does the python behave in this manner? Feng Yuan is perplexed. Moreover, he suddenly recalls that he had not sensed the overwhelming pressure that typically accompanies a being of such superior cultivation. His earlier awareness of the python's presence did not stem from any feeling of oppression. If that were the case, Yuan Chang, as a practitioner of the rain transformation realm, would have a far keener perception. If there were a danger to sense, he should have been the first to notice it. Yet, the reality is that the first to detect the aura of danger was Feng Yuan himself. His ability to do so is attributed to his acute sense of danger. This is the experience forged through countless battles in his previous life, now ingrained as an instinctive presence. At all times, Feng Yuan remains in a state of heightened vigilance. Without such awareness, he would not have survived to this moment. Previously, in the unusual circumstances shared with Yuan Chang, Feng Yuan exerted himself to the fullest, remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. It was through this diligence that he first detected the presence of the colossal python. Later, as they fled together, Yuan Chang sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the serpent, yet Feng Yuan felt nothing. At that moment, he believed it was due to his formidable cultivation in his past life, which far surpassed that of mere trivialities. Thus, even though his current powers had waned, he seemed immune to such oppressive forces. However, upon reflection, Feng Yuan began to reconsider this notion. Perhaps there was indeed some truth to it. Just as in the Golden Clan's secret realm, when confronted by the clan leader and the city lord, Qin Liangzheng, whose levels of cultivation greatly exceeded his own, Feng Yuan, unlike Yuan Chang and several district lords who felt the weight of oppression, remained unaffected for the very same reason. Yet now, facing the giant python, Feng Yuan surmised a more plausible explanation. The serpent likely did not exert pressure upon him at all. It is conceivable that the python directed all its oppressive force solely at Yuan Chang. The higher the cultivation of a beast, the greater its intelligence. Given the python's formidable strength, this was entirely within its capabilities. Indeed, it must be so. A glimmer of realization sparked in Feng Yuan's eyes. Feng Yuan reflected on the moment when he had decided to part ways with Yuan Chang during their escape. He had allowed Yuan Chang to take the first step, while he himself remained behind, armed with the Xuanjie Xinxing talisman, intending to divert the giant python's attention. However, as the python approached him, it did not initiate an attack. Without a hint of hesitation, it pursued Yuan Chang instead. Even though Feng Yuan was right before its eyes, and Yuan Chang had already fled a considerable distance, the python's target remained Yuan Chang. It was as if its course had been set upon Yuan Chang from the very beginning. This realization sent a chill through Feng Yuan's heart. This meant he had completely misunderstood the situation. Previously, during his journey with Bai Xiaotang to the Jin clan's secret realm, he had encountered this giant python once before. At that time, the python had exhibited a similar inexplicable aura as it did when Feng Yuan first spotted it. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the python's crimson vertical pupils always glimmered with a predatory gleam. The image of a ruthless and cold-blooded predator was the first impression the python left on Feng Yuan. It was precisely for this reason that upon encountering the python again, Feng Yuan had even entertained the notion that it had been drawn to him, feeling a twinge of guilt for potentially endangering Yuan Chang. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that this was not the case. Whether during the previous encounter or this one, the python's focus was never on him. In their last encounter, the target of the python had been Bai Xiaotang, who had caused it to retreat out of fear of his strength. This time, the python's aggression was fueled by its confidence in capturing Yuan Chang. Yet, all these actions were entirely unrelated to Feng Yuan. The reason he had been pursued was simply due to his proximity to Yuan Chang. Indeed, the reality holds true. If Feng Yuan were to traverse past the colossal python while performing a handstand, the serpent would not lay a single scale upon him. Hissing softly, the python seemed to be filled with a sense of bewilderment due to Feng Yuan's continued immobility. It raised its massive head, revealing its slit-like pupils as it gazed intently at Feng Yuan, lightly flicking its forked tongue. In that moment, Feng Yuan finally discerned the meaning behind the python's vertical gaze that had eluded him until now. It conveyed a sense of reverence and fervent adoration,